having the right windows, and Advanced Windows can make sure you have the best windows in the state of Utah.
Remember, they've got the lifetime warranty. It's transferable to the next owner. It covers all labor, glass, and parts. And these are original windows built right here in the state of Utah. They eliminate the middleman, so they make it more affordable for you. And they've got great financing plans, including 60 months, no interest, no payment, or no interest for 24 months. They'll set it up so it's affordable for you.
Go to advancedwindows.com. That's advancedwindows.com and find out how they can save you money. In fact, $2,500 off when you swap out 10 windows or more. That's Advanced Windows. Call them now, 801-850-9100.
It's Advanced Windows at advancedwindows.com, 801-850-9100.
The Salt Lake Family Christmas Gift Show, November 13th through 15th at the Mountain America Expo Center.
3 days only to shop more than 400 booths.
Tickets available at FamilyChristmasGiftShow.com.
Broadcasting from the Mountain Home Services Studio, this is 97.5 KZNS FM Colville, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and 102.7 KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. It's time to get your morning started with the news you need to know. News update. This is what's trending with DJ and PK. Hashtag Utah Jazz.
Collier has it. Waits for Lowry at 6. Drives hard with the left hand. Kicks to the corner. Flips wide open. 3 ball, no. Rebound tipped around. Market and follow, no. Bailey follow, yes. Ace Bailey at the horn. Kylie rotates to Collier. Bursts through the 45 to the window. Layup good. Isaiah Collier. Isaiah Collier's plus 18 tonight.
And he is so fast.
Keontae George driving into the body of Shepard. Tough look. Step back. Falling back off the chest-to-chest contact and makes it 133-112. Jazz in complete control up 21 with 6:30 to play in the fourth. Inbound to Lowry. Catch and shoot 3. Left side's good. Monster night for Lowry Markkinen.
Yeah, one heck of a third quarter. Now starts off the fourth quarter with a 3.
And Lowry's got 35.
You love competition, PK. Was that too little competition for you as the Jazz ran away and hid there?
No.
Buried the Pacers.
Because I'm not worried about the Jazz versus the Pacers.
You're worried about young guys developing.
Yeah. And so, the Pacers aren't the Pacers this year, obviously. And we'll have more to say on it. I got a lot to say. I was thinking about it all night. And I am looking forward to getting to tomorrow to be able to talk about what's on my mind regarding a kid like Ace Bailey. So, obviously, we'll get to it. And I'm ready to go.
Ace Bailey, 20 points. That was a nice game he had before that where he had the 7 boards and 4 offensive rebounds, and we're seeing different things he can do out there. I mean, it's not like we didn't suspect, right? But it's still good to see it happen on an NBA floor.
No question.
Even if it's super low-end NBA players.
But they're NBA players.
But they are NBA
not
players.
G League players.
That's true. Yeah.
I mean, I want to say stuff about that.
Okay, we will get into that coming up. DJ and PK, the Utah Jazz with the W there. 4th of the year. They get tonight off, and then they host the Atlanta Hawks. DJ and PK.
Hashtag NBA.
Towns short on a 3. Offensive rebound. Bridges out to Brunson for 3. That is a big sequence right there, putting the Knicks back up by 13 points. Memphis calls timeout.
Pounds feeds inside to Jay Will, rumbling to the rim, lays it up. Counts him, it goes, and he barrels inside for the and one with the right-hand reverse. Outstanding setup by Gilgeous Alexander on the dive-cutting, rolling Jay Will for an and one.
Oklahoma City wins again. They are off to an 11-1 start. They soundly thrashed the Golden State Warriors, 126-102. Shai Gilgeous-Alexander, 28 points and 11 assists. Boring in their efficiency, rock solid, another 20-point win. No big deal. We're the Thunder, and we're tearing up the league.
Yeah, they haven't had a full lineup yet together at all. I mean, now they got Williams and Dort out.
And they win by 24.
Yeah.
At home over a 500 team. If there's a threat to them, decent chance it's in Denver. Nuggets beat the Kings 122-108. The Joker didn't get the triple-double, just 35 points, 15 rebounds, and 7 assists as he continues to power the Denver Nuggets. They're off to an 8-2 start of their own.
I mean, there's rarely surprise teams in the NBA.
Yeah.
I mean, you look
because even if Oklahoma City San Antonio takes a big step forward, that's hardly a surprise. They've had a bunch of top picks, Wembanyama.
And then what are they going to do in the postseason? So, you look at baseball. Toronto sucked last year, and they literally came within 1 inch, literally, of winning the World Series. So, we already know who the contenders are. We have to slog through the regular season to get there and to see how the playoffs play out in the middle of April when they start.
The most surprising team in the East, would you go with the Pistons off to a 9-2 start?
Well, yeah, but see,
I mean, everybody behind them until
what's
you
their
get to
schedule to this point?
Yeah.
I'm not going to break down the Pistons' schedule.
And in the West, the biggest surprise is the Lakers are 8-3, or down to the Suns at 6-5. Nothing else is a surprise. Everything else is.
It's too early to be a surprise. Let's get to Christmas.
Nico Harrison got fired during our show yesterday. The owner, Patrick Vaughn, has written an open letter to Mavs fans taking responsibility. There's a photo of him sitting next to a young fan apologizing one-on-one, saying the franchise would work to rebuild trust with the fan base.
Well, if it was a closed letter, then no one would know about it.
There it is. DJ and PK.
Hashtag college basketball.
Here's Cameron Boozer going to work at the free throw line. Knock loose, got it back. Out for Sarr again. Oh, he's feeling it. Dame Sarr has 13, and the lead is 14, 26-12.
Thinks about shooting. Brown now drives it. Brown's runner draws contact and scores.
Boy, was that enormous. What a shot.
His first field goal of the second half, and he can make it a three-point play.
There are highlights from a night of college basketball. Couple of marquee matchups. Louisville beats Kentucky. Well, else we had highlights from not a marquee matchup. Duke thrashing Army.
Hey, it was the Coach K Classic up there in
It was the Coach K
West Point.
Classic, yes. He started his career at Army, and then he went to Duke. And so Duke won 114-59. Watch a couple hoops and then go find something else. BYU was down 17-4, got within 3 at the half, and then the last 12 minutes really blew it open and pulled away and beat winless at Delaware.
I was ready to fire Kevin Young on the spot. This is ridiculous. You're paying that kind of money and you're down to the fighting Blue Hens. I realize they're fighting.
They're still Blue Hens. How much can they really fight?
Hey, as I look at BYU, obviously they were going to win that game. Flicking back and forth between the Jazz game, and Jazz got a little non-competitive, so focused a little bit more on BYU as their comeback was happening. They're without Davis, so they moved Baker into the starting lineup. And he only get 4 points off the bench.
Yep.
And that's not good enough. So they've got to develop a bench there. Time is right now. I don't think the Davis thing is anything more than precautionary. So Baker can move and come back off the bench. But you need at least 3 guys who can count on, and who are they going to be off the bench there? And I don't think, with apologies to Terry Nashif, Matt Montague, Kevin Woodbury, Luis Lemus, I don't think they've had a point guard like Robert Wright ever in my time here.
I'm glad that you apologized to all those point guards. Though.
Yeah, I mean, I love them dearly. I even throw my great friend Austin Ainge in there. But, he was the size of a point guard, but he had the old man's mentality, FGAs. He grew up with that. But Wright can get to where he wants to be on the floor. And I liked this game in terms of, I thought that being on off the floor, basically, behind the basket against Villanova last week, and when it got crunch time and they got behind, he's like, okay, I'm going to get in more. And he did. But it seemed like the attitude was just go to the basket at all times. And against the Big 12 competition, when they got NBA-sized players, and he's a smaller kid, obviously, that might be a little more difficult. And so I asked him on Saturday, and he seems like a very intelligent young man, how long is it going to take for you? Because you can break down anybody, basically, get to where you want to go, but you got to know where your teammates are. And he acknowledged, it's a work in progress. Guys have come together here. So in such a short order that he's got to know where Saunders wants the ball. He's got to know where Baker wants the ball, and obviously where AJ is at all times, right? And that's not something you just flip a switch and do it immediately. It's a process. And so where I'm going with this, it wasn't a very good team, and he still had his 26, but the 9 assists and 2 turnovers, I wanted to drive down to Provo and hug him. Because I think that's the key for him, because he can get where he wants to be out on the floor, but when you get in the middle there, in that paint, as they call it, don't necessarily mean you have to shoot it. And I felt like in Villanova, watching him play 10 feet in front of me, that he had to shoot at all costs at that point. But it's a process, right? And Saunders was not feeling well that night, and last night he was feeling great, and he showed it. And get him the ball. If he's wide open on the wing, he's your best shooter.
As they broke the game open in the middle of the second half, it was Wright finding Saunders for 3, and it was Saunders finding Wright for 3. So that chemistry you're talking, which can only be built through reps.
Right.
Where does the guy want to catch it? When is he in rhythm? When is he not? What's his spot? Even if I'm not exactly sure where he is, out of the corner of my eye, when I just see the right color, I'm going to know it's him because he's going to be in that corner.
Well, plus he'll be white, so he'll stand out.
If you have enough vision to see that, yes.
No, white stands out at all times on the basketball floor. Let's just call it like it is.
Like it is. Saunders back-to-back threes and Wright's 3. That was a quick 9-2 run that broke the game open.
And AJ is just so freaking long, man. He's like... Gosh, he's got legs and arms. Like, I mean, us giraffes don't have arms, but he plays so big.
Yep.
Because he is so long. He is always fun to watch.
Your point about the bench, 0 for 7 from 3, 1 for 11 from the floor. Only one guy scored off the bench. Yeah. So they gotta figure out. You don't need a lot. You need a little something. I mean, most of the minutes are going to the guys you think they'd go to. Most of the shots are going to the guys and that's all good, and that's the way it ought to be. But there needs to be a little something.
Yeah.
So,
especially if somebody has foul trouble, turns an ankle.
Yep.
Any number of things.
UConn coming up Saturday. That's next. The big top 10 showdown. DJ PK.
#NFL.
I know when you got here, you said you're not coming here to leave, but as soon as the Giants job came open yesterday, your name got thrown out there. I'm sure it will with other NFL jobs. What is your message to players, to recruits? I'm sure people are asking you about that who want to come to the program.
Yeah, getting ready for Wake Forest. That's all I got this week.
Has anyone asked you, or the players or recruits want to know about your future?
I mean, I've been asked about it from time to time, but yeah, look, I've been down this road before. I'm focused on Wake Forest. That's it. And that's my commitment to this team. And next week it'll be to our next opponent and so forth. But, I'm here to do the best I can for this team.
On to Cincinnati. There's Bill Belichick. His name has been thrown out there with the Giants. They actually have a chance to get bowl eligible after a terrible start. Sitting on 4 wins right now. Can they win 2 of their last 3? Pittsburgh Steelers coach Mike Tomlin said he doesn't harbor long-term concerns about starting quarterback Aaron Rodgers' play. Wasn't the best game for Aaron Rodgers against the Chargers in L.A.
He's 41. He doesn't have long-term
he doesn't
plans
have,
anyway.
Yeah, I know, right? The long-term is about 2 months. Philadelphia Eagles corner Jair Alexander has decided to step away from football to focus on getting right physically and mentally as part of his ongoing recovery from off-season knee surgery. Philadelphia traded for him last week in exchange for a 6th-round pick in hopes he could bolster their defense. Jacksonville Jaguars cornerback and wide receiver Travis Hunter saw his season ended as he underwent surgery to repair an LCL injury in his right knee. He's expected to be fully cleared in 6 months to resume football activities. Aside from having the skill and then having the time to practice, the wear and tear of playing on both sides of the ball, PK. More chances to get hit, more cuts, more explosion. How much does he shorten his career, and how much do these injuries add up?
That it was going to be 12 and 13 if we had to bet. A couple of things stuck out to me was Texas Tech moving up. They should
jumped Ole Miss.
They're really good. There's just no doubt about it. They are really good. They have good wins, and they do not have a bad loss, and they've only got one of them. So they are a formidable team. And then Miami last week was if you went conference-wise, ranked 4th in the ACC, the 4th-ranked team in the ACC, I should say, and now they jumped ahead of everybody. So that changed quickly in the span of 1 week from the ACC perspective. That looks like they are only going to get one team. Still, lots to be done in just 3 weeks. But as it looks right now, they're the one team or the one conference that's going to a Power conference that's going to be a one-league bid.
One bid league for sure, with Miami
Looks
at 15.
like
yeah, Louisville losing and Virginia getting beat. They both dropped 5 spots, as did the Cougars.
Yeah.
Maryland coach Mike Loxley says he doesn't feel that he is coaching for his job. 5-game losing streak. Rumors the Terrapins could be looking to fire him and look for a new head coach. As the head coaching, the list of vacant head coaching jobs in college football is long and about to get longer. Will that include Maryland? DJ and PK.
Hashtag Major League Baseball.
AL and NL Managers of the Year repeat. First time both Managers of the Year repeat as winners. Guardians and Brewers. Stephen Vaught and Pat Murphy. Are you surprised?
No.
Stephen Vogt with the Guardians.
Yeah.
Pat Murphy with the Brewers.
The Brewers continue to defy. They give guys away, and they continue to win. He's an old ASU coach from several years back. Crusty dude. Big-time Valley favorite because he will tell it like it is and use salty language. He is the Bruce Arians of the Phoenix area in terms of how the media loved him when he was there. And they continue to find ways to win. And Voigt did a great job there in Cleveland. And they had 2 pitchers that were taken away from them, obviously. We talked about it yesterday because of the gambling spiel. And they
still won the division.
I don't think there was anybody that I could really put in contention above those
Well, it's
guys.
usually these awards tend to go to best team or team that most outperforms expectations. So the Brewers are the best team at 97 OPS this past season.
Yeah, I mean, that was a few weeks ago he said that, but I think that was intended to get Harper mad, and I'll show you type of thing, because
that's what
Harper
it takes.
carries grudges to the grave.
He does.
He plays angry.
He sits in the dugout angry.
Yeah.
Any cutaway, there's never. How often do you see joy on that guy's face?
And that's fine.
Very rarely.
If that's what makes your motor,
then that's the button that has to be pushed.
Yeah.
Right.
And I still, he'll be, well, he just turned 33 last month. It's amazing. It seems like he was 12 years old when I was watching him play, which was the case. Now he's 33, but that's the way life is. And he still should have he signed a 13-year contract, so he's under contract for another several years. But they need him to be big time. They need him to be an MVP candidate in the manner that Schwarber was.
Yeah, he needs to be in that mix. The Pirates here is this quote essentially the vote of confidence for a manager? Pirates general manager Ben Cherington said the team would not trade away their ace Paul Skeens.
Well, not now.
Okay, he's got him under team control for a while.
Yeah,
but coming up later,
right? It's the same thing with Skubal over there in Detroit.
Yeah,
he's coming up. So do you trade him now and get value? Because somebody's going to, if you just let him go as a free agent, we've already seen a couple of teams will throw in a country or two if you want.
Here come the Dodgers with more deferred money.
Yeah, so that Skeens is in that situation. But I think everybody, with the exception of very few, needs to be considered tradable if the offer is right.
DJ and PK.
Hashtag NHL.
Utah Mammoth back in action tonight. The Buffalo Sabres are in town. Puck drops at 7 o'clock at the Delta Center. Coverage on the KSL Sports Zone begins at 6 with Hockey Night in Utah. All right, the team has lost 3 in a row. PK, we've talked about streaks. Time to stop another streak. Last time we were talking about stopping a streak, they were playing the Sabres in Buffalo.
I thought so.
And they got the win, and that was after back-to-back losses. Don't let it get to 3 in a row. Now it's 3 in a row, and it's 5 of the last 6.
And you're home.
So need to beat Buffalo.
And you've been on your feet for a little bit.
Yep.
Or off your feet.
Off your feet. What is trending is brought to you by Shamrock Plumbing. There's no job too big or too small. Get the personal touch with Shamrock Plumbing. All right, coming up, college football with David Smoke. He's a host on 365 Sports in Waco, Texas. He always comes with a ton of energy and is wildly entertaining. We'll talk Utah and Baylor with him next. Carter Chow, NFLPA certified contract advisor for Red Envelope Sports. We'll talk about the changes in sports, the professionalism of college football. We'll talk with him coming up at 9:30. It's also a Win Tickets Wednesday, and we'll be giving away tickets to the Holiday Lights at the ballpark at America First Square a little later in the show. David Smoke next. Utah and Baylor right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
And now, a look at traffic from the KSL Traffic Center.
Got a crash on the exit ramp of northbound on US 89 to Main Street and Fruit Heights, blocking the right side of that ramp. Also, rush hour delays in place northbound I-15 from Lehigh into Sandy over the point of the mountain. Also, again, from Murray into South Salt Lake. This update is brought to you by GoPave Utah. Whether you park it, stripe it, or pave it, GoPave Utah is your blacktop covered at GoPaveUtah.com. That's GoPaveUtah.com. Call them today or visit GoPaveUtah.com. With your KSL traffic update, I'm Jake Hatcher, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
It's game week for the Cougars, and the KSL Sports Zone is getting you ready for kickoff. Even after their first loss of the season, the Cougars' dream of a spot in the Big 12 title game is still alive and well as they welcome TCU to Provo on Saturday. Listen all week long for the best coverage of Cougar football. Then catch College Football Saturday game day at 10 a.m. with a postgame show immediately following the game on KSLSports.com. Your home for the best coverage of BYU football is live on air, online, and on the KSL Sports app. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
SLC Fat Loss is having a huge holiday sale. Over $400 off, making it our lowest prices of the entire year now through December 31st. With a doctor-developed plan designed for busy adults, imagine starting now and finishing the holidays lighter, healthier, and more confident, while others are gaining those dreaded extra 5 to 10 holiday pounds. With our proven plan, you could lose 10 to 20% of your body weight and still enjoy those holiday meals with friends and family. Go to slcfatloss.com now and save big now through December 31st only.
Alex here. JJ and I have been on this program for more than a year. I've dropped 65 pounds, but more importantly, I've kept it off.
JJ here. I lost 40 pounds in 60 days. Go to slcfatloss.com.
Take advantage of the lowest prices of the entire year. But hurry, limited spots available. You can even start the plan in January, but you must call now to lock in your $400 off holiday savings. Schedule your free consultation now at slcfatloss.com. That's slcfatloss.com. Results may vary.
So my mother is thinking of switching from Verizon to Pure Talk, but she's worried the deal sounds too good to be true. Michael, she said, how can those Pure Talk people offer me the same basic service as Verizon for so much less money? I said, Ma, go ask Google how much Verizon spends on advertising and promotions. A few seconds later, my mother said, oh my goodness, $12 billion a year? That must be a typo. I'll tell you what I told my mom. It's not a typo. Verizon spends $12 billion a year on advertising and promotions, and their customers are paying for it. Well, Pure Talk doesn't spend that kind of money on commercials. Trust me, I would know. That's why they can offer you and my mother unlimited talk, text, and plenty of data on a crazy fast 5G network for just $25 a month. And if you're a business owner, you could really save a fortune. Dial pound 250, say the words Mike Rowe, and you'll get an additional 50% off your first month. That's pound 250 Mike Rowe. Pure Talk. Everything you need and nothing you don't.
If you're getting new gutters, make absolutely sure that you don't get screwed. I mean literally, don't get screwed. Tim Jr. here from RGS Exteriors. And every single gutter company out there uses screws to hold their gutters together at the corners and downspouts. They use screws because they're fast and cheap and easy. But man, they're terrible for your gutters, aside from possibly cutting your hand. They also loosen and corrode over time because they're not made from the same metal as the gutters. At RGS Exteriors, we've been installing gutters for 70 years now, and we don't use screws. We only use permanent, strong, and unobtrusive rivets. They're made from the same material as the gutters, so they won't oxidize, and they won't corrode. They'll also never loosen. Your hand is safe too. Did I mention they look amazing? So don't get screwed. Call RGS and get riveted gutters. Our number is 801-280-3110, or visit us at rgsutah.com That's 801-280-3110 or rgsutah.com.
Do you snore at night? You could be suffering from sleep apnea, a serious medical condition. Be one of the first 25 people to call Sound Sleep Medical and receive a free sleep consultation, normally a $200 value. Sound Sleep Medical uses a custom-fitted oral appliance instead of a cumbersome CPAP machine to treat sleep apnea. Most insurance companies and Medicare cover oral appliance therapy. To learn more, call 801-285-9731 or visit soundsleepmedical.com.
Save now with UCCU Black Friday money deals. $150 cash for signing up for direct deposit. A free Shark robot vacuum when closing your mortgage. Low-rate credit cards with 0% interest for 6 months. Auto and RV loans, no payments for 90 days. Home equity loans with an extra 0.25% off the interest rate. Lock the deals in now with just your name, phone number, and email at uccu.com. Visit uccu.com/Black Friday and lock in your deals. Plus more deals weekly at uccu.com. UCCU. Love where you bank.
A 15-year-old girl who chewed through a rope to escape a serial killer.
I used my front teeth to saw on the rope in my mouth.
The killer prowled the Pacific Northwest in the early 70s. He's been convicted of murdering 2 young women, but suspected of many more.
Maybe there's another one in that area.
Follow and binge all episodes of Stolen Voices of Dole Valley, available now wherever you listen.
Listen every Monday morning to DJ and PK and Monday afternoon with JJ and Alex for your Chevy Strong Play of the Game. Win great prizes from Rocky Mountain Chevy.
This is your Cougars at 30 update. Presented by Kenny J's Barbecue on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
BYU getting ready for a huge game at home with TCU Saturday night. Aaron Roderick, offensive coordinator, on how the QB Bear Bachmeier took the Texas Tech loss.
He was really hard on himself. You know, he felt like it was his fault, and I'm not surprised. He's a freshman. He finally had a bad game. It is what it is. He's played so well all year, and each week he's exceeded our expectations. And then this game, he had a tough game, just like all of us did, I mean, me included. And he felt really bad. And I've just been trying to let him know that it's a team game. We need all 11 guys to play their best, and our coaches, we all have to coach better. And I expect him to bounce back and play well this week.
This Cougar Update brought to you by Kenny J's Barbecue. Make this Thanksgiving unforgettable with Kenny J's Barbecue. Skip the stress and bring home slow smoke perfection. Pre-order your Thanksgiving meal today by reaching out to them at 801-230-5396. That's 801-230-5396.
This is Utah's best coverage of the Utes, Cougars, Jazz, and Mammoth. Here we go. From the guys who have been there for all the biggest moments in Utah sports history. You're listening to DJ and PK on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Bodies a temple, that's what we're taught. Well, I've traded this one like an old honky tonk. Crazy cheeseburgers and cheap cigarettes. One day
DJ and PK, it's 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. A reminder that you can nominate the youth sports volunteer that you know for the Hercules Hero of the Week. Submit your nomination at kslsports.com/contest and listen every Thursday afternoon to JJ and Alex for the winner. Help us celebrate the efforts of those volunteers making an impact with the Hercules Hero of the Week, sponsored by Hercules First Federal Credit Union and Beehive Meals. DJ PK, and we are joined now by David Smoke. David, welcome back to the show.
Well, hello. It's good morning. Good little intro music, great promos. I hope you guys are doing well. I know the Utes are turning the corner, so to speak, and trying to get themselves involved in all this, aren't they?
Yes.
They are. They are trying to run their way to Dallas. They are, and you know, you've covered college football for a long time. David's on 365 Sports in Waco, Texas, and You know, if I ask you who the top rushing teams are in the country, you're going to go straight to the service academies. They're going to run the option, and they're going to run the ball forever. And after you get to two of the service academies, the third team in the country running the ball is the Utes. There is no trickeration. There's a little deception maybe with are they handing it off in the fly sweep, or are they pulling the ball from the running back, but they just run it at you, run it at you, and run it at you. And so I think question number one as they get ready to go to Baylor is Baylor up for this? Because it looks like that run defense has had a few weeks where they really struggled, and there is zero surprise about what the Utes are going to do.
No, is Baylor ready for it? They're kind of schizophrenic at times, but at the same time, consistently the same. I know that makes no sense, but they have not stopped the run. I know they just had the off week, and before that, they beat UCF 30-3. Honestly, I don't care. They needed to win. They got to find a way to, make sure they get to a bowl game, which is where this program is. Last year they had to make the run from 2-4 to 8-4 to get to a bowl game, and so same thing. They fall behind. They take all this energy to get back in it. A couple of times they've been able to win, but most of the time they just can't have enough gas left. So no, I would expect, and Utah. I think I brought this up, so I'm sorry if I've repeated myself here, but I remember the first time Utah-Baylor played. Utah was, I still think, a non-conference game, and I had somebody explain to me that they thought watching Utah just play the game of football was like trying to play against a big ball of angry razor blades. And they've gotten back to that. Last year, of course, it was a mess for Kyle Whittingham, but no, I don't. Do I expect Baylor to be able to stop the run? No, I don't. They've struggled against whether it's a running quarterback with Jackson Arnold, who's not even playing now for Auburn, and they've also struggled with people just taking the ball and shoving it down their throat. So, and then that should set up obviously the play action for Utah. So I don't expect Baylor's defense to really have the ability to stop the run against it. They don't have enough oomph inside Baylor. They don't have enough bodies inside. So I do not think that unless Utah just has a bad day, that they should be able to pretty much do what they want with a run game.
If I'm just judging on pro style and pro style alone, I think Sawyer Robertson is as good as any quarterback in the conference and what he can do, his ability to drop back. If he's got the time, he's going to not only complete a high percentage, but he's going to spread the ball around. You just look at the receiving yard stats, and they've got 4 guys over 400-plus yards in receiving. A couple guys on the top have some pretty good stats. And it's been this way for a couple years. I never understood why they didn't start him at the beginning of last year. But nevertheless, I think the guy's really good as far as a passer. It boils down to whether he's got time. And Scally dials up these defenses. What he does is he'll make adjustments upon the offense's adjustments. And so he's a real master at calling plays after he sees what the offense has been doing at the line of scrimmage, which is sort of reverse the way it works. But that's how they do it, and they're very good. So the question for you being, how do you think they'll be able to do as far as being able to pick up blitzes and providing the time that Sawyer needs to throw?
It's a great question. And again, just like, can they stop the Utah run game or attack? I don't think they can. I don't know if they'll be able to keep Utah off of Sawyer Robertson. He kind of went through a little funk, and I don't. He was so good so early, even though they lost the game to Auburn, lost a heartbreaker to Arizona State. Sawyer Robertson has been good, but there was a stretch there where I think all of this, not that it was a amount of burden on him, but I said early on, they have to score 35 points a game to have a chance to win a game because they gave up so much on defense. And I know Sawyer Robertson, I asked him one time, guys, early in the year, it just seemed like he wasn't taking off 3 to 4 times a game, which when he does, he could get 8 to 10 or 12 or 15 and pick up a third down and, mid-distance or longer. And I had asked him whether or not he was told not to run. Did anybody on the coaching staff, because he's such value, hey, protect yourself? No, that wasn't it either. Then you wonder, okay, is it because he's trying to protect himself because of what might be in the future for him? That's not his style. I just think he's really good, and as you said, you defined him perfectly. But it's been kind of a treading water. He's put up some decent numbers, but he's not. He was leading the country in yards per game and all of that, and that's kind of slowed down a little bit. And I think it's obvious. Their run game is okay. They lost Dawson Pendergrass, who's like the grinder, the pounding guy, before the season started. Bryson Washington's really pretty good, 1,000-yard rusher last year, but he's been in and out. They got some young running backs that give him a little lift, but it all still falls on protecting Sawyer Robertson. And I'm not trying to I'm not a Baylor alum. I didn't go to Baylor. I cover them. In fact, our show now has become as much more overall Big 12 than anything else. But I don't think this team, barring Utah throwing up on themselves, has enough to make this a competitive game. If it is, it'll be a nice. First of all, Aranda needs to win. The program needs to win. But can they stop the run? I doubt it. Can they protect Sawyer Robertson from a defense that's playing at a really nice level? I think that's going to be a challenge. And all it takes with Baylor's offense and puts them on the backside is fall behind. And then if Sawyer gets pressured, throws a bad throw, a pick or whatever, and then next thing you know, you're down 14 or 17. That's been their MO. It has been. So this is a team in Utah that's hot. They kind of have their focus back. I'm not saying they didn't have it even a few weeks ago, despite a couple of losses. I just think this is Utah on a train headed downhill in a good way, and Baylor is scratching, and clawing to try to stay above water.
It seems like they really do have to pressure the quarterback because it seems like matching up with all these wide receivers is difficult.
Oh, yeah.
I don't know if you love 2, 3, or 4 of them, but it's a big no. But actually, tight end Michael Trigg, who's on his third school, appears to be the most dangerous of them all, which is saying something.
Yeah, no, Michael Trigg has a really, really good chance of being drafted and playing on Sunday. He's that good. He made some catches against the UCF that were just phenomenal. He's got the body. He's got the size. His thing is just keep maturing, Michael. Just keep, every day, get up, smile, go to work. You have a chance to play on Sundays. He is a fantastic tight end, but he's also more than he's kind of got that hybrid, the tight ends that go down the seams. He makes catches in crazy ways. His body can twist and turn. He's a great tight end. I don't use that word very often, but as a college football player, he's among the best. Mackey Award, all that stuff that he's been a part of the watch list. The other receivers, they have a bunch of them, and they've all done something here at times, whether it's Hawkins or whether it's Wilson or whoever it might be. Cameron. I don't know if they've thrown the ball and gotten Josh Cameron enough involved. He's a big body. He's a possession receiver. He's a hell of a punt returner, too. So when he catches the ball in the perimeter, he has a chance to make somebody miss because he's used to doing that as a punt returner. I don't think they've gotten him nearly involved as they need to, and it could be because of what the defense is doing. They have weapons. I don't think the running game, they're averaging about what they did, but I don't think it's been as dynamic. And I think that's, again, because they've gone to a younger group, although Bryson Washington is the guy. And the offense has not been the problem. However, it was when they've lost. They're not the reason Baylor's at 5-4. They're probably the reason Baylor's at least 5-4 because of what they can bring to the table. But there have been a couple of games when it's been hit and miss. And now you've got this team in Utah that does all the things, as you guys said, that they do. So I'm intrigued. It's a 6 o'clock kick here. I'm intrigued. They've had a lot of that 11 o'clock games, which a lot of times when you're not very good, you get stuck at 11 o'clock. And sometimes you're on ESPN Plus. But I think this is going to be – here's one of the other things. The Baylor fan base is disconnected right now. They're frustrated. Last year, it was a nice finish to the year, even though they lost the bowl game to LSU. They're very disconnected between the athletic department, Aranda, the football team. This is a fan base that's very wishy-washy, and I don't even know. I would hope, for God's sakes, just as a Division I football school, that you have a nice crowd at the game on Saturday night. But guys, I'm promising you this: I don't know that. I got away from worrying about, hey, where is there? That doesn't affect me at all. I'm in the press box, but I don't know. I think Utah might give them a chance to get the juices flowing a little bit when it comes to the fan base. I'm not sure they'll have 30,000 people there, and that's not because it's Utah. It's just because of the disconnect with the fan base. Everybody's bitching and moaning, excuse my language. Everybody's mad. They don't seem to be on the same page. Is it a blackout? Is it a whiteout? Is it what? Are they going to stripe it? They fight over things that are ridiculous rather than going to the game, getting loud, and getting focused on trying to help your football team win a game.
Since you speak of doing a Big 12-centric show, I'm going to ask you a Big 12 question, and we've seen Texas Tech take off, and a lot of it, you got to acknowledge, it's been the money. And so you could say, well, they bought the best defense that they can get, blah, blah, blah. And you can go either way you want to go on this. But to me, if I wanted to pose it as a line of, okay, here's the standard financially, Big 12. It's not like Lubbock is a glamour spot or anything, but nevertheless, they got Cody Campbell. They went all in. They bought these guys, a lot of them this year, on just a one-year deal, and their defense is awesome, and they're probably going to win the conference and get in the playoff, and we'll see what they do. So with that in mind, has the standard been set now to where everybody in the conference, this is what it's going to take financially. And so the coaches can say, hey, if we don't do what they did, we're not going to get the results that they got. So in a sense, you could view it as a positive in terms of this is a standard. Are we willing to get in the ball game and play at that level or not?
I agree. And one of the things, there's other teams that have spent a bucket load of money on their roster, but they're 4-4, 4-6, 5-4 right now. We have a ton of Texas Tech fans that watch our podcast, our afternoon podcast every day. And really early on, they got kind of overly sensitive, I thought.
Yeah.
They're excited about, you bought your roster. Okay. Well, that might have been going on in the SEC for 50 years. We don't know.
Of course.
But I tell you what, you can get the players in. You mentioned, why didn't Sawyer Robertson play right away last year? Well, that's because DeQuan Finn got a bunch of money to come in from Toledo, but that didn't work out. I mean, that didn't work out. You could tell pretty quickly. So you can get all the players, and you can get some guys that are fantastic, but you got to get the right guys, and you got to get the chemistry, and you got to get guys that are there. Yes, okay, no question, they're going to go to Tech or whoever because of the money. But they seem to have a great, and I know this word gets overused, especially if you're good or bad. They got a great culture. Everyone is there for a reason. Yes, they're getting paid. So is everybody else. But they didn't just go get 8 or 9 guys and overpay them. They got 8 or 9 guys that fit specific needs, and also all seem to be on the same page. Texas A&M, remember Jimbo Fisher had all those number 1 top-rated recruiting class, bunch of money back when NIL was starting to kick in. That team never amounted to anything. In fact, it blew up, and he's no longer there. So I think what Tech has done, I don't know if that's sustainable, but they have more than Cody Campbell. They've got like 5 or 6 billionaires that have kind of gone all in, along with whatever they do with their alumni base or whatever else. When you win, people spend money. When you win, people want to spend more money. And right now, they're in a really good place. I always thought that the Big 12, when Oklahoma and Texas left, even though Texas was hit and miss for a decade, I always thought that this opens the door. Who's going to step in and stay there? Not TCU 1 year, Baylor 1 year, whoever 1 year. Who's going to go in and open the door and stay there and become a resident of this is where we're at the top? Not just because there's a bunch of pretty good teams, but who's going to take it to the next level? There's no question. Utah, with what they did in the Pac-12, yes, last year was a disaster, but at least they have signs that they're kind of back to who they want to be personality-wise. BYU, hey, no question what they're doing at BYU. I thought it would be Kansas State, Iowa State, maybe TCU, Baylor. When it's Texas Tech and a couple of others, And I think Texas Tech is here to stay. I don't think this is a one-off. I don't think this is TCU in 2022 or whatever that was. Baylor in 2021. I think they're here to stay. I think they have the formula. They have the backing. And now, especially since it's working, my goodness, they got people who are probably wondering if they could. I'm not trying to. They have people who probably wonder if they're going to be able to pay their rent, who would put $100 or $500 or $1,000 to something, right? Because they're excited. 1996, the Big 12 started. Texas Tech has never won the Big 12 title. They've never played for the Big 12 title. That. You talk about thirsty. That's exactly. They're sick and tired of hearing about that, and that's why they have all this momentum. And yes, the guys who got involved with the money and the facilities and all that helped as well. But they also seem to be having the right players too.
David, we're a little over time here, but we got to sneak in one question. But I'll need a shorter answer on this. Houston's 8-2. They've got 2 Texas teams left, TCU and Baylor. Are they going to finish this 10-2 and end up possibly in a big tie for that second berth in the Big 12 title game? And do you think they can sustain this, or are they a one-off team?
I think Willie Fritz is a great football coach. He's built winners everywhere he's been. Do they finish 10-2? They have that bad loss to West Virginia, so that's in their pocket. And so I would think maybe they split the next 2. I don't know who they'll beat or not. But I think what they've done has been one of the fun stories along with Cincinnati in the Big 12. I think Willie Fritz wins, period. And I think Houston is a sleeping giant. And I'm not like Arizona State or whoever, but I do think that they are. I think this is going to be something where you'll see Willie Fritz win consistently.
David, we appreciate it. As always, thanks for bringing all the knowledge and all the energy.
Hey, guys, you guys are the best, man. Appreciate you, and I appreciate when I listen to your show, you guys do a great job, too.
David Smoke, he's the host on 365 Sports in Waco, Texas. Interesting, but not surprising when you think about it, that has gone from what you would think is a Baylor show. I mean, he's right in Waco, and the school's right there, to, and they love football in Texas, and there's 4 Big 12 teams, and it's not that far to Houston, right? It's not that far to TCU. Okay, well, it is a little ways to Texas Tech. And with podcasts now, yeah, but with podcasts now, everybody's everywhere. Yeah. So I get how he's turning into more of a Big 12 football show.
Johnny Cash was a forerunner. You've been everywhere, man.
Johnny Cash, David Smoke. Yeah. Link them together. All right, DJ and PK, it's 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
And now, a look at traffic from the KSL Traffic Center.
Rush hour delays on all the major freeways in all the typical areas. I-80, Wauchula County, I-15 north and southbound, and I-215 westbound at this moment. Also crash on northbound US 89. The exit ramp to Main Street and Fruit Heights is still blocking the right side of the ramp there, so be aware of that if you go through that area. This update is brought to you by Advanced Window Products. $2,500 off 10 windows or more. Go to advancedwindows.com. Affordable windows guaranteed. With your KSL traffic update, I'm Jake Hatcher on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
You've been listening to The Zone for decades. Yes! But now you can watch the guys break down your favorite teams.
Some viewers may find the following video disturbing. Viewer discretion is advised.
Catch the video stream of DJ and PK, Jake and Ben, Hanson, Scotty, and JJ and Alex right now at KSLSports.com or by searching KSL Sports on YouTube. Utah's best sports radio is on air, online, and on the KSL Sports app. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
It's that time again. The Reams Boots and Jeans semi-annual work boot and outdoor clothing sale. Right now is the perfect time to save money and get the boots and clothing you need for cooler weather ahead. With the change of seasons, it's time to gear up. And Reams has the absolute best prices on the brands you know and trust. Save big on Ariat, Justin, Tony Lama, Georgia, and Timberland Pro Boots, built tough for the work you do every day. And that's not all. Stock up and save on Carhartt brand jackets, hoodies, bibs, pants, and vests. Whether you're working hard or heading outdoors, Reams has you covered from head to toe. Reams Boots and Jeans, Utah's largest boot dealer. Come in today for the best selection and the best prices on the boots and clothing you need. Look great, feel great, and save money. Reams Boots and Jeans. Utah family owned and operated for over 80 years. Reams Boots and Jeans. At Peach Windows and Doors, they help homeowners stay in the homes they love while upgrading to the elegance, efficiency, and natural light of today. With hundreds of 5-star Google reviews, their clients know Peach Windows and Doors deliver what they promise.
I wanted to replace standard-sized French doors with a large custom sliding door. The update required checking a weight-bearing wall. Plus, I wanted a couple of different styles of windows. The new sliding door created a much brighter and open look. Peach was so helpful along the way with recommendations and ideas, and the installers were efficient and respectful of my space. I was thrilled with Peach Windows and Doors.
Give your $1 million home the $1 million feel it deserves. Don't wait on that someday project. Visit Peach Windows and Doors Salt Lake Showroom. Schedule a free in-home visit. You can also explore at peachwindowsanddoors.com or just call them at 801-566-1255. Peach Windows and Doors, where amazing home transformations begin.
Turnpike Troubadours are coming to Utah.
Picking up barges on a long hot summer day. Well, good Lord.
Wild America Tour. Friday, March 27th at Maverick Center. Special guests Charles Wesley Godwin and Buffalo Traffic Jam. Turnpike Troubadours. On sale this Friday, 10 a.m. through Ticketmaster. Produced by Mammoth.
Hi, this is Derek Overstreet, president of the New Millennium Group and co-host of Stop Working, Start Living with KSL News Radio. Can you imagine what your life would be like if you could retire 3 to 5 years earlier than you thought possible? The things you could do, the loved ones you could spend time with, the memories that you could create. That's what our team at the New Millennium Group does. We'll walk you through the entire process every step of the way. If you'd like to get a copy of the 5-step proprietary plan that will help you retire 3 to 5 years sooner than you thought possible, give us a shout right now. 888-999-6370. That's 888-999-6370 or utahsfinancialplanner.com. Listen, most of our listeners right now have a tax problem, not a money problem. There's not enough money in Social Security Medicare as it is. Let us show you how you can significantly reduce your taxes. That's 888-999-6370, 888-999-6370, or utahsfinancialplanner.com.
This is Devin Dampier. As a new quarterback for the Utes, preparation is everything. Every practice, every play, every decision. And that preparation starts long before I step on the field. It starts with what I put in my body. That's why I choose Culligan Water, Salt Lake City. Their healthy, clean water isn't about quenching thirst. It's about optimal hydration, faster recovery, peak performance. It's the foundation of staying sharp on and off the field. For me and for my game, it's got to be Culligan of Salt Lake City. Drink what I drink. Visit CulliganSLC.com or call 801-509-9602.
3, 2, 1. This is your Utes at 50 update. 58! Presented by Kenny J's Barbecue on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Utes getting ready for a trip to Baylor, and Micah Simon, wide receiver coach, on the younger wide receiver, stepping up and adding depth.
There was a stretch there where I was only playing a handful of guys, and they took all the snaps. They stuck with it in practice and continued to work, continued to gain my trust, Coach Beck's trust, Coach Witt's trust, and were ready when their number was called. 2 plays, 2 targets, and one of them caught it and made 4 guys miss and scored a touchdown. So it's huge for him, and I think a confidence boost for him as well. And love the way he's been practicing, so looking forward to the next few weeks.
This Utah Update is brought to you by Kenny J's Barbecue. Make this Thanksgiving unforgettable with Kenny J's Barbecue. Skip the stress and bring home slow smoked perfection. Pre-order your Thanksgiving meal today by reaching out to them at 801-230-5396. That's 801-230-5396.
Over 2 decades of sports radio dominance in Utah.
My favorite.
This is DJ and PK on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Feel that chill, smell that fresh cut.
DJ PK, the artist of the day. Kenny Chesney, brought to you by Live Nation for all the live concerts and events in 2025. Check out livenation.com. Thought you were going to sing there, but Yock took the music away.
The boys of fall. Yeah, I've seen him about 15 times. I was talking to a coach here in town, and he says, I was at a Super Bowl party one year, and you know that guy who sings that Boys of Fall song? It's about playing high school football. He played high school football and blah, blah, blah. And yeah, I was talking to him. He seems like an okay guy. What's his name? Kenny Chesney? Yeah.
I was talking to him.
Oh, you
Seems like
talked
an
to
okay
him.
guy.
Yeah, he sings that one song, The Boys of Fall. Shut up.
Well, you got to give him credit. He didn't name drop. What's his name?
Yeah.
That's technically not name dropping.
The inspiration was, I'm not going to lie, I'm a November 1st Christmas music guy, and I heard Kenny yesterday. I'm like, you know what? We're going to go with Kenny tomorrow.
And, so we don't run in the same circles, although sometimes we do.
Well, that seems like a song. Get Kenny to sing that. You got something there. We don't run in the same circles, although sometimes we do.
Our lives interact together, but my life doesn't interact to the level that his does with a lot of different folk. That's the way it goes.
Listen to David Smoke on the future of the Big 12. Does it feel like it's splitting into an upper and lower division, or is that just it's a snapshot because we haven't seen this league together very long?
Well, I think that Texas Tech has set the standard.
Right.
And if you want to compete, this is what it's going to be. I mean, I know this is what they're talking about in Tempe. And so I've had conversation. That's why I got the idea. So you can bleep and moan about it all you want, as he said, or you can just say, this is what it's going to take. And don't be firing coaches if they go 5-4 and 6-3 in the league and think, well, they didn't do a good enough job. Well, they might have done a great job with what they have available.
Right, exactly. They might have coached their guys up very well.
Yeah.
But their guys are all 2 inches shorter and 0.2 of a second slower.
Yeah. And so Campbell has set the standard. And are you going to compete at that level? And it's the BYU thing. You don't have to be the highest bidder, and they love to tell you that they're not the highest bidder. And as he said, Texas Tech fans are getting sensitive about it. It's like every politician wants to tell you he was born in the barrio and had to work his way or her way through. And it's not true. A lot of you were born in affluence. Well, good for you. And Texas Tech right now has affluence. So good for them. And BYU right now has affluence. Good for them. You want to be able to compete, the rest of you, this is what you're going to have to do.
I also liked what he said about their other schools spending the money, and they haven't gotten the results. Texas Tech spent it the right way and coached up the right guys. But all these firings we're seeing around the Power Four, we're seeing a lot of programs that even if you don't know the budget, LSU spent money, Florida spent money, Penn State spent money, and jobs are open for a reason.
Yeah,
I don't know that UCLA spent money. They just made a mistake and
Penn
hired
State,
a guy
they failed. They didn't win it all. Now the season has gotten away from them this year. I understand,
but they lost 3 in a row, and they're super impatient because of the checks they're writing. And we'll see whether that making that move is the right decision or if they plunge themselves into some Nebraska-like tailspin that they struggle to get out of.
Money doesn't buy happiness. I get it.
But you got to be in the ballpark.
You got to have the money to have happiness.
If you're not in the ballpark, you're not going to be in the hunt for the best players.
So if Utah and ASU and Iowa State, if you want to be at that level, pony up, boys. And then it's on the coaches to do what they're supposed to do.
DJ PK, it's 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. The question of the day is coming up. Mammoth tickets are coming up. We're giving away Mammoth tickets, too. Look at all this just craziness. Stick around. It's next right here on the Zone.
Whether you're stuck in the office,
I believe you have my stapler,
in your car, or at your in-laws.
You want a piece of me? You bet I do.
The Zone is with you every step of the way. Download the KSL Sports app to get live streaming of your favorite shows and access to all the latest updates on your favorite teams. Your home for the best coverage of the Utes, Cougars, Jazz, and Mammoth is on air, online, and on the KSL Sports app. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Broadcasting from the Mountain Home Services Studio, this is 97.5 KZNS FM Colvin, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and 102.7 KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
I met with Trajan Wealth yesterday, met with them on Monday, been talking to them, and they're financial planners, right? And they can help you get a better portfolio. That's the bottom line. And I started meeting with them a while back, and I got to admit that I was a little nervous, Am I going into something where they're just going to try to push something on me? It's going to be a sales job, and I don't have enough knowledge when it comes to financial planning. I just don't. It's not my area of expertise, never has been. So I was nervous, thinking, am I going to get taken for a ride? Well, let me tell you, I can give you firsthand experience in talking with the folks at Trajan Wealth. It's not who they're going to be. It's not about pressure. They're not looking for that. Financial fiduciaries. And so that means what they're going to do is hear you out. What are your goals? Where are you on the timeline? How old you are, when you want to retire, and what do you got available, and how can they promote that and get that better? That's as simple as it can possibly be. And then they'll create a plan with you that you will sign off on and they think is best for you, and you will think is best for you too. And then you go and watch the money do what it does. It works for you, and you can develop that peace of mind over time knowing that you have a sound financial plan. Doesn't that sound good? Yeah, that's exactly what Trajan Wealth is about. How do I know? Because I went through it. I can tell you about it. I can literally tell you that that's what I've done, and that's what they'll do for you. It's not a pressurized situation. It's a conversation to figure out what's best and what's the best way to go about it. So there you go. That's my testimony. I got other testimonies, but I'm giving you mine. They are your local trusted financial fiduciary. Give them a call, 801-210-6800. 801-210-6800. I met with them in Draper. You live up north, no problem. They'll come up there. They're in Farmington, too. So they got you covered north and south. The website also has you covered. TrajanWealth.com is the website, TrajanWealth.com. Advisory services through Trajan Wealth, LLC, SEC-registered investment advisor, client, paid advertisement, additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com.
These days, many companies have turned to influencers to tout their products or services. But here at John Watson Chevrolet, the only endorsement we need is from our customers. Because of their feedback, we're proud to be Utah's best reviewed Chevy dealer. Visit us today to see why we get reviews like,
their sales team is the best. Didn't put on any pressure, just super helpful and fun. They made the process a breeze.
John Watson Chevrolet, your 5-star Chevy dealer. 3535 Wall Avenue, Ogden. Chevrolet. Together, let's drive.
Attention Jazz Nation. We know you've been waiting on the edge of your seat, and the time has finally arrived. All tickets are available now. Let's go! Your favorite players will be back on the court, bringing the energy all season long. Whether you're looking for season tickets, mini plans, or single game matchups, there's a perfect option for every kind of fan. Show up loud and proud at Delta Center this season. Don't miss your chance to be part of the action. Buy your tickets today at UtahJazz.com.
Upgrades, repairs? Hercules has the rate for you. Open a home equity line of credit with Hercules First Federal Credit Union now through November 30th and get an introductory 4.99% APR for the first 6 months. Use your home's equity for that kitchen refresh, roof repair, or new deck you've been dreaming about. But don't wait. This limited time offer ends November 30th. Visit HerculesCU.com to get started. Hercules First Federal Credit Union, growing stronger together.
Workdays can be unpredictable, but your workwear shouldn't be. With the Cintas Apparel Plus program, you'll have freshly laundered garments for everyone on your team delivered every week. Cintas has workwear for just about any job imaginable, with high-performance fabrics and an uncompromising fit that stretches and moves with you. Don't leave looking and feeling good to chance. Visit Cintas.com.
Oh, I'm ready!
And get ready for the workday.
Oh no, stomach issues again?
Stomach issues?
Who are you?
Your pancreas. I could be the real reason for your diarrhea, gas, bloating, stomach pain, or loose oily stools.
I thought it was my stomach.
People often do, but any of these symptoms could mean having a condition called exocrine pancreatic insufficiency, or EPI. With EPI, the pancreas doesn't release enough enzymes to break down food, but EPI is manageable. Use the symptom checker on identifyepi.com and speak with your doctor. That's identifyepi.com. Sponsored by AbbVie.
Do you currently use a CPAP machine to treat sleep apnea? Are you looking for a smaller, more comfortable solution? Consider a custom-fitted oral appliance from Sound Sleep Medical. In many cases, these appliances can be as effective as CPAP, and oral appliances are usually covered by insurance or Medicare. To make an appointment or to learn more, call Sound Sleep Medical at 801-285-9731. That's 801-285-9731, or visit soundsleepmedical.com.
Listen every Monday morning to DJ and PK and Monday afternoon with JJ and Alex for your Chevy Strong Play of the Game. Win great prizes from Rocky Mountain Chevy.
Nobody brings you better coverage of the teams you're passionate about than these guys.
Try some more.
This is DJ and PK on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Fields in the hot summer sun. Over by the gate, Lordy.
Utah Mammoth tickets on short notice. We got them. Caller 12 right now. 801-575-ZONE wins a pair of tickets to watch the Utah Mammoth take on the Buffalo Sabres tonight at the Delta Center. Got any plans? No? Perfect. Or you want to break them? Perfect. Call right now, 801-575-ZONE. 801-575-ZONE. Go watch Utah Mammoth and the Buffalo Sabres tonight at the Delta Center.
It really turns her on.
All right, it's time for the question of the day. Hot takes or toast?
Chugging along.
Little late. We usually do this at 7:30, but we had David Smoke on, and he has about 1 million opinions on college football, and he's in Waco, and Utah's playing Baylor, and it's the perfect time to have him on, and we love having him on. But now, you put this on hold. I have a lot to say about the Utah Jazz. That was PK about an hour ago. All right, we got a window here. Let's do it. What do you have to say about the Utah Jazz after they beat the punchless Indiana Pacers senseless?
I want to see Ace Bailey get 25 a game, and I'm talking about minutes, and as a starting point. And I don't care if it disrupts what Will Hardy wants. I don't care if he misses an assignment.
I think it's what Will Hardy wants.
Well, yeah, it's what he wants. I get that. But if Ace Bailey fails to rotate a time or two, or he makes repeated mistakes, I don't care anymore. No, don't send him to the F&G League.
I don't think that's the way this is trending.
How many points did Cody Williams score in the G League, and what has it done to advance his game? How many points did Taylor Hendricks score in the G League, and what has it done to advance his game? Nothing! Nothing!
Yeah, I don't think Ace Bailey's G League bound. I don't think you have to worry about that.
Well, I don't want to worry about it. I don't want him sitting the bench. I want him 25 from here on out. And I don't care if he screws up. Let him play through his mistakes. Oh, well, you have to worry about the locker room. Bleep the locker room.
I believe they're already at that point.
Ace Bailey, well, they just started him. This is only his second game.
Yep.
So
but I don't think it's going the other way now. I think it was.
So then they've come to the same conclusion I have.
I believe that to be true. I would be, and I don't know that. Nobody's told me anything, but I would be surprised if I didn't see him in the starting lineup.
You're on the inside when it comes to the Jazz, not me.
No.
I'm literally on the outside. So I want this kid in there playing. He makes mistakes. BFD, big fetching deal. Let him play through it.
I think there are other guys who've had their rookie year, or in some cases maybe their rookie year and their second year, and they started out, and there have been performances where they have made mistakes, and they have gone to the bench, sometimes for longer, some guys for shorter periods, some guys for longer periods, and Ace has got this upside, and judging from what Will says, and You can't say everything, but I think Will generally says about as much as can be said. I think he's upbeat. I think he's upbeat on the way Ace is taking in the new information and learning stuff and figuring it out. And he knows there's a lot to learn and a lot to figure out. But the minutes have been ticking up. We were talking about this with David Locke. The minutes have been ticking up more quickly than Locke was talking about when he was on. And they had that terrible performance where it didn't look like anybody in the starting lineup was ready to go in Minnesota. And I think everything you just said was Will and the coaching staff looking at each other on the weekend because they play Saturday and Sunday like, why not? Why not? That was horrific. The rest of us can turn the channel. Having to sit there and watch that on Friday, hey, the second and third year guys, we've been trying to warm them up here for a year or two. Here's a guy who's a camp and a summer league and 10 games in, and he seems to be progressing. And let's give it a shot. How could it go worse? Well, and it hasn't gone poorly. And they started giving him the more starter minutes. We have seen the minutes. He's had minutes where he's been playing 23, 24 minutes a game instead of being in the teens where he was the first couple weeks of the season. So it looks like from giving him more minutes to moving him to the starting lineup, the feedback he's getting, which obviously we're not all privy to, he seems to be adapting to. I think the arrow's up. And you're right, it's only 2 starts, and maybe something will happen, but I'd be surprised.
I don't want to hear anymore, well, they have to earn the minutes. I get that. That's right there in Coaching Manual 101.
Right. And I think the conversation with other players is, he's earned them. You haven't. Here's the bar. You got to meet the bar.
But even if he struggles, which he's going to struggle.
There'll be some, sure. They know that.
I don't want him going back. I want him continue to be able to play through it. Unless he's a flat-out dog and doesn't want to work and shows no initiation or inspiration or aggressiveness, which I don't think is going to happen. Otherwise, I don't care. I don't care if somebody if player X is upset. I'm working just as hard and I'm not getting the minutes. I don't care about the locker room and what they think or what they feel anymore. I'm done with that.
There's a pecking order. There's a guy who's a top 5 pick who's looking pretty good.
Right.
And there's people who are top 10, top 20, top 30 or 35 picks who are struggling up and down in the second and third year, and this guy seems to have the jet fuel in the first year.
Or they're veterans. I don't care.
Yeah.
I would go to the point of practically playing him more than marketing.
So that's the thing is, how quickly does he start playing 30 minutes a game? How much can he sustain this?
Thursday night.
He's been
whatever his conditioning is, I don't know that.
Right.
What can he do?
I just wonder when you see him going 28 and 26 minutes.
Teams and all that.
They've got the science teams and they're playing 3 times in 4 nights.
So, yeah.
He's at 28 and 26 in the last 2 games. 30's right around the corner.
But
30,
I'm
35.
fine with that.
Yeah.
I always thought if you played more than half the game, you have an opportunity to impact the game.
Right.
It's harder when you're playing 10 minutes. But if you're going 20, that's why I put the standard at 25.
Mm-hmm.
And if he can get to the point where he's playing 30, 35 minutes, great. But right now, I want to see 25 minimum. And if he makes mistakes, if his teammates get frustrated with him, tough. Because he's the future. And if you're going to ever get out of this, you're going to need him to be playing at a high level. That's just a fact. They've already been doing it with marketing, and they suck. So he's good.
He's good. You need more.
Approximately 0 defensive rebounds last night.
And that compares how to a dead man? The quote that will stay with you the rest of your life.
Right. I looked at that. The guy did 3.
Do you remember that? Because I think Rick said
rebounds?
that. I think Rick Majerus said that more than once.
Oh, yeah.
Do you remember the first time you heard it?
It was probably in relation to Van Horn.
Yeah.
Because he was hardest
on the players who are the best.
Right.
And he saw Van Horn's.
Britain had some issues there.
Right, yeah. He saw Van Horn's massive talent.
Yeah.
And he was going to crack on him.
Right. And the guy,
period. End of story.
The guy knew talent.
Right. And who was the number 2 pick in the draft?
Right.
Keith Van Horn.
So I can remember they were playing in Maui, and they're lining up on a free throw, and they're on the defensive end.
Mm-hmm.
And remember, Joe Smith from Maryland gets the rebound over Van Horn because Van Horn didn't block him out aggressively enough.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, and I made a mental note. Oh, I'm going to hear about this in a post game. He's a punching bag. Did you see that? And I said to myself, oh, this is coming. I knew it. I knew it was going to come because you get to know the coaches you're covering and you know what gets under their skin.
Yeah.
And I knew that particular play, because that play is inexcusable to allow an offensive rebound off a missed free throw.
We have seen a mix of inexcusable stretches and starts. That some of the stretches have been right at literally the start of the game. And I think that's why, because I wouldn't have guessed everything you say. There's even if people disagree, they have to agree. There's at least some truth in what you just said, as far as him being the future and he needs minutes and all that. Right now is now the time, but there have been so many truly horrific stretches in these first handful of games. And there are different guys, and we don't get to be in the shoot around, so we don't know specifically. They're sometimes told, don't rotate to that guy, right? We'll live or die with that guy's shot. A good example would be a playoff series with a different coaching staff. We'll live or die with that guy's shot. And so sometimes when we're sitting here watching, we're like, why didn't you rotate? Well, maybe they were told not to in that case, right? But the coaches know. And when you're giving up these 29-6 runs, it's like, guys, you're not as good. But could that be a 17-10 run? Does it have to be 29-6? There have been effort and energy and focus issues. And I think Ace Bailey has been coming down on the right side of that line way more often than not. And as much as it's his talent, I think it's that stuff that's got him mixing up the lineups. I think that time does have to be earned. Other guys haven't earned it. There are specific mistakes being made that have been coached up in practice and in shoot around. And guys haven't gotten over the line. They haven't done it right. They haven't finished the deal. So, a little opportunity, maybe a little more early for Ace Bailey than I would have guessed. But here it is, and he seems to be handling it well. And I don't think you see the effort, energy, focus issues with him. Look at the lineup when that happens. Like, he wasn't in the starting lineup in Minnesota on Friday. And we talked about it Monday, and it was a disaster. And you weren't really interested in talking about what a disaster was. I found it almost revolting. That was a horrific start to a game. I don't think it's an accident that he went into the lineup on Monday. If I thought it was horrific, when I did the pre-half and post with Pace and Thurl for 5 years, I started to understand Jerry Sloan a lot better. And I'd already been in the market like 13 years. I'd been in plenty of his shoot-arounds and his post-game media availabilities. But the frustration when the guys don't answer the bell, when you know they're good enough to, I can specifically remember sitting one night and I was answering emails, and they were down 20 in the first quarter. It was in the Boozer-Okur era. They were, and Boozer-Williams-Okur, that group. And I'm answering emails, and Pace is like, aren't you going to watch the game? I looked up, and it was a reflex reaction, PK. I'm like, they don't care. Why should I? It was like 34-10. They were getting drilled. They were way better than that. And he just kind of shrugged. I'm like, that's why Jerry gets up and goes nuts. These guys put so much time and effort into it. When the players don't have the focus or the energy or the effort, coaches want to lose their minds, and they can't because they'll lose their jobs. They can't go out and criticize guys by name. They all know it. We all know it. The players have such power, but it drives the coaches nuts. We worked so hard to get ready for this moment, and now this is what we get. I think what we're seeing from Ace Bailey, aside from the fact that he's tall and he's long and he's athletic and he's talented, he seems to be super interested in making the most of every possession. So he's in the lineup because of his talent, obviously. But man, I don't think it's an accident he went in after that disaster of a game on Friday in Minnesota. They're like, hey, we've been talking to some of these guys for 2 years. That's what we're going to get? Believe it. Let's play the rookie, see what he's got. Minimum, we're going to send a message. If he's not up to the moment, we'll find out soon enough. But I bet they thought he was up to the moment. And sure enough, 2 pretty good performances out of him in these 2 starts.
I don't want any turning back now. There'll be times when he's not up to the moment.
Yep.
But I don't care. I want him to play through the moment. Oh. It would be like Aaron Roderick isn't going to now bench Bachmeier.
That doesn't seem like it's going to happen.
He said he had a bad game. He said Aaron Roderick and his media availability yesterday. It finally happened. He had a bad game. All right, he had a bad game. Yeah, we get it. And against a very good team.
And then A-Rod, of course, was smart enough to say, so did we all.
Yeah, including me, is what he said.
Yep.
So with that in mind, he's right back at it, and away we go, and they play the ball game on Saturday night. Ace Bailey's going to have some bad games. I don't want them to say, well, it's not his night come over here, son. No, I want him to play through it all. See what he's got. And what do you have here? I mean, Hendricks has the injury, so it's not really fair to evaluate him. But what do you have in these other guys that you have drafted? Do you know yet? By the time we've got to April, I want them to think, yes, Ace Bailey, obviously I hope it works out, but I want them to think, okay, he's this player, he's that type of player. We'll see. We have a nice evaluation. Now, it's not complete. It's not like the book is closed because it will go into his second year, but the expectation will be set. And last year, sitting Cody Williams or sending him to the G League, what good did that do?
What good has playing him done? I don't know. Is he the guy or is he a bust?
What's the best way to find out?
Play him.
Yeah.
Then,
If you're going to lose, find out. Have some discovery.
They may have already.
And maybe they have. Maybe they have.
They figured it out.
Maybe they think that was not a good pick.
Oops.
Okay, well.
Oops.
It happens, and it'll happen again. No one's perfect at this. So, fine. But I want to make sure that that's not what they do with Ace. Let him run. He is like a caged gazelle. Let him go.
It's so crazy to me that there was all that draft stuff and where do you want to play and all that, and it was so driven by his agent, and it was people find it distasteful and this was what's wrong with the NBA. How dare this rookie? Like all that stuff is the only reason they got him, and it doesn't seem to be his personality at all. We're not seeing any hints of that.
No,
Crazy.
not yet. And I think maybe some of that is in the media world in which we live. I got to get some attention on me. So I'm going to put this out there. Some coach just said that. They put my name out there, and it affects me, my family, all of our staff. Who was that? He just said it like in the last day or two. And my name is associated with this. They just put my name out there like it's for real, and then away you go. And then I saw something with our guy, Donnie Osmond, yesterday, where he said, there's a bunch of stuff out there. If it doesn't come from my verified account, don't believe it. And he has to go on. This man is like 66, 67 years old. He's been an entertainer for literally 60 years, and he's got to put out stuff at this point in his life that, don't believe this stuff. It's not true. If it doesn't come from me, don't believe it. But I wonder how much that, oh, man, I got the story. Ace Bailey's guy, man. Blah, 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 blah. Well, it turns out in the end it wasn't true, because here he is, and he's balling. And he seems to have a smile on his face most of the time.
All the time. His energy, upbeat. Yeah.
So I wonder how much of that was just fabrication in the media world, which is why the public has about zero trust in the media today.
Why did those two teams pass on him then, when it seemed like he was guaranteed to be the third pick?
Because maybe they bought into it. I don't know. It doesn't mean it's true. And the guys they drafted so far have been okay.
I think in this case, I get your point, and there's certainly examples of that, but I think in this case, that representative is gone. I think some stuff happened.
Okay, fine.
The other firm came in, and
but
new
the Jazz
agent,
didn't. Why did the Jazz didn't pass on him?
To me, it just felt like a big game of poker, and the Jazz decided, okay, we're going to push the chips in and call, and let's.
So did they have more information than Charlotte and Philly?
That is something that we're not going to get told, and I would love to know. Yeah, who did they know that they knew something? There's a lot of weird stuff that happens around drafts. And, how Karl Malone slipped to the Jazz is a weird story. And decades later, how Ace Bailey slips is a weird story. But, I mean, that's part of what they get paid for, is to figure out when it's a bluff and call the bluff. And they did. Yeah. So, all right, DJ and PK, it's 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
And now, a look at traffic from the KSL Traffic Center.
Got a crash northbound 2000 East and Highland Drive at the ramp to I-215 eastbound and Holiday. The right lane and shoulder are blocked in that area. Also, another crash in the intersection of 1900 West and Riverdale Road in Weber County is affecting several directions of travel if you're in that area this morning. This update is brought to you by UTA. Take UTA instead of driving and actually enjoy your ride. Try UTA and see the difference. Plan your trip today at rideuta.com or on the Transit app. With your KSL traffic update, I'm Jake Hatcher on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
It's game week for the Aggies, and the KSL Sports Zone is getting you ready for kickoff. Bronco Mendenhall and the Aggies are just one win away from bowl eligibility as they travel south for a battle against UNLV. Listen all week long for the best coverage of Aggie football. Then catch all the play-by-play action beginning with the Aggie pregame show this Saturday at 4 on 1280 The Zone. Your exclusive home for Aggie football is live on air, online, and on the KSL Sports app. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
At Peach Windows and Doors, they help homeowners stay in the homes they love while upgrading to the elegance, efficiency, and natural light of today. With hundreds of 5-star Google reviews, their clients know Peach Windows and Doors deliver what they promise.
I wanted to replace standard-size French doors with a large custom sliding door. The update required checking a weight-bearing wall. Plus, I wanted a couple of different styles of windows. The new sliding door created a much brighter and open look. Peach was so helpful along the way with recommendations and ideas, and the installers were efficient and respectful of my space. I was thrilled with Peach Windows and Doors.
Give your $1 million home the $1 million feel it deserves. Don't wait on that someday project. Visit Peach Windows and Doors Salt Lake Showroom. Schedule a free in-home visit. You can also explore at peachwindowsanddoors.com or just call them at 801-566-1255. Peach Windows and Doors, where amazing home transformations begin.
Hi, this is Derek Overstreet, president of the New Millennium Group and co-host of Stop Working, Start Living with KSL News Radio. Can you imagine what your life would be like if you could retire 3 to 5 years earlier than you thought possible? The things you could do, the loved ones you could spend time with, the memories that you could create. That's what our team at the New Millennium Group does. We'll walk you through the entire process every step of the way. If you'd like to get a copy of the 5-step proprietary plan that will help you retire 3 to 5 years sooner than you thought possible, give us a shout right now. 888-999-6370. That's 888-999-6370 or utahsfinancialplanner.com. Listen, most of our listeners right now have a tax problem, not a money problem. There's not enough money in Social Security Medicare as it is. Let us show you how you can significantly reduce your taxes. That's 888-999-6370, 888-999-6370, or utahsfinancialplanner.com.
While most jewelry stores outsource their custom work to international manufacturers, Belliston Jewelry is your custom, in-house, full-service jeweler.
Besides the obvious tariff issue, what's wrong with outsourcing?
You know, like a game of telephone, all of the important details, the essence of your dream ring, are quite literally lost in translation as it's designed in other countries like India and China. Belliston's in-store designers can customize and modify your design right in front of you, cutting any confusion to bring your true design to life.
Yeah, absolutely. I plan to wear my ring every day for the rest of my life. I want it right.
Let me ask you this. If you choose one of those other guys, but you hate the finished ring, do you think they would remake it to get it just right?
Not a chance.
At Belliston Jewelry, we work with you in-house every step of the way to ensure it's right the first time. BellistonJewelry.com, across from Weber State in Ogden.
Locally made, just for you.
And cherished for generations.
Calling all Jazz fans. If you can't wait another second to see stars like Ace Bailey and Lowry Markkanen tear up the court, you're in luck. Tickets are on sale now. Let's go! No matter what you're looking for, the Utah Jazz has your back. With season tickets, mini plans, and single game options available, there's something for everyone. Whatever your schedule or budget, there's a plan for every fan. Don't miss a moment of the action this season. Secure your tickets today at utahjazz.com.
Hey, Benjamin, we've got a surprise for you.
What?
You have a brother. $100 bill just like you.
Hey, I'm Ben.
What?
We just got him for joining America First Credit Union and opening a new checking account.
And you're going to live together at America First.
What? This is nice.
For a limited time, new members get a $100 cash bonus when they open a checking account or $50 when they open a youth checking account. So head to AmericaFirst.com and get your money working today. Membership eligibility, terms, and conditions apply. Federally insured by NCUA.
Thursday on KSL. 2 men, 2 women, all single. And they know a lot about dating.
Feeling that pressure, that's a lot of pressure to feel.
A college professor who teaches courses on marriage and dating.
I call that a marriage paradox.
And 2 women who run a matchmaking service.
We're actually the first line of defense.
All of them say dating in Utah has changed. And so have expectations. Waiting to Wed, Utah's dating trends. Thursday at 10 on KSL and the KSL Plus app.
Hey, this is Chris with JCW's. Drop in for one of our delicious gourmet burgers made with 100% choice Grand Chuck. We're in Lehigh, American Fork, Provo, South Jordan, and Harriman. JCW's, quality and a lot of it.
This is your Cougars at 30 update. Presented by Kenny J's Barbecue on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
BYU prepping for a home game Saturday night with TCU. Bear Bachmeyer and how his older brother Hank has helped him move past the loss.
The true test of a man and a football team is, how you bounce back from adversity, and so he's kind of just been telling me that, and he's got some great experience with that, and we just got to bounce back and obviously learn from it and grow.
This BYU update brought to you by Kenny J's Barbecue. Make this Thanksgiving unforgettable with Kenny J's Barbecue. Skip the stress and bring home slow smoke perfection. Pre-order your Thanksgiving meal today by reaching out to them at 801-230-5396. That's 801-230-5396.
This is Utah's best coverage of the Utes, Cougars, Jazz, and Mammoth. Here we go. From the guys who have been there for all the biggest moments in Utah sports history. You're listening to DJ and PK on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Yock's just giving stuff away left and right. He gave away Mammoth tickets to see the Buffalo Sabres and the Utah Mammoth tonight. That was in the last segment.
Ryan won those.
Congrats, Ryan. And now on a Win Tickets Wednesday, caller 12, 801-575-ZONE wins a 4-pack of tickets to step into the magic at Holiday Lights at the ballpark at America First Square. A brand new, immersive holiday tradition opening on November 14th. Reserve your tickets at the ballpark at afs.com. DJ and PK got the question up here. Oh, it's timely as the headlines, PK. BYU gets a commitment from a G League center. Abdullah Ahmed, age 22. He's going to have 2 years of eligibility. What's going on with college sports? Who are you, and what have you done with college sports?
Now, this is zero criticism on BYU. They're just playing by the rules.
Aaron, it's called winning, PK.
This is crazy, man. He's been in the G League.
I know. It's a brand new world, man. And I was at the Jazz game last night. I was talking to Tim Lacombe, who does the Jazz pre-half and post, and obviously he's on Dave Rose's staff and recruited guys for years, and he worked for Rick Majerus for that. And I'm like, why weren't you ever smart enough to get a G League player? What were you doing in the high school gyms with 16 and 17-year-old prospects? What are you thinking? He's like, yeah, I really missed the boat.
That wasn't allowed.
It wasn't allowed.
And is Cody Williams going to go back to Colorado for another year?
Yeah, I would if I were him. Why not? get some good NIL.
This is crazy, man. I don't understand it. And you've got NCAA basketball coaches calling it out.
Yep. But it's like when I was talking with Tim, I said, well, you better do it because if you don't, someone else is, and then that guy's going to beat you, and then you're going to have to answer for it, and you'll get fired.
If the kid's good enough.
Yeah.
I mean, I believe I was told that he was there on Saturday, and I know there were recruits there. I think it was him, maybe not. But then he signs, and then he'll have 2. And how do they determine 2 years?
I have no.
Versus 3 or 1.
I can't explain this to you. I don't know what the rules are. I'm not aware there are any rules. I guess there must be some rules because he doesn't have 3 or 4 years of eligibility.
Right.
But I don't. I don't know.
So now you're going to see college coaches at G League games?
Sure, why not? What is the point? I mean, you see Santa Barbara and schools at that level just feel like they feel like a JC program. You're going to bring in the kids, you're going to play them, and then whoever looks good will go off to the Mountain West or the Pac-12, and if they're really good, they'll go off to the Big 12, I guess. And if they're just, a couple inches too short and a step too slow, they can play there 3 or 4 years.
The Big West was never in it to win it.
No, but those 4-year schools are JCs. They're just the Big Sky, the Big West. It's all stratified and just.
But how was that? How is that any different? It's like we talked to Phillips at UVU. He didn't bat an eyelash. His whole team was gutted by transfers. So we'll just go get. This is the way it works. We're not going to worry about it.
And UVU's in the Big West starting next year. Right. So yeah,
every time we have him on, we think Todd. This sucks. He just blows it off. He just goes right around.
And the great story he gave us about a friend, a person he described as a friend, calling saying, "Hey, I'm not trying to do this, but everybody else is, so I better let you know." So I got to ask you, how good is this player? And he's like, "It's 5 games. I don't know." Like, ask me after 15 games.
I think everybody just rolls with it.
Yeah, they have to. Or they get out, as we've seen a lot of coaches do. Like, I see where this is going. I don't want any part of it. And
older fellows who their time was short anyway. So maybe that expedited it. But now everyone who's going into it knows full well.
What they're going to sign up for.
Dillingham talks about that. Hey, I got into it. These are the rules. So
it's a Godfather line.
They're not.
This is the business we chose.
They're not complaining about it.
David says it's no longer college sports. Don't let them fool you. It's 100% professional.
That's the silver lining, is because I always claimed after being on the inside of it as a beat writer.
Holy cow, there's a lot of money.
Yeah.
It's like David Smoke just said.
Right.
Yeah, why should Texas Tech apologize for spending a lot of money? Has that not been happening in the SEC for 50 years?
And we all knew it was. I was a beat writer for 15, 20 years. And the stuff that I was exposed to, yeah, okay. And everybody knew it, but you didn't waste time running around trying to bust the other guy because they were doing it. I told you, I had a coach in the Mountain West call me and acknowledging that he was going to do something that you weren't supposed to do, and he walks into the gym and sees another coach doing it.
And someone told you about that, but I got to imagine that happened hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of times.
And he just rolled with it. Yeah. And he didn't go. He called me because I covered the guy, and he thought I'd get a chuckle out of it.
Yeah.
Right? And we both laughed. And that kid that they went and saw ended up playing in the NBA for at least 8, 9, maybe 10, 11 years. I'd have to go look it up. And he was worth the opportunity to go. But what are these rules? And he went in there. The guy wanted to work him out a little bit to decide if he wanted to recruit him, blah, blah, blah. I mean, there are no rules. We have Bronco Mendenhall on Monday telling us the Phantom hotline you're supposed to call.
That was awesome. If you didn't hear Bronco Monday on this, you got to go listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Right. And
KSLSports.com, YouTube, Apple, whatever.
He's pushing 60 years old. He's seen so much. He doesn't care. He's going to speak the truth as he sees it. So telling it like it is. And it's true. There are no rules on this tampering. Oh, my gosh. BYU contacted a Utah player. Yeah, so what?
Yeah. And players are going back and forth between those two schools, and that's just going to keep happening.
And nobody contacted Dampier? He just thought, boy, I'm going to sit by my phone, and once I put my name in the portal, maybe they'll call. I mean, come on. The rules, just do away with the rules. The rules are silly.
Players are getting contacted on the field, shaking hands. The sportsmanship moment at the end of games is recruiting. Yeah.
BYU told me that with Algier. They literally told me out on the field. He got an offer.
Hey, we'd love to have you here. I'm going to the NFL.
Yeah, and he said, well, thanks, but I'm actually going to put my name in the draft. Oh, well, good luck.
Next. What about him? I talked to him. He's going to the NFL.
Yeah, I mean, he's an NFL back. Obviously.
Oh, yeah, multiple years.
Yeah. And so away he went. And, but this is the good thing is now it's all out in the open more. Not all, but the most of it. And I was talking with somebody yesterday. I said, no matter what rule they put in, they're going to either just blatantly ignore it or find loopholes within the rule.
100%. No sooner is the rule written than the search for the loophole begins.
Yeah. And why is it? The pressure to win
is enormous.
Is so great to where a guy like James Franklin gets fired, and he was in the playoff last year, and he's fired in October.
3-game
I don't
losing
even know
streak.
if you're even into the point of halfway through the season.
He didn't, yeah. You get half a season.
And he had a 3-game losing streak. Oh, my gosh.
That's it. But they invested the big money, and they want to win, and they want to win now. And if they're not, now we'll see if that pays off over time or if slow and steady wins the race. Get the right person, and then start getting the money. So, some people have it. It may take a while for other people to find the people who will write the checks. Maybe you have to wait for your grad to make the money. Maybe we'll look back at that over time after 20 years of this.
In terms of what?
Well, that there's somebody right now who's willing to write a check for school X, but they can't because the company hasn't hit it big. But their company hits it big. In 7 years, 8 years, they got the money, and then they write the check.
To your point, that's what they talk about with like UCF. UCF has they're relatively young in terms of their school. Right. And they have 70,000 students.
Somebody's going to hit it big.
Give them 2 or 3 decades, and suddenly UCF should be having some donors.
Someone's going to start some company and crush it.
Everybody who's employed now will not be employed at that school in 2 or 3 decades. So,
the pressure is on now.
And that's why, what's his face? The Nebraska guy who went back to UCF.
Scott Frost.
Scott Frost. I was thinking of Foster, and I knew that wasn't it. He's out there saying that these rules and the way it is, I don't like the way it is. Well, you don't hear McGuire saying I don't like the way it is. Or down there in Lubbock, he loves the way it is.
But Kyle's had multiple chances, and he's very careful not to say that, to just say, well, this is the way it is.
Well, he's never going to complain.
Right. This is the way it is.
He refuses to complain because he, rightly so to a lot of people, views complaining as excuse making. And once you start going down the road of excuse making,
you're not problem solving.
Yeah.
And you need to problem solve.
Then you're putting out the message when he's the top dog in the program. So he doesn't want to put out the message, hey, we got an excuse why we're not winning. So it's not really our fault. So don't worry about it. And then, so what's the point of going that extra bit to make sure you're working out, whether it's whatever form of training that you're doing when there's no cameras on, and that, especially in football, the training is what's going to lead to success out on the field. So he doesn't even want to broach that. Nope. He'll tell it like it is, but it's not a form of complaint. When he even said that a few weeks back.
I know. That's what I'm thinking of, yes.
Texas Tech, when I asked him, well, yeah, we're already seeing it. And I'm not complaining. Congratulations to them.
Yep.
That's why I think Tech doing what it's doing
could raise the bar for other people.
Sets the standard. And so coaches can go into and they're aligned, I believe, with the AD because the ADs already know it. I already told you that somebody not this past summer, the summer before, told me that we lost a Punch and Judy infielder to an SEC team, and where he knew he wasn't going to start, but he was going to get double his money to play as an insurance to injury. And here he was starting for our team. This guy laid it out for me. Gave me the kid's name, gave me this. Obviously, I knew the school he was at and the school where he was going. He just said, and he wasn't complaining either. He's just saying, this is
what it costs.
This is what it is.
This is what it costs to win at that level.
And he didn't talk about a premier football player. He was making a point. This was a middle infield, decent. He called Punch and Judy hitter, which is not banging the ball over the fence.
No.
It's not Cal Raleigh here. And he's
slapping
a nice
it
player,
to the opposite field.
And he's playing, and he's going to go to another school and provide them with depth. And he's going to get double his money in the SEC.
And that is exactly what Bronco was talking about, though, as people move up and down. Yeah, you get the money, but you're trading in the playing time in all probability.
It could be, yeah.
Right.
But you got the money.
The coaches have charted this. And
if you're not going to the big, you're not going to play in the minor leagues to get drafted, then why not? You got to get the money now because you're not going to get it later.
Right. And that's why. But the coaches have got to, depending on where you are, you got to come up with your best pitch. And that's why Bronco now twice has brought up, Miles Davis is getting more carries at Utah State than he got at BYU. So now he's got more film to show NFL people because that's the best case for Bronco to make.
Right. If that's what you have
Right.
to your advantage, sell it.
Yes, exactly. All right, DJ and PK, it's 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Coming up at 9:30, more on this topic. We got an agent trained, practicing, right in the middle of it all. Carter Chow, NFLPA certified contract advisor for Red Envelope Sports, will join us. We'll talk about some of these changes and how he's seeing things change. Carter Chow, that name sounds familiar, PK.
Yeah, well, it does. Obviously, he's Norm's son, and he played ball here and all that stuff.
He's coming up at 9:30. DJ and PK, it's 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
And now, a look at traffic from the KSL Traffic Center.
The earlier crashes in Weber County and Holiday have both been cleared. Delays remain on I-15 in both directions in all the counties along the Wasatch Front, so be aware that that's extra time to your commute this morning. This update is brought to you by the Whipple Service Champions, from system installs to fast fixes, delivering award-winning heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical services. Call the Whipple Service Champions for the win today. With your KSL traffic update, I'm Jake Hatcher, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
It's game week for the Utes, and the KSL Sports Zone is getting you ready for kickoff. After a much-needed week off, Kyle Whittingham and the Utes get set for the final 3 games of the season, starting with a trip to Waco for a battle against Baylor. Listen all week long for the best coverage of Utah football. Then catch college football Saturday game day at 10 a.m. with the postgame show immediately following the game on KSLSports.com.
Let's go then. Let's go, baby.
Your home for the best coverage of Utah football is live on air, online, and on the KSL Sports app. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
So many commercials you encounter these days include generic people engaged in generic activities, frolicking in generic locations, accompanied by generic music and a generic voiceover. Pharmaceutical commercials are on the cutting edge of this phenomenon. In fact, I find myself less worried about the risk of lockjaw, intermittent loss of smell, or explosive diarrhea, and more concerned that the drug might turn me into a mannequin at Kmart. So what does this have to do with Shamrock Plumbing? Nothing, really. But if you find our commercials over the top, just remember it could be worse. They could be generic.
Make game day yours with the Utah Mammoth app. Get your tickets, order food and drinks without leaving your seat, track live stats, and stream every game with Mammoth Plus, all in one place. It's the ultimate game day essential, designed for Mammoth fans. Stay connected to your hometown team and never miss a moment. Download the Utah Mammoth app today on iPhone and Android. Turn on push notifications and make every day game day. Tusks up.
Okay, I have to tell you, I was just looking on eBay where I go for all kinds of things I love, and there it was.
That hologram trading card. One of the rarest, the last one I needed for my set. Shiny like the
designer handbag of my dreams. One of a kind. eBay had it, and now everyone's asking, ooh, where'd you get your
windshield wipers? eBay has all the parts that fit my car. No more annoying, just beautiful.
Millions of finds, each with a story. eBay. Things people love.
Kohl's has 20% off gifts that are so good, your family might think you read their minds. Check off your list now with cozy, thoughtful, and stylish gifts that will make them say, oh, how did you know? Yep, with these presents from Kohl's, you're gonna leave them feeling impressed and convinced that you're a psychic. Shop Kohl's for an extra 20% off gifts that are the perfect fit. Select styles. Offer ends November 22nd. Some exclusions apply. See store or kohls.com for details.
Save now with UCCU Black Friday money deals. $150 cash for signing up for direct deposit. A free Shark robot vacuum when closing your mortgage. Low-rate credit cards with 0% interest for 6 months. Auto and RV loans, no payments for 90 days. Home equity loans with an extra 0.25% off the interest rate. Lock the deals in now with just your name, phone number, and email at uccu.com. Visit uccu.com/Black Friday and lock in your deals. Plus more deals weekly at uccu.com. UCCU. Love where you bank.
Hans and Scotty and Hans, it's hard to get the family together with a good home-cooked meal. Well, guess what? Beehive Mills is ready to step up and take care of it for you.
They're so convenient. They're delicious. You cut the top off, they're frozen, you put it in a slow cooker, you walk away, and you're going to have that perfectly fresh delicious cooked meal that's wholesome and hearty for your entire family in just a matter of hours.
This is a Utah-based meal prep service specializing in preparing convenient, slow cooker freezer meals designed to simplify dinner and bring the family together. Hands, these meals, by the way, are just incredible.
Well, I got my box. I've got the chicken Alfredo, the chicken burrito bowls, the chicken noodle soup. I've got honey mustard chicken. I got the Hawaiian pork that I'm so excited about. Meatball marinara. The meals are great, and it goes on and on and on. These menus are constantly changing, so you always have an incredibly fresh and unique meal.
So get to BeehiveMills.com and use the promo code THEZONE to get $20 off. That's THEZONE at BeehiveMills.com.
A 15-year-old girl who chewed through a rope to escape a serial killer.
I used my front teeth to saw on the rope in my mouth.
The killer prowled the Pacific Northwest in the early 70s. He's been convicted of murdering 2 young women, but suspected of many more.
Maybe there's another one in that area.
Follow and binge all episodes of Stolen Voices of Dole Valley, available now wherever you listen.
The Garden Restaurant. All things turkey, handcrafted soups, and our famous Lionhouse rolls. Dine in or carry out. The Garden Restaurant. Visit us at thegardenslc.com.
3, 2, 1. This is your Utes at 50 update. 58! Presented by Kenny J's Barbecue on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Utah at Baylor, Saturday, 5 o'clock, ESPN2. Devin Dampier says the team is playing for each other at this point.
I think something significant about all us leaders on our team, who was voted leaders, are our captains. We earned that respect from the beginning, not only verbally, but obviously physically. We've shown that since day one. So when your team follows along, that shows self-leadership too. It takes each individual to tell themselves to follow lead. And I think we're just at a point where everyone's starting to play for each other. It's more than just everyone's playing single-handedly, everyone's playing for each other, and that tends to make our team better, elevated.
This Utah Update brought to you by Kenny J's Barbecue. Make this Thanksgiving unforgettable with Kenny J's Barbecue. Skip the stress, bring home slow smoked perfection. Pre-order your Thanksgiving meal today by reaching out to them at 801-230-5396. That's 801-230-5396.
Over 2 decades of sports radio dominance in Utah. My favorite. This is DJ and PK on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
The Mr. Mac Utah County High School Player of the Week is Lone Peak linebacker Kingston Stroshine. Stroshine had 11 tackles, 3 for loss, and a sack in the night's 41-38 overtime win over Davis High School. Don't miss KSL Sports coverage of the UHSAA state semifinals at Rice-Eccles Stadium. Catch the action Thursday and Friday beginning at 10 a.m. each day on KSLSports.com, the KSL Sports app, or right here on the KSL Sports Zone. The Utah County Player of the Week Award is proudly presented by Mr. Mac. No one buys, no one sells, no one cares the way they do. Absolutely no one.
No, I mean literally no one. Zero.
No one.
It's like no other. Go look it up. It's a fact.
Epic quarterfinal game right there. 41-38. Must have been awesome.
Oh, yeah. I was glad I was there.
You weren't there. You were with your Corner Canyon Chargers delivering another walloping. Strolling into the semifinals.
Delivering another
walloping.
I did take in the first half.
Yeah. And that was about it. It was over by then. We have multiple questions up on our Facebook page this morning. The esteemed Brett McMurphy has Utah as a 10 seed and Texas Tech as a 5 in his predicted final college football playoff bracket. You buying it? Number 10, they get in. I think a lot of people would buy the Utes. They obviously have to win out for that to happen. So that's the easy part of it. So I guess the question then is are you buying Oklahoma and Texas will lose down the stretch and a spot will open up? BYU will lose down the stretch and a spot will open up? They need 3 teams, right? They need 3 teams to lose to get from 13 to 10. I just picked the 3 that are right in front of them. Maybe Notre Dame loses to Pitt. Maybe somebody from maybe Oregon down the stretch, USC or Washington gets them. How far will they fall?
Yeah, I can see
I'm
an
not
opportunity.
convinced Oregon would fall out with a second loss. It might be your classic. It depends what it looks like. You know?
Which I think it should. And I think that's what is carrying Utah is because
They're
it
smoking
does
teams.
depends.
Yeah. They're not winning.
They're David's smoking teams.
They are David smoking teams.
Yeah. Right.
We had David Smoke on earlier this morning, bringing all the enthusiasm, all the energy.
You don't blow no smoke. So, yeah, I think that it's all legitimate. That would be sensational for the program. And I think by extension, the conference, but mostly for the program, if they got in at 10-2, did not get in to the title game, but still get into the playoff.
I think what you just said there is spot on. It would be really good for the conference and sensational for the program.
Yeah.
Everyone in the conference will be able to say, come to school X, come to BYU, come to Arizona State, come to Houston, come to Cincinnati, whatever. We're a 2-bid league. We're a 2-bid league. So they'll get some mileage out of it. But obviously, if you're the team that gets in, you get the most mileage out of it.
Mm-hmm.
We're a playoff team sounds better than we're a 2-bid league.
Yeah. I mean, from Big 12 perspective, I'd love to see it happen. Obviously, from the Utah perspective, for those folks there, a lot of friends are Ute fans, and that would be fun and give me a little more interest in watching the games. Maybe I'd even be there, I guess.
What this means, if I can extrapolate this then, is that Brett thinks the Utes will win out. He thinks that a bunch of teams in front of him are going to lose, which means the door would be open for BYU potentially, right?
But
assuming they can win out. He doesn't have BYU in. I assume that means he doesn't think they're going to win out. But maybe Utah could hop them.
So how about this? You lose to Cincinnati, or you don't. You go 3-0, and you get in the title game. Tech works you again. So then you're saddled with a second loss. And
you're 11-2, and you get left out, and Utah gets in at 10-2.
Yeah.
We don't have a huge body of evidence. That's not what they did last year. They don't want to penalize teams to play an extra game when someone else doesn't have to play one, which is what everyone complains about Notre Dame, because Notre Dame never plays the extra one. I mean, it could happen. It's not what happened last year, but it could happen. And again, if it's on a neutral floor field and if it's a second blowout, and because they are way into this game control, they got all these advanced metrics they're using, plus the eyeball test, which gives them the option of doing whatever they want.
Okay, how about...
But the metrics thing with Utah, you could say, oh, well, that was a close game with 10 minutes left. These 2 BYU games were not a close game with 10 minutes left.
Or they lose to Cincinnati or whomever, TCU, and tiebreaker breaks their way, they get in and lose. And Utah goes.
Yeah, third loss, then you really don't have much of a case in my mind. You get beat.
But there's an extra game. You just told me you don't get penalized for the extra game.
It is an extra game.
So you do get penalized for the extra game.
If it's a third loss. Yes, you're right. No, I know, I get it. It's moving. There's a lot of scenarios here, and I haven't laid that one out.
Right, but didn't call for that, so now I want to bury you, and you won't let me, and that bugs me.
Oh, you're right. There, you win.
I know, but I want the satisfaction of you arguing against it.
I have to be writhing as I fight off the shark. He read me a shark story during the commercial break. I'm a marine biologist. That was smart thinking by that dude, though. Hey, the shark's coming. I'm going to scrunch my neck down. I'm going to protect my jugular here. And the thing bit his skull and then moved on.
I saw the picture.
Yeah.
It was in the Cocos Island, and I looked it up. It's off of Costa Rica, basically.
Oh, wow.
It's a Costa Rica island in the Pacific Ocean.
He's been studying sharks for decades?
30.
Oof. Is that the first time he's been bitten?
Yeah.
Oh.
And he said, I hope this doesn't ever happen again. Duh.
Good point. Rock solid point there. Doc. All right, DJ and PK, 9 o'clock hour coming up. We've got more football for you as the college football season gets more intense. And we got Carter Chow at 9:30. Agents, how different does sports look from their perspective? We'll get to that coming up. Stay with us right here in the Zone.
Stay up to date with everything Utah Jazz related with the new Jazz Notes newsletter. Get draft updates, analysis, and be the first to know about every off-season move. Visit KSLSports.com to sign up for the Jazz Notes newsletter.
Broadcasting from the Mountain Home Services Studio, this is 97.5 KZNS FM Colvin, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and 102.7 KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
This is Ethan Millard with Teton Wealth Group. In retirement, you need a plan for these unavoidable problem areas: income, investments, taxes, healthcare, and a legacy plan. These are unavoidable. You will have to deal with this whether you're ready or not, so be ready. Call Teton Wealth Group today at 844-838-6600. Because you're a Zone listener, we'll do a full ascent plan for you at no cost and talk you through all 5 of these unavoidable retirement problem areas. Call Teton Wealth Group at 844-838-6600 or visit us at retireteton.com.
Attention Jazz Nation, the long wait is finally over. Mountain basketball is back and better than ever. Let's go! All tickets are on sale now, and you won't want to miss the action. Jump on the opportunity to watch your favorite players live and in person. Whether you're after season tickets, mini plans, or single game matchups, the Utah Jazz has got your back. There's a plan for every fan. Don't miss out. Secure your seats today and be part of the excitement all season long. Let's go! Visit UtahJazz.com today.
Hans Olsen, Scott Gerard. Hans, you feel it outside. It's football weather, but that also means it's colder outside, and that means your furnace, if you haven't fired it up already, you will be soon. So you want to keep that warm air in your house? Well, it's all about having the right windows, and Advanced Windows can make sure you have the best windows in the state of Utah.
Remember, they've got the lifetime warranty. It's transferable to the next owner. It covers all labor, glass, and parts. And these are original windows built right here in the state of Utah. They eliminate the middleman, so they make it more affordable for you. And they've got great financing plans, including 60 months, no interest, no payment, or no interest for 24 months. They'll set it up so it's affordable for you.
Go to advancedwindows.com. That's advancedwindows.com and find out how they can save you money. In fact, $2,500 off when you swap out 10 windows or more. That's Advanced Windows. Call them now, 801-850-9100.
Advanced Windows at advancedwindows.com, 801-850-9100.
Want to get the latest info on Utah's newest sports franchise? Sign up for the Utah Mammoth newsletter. Get exclusive analysis, plus the latest news and notes on the Utah Mammoth. Sign up today at KSLSports.com for the Utah Mammoth newsletter.
Helping your money do more means making sure you get the most out of every dollar. That's why, for a limited time, when you open a new America First Visa credit card and spend $3,000 within 90 days, we'll give you $300. That's like getting a 10% discount on everything you pay for with your card. Before you spend another cent, head to AmericaFirst.com and apply for your low-rate Visa credit card today. Membership eligibility, terms, creditworthiness, change, and conditions apply. Subject to additional criteria. Federally insured by NCUA. Equal Opportunity Lender.
Hey, Utah County golfers, the Back 9 Indoor Golf Lounge in Orem is now open right across from Costco. Mark your calendars. The Zone will be broadcasting live from the Orem Back 9 on Wednesday, November 12th, from noon till 3 for the BYU Preview Show. Become a founding member today for just $25 down and lock in the biggest discounts for life. And Back 9 will donate $50 to a high school golf team of your choice. Experience 4 full swing simulator bays with comfy seating, 75-inch TVs, and 4D massage chairs. Perfect for date nights, parties, and corporate events. Plus 2 putting greens, an Xbox gaming lounge, free drinks, and Wi-Fi. Train like the pros with secure 24/7 access so you can play in leagues and tournaments on your schedule. With locations in Pleasant View, Murray, Lehigh, American Fork, Spanish Fork, Cedar City, and St. George. There's a Back 9 near you. A Back 9 membership makes the perfect gift for the golfer in your life.
Chevy trucks have you covered when the road takes you from smooth sailing to Chevy Colorado will eat up some of the toughest terrains with 5 available drive modes. And Silverado and Silverado HD have the muscle to take you out for some serious. With multiple engine options and impressive towing, while Silverado EV is the perfect combo of performance and capability. Nice. Making it a snap to hitch up this electric truck and hit the road. Wherever the road leads, Chevy trucks are right there with you. See your Rocky Mountain Chevy dealers.
Nobody brings you better coverage of the teams you're passionate about than these guys.
Try some more.
This is DJ and PK on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Make this Thanksgiving unforgettable with Kenny J's Barbecue. Skip the stress and bring home slow smoked perfection. Pre-order your Thanksgiving meal today. Text 801-230-5396 and come eat with JJ and Alex on Friday from 3 to 6 at Kenny J's at the District. I got to bring that up with my wife. We've been breaking Thanksgiving traditions one after another. I grew up, this will shock you, I grew up right down the line. Thanksgiving dinner, 5:30. There will be a big turkey on the table. It has been roasting in the garage all day. And now we're empty nesters, and then you go. So Thanksgiving, and we don't have any family in state, so Thanksgiving tends to be with other people in a similar situation.
Game on Thanksgiving, if I recall right.
So we did not host the first 2 years. We were invited. These other people realized, they're empty nesters. So we're with other empty nesters, right? So you have to adapt because everybody's got their own tradition. And so, so we're hosting this year, and we're adapting, Yak. Have you checked the Thanksgiving football schedule? Because I did. Is that wrong?
Well, I can tell you this much. So we're going to my in-laws this year. Every other year we split back and forth. My wife's family and my family. My mother-in-law is doing exactly what Kenny J's Barbecue is recommending, and she's buying barbecue for Thanksgiving.
There you go. Yeah.
So it's going to be a good Thanksgiving for us.
I might be coming a little late to the party with this plan. We'll see if that flies. But hey, if it doesn't fly for Thanksgiving, it might fly for Christmas or New Year's. How tradition bound are you, PK? You ready to break out? Our Thanksgiving traditions, as we've empty nested, have been upended a little bit, and then that's fine. So eat at a different time, eat slightly whatever. Fine, I'll just roll with it. And this year we're hosting. I was just saying that Kenny J's Barbecue.
Don't mess with my Thanksgiving day.
Okay. So we're hosting, but I'm protecting football.
Okay.
Absolutely.
I have a routine, and it must be followed, or I will be angry all of the following calendar year.
Well, nobody wants that.
Yes. Right. So we're going to do it. And I don't ask for much, but don't mess up my Thanksgiving day.
Packers lines, and then the food's out, and people are invited over. The people coming over are going to be invited over at noon. Come on over at halftime. plan your 15-minute drive at halftime. Don't miss the game. That could be good.
Oh, if you want to watch a game?
Yeah, Packers lines could be good. I told my wife I have a football. We're gonna have the football on for the first game. Turn it back on afterwards. We'll eat like civilized people. And she said about half
you turn off the TV? Is that what you're telling me?
Yeah, well, where we end up sitting, we wouldn't have a view of it anyway. So it's sixes. I mean, we could leave it on, but nobody would see it from there.
Well, yeah. See, I can just pick mine up and move it, but you have a big screen. You have a really big screen. You have a big TV.
Nice try.
That's a fact. That is a fact. That's a fact.
I got a big TV.
That was in. That's dated. TVs have gotten bigger. It's not true anymore. It's like the next generation.
No.
There's like 90-inch TVs out there.
We know that the Snigeldorf estate has undergone some renovations recently.
It has.
You've talked about it.
It has, but it's a 55-inch TV.
I got a big TV.
As opposed to a small phone, you edit it out. Do you want to watch on a small phone or a big TV?
There is nothing else to edit out.
That's a lie.
I got a big TV.
You want to watch on a small phone or a big TV? I got a big TV. I don't want to watch a small phone.
Well, sure, in your life, that's your options. Mine is a 12-inch black and white.
That is
not watch it on my phone
true.
Or my 12-inch black and white.
I wouldn't be surprised I haven't seen all of your televisions, but well, you got a lot of TVs.
All of your televisions.
I mean, that's personal. But some things you don't talk about, even with guys in the locker room.
I saw some of the Rose Bowl, and that's not what we're talking about.
Watching video on my phone. I do it.
Why?
It's small. It's a convenient thing when you're not around the TV.
Right.
But I don't watch video on my phone when I'm at home.
Exactly.
I turn on the TV. I got a big TV.
Well, just because you don't want to watch it on the phone doesn't mean you automatically have a big TV. It doesn't.
I'm
not watching it on a 30-inch TV. I'm watching it on a 50-inch TV.
You managed to tell us you bragged about the size of your television. You did.
Now back to barbecue.
I got a big TV.
Big TV's
Good
full
for
of
you,
fun.
big guy.
Now people are
And
going to come
don't
on.
forget,
Now people come on like,
paid.
Oh, yeah, compensated at the yin-yang, yeah.
I think he was compensating for something.
What? Completely compensated.
You got a big TV.
I don't recognize that voice. Who was
Bowler
that?
Jack.
Oh,
Some guy we
Bowler.
used to have on a regular
He
basis.
used to come on the show. I remember him now.
You got a big TV. I've never bragged about the size of my television in my life.
Not yet. I was actually texting.
I was appalled and disgusted.
I was actually texting with him. I wonder if he'd come on again or not.
I don't know. Did you ask him?
I'll ask him again. I just hate being told no.
Oh, I didn't know he told you no.
That's why he's not on.
Okay, I didn't know that.
We never uninvited him, and then all of a sudden he was busy.
I did not know any of that. Now, you're giving me new information.
Yeah.
But
You got to get Bowler on.
I got to have Macy's Day Parade.
Yeah, I don't.
I have to.
Okay.
I have to.
I know. I get it's your childhood, and his jersey was down the street. Did you go to it in person when you were a kid?
I was in it.
You were in it. You're riding the gigantic Snoopy. You're like a jockey.
Hey, how you doing?
Who was the jockey? What was his name?
Willie
Steve
Shoemaker?
Coffin. Steve Coffin.
Coffin?
Oh, well, Willie Shoemaker. That's another good name, yeah. No, I was thinking the guy who won the Triple Crown, Steve Coffin, yeah. But Willie Shoemaker, he's a Hall of Famer. He's a legend. I think I know 3 jockeys. Lafitte Pinkai. I don't know if I know any more.
Lafitte Pinkai, sure.
He was really good.
Yeah. I know a ton who raced at, I know him personally, too, at Turf Paradise. I spent a lot of time at Turf Paradise growing up. My mother watched the Macy's Day Parade. And I think of my mother.
Yeah. My dad would get him to watch the parades, but I don't get up and watch the parades.
She loved the Macy's Day Parade. Thanksgiving in Jersey, they play high school football.
I'm unfamiliar with this tradition.
Yeah. And so...
is it playoff games, or it's the end of the regular season?
End of the regular season, I believe, if I remember. And so we would go... My sister was on the high school twirling team, right? She went to Morris Catholic.
Mm-hmm.
And so we would go there. Well, then she went on. She's several years older than me. And so then when she moved on, and then we went to the town that I lived in, Parsippany. We went to their high school games. Yeah. And it was...
So watch the parade, then go to the high school game, then come home and eat.
Usually went to my Uncle Sonny's.
Okay, go to Uncle Sonny's and eat.
Yeah. And he was actually Elmer the Third, or no, Elmer the Second. My grandfather was Elmer, Uncle Sonny, who spent 5 days at sea.
And won't talk about it, or didn't talk about it.
Right, he's deceased, died at 99. I got freaking genes that just last forever on that side of the family.
If you're looking to book a tea time for 2050, PK's looking for playing partners.
Yeah. Multiple aunts and uncles well into their 90s. Yeah. So my grandfather was Elmer. My Uncle Sonny was Elmer Jr., and his first son was Elmer the Third, he's still living, and he goes by Buddy. So nobody actually ever went by Elmer.
Everybody found a nickname. Elmer or a nickname? Give me a nickname.
And my Uncle Sonny knew Hubie Brown because they went to the same parish together.
Nice.
Yeah.
NBA connections, NFL connections to Charlie Casserly.
Yeah.
We didn't know anybody. We weren't connected to anyone.
No, and they lived in West Orange. He lived literally in West Orange his entire life.
That's not true. My dad knew Sonny Lubick's offensive coordinator.
Sonny Lubick's offensive coordinator?
I forget the guy's name now. That's as good as we can do right there. Yeah.
Sonny Lubick was one of my favorite coaches in the WAC Mountain West.
He had a coach with him who taught high school in San Diego, was a high school coach. So that's how Dad knew him. But then the guy went off on the college path.
And he never big-time anybody. He used to talk to me during CSU home games when I'd go cover them. And he had nationally ranked teams. Yeah.
Yeah, it didn't big time anybody.
No.
No, and he took all the best players out of San Diego.
Super great dude.
Yeah.
And CSU's never really matched what he did.
They haven't been able to get back. The job is open now. Scotty was just talking about, who was it? He was telling me there was an ex-NFL player who wanted it. The Steelers quarterback went to Michigan.
What?
Wants the Colorado State job with no coaching experience.
With no coaching experience?
Nope. Slash Cordell Stewart, Colorado, wrong quarterback.
Okay.
Michigan, I thought the throw at Michigan, he made the Hail Mary pass, but he played for Colorado. But he threw a Hail Mary and won a game at Michigan, famous throw.
Well, down the street a little bit.
Yeah.
Fort Collins
Right.
to
Yeah. So
Boulder.
maybe he thinks there's some kind of tie or wants the CSU job. It's like they built the new stadium. They're in the Pac-12. Their budgets are not the best,
stadium.
but they're at the higher end of the Mountain West.
Yeah,
that's why they're
the
they're making
problem
the move.
is that community's too smart.
And they're just not into football.
No.
Well, they're not. And the other thing is, I don't think those people are from there. They come from somewhere else, and if they're into football, they got loyalties from somewhere else. Because they're all coming. What's the computer company they'll work for?
Hewlett-Packard.
Hewlett-Packard, yeah.
It's right off I-25.
But they're hiring nationally. So somebody who moves in from California is still going to root for USC, UCLA, Cal, or Stanford. They're not going to root for CSU. And they hire someone from Texas. That person's still going to root for Texas or A&M. Not going to root for CSU.
Yeah, one of the ladies who was in my wife's wedding, her brother.
Yeah.
From Phoenix.
I'll bet there's a little
the job.
Sunbelt demographic going on there that makes it a little
Beautiful
tougher.
place, Fort Collins.
Yeah.
But-
what percentage of Phoenix roots for Arizona State, and what percentage? Because they
I
always
would
talk
say-
about all the Big Ten alumni there.
You got to put in sports fans, not just.
Yeah, right.
I think it's probably in the minority, but there's plenty of them. If you win, they will come out. That's. They've sold out every game this year. Why? Because
they're winning.
Dude's got a little winning thing going on. So there's enough there. Now, whether they have the money to go and compete and at the level that they need, that remains to be seen. That because that's still, he is not making inroads on the local kids yet. They're still leaving. Yeah.
Is that as important as it was, though? The transfer portal becoming more important?
That doesn't mean it's not as it's not
still
important.
Yeah.
You want the best players.
Yeah. I mean, BYU has a lot of local players on the defensive side of the ball. They have some on the offensive side.
You can go to
but
Oshkosh
defensive
as
side,
long
they
as you
have
got
a
the
lot.
best players. You got
You're
good
gonna
players.
yeah.
Who cares? But you would think, and you always talk to these coaches. Bronco, we're going to recruit Utah.
Mm-hmm.
We want to recruit. We want to hit Utah hard. Yeah, that helps attendance and interest. Look at, we're always jacked when one of our local guys goes to the NFL.
Absolutely. I think for the fan base, they want to know the players and they want to know the stories, and the transfer portal has been really hard, and the way they've clamped down on the media and the fact that the media has shrunk hasn't helped either. And all those things have combined to limit, and so they don't really know. Hey, if you're winning big, that doesn't matter. I think if you're winning, it starts to matter. 7-5, 8-4, you're still winning. But they don't know the stories. It's not. I mean, if you're Texas Tech, you're 11-1. People are going to be on fire, whether they know the guys or not. I mean, it's tight end that the Baylor's got who's so good. I'm blanking on his name now.
Trigg?
Michael Trigg, yes. And we were talking with David Smoke about him. Like, oh, yeah, NFL guy. I mean, he leads them in. He's a tight end, but he's averaging 15 yards a catch. Mm-hmm. And he leads the team in catches. He leads the team in yards per catch. I think he's tied for the lead in touchdowns. I mean, he's big time. He's on his third school.
Okay, yeah, I mean, that's the rarity. But if you win, Cam Rising came in here and he had 2 big-time years. So he'll always be remembered.
I'm not worried about the teams that win the conference, about them drawing. You don't have to, if your team's winning the conference, you don't need to know the stories. That's so much winning. It's so hard to do. But we're seeing people get bitter over 9 and 10 win seasons, which I still think.
Where?
Here?
Here?
Here? Hey, A-Rod's at 1 loss. A-Rod's name is taken in vain on our website, like on our Facebook page.
Oh, yeah, but those are anonymous
times.
idiots.
Okay.
It
just boils
that's
up.
the Donovan Mitchell syndrome.
It's too small a sample size.
Somebody gives me blowback on social media, therefore everybody in Utah is racist. And I got to get out of here. It's draining to live here.
And you'll say the same thing about Whittingham and the blowback we get whenever people figure out, well, this quarterback and this group of receivers aren't very good either. Well, yeah, but this is his formula, and it wins 9 or 10 games almost every year.
They're criticizing the formula.
Yeah.
But, I mean, this is what the advent of social media has brought upon us.
I get that.
And so that's never going to change. It's only going to get worse unless we do away with social media, but there's no turning back. Everybody now has an opinion and can voice it.
Right, and can be
and you can
as
also do it
negative as they
anonymously.
want,
if you want.
anonymously with no blowback and no ownership.
Anybody sends me an email criticizing me and signs their name, I email back.
So you only have to send out 2 or 3 emails a year then probably. That's
exactly. I'm not overwhelmed by any stretch.
Yeah.
But I've had guys who put their name on it. Hey, you criticized Utah, blah, blah, blah. And I respond. I say, you're my guy. You put your name on it, and I will read it, and I will think about what you said.
Right.
But if you don't do that, and it's just, you're at Utah fan, whatever. Like Locke had, I saw this morning when I was, I usually wake up early and go through what I may have missed, what have you. And so Locke gets this tweet from a guy named Brendan Kornberg. I miss the days when teams actually played defense.
I saw this.
And so then Locke responds, can you please come into my timeline and complain about something every night? It would be awesome. So apparently this guy has tweeted at him about Jazz not liking him.
Yeah. So I don't think he's wrong, and this is probably subject for another show because Yak just sent us to break. But it's a thing I'm trying to gauge the progress of the young players while allowing – we've always believed that the regular season is more intense than the preseason and the postseason is more intense than the regular season. That's a decades-old take, right? But I do think inside the season now, it's not just – although it is partially – it is not just the load management, but within periods of games and within parts of the season, guys are still treating the first 10 or 15 games like training camp, easing into it. Doesn't feel that intense at the start of some games. In some ways, I think that starting Ace Bailey is brilliant because the least intense moments of the game are like the first 6. Now, you have to match up with starters, so that could be tricky, but Brian Russell, Jerry Sloan started Brian Russell when he didn't look like he was equipped to play and they had some injuries and they were shorthanded. It's like, well, those are the easiest minutes. Guys all the vets know the game comes down to the fourth quarter, comes down to the last 5 minutes, the last 2 minutes. Get him his minutes now. I mean, 80% of these guys may be more than a rookie can handle, but 100% is way more than they can handle. So we got to kind of gauge it. So I get his criticism, but I also get like Locke doesn't need to hear it every night. Well, it is what it is. David Locke's not changing it. They're going to play how they play.
Yeah, well, for the Jazz, there's so few moments to celebrate, celebrate.
Yeah. All right, when we come back, Carter Chow, NFLPA certified contract advisor for Red Envelope Sports, joins us next. Stay with us.
And now, a look at traffic from the KSL Traffic Center.
Traffic light issues on SR 224 and Olympic Drive in Park City appears to be what's causing big delays on I-80 eastbound backed up all the way to Jeremy Ranch at this moment. Traffic is easing on I-15, but is slow in several different directions between Lehigh and Murray at this moment. This update is brought to you by the Whipple Service Champions. From system installs to fast fixes to delivering award-winning heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical services, call the Whipple Service Champions for the win today. With your KSL traffic update, I'm Jake Hatcher, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Hey, bro. You hear us every day with our crazy opinions.
Hey, what you doing?
Well, now, it's time to hear from you.
Hey, great show.
Download the KSL Sports app and fire off your thoughts with the call-in tab on the bottom of your screen.
Your show is fantastic. It's the one that captivates me the most.
You can tell PK to stop singing.
G-Bang!
Let Jake and Ben know what you really think of the Jazz. Tell Hans and Scotty about your favorite barbecue spot or what color of tie JJ should be wearing on TV. The best entries will be played on the air. Download the KSL Sports app now and hit the call-in button to let your voice be heard.
I think you guys do an incredible job.
This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Tom, I'm on the sideline here with Doug Smith Chevy. Doug, the NCAA has changed its rules regarding NIL money. What do I have to do to land an amazing new 2025 Chevy Silverado?
Just come on down to Doug Smith Chevy in Spanish Fork.
Doug, I'm more than happy for you to use my name, image, and likeness. All I want to know is how do I get one?
You have to buy it, Scott.
Together, let's drive. Get 2.9% APR financing for 72 months for well-qualified buyers when you finance with GM Financial on all new 2026 Chevy Silverado 1500s. No one knows Chevy like Doug.
Bar Dub Grill is where roadside classics meet ranch-raised flavor. Sink your teeth into juicy, handcrafted burgers made with premium Bar W beef straight from the local Utah farm. From the bold cowboy barbecue burger to the sweet and savory Aloha burger, paired with crispy cowboy fries, hand-spun shake, shakes, or signature spud nuts. Soft, airy, and unforgettable. Bar Dub Grill delivers honesties with cowboy swagger. Bar Dub Grill in Nephi with easy access right off exit 222 in Nephi.
Get ready, Utah. Mountainland Supply is bringing Milwaukee Counter Days to a branch near you. Join us for a one-day only savings. 10% off all Milwaukee power tools, hand tools, and accessories. Plus, free sale day only items. Start your morning with a light breakfast, stick around for a delicious barbecue lunch, and connect with the Milwaukee team. We'll be in Nephi on November 11th, St. George on November 13th, and Orem on November 20th. Don't miss it. Mountainland Milwaukee Counter Days. Food, freebies, and fantastic savings.
While most jewelry stores outsource their custom work to international manufacturers, Belliston Jewelry is your custom, in-house, full-service jeweler.
Besides the obvious tariff issue, what's wrong with outsourcing?
You know, like a game of telephone, all of the important details, the essence of your dream ring, are quite literally lost in translation as it's designed in other countries like India and China. Belliston's in-store designers can customize and modify your design right in front of you, cutting any confusion to bring your true design to life.
Yeah, absolutely. I plan to wear my ring every day for the rest of my life. I want it right.
Let me ask you this. If you choose one of those other guys, but you hate the finished ring, do you think they would remake it to get it just right?
Not a chance.
At Belliston Jewelry, we work with you in-house every step of the way to ensure it's right the first time. BellistonJewelry.com, across from Weber State in Ogden.
Locally made, just for you.
And cherished for generations.
The holidays are just around the corner, and Western Nut Company is here to make your gifting a breeze. From our beautiful gift baskets and nut boxes to our famous in-house fudge and brittle, we've got treats for every taste bud, crafted with the highest quality ingredients. Corporate gifting, that's our specialty. Just send us your list and we'll handle the rest. Beautifully packed, shipped with care, and guaranteed to impress. Calling all office managers or executive assistants. Call Western Nut now and let us make your holidays a little less nuts. But we actually do want you to eat more nuts. For 60 years, Western Nut has been a proud Utah tradition. Stop by our downtown shop for unique gifts, glittering ornaments, festive decor, and so much more. Western Nut Company, more than just the best gifts in Utah. We're a holiday tradition, in-store or online at westernut.com, where quality meets tradition, and every gift is packed with love.
Tim Jr. here from RGS Exteriors. Did you know that we offer 3 distinct styles of gutter protection? Each one meant to handle a specific leaf problem. You might not even know there are different styles of gutter protection, but there are. And if you pick the wrong one, it could be a huge waste of money. Now, the big gutter guard companies won't tell you this. They try to sell you a one-size-fits-all gutter guard. And it could be completely wrong for the amount and types of trees and leaves you have. Not RGS Exteriors. We understand which kind of leaf problem needs which kind of gutter guard. We'll do an in-depth evaluation to assess the types, locations, and numbers of trees in your yard. Based on that data, we match your home to the right gutter guard. So don't risk wasting money on the wrong gutter protection. For a free evaluation and estimate, call RGS Exteriors at 801-280-3110 or visit rgsexteriors.com. That's 801-280-3110 or rgsexteriors.com.
This is your Cougars at 30 update. Presented by Kenny J's Barbecue on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
BYU with the late night Saturday game. TCU under the lights, Lavelle Edwards Stadium. Aaron Roderick says LJ Martin should be good to go this week.
Yeah, he felt good in the game. I thought he played well. You know, we weren't able to give him a lot of carries because in the second half, once we got down 3 scores, we had to just go 2 minutes and try to stay in it. So, but he felt good and he's ready to play again this week.
This Cougar Update is brought to you by Kenny J's Barbecue. Make this Thanksgiving unforgettable with Kenny J's Barbecue. Skip the stress and bring home slow smoked perfection. Pre-order your Thanksgiving meal today by reaching out to them at 801-230-5396. That's 801-230-5396.
For all of you, less motivated listeners, it's time for your 9 o'clock. Where the heck have you been headlines?
Where you at?
With DJ and PK. on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
DJ and PK brought to you in part by Trajan Wealth. Call Trajan Wealth today, your local, trusted financial fiduciary. Call them at 801-210-6800 or visit their website at TrajanWealth.com. PK, the headlines this morning are crazy. Actually, this headline's from yesterday. You put it up on our Facebook page. BYU gets a commitment from a G League center, Abdul Ahmed, age 22. He'll have 22 years, he'll have 2 years of eligibility at the age of 22. What's going on with college sports? You remember when the first foreign guys came over and they had to vet whether they played for a pro league or whether they got it? We are way past that now. Remember when you had to declare for the draft? And if you did, just declaring for the draft, signing with an agent. And now, you played in the G League. You got paid by a pro team. No big deal. You can play some college sports. You're eligible.
It's crazy, man.
What are the rules? Why does he only have 2 years of eligibility? What did he play 2 years before he went to the G League? Is that where he burned 2 years?
I don't
know. This is awesome.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what to say on it.
It's crazy, but if he can play, you better get him, because if you don't, someone else will get him, and then he might beat you. And you'll have to answer for that.
Keda's a senior, and he's their only true, right now, 5.
So to answer the eligibility deal, they're treating this much like they do with the European players. Because remember, Boskovic came over last year for BYU. He was ruled to be a junior after playing 2 years in a professional league overseas. So the same type of deal. They're treating these like European guys, where however many years you spend in the G League, essentially you have that much time left in college.
But the G League is viewed as a professional league. It's like
But
minor
2
league
years
baseball.
of G League. He did play 2 years of G
Jaeger
League.
Demon played for Real Madrid, which is a professional team over there as well.
Yeah.
So I don't. It's a.
I know, but we don't know about that. That's way over there. That's just so far over there. Who knows what's going on over there? But the G League.
So 2 years
that's
of G
Rudy
League
Gobert
equals
played.
2 years. I know. That's the guy who the G League worked out for.
But
yeah, he needed it.
Yeah, it moved him forward.
As you point out, like Jaeger Demon played for Real Madrid. How does he get eligibility as a freshman versus a junior? So it's weird.
Yeah. This guy, we view the G League.
You're pro. College is over. They're cut and dried things in life that I don't have to think about.
Yeah,
and now I got to think about it.
I don't know how the leagues over there. We'll get Pace Mannion on. He knows how the leagues work on over there because he's been over there.
Pace and Thurl can explain that to us.
Yeah, those guys played over there. We haven't.
Yeah. All right, DJ and PK, we are joined now by an agent. Maybe he can explain this to us. Carter Chow, NFLPA Certified Contract Advisor for Red Envelope Sports. Carter, good morning.
Good morning, guys. Appreciate you having me on.
Well, thanks for coming on. We were just mulling over the story that BYU has signed a basketball player, and I know you're a football guy, but it just goes to how times are changing very quickly. They've signed a basketball player who's played in the G League for 2 years. And because he's played there for 2 years, he's going to come to BYU as a junior. I guess we're all just getting used to new rules, Carter.
Well, how about this one, guys? I'm working with an international player. He's a basketball player from New Zealand, played in one of the professional leagues there. He went through the international player program. The NFL has a program that they sponsor. They bring a number of international players to IMG. They prepare them for the draft. They go through the draft process. This player has been in an NFL minicamp. He was not signed, but he was in rookie camp with the Chargers last year and didn't sign in the NFL team. And now he is full NCAA eligibility, and he's actually coming next week on a couple of official visits. Maybe there to see the Cougars. He's going to be in Utah to see the Utes, and so times are definitely changing. It's the first time in my career I've represented a player or worked with a player that has been in an NFL camp and has college eligibility. So it's definitely an interesting time.
Yeah, that's where I saw this, Carter. I saw it on social media, and I know he's got, I think he's got visits set up with ASU and Utah, and I'll probably will have more. And he has your name in his Twitter bio, or X bio.
Oh, okay. So we're talking about the same player.
Yeah, that's where I
sir.
saw it, and I saw agent. I obviously we know your dad, Coach Norm Chow, and we've had him on the show many times. And I see Carter Chow know who that, and he puts your phone number, and it's a 213 area code, which is down there in L.A. I used to live there, and so yeah. So I thought, well, we need to talk to Carter Chow as to how all these things work, because it blows our mind. And then we just find out here in the news that BYU is getting a kid who will have 2 years of eligibility, a big man, and he played 2 years in the G League. And it used to be, well, if you played professional, your college is done. Well, we don't understand it, and we thought maybe you can enlighten us as to how these things are happening.
Well, certainly the last couple of years has changed the landscape of college football with players being able to receive revenue share money and essentially get paid to play college athletics, right? The rules are still evolving. I mean, I talk to general managers and coaches every day, and one school will tell you something, another school will tell you something else. So I think a lot of these schools are still trying to figure things out as well, as are we. I think the better schools, the schools that are having more success are figuring out ways to continue to use their outside resources above and beyond the rev share cap to compensate players. And I think you'll see more of that moving forward post July 1, the House settlement. So this year is certainly, I think, a learning curve for a lot of people. Last year, schools they really had to dump the money that they had kind of in their collectives. And so you saw a lot of players probably getting paid more than they otherwise would have, and they may have gotten more last year than they would get this year. So, but when it comes to the eligibility issue, again, I'm not sure how close you're following some of the JUCO rulings that have come out with the quarterback at Vanderbilt, but I mean, you're seeing players in college now 7 years, right. 8 years. I saw a player that had an eighth year because he had a couple injury years and COVID, and so it's very player specific. BK, so it would be hard to kind of justify one player over either. You'd have to know the situation, I guess, to be able to talk to their individual eligibility. But you're seeing a lot more mature players coming in that have experience doing other things, and I think you're going to see more and more of that moving forward as well.
The money is obviously a big deal in the agent world, and it's a little bit driven by the customer. Can you advise kids about, hey, you got to go somewhere where you can develop? Because no matter how good you are now, that's not going to be good enough going forward. I mean, you have to get better or you're going to get passed up. But the money's so big, do people just take the money and worry about the development later? Does development even factor in?
That's a great question. And for us, when we're advising our young guys, it's always about the football situation. Where are you going to get coached up? Where are you going to see the field, right? If you don't see the field, the money doesn't really matter, because it's like any other business. If you don't produce, you're going to be out on your ear, right? And so we're always looking for the best football situation. Now, I'll tell you, a lot of times, well, not a lot of times, but often players and parents, they don't want to hear that. They're just chasing the dollar, right? So that's probably not the ideal client for me at my firm, but you're looking for that overall balance, right? Where are you going to get developed? Where are you going to have the best overall experience, athletically, academically, socially, et cetera? So it's a little bit of a tricky balance now that the money is such a big factor, because back in the day, right? I mean, you're looking at kind of apples to apples, right? I mean, one school's going to have better facilities. They're probably going to have better snacks in the morning and maybe a better training table at night. But now you're not just talking the difference a couple $100,000. I mean, we've had the same player being offered $200,000 from a school and $750,000 from a school. Same player, right? It's not that School A likes him any less. It's just that their rev share now, their cap is probably lower than the other school that is offering him $750,000. So the money has to be part of the consideration. For us, it's not the end-all, be-all, because if a player does have the potential to play on Sundays, you need to get him to a place where he's going to be able to showcase his skills. And I think in the recruiting process, there are some schools that do a better job of that than others. Some schools are out there just throwing money around and they're basically buying players, right? The other schools, I think they're a little more sensitive to that, and they're trying to build something for the future. But I don't envy these college coaches. What Kalani and Kyle are able to do there, it's tough now because you look at a guy the wrong way, he's going to jump in the portal, right? The player's not playing, he's going to jump in the portal. It's a lot different than obviously when my dad was there at BYU for all those years. And you could coach, you could develop. You weren't worried about losing a player after 2 years. So especially the G5 schools, I mean, they're essentially becoming farm systems for the bigger P4 schools, and the coaches that embrace that and understand that, they're the ones that I think are finding success. The ones that are fighting against that are having a hard time, one, getting players to come to school, and then obviously they're having a hard time retaining them. So definitely an interesting world that we're living in right now, guys.
No question. We've been doing this a long time, and one of the things that sort of, I don't want to say blew me away, but I thought it was just kind of funny in a sense when you're interviewing a college kid, and a lot of these kids are moving around 2 to 3 different places now, as you say, and he's talking about his agent, and that, my gosh, that was just sacrilege. I mean, no one would ever talk to that. Not to say that kids weren't getting money on the side back in those days, but it was never talked about. And then I hear a college kid talking about his agent, and then I literally see a businessman hand a player a check right in front of me, which, before that would have been at 2 a.m. behind the building, that type of thing, nobody would know about it. And now
it's a brown bag in a hotel room.
Right, exactly. And so now, because we're veterans, we knew this was going on, but you just roll with it. Now everything's out in the open. And my thought is, when you're in the agency business of representing someone, our kids, how does that come about with a college kid, or maybe even does it start in the high school days?
Well, that's a great question, and that's really why we've had to pivot to the college kind of recruiting, because we found for the top players the last couple of years, generally speaking, right? You talk to a player their sophomore year of college, their junior year of college about the NFL draft. You start recruiting them then as an NFL agent. Well, we're too late now. So some of the top players, hey, Carter, we like you, but we've had an agent since we came out of high school, right? So now we're talking to players that are younger and younger, essentially recruiting their parents, right? I mean, these are 15, 16-year-old players that, certainly aren't necessarily in a position to hire a professional to help them. But the sad part of what's happening in my business is, in order to represent NFL players, you have to be certified by the NFL Players Association, by the union, okay? I'm not a member of the union, but in order to represent their members, I have to be certified. I have to pay a fee. I have to pass tests, and there's some regulation. Well, on the high school and college side, anyone can be an NIL agent. They don't have to have any certification. They don't have to have any credentials. And so we're jumping into a space where players may say they have an agent, but I'd say that person may not have any experience negotiating contracts or dealing with GMs or college coaches. I could, if we had an hour, I could tell you guys some funny stories about talking to GMs about players. And the calls that they're getting from so-called agents that probably don't have any business representing young kids because they they're really just looking at the dollars and to your point earlier, not really aware of the football situation, how's the player going to fit scheme wise and all of that. So it's complicated things from a recruiting standpoint just because the potential client's gotten younger and younger, and the marketplace is really saturated with NIL or marketing agents that, it's a great opportunity for them to get into our business, but they're not able to take the player to the NFL or to the NBA or to the MLB because they don't have those credentials. So tough space to be working in, guys. I wish I was smart enough to do something else sometime. I tell all my Timpy buddies that it looks sexy from the outside, but on the inside, it's just like any other job. You're dealing with a lot of things that people don't see from the outside.
That's like a lot of other jobs, Carter. I got some TV stories. We'll trade stories sometimes.
Yeah, we'll do it.
And let me tell you, nothing's crazier than radio.
Sundays are a lot of fun when you're watching your guys out there, and really for me, college football has become exciting again since my dad is retired, and I followed the NFL a lot closer. But now that we have college clients, that's been fun. And I mean, even Friday nights, there's some really, really good players there in Utah now, putting out high-level D1 talent, NFL talent. So that's been refreshing for me to be able to kind of get back in and, reconnect with some of the local high school coaches there. Some of my former clients, I was out at Harriman High School a couple weeks ago. Austin Colley's helping out there, and it's just kind of fun to reconnect with some of the guys that are doing their stuff on the high school level as well.
Your dad happy the Dodgers won?
Oh man, we're all happy. So I'm based in LA now, and transplant Dodger fan. I get people give me a hard time all the time because we didn't grow up there, but it's been fun. I spent some time in Japan, and I'm a big Shohei and Yamamoto fan, so it was a cool run this year. I mean, look, how can you not love a Game 7 in the World Series, regardless of who you're cheering for? It was a great couple.
I believe you spent 2
baseball.
years in Japan, if I remember.
I did. I spent 2 years there, and then my wife and I moved back for a year after we got married. So hey, it's a special place, and we try and get back there as often as we can. But it's a pleasure talking to you guys. I obviously listen to you many times when I'm there, and obviously appreciate you having Dad on for those years. So if I can help with anything, and you got any other NIL or agency-specific questions, maybe when the draft comes up, we can jump back on again and talk about some of the local guys there that are going to be playing on Sunday.
That'd be great. We'll look forward to it. And we won't criticize you for Dodger front running. I'm a Padre fan. I would do that at the drop of a hat. But even I recognize you grew up in Utah, so you're an MLB free agent. That may change in a few years with expansion, but you grew up an MLB free agent.
Yeah, I know. One of my partners is a Padre fan. We've got kind of a healthy banter going back and forth. But I tell them we like to play baseball in October in LA. You guys, it's tough, being done in September. But I get it, man. It's how it is sometimes.
Your dad could never deny paternity. That's exact. That came right out of him. You got that from him, 100%.
Truth be told, he's a baseball guy. I mean, if he had his choice, he would have, he would have loved to have played. I mean, he was drafted by the Braves back in the day, and his father told him, "No, you gotta go to school." That's how he ended up in Utah. It was the only way that he could get his education paid for. But I haven't seen him as passionate about a sport in a long time. So it was fun to, one of those things you can do with your dad or your son or your daughter, right? I mean, my daughter's a bigger Dodger fan than I am. So
there you go. Well, Carter, we appreciate the time. Maybe not all the cheap shots, guys. But I'll work on something. I'll get them on the game for the next time you're on. Find something negative to say.
I may not want to come back on, but love what you guys do. Wish you all the best, and go Cougs, go Utes. Been a fun season for both teams this year. I was I was at that game in Provo a couple weeks ago. One of the best college football environments that I've been in a long time. So we're lucky for that. We got some good ball there in Utah.
He's Carter Chow. He is an NFLPA certified agent, a contract advisor for Red Envelope Sports. I think the point, we don't have time to get into it. We got to go to break. The point he brought up of being certified, you and I are both old enough to remember when there were players and there were horrible stories about players getting scammed and agents, and it was super shady. Getting them certified has made all the difference.
Yeah.
So many of those stories gone. Very rarely is there one. But you can see where that would be a problem if colleges don't get their arms around it. DJ and PK, it's 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Your feedback next.
And it's all over almost here.
Don't go nowhere.
This is Hans Olsen and Scotty G.
Don't touch that button.
Check this out. Bill Armstrong, general manager of the Utah Mammoth, to be able to sign somebody that wants to be in Utah, that's a budding superstar in this league and is committed long-term to the franchise. I can't tell you how fired up it makes this fan base here in Salt Lake.
I can't tell you the number of people went by me in the last week just so enthused about the fact that we were able to get him signed and he committed to Utah. It's a big thing for the franchise, and I think Dylan Gunther, you got to give him a lot of credit. He was the first one to kind of commit and make that long-term commitment to our club, and he's a heck of a player too. And JJ Paterk also has a long-term deal with us too, so we've got a lot of the talent locked in for a while, and that's exciting for this organization because now we have a chance to get into some windows here to push to be a championship organization.
It's Hans and Scotty, weekdays from noon to 3, presented by Mountain Land Supply on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
The holidays are coming. Is your home ready? Whether you're hosting a holiday party or reading a book, a brighter home makes your home more comfortable. Mountain Home Services can save you energy and brighten your space. Mountain Home Services can improve your home with LED lighting upgrades, smart switches, and modern lighting controls. Perfect for cozy holiday nights and year-round savings. And KSL listeners can save with exclusive offers to brighten your holidays. Serving Utah since 1954, Mountain Home Services was the first to offer upfront pricing with no hidden fees and 100% satisfaction guarantee. Protect your home with an electrical inspection, surge protection, and keep your family warm this winter with a generator. And KSL listeners enjoy a discounted price on a fireplace tune-up for just $99. Visit mountainhomeutah.com or call 801-543-2222. That's mountainhomeutah.com or 801-543-2222. Mountain Home Services, keeping Utah homes safe and warm since 1954.
Hans Olsen, Scott Gerard. Hans, you feel it outside. It's football weather, but that also means it's colder outside, and that means your furnace, if you haven't fired it up already, you will be soon. So you want to keep that warm air in your house? Well, it's all about having the right windows, and Advanced Windows can make sure you have the best windows in the state of Utah.
Remember, they've got the lifetime warranty. It's transferable to the next owner. It covers all labor, glass, and parts. And these are original windows built right here in the state of Utah. They eliminate the middleman, so they make it more affordable for you. And they've got great financing plans, including 60 months, no interest, no payment, or no interest for 24 months. They'll set it up so it's affordable for you.
Go to advancedwindows.com. That's advancedwindows.com and find out how they can save you money. In fact, $2,500 off when you swap out 10 windows or more. That's Advanced Windows. Call them now, 801-850-9100.
It's Advanced Windows at advancedwindows.com, 801-850-9100.
Attention, Jazz Nation. We know you've been waiting on the edge of your seat, and the time has finally arrived. All tickets are available now. Let's go! Your favorite players will be back on the court, bringing the energy all season long. Whether you're looking for season tickets, mini plans, or single game matchups, there's a perfect option for every kind of fan. Show up loud and proud at Delta Center this season. Don't miss your chance to be part of the action. Buy your tickets today at utahjazz.com.
Is your financial advisor offering you up to a 30% upfront bonus? Or are they promising you up to 10% growth per year, all for your retirement income? If not, then you need to come to Trajan Wealth. I'm Jeff Jr., founder of Trajan Wealth. If you have a plan to retire within the next 10 years, don't wait only to find out it's too late. I've seen hardworking folks like you retire only to be required to go back to work, all because their advisor told them guarantees like these were too good to be true. They're not. That's up to $30,000 upfront or up to $10,000 per year on $100,000, all guaranteed for retirement income. Don't keep working when you're supposed to be retired, and don't let any financial advisor tell you it's too good to be true. Call Trajan today, 801-210-6800. That's 801-210-6800.
Annuities not advisory products. DBA Trajan Wealth Insurance Solutions. Additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com.
Thursday on KSL. 2 men, 2 women, all single. And they know a lot about dating.
Feeling that pressure, that's a lot of pressure to feel.
A college professor who teaches courses on marriage and dating.
I call that a marriage paradox.
And 2 women who run a matchmaking service.
We're actually the first line of defense.
All of them say dating in Utah has changed. And so have expectations. Waiting to Wed. Utah's dating trends. Thursday at 10 on KSL and the KSL Plus app.
The KSL Sports Zone and Hercules Credit Union are highlighting people that impact youth sports. Nominate the youth sports volunteer you know for the Hercules Hero of the Week at KSLSports.com.
3, 2, 1. This is your Utes at 50 update. 58! Presented by Kenny J's Barbecue on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
The Utes are getting ready. A trip to Baylor looms. Wayshawn Parker talking about the running back unit getting productive.
I know the coaches had it planned. Knock still doing his thing. The one thing that I would say is that both of us are still challenging each other. No matter what, no matter who gets the carries that game, we're still going to be like, okay, let's go out there, let's get 100. Like, let's both do it. Not one of us going to do it, for sure.
This Ute Update is brought to you by Kenny J's Barbecue. Make this Thanksgiving unforgettable with Kenny J's Barbecue. Skip the stress and bring home slow smoked perfection. Pre-order your Thanksgiving meal today by reaching out to them at 801-230-5396. That's 801-230-5396.
And now, enough of us. It's time to hear from you. From all your texts, tweets, and posts. This is the best feedback of the day.
Woo! Oh, I was there. It's the best game of my life.
With DJ and PK on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Looking back now. Time for your feedback. Question of the morning. Have we seen enough to move Ace Bailey into the starting lineup permanently? He's had 2 starts. Austin, he needs to be starting every game going forward. Every single one.
Right.
You know, all that's talk we heard about, well, you know, we're getting beat by the straight line drives. That is an epic example of an NBA coach trying to be as positive as he can about a negative. Because if it was your CYO coach or my freshman high school basketball coach, hey, enough of this Olay defense. What are you, a matador? Stay in front of your man. People can't stay in front of their man. They're going to try somebody else. Ace got the size and the athleticism and the length, as you pointed out earlier this morning. He's got a better chance to stay in front of his guy. I mean, it's the NBA. It's hard to do every trip down. And if you do it, then they're just going to start running your pick and rolls. So they're always going to try to find a way. But you got to give the coaching staff something.
Ace Bailey reminds me of a young A.J. DeBonsa.
Want to leave on a high note, Costanza?
I do.
Okay. Coming up next, it's Jake and Ben right here on The Zone.
That's it. We're gone.
We are done.
Gang, show's over.
It ain't over yet.
Oh, yes, it is.
That was the whole show.
See you next time.
Bye!
Get the latest Utah sports headlines delivered to your inbox with the KSL Sports Newsletter. From the Jazz, Utah Hockey Club, BYU, Utah, Real Salt Lake, and more. Be in the know of all things sports in the state of Utah. Visit KSLSports.com to sign up for the KSL Sports Newsletter.
From the first twinkle on Temple Square to the last toast of the night, make your holidays shine 10 floors up at the roof. Perched high above the city in the historic Joseph Smith Memorial Building, every table feels like a front row seat to the season. The anticipation is over. We're reopening November 14th, just in time for your merriest gatherings and special occasions. Now with an all-new design and an a la carte menu that wraps Utah favorites in a festive bow. Share a plate of our house-made Utah scone, pass the reimagined funeral potato bites, slice into your perfectly cooked steak, then stop and linger over local honey-drizzled desserts, berry cobbler, and chocolate pudding that tastes like holiday magic. The delicious menu doesn't stop there. Why not try our birria short rib, pork ossobuco, maple glazed salmon, shrimp scampi, and our fried chicken mac and cheese. All dishes made to celebrate togetherness. Elevate your traditions literally. Preview the new menu and reserve your holiday table at theroofslc.com. This is The Roof, where the holidays taste like home.
Chevy trucks have you covered when the road takes you from smooth sailing to Chevy Colorado will eat up some of the toughest terrains with 5 available drive modes. And Silverado and Silverado HD have the muscle to take you out for some serious. With multiple engine options and impressive towing, while Silverado EV is the perfect combo of performance and capability. Nice. Making it a snap to hitch up this electric truck and hit the road. Wherever the road leads, Chevy trucks are right there with you. See your Rocky Mountain Chevy dealers.
Hockey fans, let your voice be heard with the Utah Mammoth Fan Forum. Visit the Utah Mammoth page on KSLSports.com to connect with the team, other fans, and our KSL Sports insiders. Start chatting today in the Utah Mammoth Fan Forum on KSLSports.com.
Hey, Benjamin, we've got a surprise for you.
What?
You have a brother. $100 bill just like you.
Hey, I'm Ben.
What? We just got him for joining America First Credit Union and opening a new checking account.
And you're going to live together at America First.
What? This is nice.
For a limited time, new members get a $100 cash bonus when they open a checking account or $50 when they open a youth checking account. So head to AmericaFirst.com and get your money working today. Membership eligibility, terms, and conditions apply. Federally insured by NCUA.
Hey, it's SLC Fat Loss with huge news. We're having our biggest deal of the year. Over $400 off now through December 31st. We know how hard it is to stay on track during the holidays. Most people without a plan gain 5 to 10 holiday pounds. But this year, you could do the opposite and lose 10 to 20% in just 60 days and still enjoy those special holiday meals. This plan works because it helps reset your metabolism and hunger hormones. Claim your free consultation at slcfatloss.com.
I found the exact program that works for me. Alex here, JJ and I have been on this program for more than a year. I've dropped 65 pounds, but more importantly, I've kept it off during that full year.
JJ here. I lost 40 pounds in 60 days, and a year later, I'm keeping the weight off. Go to slcfatloss.com.
Do it before, during, or after the holidays, in person or virtually from anywhere you live. Free consultation at slcfatloss.com. That's slcfatloss.com. But hurry, limited spots available. Trust us, you'll thank yourself come the new year. Results may vary.
Turnpike Troubadours are coming to Utah.
Picking up barges on a long hot summer day. Well, good Lord.
Wild America Tour. Friday, March 27th at Maverick Center. Special guests Charles Wesley Godwin and Buffalo Traffic Jam. Turnpike Troubadours. On sale this Friday, 10 a.m. through Ticketmaster. Produced by Mammoth. Taqueria 27, where every taco tells a story. And sometimes it's a hilarious one. Check out taqueria27.com. You'll thank us later. On the go? Don't worry. Locations in downtown SLC, Holiday, Fashion Place Mall, Lehigh, and Eagle Mountain. So if you miss one, there's another waiting to serve you tacos, sizzling fajitas, enchiladas, margaritas like a ninja. Taqueria 27's got Mexican cuisine, including gluten-free, that's so tasty, your mouth will thank you.
Broadcasting from the Mountain Home Services Studio, this is 97.5 KZNS FM Colville, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and 102.7 KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
And now,
it's 10 a.m.
Let's just get down to it.
And it's time for your sports fix.
Strap yourselves in, folks.
From two guys who have covered the teams you're passionate about for years.
We are professionals.
This is Jake Scott and Ben Anderson on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
is Jake and Ben, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Jake Scott, Ben Anderson. Sorry, I just opened up my X account for the first time this morning, and I didn't realize that I opened it up to like 17 notifications.
You talking about the power poll?
Yeah.
Yeah, people were confused about how Utah was behind Cincinnati in the power poll.
I told you guys you were going to get run over by the Ute Twitter mob.
Yeah, I didn't see a lot of it. I was busy last night, but
but that was the thing. There was like none yesterday. I was like, oh, okay. Well, people didn't get too bent out of shape, I suppose. They must agree with me. And that's why I was just surprised to open that up.
I did check. Like last night, there were like 2 replies.
I know.
And then this morning, there's like, 17.
Well, part of me was like, oh, good. People get the joke. But then to open it up, it's like, awesome. No, they don't. Here, how about this one? Desperate for engagement. Cincy above Utah is a choice. Some guy goes, looks great. Let's see. The Mormon Hulkster says, terrible, terrible reasoning.
Again, so the reasoning was this, and I actually have been thinking about it since you said it, because I watched the clip, because the clip is attached to, did you do that, Christian? Good job. Attached to the poll. I mean, I know nobody else is doing it, so Jake didn't do it, and I didn't do it, so it had to be Christian. Your reasoning was there are 3 teams in the Big 12 that have 1 loss in conference. You kind of said your words wrong, but I do it all the time. You said BYU can't be number 1 because they just lost. So BYU falls to number 2.
Right.
Texas Tech has the worst in-conference loss of the 3.
Arizona
BYU
State
lost to Texas Tech. Cincinnati lost to Utah. Texas Tech lost to Arizona State. So you dropped them to 3 because they have the worst loss of the 1-loss teams in conference.
That's right.
So they're at 3.
Right.
BYU is at 2 because they just lost.
And Cincinnati couldn't lose in the bye.
Now, Cincinnati has lost both, has the best combination of not most recent loss and best loss. So they jump up to number 1.
Correct.
You've said stupid things in your life. That's not the stupidest.
Oh, hey, I'll take that. And really what the story is that months ago, Texas Tech fans got really bent out of shape about something that I said. I called their leadership, not even their team, but they're like leadership bozos or something. And the Texas Tech fans got bent out of shape and then ruined a vacation. So now I have a personal vendetta against the Raider fans. And I refuse to rank them number 1 in our stupid poll every Tuesday.
And I will say, now while I disagree with you that it's stupid, I think it's very not stupid. I don't think your line of reasoning is probably all that different than the types of reasoning that have been argued in the College Football Playoff Committee before.
That did cross my mind, yes.
I don't think what you're saying is as asinine as a lot of fans might want to think it would be at the highest level.
Yep.
I am sure there have been those types of arguments. Well, they all have 1 loss. It's all in conference.
Who's got the worst loss?
But who's got the worst loss of the 3? Yes. Like, that's actually relatively decent logic. That's a good argument. Now, Utah having just beat Cincinnati makes it difficult for me to put Cincinnati above Utah. However, when you're talking about the College Football Playoff Committee, they are looking at who actually deserves to be there based on our belief in a system that doesn't actually have rules, which your system is, if you have 1 loss, you're better than the teams that have 2 losses. Again, actually not insane. But then it goes down to the weird splitting hairs of who, when, regardless of what they've done head-to-head, hence BYU and SMU last season.
Right?
So while I absolutely disagree with what you said, I don't think you're the only person playing by these rules.
I love this one. C on the TalkSnap says, congrats on the engagement farming.
Yeah. We don't think about it that well.
That's not real.
Well, you know what? I couldn't tell you the last time we've had 17 replies on one post.
You're right. It did work. But that was not the plan.
No. I hate to disagree with you, C. It's not engagement farming. It's a personal vendetta.
Okay.
It's hurt feelings that haven't been let go for several months. But how was I supposed to enjoy myself in San Diego when I've got, what's that guy's name?
Moe Jaguar.
Telling me to bleep myself.
Yeah, right. Waking up, good morning, except to everybody, except you. But to this point, okay, so let's just lay this out here, and we can start with the college football playoff, or at least we can touch on it if you want. How the hell is Texas above BYU?
because of some stupid reasoning like me.
Texas has 2 losses. They have looked actively bad this year. Like, to the point everyone was like, oh, is Arch Manning the most overrated college football player of all time? And they are 2 spots above BYU in the current ranking. How is Notre Dame above BYU in the college football playoff ranking? If Texas A&M, or excuse me, Texas Tech is the 6th ranked team in the country, that's BYU's only loss, and they got their butts kicked. They got run. How did BYU get punished that badly? How are they behind these other teams that have much worse losses than that and more losses than BYU?
Well, obviously they have idiots like me who are coming up with this thing. But can I tell you honestly what I think? It's because it doesn't matter, so they can play these stupid games. So you can put Texas ahead, give a nod to Texas, but the truth is they're going to lose another game and move down. So it's just cute to give them a little credit at the moment. And let's pretend they don't lose another game, Ben. They have games against Georgia and Texas A&M. Yeah. And let me tell you what, if they win those 2 games, they're above BYU.
They are, absolutely.
So it's honestly cowardice, because this way you don't tick off the Texas fans. You give them a little bit of nod, and you know that this stupid thing is going to be solved for you.
It's going to take care of itself.
It's going to take care of itself.
You are right.
So it doesn't matter. It's a stupid storyline. They're just messing with fan bases because they know it doesn't matter.
I wonder, that absolutely applies to Texas, because you're right. It will fix itself for them. They're never going to have to explain it. It's going to be fine. They're going to lose to Georgia. They're going to lose to, who is it, A&M?
Texas A&M.
They're going to lose both of those games, and yes, they're going to be washed out.
And if they don't, they would be in.
Then they're in. Great.
Yes.
Awesome for us. Us being the College Football Playoff Committee. Notre Dame does have an easier schedule. They're at Pitt this weekend, then they host Syracuse, and they're at Stanford. I think there's a real chance they win out. If they win out, they're certainly going to be in the College Football Playoff. But they do, too. They also have 2 losses. And yes, they were at the very beginning of the season, but they lost to Miami, who, yes, was the 10th ranked team in the country, but Miami stinks. Miami's not a great football team. Texas A&M is very good. That's their other loss. But that's a worse resume than what BYU has by a lot.
But stop. It's not about the resume. It's just not, or at least that's not the entire story. Notre Dame should never, ever, ever be able to operate outside of a league and be included like this. Never. But there has always been an exception for Notre Dame because they're Notre Dame. Notre Dame. Notre Dame, I'm surprised that they weren't a 3-loss team and got into the 4-team playoff. I mean, let's see, the Manti Te'o team that went to the national championship. You know, BYU had them on the ropes that year, and that was Riley Nelson. That was, a fine BYU team, but not like a great BYU team.
No, a fine team. An absolutely classic Bronco team.
And
tough, solid, maybe more wins than they deserved or you would have expected, but yeah, not a great team.
And if memory serves, Riley Nelson had Cody Hoffman wide open in the end zone and just missed the throw. And that was the difference between a BYU victory and a Notre Dame loss. And they went to the national title that year because everybody just bends over backwards to include them. So, we could start complaining about that, but that is far from a new issue. I'm surprised Notre Dame wasn't top 5.
Yeah.
Give them the benefit of the doubt. Are you looking at it right now? Have you looked at their schedule?
Notre Dame's?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's nothing.
Nothing. USC, I guess, is
what?
It's a top 25 win.
Okay.
It is.
You and I have seen USC for several years now.
I'm not a stinking Riley believer.
I know what USC has looked like for the last decade.
But they're currently 17th, and they're a 2-loss team. So get ready for it. If USC goes undefeated, they're going to jump Utah, too.
Yes, they will.
Still, BYU beating Utah is a better win than Notre Dame beating USC.
Totally agree. But see, here's the thing,
Christian. On paper, it's a better, according to their own rankings, it's a better win.
But you're pretending like that matters. It doesn't. Stop it. It hasn't for 50 years. I don't know. It hasn't, certainly going all the way back to the Bowl Alliance.
You are not kidding about USC or Notre Dame's schedule. Again, losses to Miami and Texas A&M. They beat Purdue, Arkansas, Boise State, NC State, USC by 10, not a blowout, and then Boston College and Navy. Not good football teams.
It's not Murderers Row.
No.
Utah State's Mountain West schedule might be more difficult than that.
Yeah.
Or at least the games they've won.
Utah State played A&M and Vanderbilt.
Yeah.
I do not think the Big 12 is a great conference. everyone in the Big 12 has a better schedule than Notre Dame's, other than playing Miami and Texas A&M, and they lost both of those games.
But you would consider those non-conference because they were the beginning of the year. I mean, if you look at the meat of their schedule, what would occur in the quote-unquote conference season, it's
nothing.
Nothing.
Yeah.
But that doesn't matter. They're going to be included. It doesn't matter. So, I mean, yeah, I listened to JJ and Alex yesterday when this was all coming out, and JJ was bent out of shape about BYU falling to 12, and it's like, what do you expect, dude? I mean, it doesn't matter. So they can put whatever they want on there. I'll tell you what, if BYU wins out, they'll be comfortably in, obviously. They'll have the automatic bid, but they'll be top 10.
Yep. Yeah, they will. Absolutely.
So this ranking means nothing. Utah's way of getting in is still a tough one. It's not over, but it's a tough one, regardless of being ranked 13th.
You're right, and they have put Utah in a perfect spot to never move them into the playoff.
Right.
You put them at 13. The team they lost to is right in front of them. Texas is going to drop out, but Texas dropping out is going to open the door for other teams to move in front of them, not including Utah.
And you still have to include the ACC champ and the Group of 5 champ, which are both ranked below Utah.
Yeah.
So, I mean, it's still a long way. You still have to get them to take 3 Big 12 teams, which is a huge long shot, and you have to root for the other conferences to suck.
So, yeah, you're going to need weird losses late from Oklahoma, from Notre Dame, from Oregon. You're going to need several of those teams to drop out.
Which was true regardless of what we saw yesterday, which, again, is why the college football playoff rankings or whatever is so silly this early that it's barely worth paying attention to, let alone getting bent out of shape about.
And, yeah, to the point, I'm not trying to lend credence to this because, as we said, it's all a game. The same way your power poll votes might feel asinine are probably not unique to actually how things get done.
How do you rank Notre Dame ahead of BYU? Well, you turn your brain into a pretzel, but you come out with it, and then you justify it with something weak like I did yesterday, and then you move on with your life.
And again, I'm not actually sure your logic is as flawed as it looks on paper. The results are flawed. The logic is not. It doesn't pass the eye test. It does pass the sniff test.
So our
as
guy,
silly as that sounds.
Ivan Maisel can turn his brain into pretzels and put out whatever he wants. And I just pick on him because he's like the only one I know. And the UVA athletic director, who's the head of the playoff committee, they're going to do whatever they want. And then they're going to give you the bird and move on with their life. And it will have nothing to do with the final college football playoff ranking, which actually does matter. Remember the time they shafted the Big 12 when it was Baylor and TCU? It was like the first 4-team playoff when Ohio State won, right? They didn't include either one and plugged Ohio State in, even though that year I don't even think they were their conference champion.
Which, again, is a funny justification for moving to 12 teams, which I don't agree with, but they just do the same thing on a larger scale now. Now they're doing the exact same conversation we're having of why are those teams not in. They're just doing it with teams 12 and 11 and 12, the final couple of names that make it in, because they're going to favor USC or they're going to favor Notre Dame or they're going to favor Texas. These
or
teams
SMU
we're talking about right
somehow.
Now. Yeah, and I'm not saying woe is us. It has nothing to do with BYU and Utah for me, other than that's the teams we talk about most regularly. It's just that they are still going to pick the who's who. They're still going to pick the teams that they know the logo of and that they know are going to be good television, bring good television audiences.
If I were BYU last year, I would have been super bent out of shape. Super bent out of shape. I hope Tom Homo wrote those guys a tersely written email about how displeased he was. Because it was, speaking of mental gymnastics, ludicrous to pick SMU of all teams over BYU.
Yeah.
BYU beat them on the field.
You would think that would matter, but then again, sometimes you got to put Cincinnati above Utah.
Much like Utah beat Cincinnati, yeah.
Sometimes you got to put BYU above Texas Tech.
See, that's what was lost yesterday in people burying me. That's what was lost. It was actually a compliment to Utah, not a slight. Correct. It was actually a compliment to
Putting
Utah.
Utah behind the team that they just beat is a compliment to Utah.
It was.
Because it's such a good loss for Cincinnati.
Correct.
You're exactly right.
I wasn't burying anybody. I was paying a compliment to a great 2-loss team.
You know what? You're onto something. Yeah.
I didn't lose the 2 games. It's not my fault.
Texas We applaud you for losing to Miami.
It's a good loss.
That's impressive. Thank you for your service. So anyways.
I think it was Notre Dame that lost to Miami, but yeah. Did Texas lose to Miami too?
No, Texas lost their first 2 games, right? They lost to Texas A&M and Miami to start the year.
That was Notre Dame, yeah.
That was Notre Dame?
Yeah, Notre Dame lost to those 2 teams.
Right. Okay.
Texas lost to Ohio State game 1.
And Florida.
And then Florida,
excuse me.
who's stinky in game 5.
Both have a quote-unquote actually good loss and a far less excusable loss to a team in Florida.
Yeah, Florida's not a good loss.
No, it's not.
And Miami's not looking like a good loss.
Well, Florida's since fired their coach, so things are different. It's a different Florida team than the one they lost to.
Okay.
It's a good loss.
Okay.
Remember Tebow?
I do.
Yeah, it was a good loss. It was a good loss.
So yeah, I'm glad my desperation for engagement played out yesterday. That was all a master plan to dupe all these great Snap Talk listeners.
It's gonna be a good Christmas.
I tell you what, I think I'm getting a bonus. That's what you got to do. You got to pick the Bearcats sometimes, Ben.
Yeah, those Twitter clicks are really adding up.
Sometimes you pick the bear. Sometimes the bear picks you. You know what I mean?
Yeah, you always pick them both. It works both ways for you.
Stay tuned. Top 3 stories of the day at KSLSports.com. Coming up next, Jake and Ben, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
It's game week for the Cougars, and the KSL Sports Zone is getting you ready for kickoff. Even after their first loss of the season, the Cougars' dream of a spot in the Big 12 title game is still alive and well as they welcome TCU to Provo on Saturday. Listen all week long for the best coverage of Cougar football. Then catch College Football Saturday game day at 10 a.m. with a postgame show immediately following the game on KSLSports.com. Your home for the best coverage of BYU football is live on air, online, and on the KSL Sports app. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
SLC Fat Loss is having a huge holiday sale. Over $400 off, making it our lowest prices of the entire year now through December 31st. With a doctor-developed plan designed for busy adults, imagine starting now and finishing the holidays lighter, healthier, and more confident, while others are gaining those dreaded extra 5 to 10 holiday pounds. With our proven plan, you could lose 10 to 20% of your body weight and still enjoy those holiday meals with friends and family. Go to slcfatloss.com now and save big now through December 31st only.
Alex here. JJ and I have been on this program for more than a year. I've dropped 65 pounds, but more importantly, I've kept it off.
JJ here. I lost 40 pounds in 60 days. Go to slcfatloss.com.
Take advantage of the lowest prices of the entire year. But hurry, limited spots available. You can even start the plan in January, but you must call now to lock in your $400 off holiday savings. Schedule your free consultation now at slcfatloss.com. That's slcfatloss.com. Results may vary.
You gave years, maybe decades to your job. You showed up, worked hard, and planned for retirement. But now, the company's changed. Or maybe you've taken a buyout or been forced into early retirement. So, what happens next? I'm Jeff Jr., founder of Trajan Wealth. And if you've built up a 401k or thrift savings plan, now is the time to ask, is that money really working for you? Many workplace retirement plans offer limited options and even less guidance. At Trajan Wealth, we help people just like you roll over their accounts into IRAs with more flexibility and personalized investment strategies built around your goals. For households with $500,000 or more, let us build you a personalized plan. We operate on veteran values, service, trust, and doing what's right. Your next chapter starts now. Call Trajan today, 801-210-6800. That's 801-210-6800.
Advisory services offered through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor. See website for details.
From sunrise tailgates to the final whistle, keep your edge with Bucked Up Energy. Zero sugar, legendary flavors, clean performance. Stop by 7-Eleven, Maverick, or Holiday Oil. Pick up your favorite Bucked Up can and stay dialed in through every Cougar touchdown. Visit your local Bucked Up retail store today or go to buckedup.com and use code ZONE to claim 20%. Bucked Up Energy. Utah born, Cougar strong. Ready when you are.
This holiday season, give your home the gift of smart upgrades with Mountain Home Services. Electric vehicle? Meet your new best friend. A professional EV charger installed from Mountain Home Services. Fast, reliable, and done right the first time. Want to save energy to brighten your space? Ask about LED lighting upgrades, smart switches, and modern lighting controls. Perfect for cozy nights and year-round savings. Serving Utah since 1954, Mountain Home Services was the first to offer upfront pricing with no hidden fees, and every job comes with a 100% satisfaction guarantee. Protect your home and power up your lifestyle with expert electrical services you can trust. Plus, KSL listeners enjoy a discounted price on a fireplace tune-up for just $99. Visit mountainhomeutah.com or call 801-543-2222 to schedule your upgrade today. That's mountainhomeutah.com or 801-543-2222. Mountain Home Services, powering Utah homes since 1954.
At Peach Windows and Doors, they help homeowners stay in the homes they love while upgrading to the elegance, efficiency, and natural light of today. With hundreds of 5-star Google reviews, their clients know Peach Windows and Doors deliver what they promise.
I wanted to replace standard-size French doors with a large custom sliding door. The update required checking a weight-bearing wall. Plus, I wanted a couple of different styles of windows. The new sliding door created a much brighter and open look. Peach was so helpful along the way with recommendations and ideas, and the installers were efficient and respectful of my space. I was thrilled with Peach Windows and Doors.
Give your $1 million home the $1 million feel it deserves. Don't wait on that someday project. Visit Peach Windows and Doors Salt Lake Showroom. Schedule a free in-home visit. You can also explore at peachwindowsanddoors.com or just call them at 801-566-1255. Peach Windows and Doors, where amazing home transformations begin.
The KSL Sports Zone and Hercules Credit Union are highlighting people that impact youth sports. Nominate the youth sports volunteer you know for the Hercules Hero of the Week at KSLSports.com.
This is your Cougars at 30 update. Presented by Kenny J's Barbecue on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
It's your BYU at 30 update here on Jake and Ben. Here's the Bear giving his thoughts after a tough loss to the Raiders.
You know, you always want to compete and you hate losing, and so going to look back, and you shouldn't harp on it forever, but, you know, you look at the negatives early on and, you know, kind of get emotional. But, yeah, then you just turn that into gratitude and just being grateful for the moment, but we got to bounce back.
This update is brought to you by Kenny J's Barbecue. Make this Thanksgiving unforgettable with Kenny J's Barbecue. Skip the stress and bring home slow smoked perfection. Pre-order your Thanksgiving meal today. Text 801-230-5396. That's 801-230-5396. Kenny J's.
It's time to break down the biggest stories of the day. This is the top 3 stories of the day on KSLSports.com. 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Jake and Ben, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Time for the top 3 stories of the day. Brought to you by J. Brooks Jewelers. Cherish your love with J. Brooks Jewelers. Explore their expertly crafted engagement rings made from the finest materials. J. Brooks Jewelers. All right, Christian, where are we starting today?
Number 1, Ace Bailey with another impressive performance last night.
Flips wide open. 3-ball, no. Rebound tipped around. Market and follow. No. Bailey follow. Yes. Ace Bailey at the horn.
He was really good in the first half, and that's not a knock. That's what young players do. If you go back and you look through Ace's stretch literally from the first game of the season to where he is now, his first 2 games, he was just awful. Didn't know where to be. He was running around like a chicken with his head cut off. Third game, he kind of starts to figure out where he's supposed to be a little bit, like rotates right, makes a basket, just like running in transition. Fourth and fifth game, he's like, oh, he had a good stint on the floor entirely. Like, didn't shoot well, but clearly understood where he was. And then he had a really good quarter, and then he had a decent game, and then yesterday he had a great first half. And that's just kind of the natural progress. I know it's a little bit cliche, but it's just like, yeah, that's how you build. He had a really good first half, and he had a really bad second half. And then the next step is going to be turning that into entirely good games, 2 good halves. And last night was a very good sign.
Well, he only played 26 minutes.
He did not play a lot.
No, I mean, I could bring up the halftime box score, but I don't even think he played 10 minutes in the second half. So
yeah,
he didn't play as well as he did in the first, I suppose, but he also was sitting down for a large
the game was
stretch
over.
of the second half.
You can play Cody Williams a bunch.
Because the Jazz were absolutely creaming the Pacers, who are so bad.
Atrocious. And trying to be atrocious. They are tanking.
So bad.
Yeah.
Yeah, that wasn't even competitive. Indiana, not a strong defensive club even last year, and they just don't play that end of the ball this year.
They want to play really fast. They want to outscore you. They have some decent defensive players, but you lose Miles Turner, and then did they not play T.J. McConnell in the second half? I couldn't really quite figure out what was going on.
No, they did not.
There.
He had 12 points at half and only played 11 minutes.
All right,
so.
That's enough of you, T.J.
Yeah.
What are you doing out there? So, 20 points from Ace Bailey is just very legitimate. You're not going to take that away from somebody. But when Indiana gives up 150 points, everybody's eating. Everybody's scoring, so it was a little bit easier last night for Ace Bailey. But regardless, the nice thing is his good halves, he scores 17 points. Some guys have a good half. It's like, he scored 6 points, grabbed 2 rebounds. This is why we've talked about Ace potentially developing into a star. Becoming a star is because his good moments are great moments. He has the potential to put up 30-point games with relative ease, which, had he played the entire second half and the Jazz had gone to him, he would have easily gotten it.
As much as I don't really like the step back, it is a thing.
It is, yeah.
And the step back 3 he hit in the corner was really good. The step back 3 hit in transition was promising. Can I tell you what I like about him? He crashes the boards.
Yeah, he does.
I mean, that sounds stupid. You're like, well, doesn't everybody crash the boards?
No.
And the answer is no.
No, they do not.
No. But he does, and I think he's got a pretty good nose for the basketball, which all things are positive. He's always got a smile on his face.
Mm-hmm.
Like, there's a lot to be encouraged, I think, with old Ace.
No, rebounding is one of the brightest green flags you can have in the NBA. It means you are trying to do something that's not fun.
And he had 3 offensive rebounds last night.
Yeah, he's a very good offensive rebounder. That's where a lot of his rebounds come. Even the other night when he had 7, I think 4 of them were on the offensive glass. That was really good. What I think has been buried in this game, and not, I'm sure you guys talked about it a lot yesterday in the pre-half and post-game show, was how good Isaiah Collier was. Isaiah was really, really good.
Coach is loving Collier right now.
He played his last 2 games. He played really well on Monday night as well against Minnesota. But last night, 14 points, 11 assists, 6 rebounds, 2 assists, 5 of 6 from the floor. His only miss was a 3. He went 1 of 2 from downtown. He was pretty good last year, and he's a flawed player, but his flaws are not unfixable. Namely, he's not a good shooter. But if he can go 1 of 2 from the 3-point line or 1 of 3 from the 3-point line, he doesn't need to shoot a lot because he's so good at getting downhill and getting into the paint. It's a real skill he has.
See if you can. You think of what role Isaiah Collier can play on a team, which I think is interesting because he can get better shooting, but I don't think he's ever going to be ripping
Steph Curry,
it. And you think of why was Jordan Clarkson useful to Quinn Snyder's team, certainly initially. When he first got to the Jazz, is because they needed some sort of offensive output with the second unit. So he just hogged the ball and took shots. There's more than one way to do something. And I wonder if Collier's flaw is not maskable if he's playing 20 minutes as opposed to 32 minutes and finishing the game. Like if he plays 20 minutes and he comes out and gets 6 or 7 assists and the offense is popping and all of a sudden guys like, I know Taylor didn't play last night, but Taylor Hendricks getting wide open shots, and all of a sudden your bench unit is a plus instead of a minus offensively because he's good at running it. It basically accomplishes the same purpose, right?
It's funny. It's the flaw every team falls into with Russell Westbrook, which is the value he brings as a what we will call an engine, an offensive engine who gets in and runs everything is valuable. Even with Russell Westbrook, it is valuable. The problem is exactly what you're talking about. When you have Russell Westbrook, he has to be on the court at the end of a game, and he's too flawed to be out there. If you can play Isaiah and not have to play him at the end of games when everybody has to be able to shoot, or you have to be able to do 2 or 3 things on the offensive side of the ball beyond, hey, I just get downhill and I either score a layup or I kick the ball out, and that's just not good enough anymore. If you don't have to play that late in game, that becomes a far more valuable player. And if
Yeah.
he can do it without becoming a headache, then he's not Russell Westbrook. And there is still value to that style of play.
And from what I can tell, he's far from a headache.
No, he's super competitive, but I don't think he's not a bad guy, and he's certainly not going to be a locker room cancer the way Russell Westbrook has been his entire career.
But if there's 3 minutes left to go in the third quarter, and you're up 2, and he goes and bulldogs the backup point guard, and by the time there's 10 minutes left to go in the fourth quarter, you're up 7. I mean,
it's extraordinarily valuable.
It's extraordinarily valuable.
Yeah.
So I wonder if maybe that's the type of role that he actually is built for. I mean, I'm sure he wants to start, and I'm sure he wants to finish games and all that, but until he's shooting at least 33% from 3, I don't think that's a thing.
And if he can get there, good. Then you've got a really good player on your hands. You see why he was the number 1 recruit in the country coming out of high school. If not, I still think you're right. He can be change of pace, and man, his pace is impressive.
Right.
He's so fast.
And he's huge.
And he's just really strong. He's a true bowling ball. So.
All right, next.
Number 2, Mammoth return to Salt Lake City tonight. They are hosting Josh Doan and the Buffalo Sabres.
Need a win.
Should be good for what ails them, though.
You would hope so. You've got to snap this losing streak, and you've got to get back to your winning ways. And in fact, you can't probably just snap it. You've got to start lacing together some victories. And
going streaking, as our friend Nick
streaking.
Olczyk would say.
Their last win was Buffalo, because Buffalo's not a particularly good team. So, yeah, if you can beat them again here, you do start to track, playoff standings really early in the season where this club is. If that's the goal this year, you don't want to fall too far behind, because if you do look at the Western Conference standings, there are teams like Edmonton who have been in back-to-back Stanley Cup finals behind them. And they're going to make a push because they've got too much talent. Like, there are other teams that will climb and probably be playing better than you by the end of the season. You've got to pick up wins. You've got to start climbing the standings to just give yourself a buffer, which is where that 7-game win streak did help so much.
Are the Mammoth fans going to rain booze down upon the former Mammoth players?
No, I think Doan and Kesselring were I don't want to say fan favorites. Doan probably a fan favorite, but I think beloved. I don't think that's how hockey works. They're more emotional in hockey. They're like everyone's warm towards each other for the most part, it seems like.
I think the only people that boo are Toronto Maple Leafs fans.
Correct.
Well, can I give you a theory on that? It's because the way the CBA is structured in NHL, very rarely are good players scorning fan bases. They're not leaving on their own. Kesselring and Doan were traded.
Right.
So it wasn't their fault. That's how fans view it as, I still like that guy. He was great here. But, I'm feeling great about Peterka, so I'm not really that bent out of shape about it. And I hope they do well. Sayonara. Whereas Gordon Hayward
overnight will bamboozle you.
Abandoned the fan base.
Yeah.
Did it in the most vindictive way possible. And fans get bent out of shape about that sort of thing. I know Donovan, to his credit, didn't publicly force a trade, but there was a chance he was going to get booed when he came back because he made it obvious that he wanted to be elsewhere.
You spend in hockey so much time with your clubs in general, and if you're a top 6 player, they don't replace you very often. You're right. So you build that relationship. And then the rest of the guys are just kind of scrappy, and they become fan favorites because they're Liam O'Brien or they're Brandon Tanev, and they're just like flying all over the ice. And you're just like, I like that guy. I like the way that guy plays. So I think you're onto something.
I'd like to know, when was the last time an NHL All-Star, all NHL player left their team in free agency? I'd be curious.
Mitch Marner just did.
Yeah,
last
Marner
year.
did.
But again,
Okay.
Maple Leafs fans, and they hate him.
Mikko Rantanen did, right? Did he get traded and then he left for Dallas? Or no, he got traded to Dallas. He got traded to Carolina and then to Dallas. So even he, who probably has some enemies around because he's not been a good apple at his stops, didn't leave in free agency. So you're
I'd be
right.
curious to know how often that happens. I really don't know. I'm asking. It doesn't seem like that happens all that often.
Certainly not the way it does in the NBA.
No. All right, what's next?
And number 3, stop me if you've heard this before, the NBA has announced a new All-Star format.
So it's 3 teams, 2 American teams, 1 international team. They're going to play 4 round-robin games. Round-robin, and then there'll be 4 games total, including a championship game. Teams are made up of 8 players. If they don't have 8 players, which would be 2 American teams, so 16 Americans, and 8 international players. If they don't get there through the natural all-star voting, which they're still just picking 24 players, Adam Silver is going to go and pick other players to fill the rosters. So you may end up with, a team that actually has 8 or 9 or 10 American players on one roster. That's possible that would happen. if it sounds convoluted, it's because it's insane and it's a bad idea, and it's just another thing that Adam Silver, who I think is a pretty good commissioner, has no idea how to do this stuff.
I got to be honest, Ben, you were talking for about, probably a solid 60 seconds right there, laying that all out, maybe a little bit more. And all I heard was, meow, meow. Meow, 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 meow.
I'm with you because this is not a secret. This was, while it was officially announced last night.
Yeah, we knew it.
Sham said it was coming in the summer. You kind of have seen it coming. Where it is pertinent to the Utah Jazz is Lowry one of the best 8 international players in the world? Because if he is, he's going to get in. Because they need 8 international players. And then there are some questions like, is Karl Anthony Towns an international player? He's not born in the main 48 or any of the 50 states, right? He's born in, I'd have to look at where he was, but one of the islands. Who qualifies as American-born players, who doesn't? There are other issues there that are going to be interesting that could hurt Lowry's case.
What if somebody defects?
Sure. It's certainly possible.
What if all of a sudden, like...
Let's say he's born in New Jersey. Who am I thinking of?
What if all of a sudden LeBron...
But he has a Dominican background.
Like LeBron can't make the 2 American teams, right? So he defects to Russia.
Yeah, if you're the 13th best or 17th best American-born player...
Do you renounce your United States citizenship and go somewhere else? You know what I mean?
Defect, sure. Yeah, it's an important question.
Hey, bonuses are on the line, bro.
Certainly reputation and, potential Hall of Fame candidacy. Be like, well, I made 5 All-Star teams in my career. I have to be in the Hall of Fame. It's like you got the last vote because you got included because they didn't fill their quota of Americans in this 16-player, 2-team setup. It sounds ridiculous. It is. I'm just trying to do this off the top of my head. Is Lowry one of the 8 best international players in the world? Absolutely, he has been this year. He's averaging 30 points a game. Mm-hmm. Giannis is in. Jokic is in. Luka is in. Those are kind of the 3 obvious guys. Shea is in. So he's going to make it.
Wemby's
absolutely going to make it. That's 5 guys.
Embiid if he stays healthy?
I don't think Embiid's healthy, so he's not going to be in. You start getting into Lowry's conversation here. The
Wagners.
Rudy.
Yeah, Franz might get in. Rudy's in the conversation. Yeah. I'd have to look at just the top teams in the NBA right now because that's also who's going to get represented. Pistons don't have anybody. Heat don't have anybody. Cavs don't have anybody.
But see, if I'm Austin Reeves, I'm calling the Dominican embassy tomorrow.
You're right. Austin Reeves he might be one of the 24 best players in the world. Honestly, he's been awesome. He's averaging 30 points a game. But if he's not one of the 16 best American players, he's not in. Now, again, some of that, the 24-person vote of just like the natural voting could potentially get him in, and then you're going to have one team that has 19 Americans on it. You're going to have to go and handpick, name random.
Oh, man, that would stink if you're like the top 24, but the 17th best American. Would they cut you?
I know, again, they're going to make space for you, and some of the rosters will be bigger than 8.
You get to be in the 3-point contest.
Yeah, they're going to find some use for you. But anyways, I know this has been a boring conversation because it's just a stupid thing to do. Just have East versus West, and every 4 years you get a good game, and that's all it's ever been.
I disagree. Cancel it entirely and just do an NBA convention. I'm not kidding.
Yeah, you
do
could.
an NBA convention.
We're coming to your city, meet all the players, the greatest players in the world.
You could do a dunk contest, a 3-point contest. You could do exhibition. It could be
and every player has a role, but it's not the horrible All-Star game.
You don't have to go through the motions of playing the stupid game.
Yeah.
You could actually make it really cool.
No, you could. You certainly could.
You don't have to have this pretend thing to care about to do what they want to do, which is that they want to have an NBA convention.
Right.
They want to get everybody in the same town. They want to get a bunch of attention on their players and be the center of the sports universe. I don't think you need the stupid game to do that.
And having been to 2 of the last 6 All-Star games, the one in Chicago and then, of course, the one here in Salt Lake City, the best part is not the game, it's everything else.
Right.
It is everything else. Even in person, the best stuff is everything else. And yes, when I went down to the convention, with all due respect that they had at Salt Palace Convention Center, which was a good idea from Ryan Smith, the problem is like the NBA player you saw there hanging out was Micah Potter. That needs to be Nikola Jokic.
Right.
That needs to be Giannis. But if you do that, everyone gets their money's worth. It's worth traveling for.
Have Giannis do a clinic in front of the kids at the Salt Palace, and put it on TV, put it on the mouse.
Yeah.
I'd watch a clinic
And that was cool because the
Giannis.
Jazz did do a clinic, or the All-Star thing did host a clinic, and like Jordan Clarkson was doing it for the kids.
Yeah.
Get the local team. Local team can hang out and take part in the festivities, and then yes, Jokic comes out and gets to play with kids. You don't know what player's going to show up.
I'd watch the clinic do a clinic.
Yeah, there you go.
Oh yeah, here's how you gouge somebody's eye without getting caught.
Yeah.
But there was a bad
swipe up, not down.
There was a bad eye gouge in the BYU Delaware game
Oh, was
last
there? I
night.
did not see it.
Kepa got somebody.
Yeah, well, he's a tough guy.
Surprised they can see.
Yeah, he might not.
Slow start for the Cougs. I know we didn't put that in the top 3 stories, but
Figured it out in the second half.
they did indeed. Stay tuned. More next. Jake and Ben, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Whirls around and down.
97.5, the KSL Sports Zone is your exclusive home of the Utah Jazz. And we want to send you to the Delta Center to see the Jazz in action. Listen every Tuesday for the Jazz Ticket Tuesday Sounder at 30 past the hour, every hour, all day long. And if you're caller number 12, you'll be on your way to an upcoming game.
Buy one, you'll get one free.
It's Jazz Ticket Tuesday, every Tuesday throughout the NBA season on your radio home for the Utah Jazz. 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
This is Ethan Millard with Teton Wealth Group. In retirement, you need a plan for these unavoidable problem areas: income, investments, taxes, healthcare, and a legacy plan. These are unavoidable. You will have to deal with this whether you're ready or not. So be ready. Call Teton Wealth Group today at 844-838-6600. Because you're a Zone listener, we'll do a full ascent plan for you at no cost and talk you through all 5 of these unavoidable retirement problem areas. Call Teton Wealth Group at 844-838-6600 or visit us at retireteton.com.
Thursday on KSL. 2 men, 2 women, all single. And they know a lot about dating.
Feeling that pressure, that's a lot of pressure to feel.
A college professor who teaches courses on marriage and dating.
We call that a marriage paradox.
And 2 women who run a matchmaking service.
We're actually the first line of defense.
All of them say dating in Utah has changed. And so have expectations. Waiting to Wed, Utah's dating trends. Thursday at 10 on KSL and the KSL Plus app.
Okay, I have to tell you, I was just looking on eBay where I go for all kinds of things I love, and there it was.
That hologram trading card. One of the rarest, the last one I needed for my set. Shiny like the
designer handbag of my dreams. One of a kind. eBay had it, and now everyone's asking, ooh, where'd you get your
windshield wipers? eBay has all the parts that fit my car. No more annoying, just beautiful.
Millions of finds, each with a story. eBay. Things people love.
Kohl's has 20% off gifts that are so good, your family might think you read their minds. Check off your list now with cozy, thoughtful, and stylish gifts that will make them say, oh, how did you know? Yep, with these presents from Kohl's, you're gonna leave them feeling impressed and convinced that you're a psychic. Shop Kohl's for an extra 20% off gifts that are the perfect fit. Select styles. Offer ends November 22nd. Some exclusions apply. See store or kohls.com for details.
DJ PK and John from J. Brooks Jewelers. John, whenever someone loses a parent or a grandparent, it's difficult. Things get passed down with inside the family. But if someone doesn't want a watch or a piece of jewelry, what's the next best step?
At J. Brooks Jewelers, we're happy to help you sort through such a collection of things to help you know what is real and what has value. Of course, repurposing the items for the family is always the best solution, but if no one loves or wants the piece, the estate experts at J. Brooks Jewelers can help guide you on the best way to handle the liquidation and, of course, in complete confidentiality. We have buyers all over the country that we've established to get the largest return possible for your jewelry, coins, or watches to retain as much money as possible for the family. So whether you want to repurpose and create a new heirloom or liquidate part or all of the estate, let me and my team help you decide the best way to proceed. Call and make an appointment today at J. Brooks Jewelers in Murray and Lehigh or online at jbrooksjewelers.com. Your trusted custom and estate jeweler.
Helping your money do more means making sure you get the most out of every dollar. That's why, for a limited time, when you open a new America First Visa credit card and spend $3,000 within 90 days, we'll give you $300. That's like getting a 10% discount on everything you pay for with your card. Before you spend another cent, head to AmericaFirst.com and apply for your low-rate Visa credit card today. Membership eligibility, terms, creditworthiness, change, and conditions apply. Subject to additional criteria. Federally insured by NCUA. Equal Opportunity Lender.
Do you snore at night? You could be suffering from sleep apnea, a serious medical condition. Be one of the first 25 people to call Sound Sleep Medical and receive a free sleep consultation, normally a $200 value. Sound Sleep Medical uses a custom-fitted oral appliance instead of a cumbersome CPAP machine to treat sleep apnea. Most insurance companies and Medicare cover oral appliance therapy. To learn more, call 801-285-9731 or visit soundsleepmedical.com.
3, 2, 1. This is your Utes at 50 update. 58! Presented by Kenny J's Barbecue on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Utes at 50 update here on Jake and Ben. Here's Coach Witt talking about he wants to keep dialing up the deep shots.
Just got to keep dialing them up, first of all. We got to call enough of a percentage of them that hopefully we can connect on some. But that is something that we're aware of, and it's been a focal point to try to get a few more shots in there. But, you got to do what you do best. Right now we're running the ball really well, and so that's our bread and butter at this point.
This update is brought to you by Kenny J's Barbecue. Make Thanksgiving unforgettable with Kenny J's. Skip the stress and bring home slow smoked perfection. Pre-order your Thanksgiving meal today. Text 801-230-5396. That's 801-230-5396. Kenny J's.
It's another battle for the Aggies, and the KSL Sports Zone has it covered. The Aggies head south to Las Vegas for a Saturday afternoon showdown against UNLV. Your home for all the play-by-play coverage of Aggie football is right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. You're listening to Jake Scott and Ben Anderson.
Let's lock in.
On 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Jake and Ben, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Join JJ and Alex coming up today at RGS Exteriors from 3 to 6, 4235 Farm Road in West Jordan. Caller 12 right now, 801-575-ZONE. You're going to win a 4-pack of tickets to step into the magic at Holiday Lights at the Ballpark at America First Square, a brand new immersive holiday tradition opening November 14th. Caller 12 right now, 801-575-ZONE. Ben, I usually pull for coaches and players that I covered or that, that we get to know around here when they move on elsewhere.
Okay.
I think you feel the same way. I mean, you hope
you build a relationship with people.
You hope it goes well
whether
for them,
it is
right?
personal or not.
Yeah. And, well, I'll get to my point here. Is there a bridge too far for you? Like, if they go here, you're absolutely cheering against them.
I don't know if I could come up with an example, but I wouldn't rule it out. There, I guess, could be a situation where if... Okay, here's the example. If Tony Finau decided he wanted to be the face of Live Golf, I would probably be turned off.
Okay.
And I like
right.
Tony.
Uh-huh.
I've never met Tony. I have zero personal relationship with him.
But you cheer for him.
If that was his identity,
Uh-huh.
I would say that's a bridge too far for me.
Okay. All right. Exactly. Because now, listen, I didn't know Mark Pope. We covered Mark Pope and all that.
I didn't know where this was going.
I was absolutely rooting against Mark Pope last night.
Oh, okay.
As we were watching Kentucky, Louisville.
You're a big Louisville guy.
Absolutely not.
You're a huge Pitino guy.
I have rooted against Kentucky. I root against Kentucky forever.
Sure.
Not going to root for Kentucky. Not ever, ever. And I like it that Mark Pope has the connection to BYU and did a good job there, and UVU for that matter. I was definitely cheering for him to lose yesterday.
Okay. I think that's different than rooting against him actively, or is it every night you're rooting against him?
Well, I'm rooting against Kentucky. That's my point.
Okay, you're not rooting for him to fail, though.
I'm rooting for Kentucky to fail.
See, I don't
He's
think...
just part of Kentucky. People around here probably still feel pretty warmly about Quinn Snyder, who's going to be in town on Thursday.
Yep.
If he was coaching the Lakers, they'd be cheering against him.
You're probably right.
You know what I mean? Where's that bridge too far where it's like, you know what? I liked you when you were here.
Yeah.
But now I hope you lose every game. If Christian is a Donks fan and he's also an SUU fan and SUU's star player ends up on the Raiders, is Christian cheering against the SUU guy?
No, I would cheer for him.
But it's the Raiders.
It's the Chiefs.
I would cheer for him to do all right.
In the Super Bowl?
No.
Again, where's the line?
Where's the line? That's all I'm trying to say.
Not against my Donks, right?
Okay.
When it comes to the Denver matchups, I hope he doesn't do well.
Okay.
Did you guys watch that game?
The Kentucky-Louisville game? We did.
There's a lot of locals. Colin Chandler's in that game. Khalifa's in that game, right? He's played at BYU. That's where he had started his career before he went to Louisville, not to Kentucky. He didn't follow Mark Pope there. He got a bunch of money in free agency, as I guess we'll call it. Also, man, this draft is as good as advertised. This is that Michael Brown. I don't know how to say his name at this point because I don't watch college basketball at that level yet. I'll watch our locals, but
Louisville was up 20 with like 7 minutes to go, and
they came back and made it a game.
And Pope reeled them in, got it to within 4, I think.
But there is some real talent in this draft.
But I was rooting against Kentucky.
Louisville has it, I should say.
No offense to Mark,
No,
but I
it's
hope
fine.
he loses every game.
Where was Coach on this this spectrum?
Oh, Coach. Coach
McCullough,
has
I should say.
a really good relationship with Cody Feger, so I think he's kind of pulling for Cody.
Okay.
But Coach is way more personally involved in it than I am.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, he has actual personal relationships.
Actually is friends with Cody Feger.
Yeah.
So that's more complicated for him. Me, I hope Kentucky. Who's rooting for Kentucky? It's like rooting for the Yankees.
Yeah. All right.
Get what I'm saying?
I do. Absolutely.
You know what a big fan of Chris Shelton I am. Cottonwood High's maybe greatest baseball player ever.
Mm-hmm.
If he would have played for the Yankees.
Hope he strikes out every time.
Every time.
Yeah.
All right. Stay tuned. Jake and Ben will have. Good thing he played for the Tigers. Yeah. More next. 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Get the latest Utah sports headlines delivered to your inbox with the KSL Sports Newsletter. From the Jazz, Utah Hockey Club, BYU, Utah, Real Salt Lake, and more. Be in the know of all things sports in the state of Utah. Visit KSLSports.com to sign up for the KSL Sports Newsletter. Want to get the latest info on Utah's newest sports franchise? Sign up for the Utah Mammoth newsletter. Get exclusive analysis, plus the latest news and notes on the Utah Mammoth. Sign up today at KSLSports.com for the Utah Mammoth newsletter.
Hey everyone, Jake here for my friends at Trajan Wealth. That's Trajan, Trajan, Trajan Wealth. Listen, if you're anything like me, you are totally unprepared to make proper financial strategy or even basic decisions, especially when it comes to the long-term financial health of you and your family. I just don't know what I'm doing, frankly, and I could use a good team of folks, and I mean team, on your side to help you make the right decisions, to help you get where you need to go, and frankly, to help you identify what those goals should be. Now, listen, I've sat down with the folks at Trajan. I've sat down with Trevor over there, the man. Shout out to Trevor. He's very good. They are very good at breaking things down, explaining it to you very simply, helping you identify goals like when do you want to retire, what kind of lifestyle do you want to live when you retire, and then show you step by step every detail it's going to take to get you there and personalize it to you. Not everybody is comfortable with the same risk, and Trajan wants to help you identify the best strategy for you. So call them 801-899-7600. Sit down with them. They do it with you for free. 801-899-7600. You can also go online to TrajanWealth.com. Advisory services offered through Trajan Wealth, LLC, and SEC registered investment advisor. Client paid advertisement. That's TrajanWealth.com.
Bar Dub Grill is where roadside classics meet ranch-raised flavor. Sink your teeth into juicy, handcrafted burgers made with premium Bar W beef straight from the local Utah farm. From the bold cowboy barbecue burger to the sweet and savory Aloha burger, paired with crispy cowboy fries, hand-spun shakes, or signature spud nuts. Soft, airy, and unforgettable. Bar Dub Grill delivers honest eats with cowboy swagger. Bar Dub Grill in Nephi with easy access right off exit 222 in Nephi.
Tom, I'm on the sideline here with Doug Smith Chevy. Doug, the NCAA has changed its rules regarding NIL money. What do I have to do to land an amazing new 2025 Chevy Silverado?
Just come on down to Doug Smith Chevy in Spanish Fork.
Doug, I'm more than happy for you to use my name, image, and likeness. All I want to know is how do I get one?
You have to buy it, Scott.
Together, let's drive. Get 2.9% APR financing for 72 months for well-qualified buyers when you finance with GM Financial on all new 2026 Chevy Silverado 1500s. No one knows Chevy like Doug.
Save now with UCCU Black Friday money deals. $150 cash for signing up for direct deposit. A free Shark robot vacuum when closing your mortgage. Low-rate credit cards with 0% interest for 6 months. Auto and RV loans, no payments for 90 days. Home equity loans with an extra 0.25% off the interest rate. Lock the deals in now with just your name, phone number, and email at uccu.com. Visit uccu.com/Black Friday and lock in your deals, plus more deals weekly at uccu.com. UCCU, love where you bank.
Hi, this is Doug Wright. The other day I was reading an article, and it talked about the finest restaurants around the United States, and right at the very top of the list, it was Ruth's Chris Steakhouse. And I'm quoting now. They say, high-quality food in an atmosphere that is sure to impress. Isn't that the perfect description of Ruth's Chris Steakhouse? And here in the state of Utah, we have 2 locations. Hotel Park City, that's where Dee and I celebrated our anniversary the other night, and downtown Salt Lake City at 275 Southwest Temple. And at this time of year, it's not too early to call and make your reservations for a special holiday event or a corporate party, whatever it might be. And remember, too, everybody loves a gift card from Ruth's Chris Steakhouse. It is the best meal you will ever have. You're going to love your dining experience at Ruth's Chris Steakhouse.
After 30 years of plumbing experience in Utah, we've compiled a list of items we plumbers commonly find in sewer systems. First off, hair. Lots of hair. Like, so much hair.
Oh.
Roots, dental floss, marbles, and every other toy imaginable. Dentures, watches, coins, live animals, also dead ones. Photographs, we assume from active and very healthy relationships. Wigs, kitty litter. Look, the point is, don't use the toilet as a landfill. This has been a public service announcement from your buddies down at Shamrock Plumbing.
Listen every Monday morning to DJ and PK and Monday afternoon with JJ and Alex for your Chevy Strong Play of the Game. Win great prizes from Rocky Mountain Chevy.
Broadcasting from the Mountain Home Services Studio, this is 97.5 KZNS FM Colville, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and 102.7 KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Let's go! Complete game coverage of the Cougars is right here on the KSL Sports Zone. The Cougars return home for a battle against TCU. Your home for the best coverage of Cougar football is right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. You're listening to Jake Scott and Ben Anderson on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Woo!
Jake and Ben, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Make this Thanksgiving unforgettable with Kenny J's Barbecue. Skip the stress and bring home slow smoked perfection. Pre-order your Thanksgiving meal today. Text 801-230-5396. And come eat with JJ and Alex on Friday from 3 to 6. Kenny J's at the District. Big weekend of college football coming up. Let's hear a little sound. Let's talk some Cougs. They've got a big home game against TCU on Saturday. Let's hear the press conference from head coach Kalani Sitake.
Yeah, on to the next game. Obviously,
having time to reflect on the game and learn from the film against Texas Tech. Proud of how hard the guys played. Obviously, didn't do enough to put ourselves in a position to gain a victory, but I appreciate the effort and the willingness to be physical. So that was there, but way too many mistakes for us to be in a position to come back in that game and to put ourselves in a position to have a right to earn the victory. But a good opportunity for us to learn, and so we'll definitely learn from the game. I've said it before: to stay humble and stay hungry. And unfortunately, when you experience a loss like this, it makes it easier to be humble and hungry. And so we'll bank on that, and then we'll also bank on the opportunity that we can still learn from it, and we can still play better football. I just did feel like we played our best, and that was the worst timing. So that's my job as a head coach, to get these guys better, playing at their best, and I'll try to get that done this week. Looking forward to the matchup against TCU. Sonny Dykes a great coach. I've known him for a long time, and he and his wife Kate are awesome, great people, and amazing leaders. And so Sonny's done a great job with his program, and they're going to, I'm glad that we get to be at home. It seems like we haven't been at home for a while, so good to be home. But I know Sonny will have his team ready to roll, and it's not going to be easy. They're very it's a challenge, but I'm glad we get to be at home and get ready for that game Saturday night. But looking at what they do offensively, defensively, and special teams, they're tough and they have tons of athleticism all over the place. They're a physical team too, and so this is going to be a battle. We have to take advantage of all the time that we have to prep for them, and looking forward to the matchup. And looking forward to bouncing back from this this bad taste that we have from the last game. But I say that Texas Tech did a great job. They're one of the best teams in the country, and we're looking forward to being better than we were last week and doing that against TCU. They have a great coaching staff too. You can see that Kendall Raz has done a great job with the offense, and then Andy's done a great job. Andy Avalos done a great job with the defense, and the quarterback, we recognize him from before. We played against him, and he can get after you. He throws the ball. So thrown for almost 2,700 yards, and an effective runner, and he can hurt you in a lot of different ways, and he has weapons all over the place. And defensively, they get after you too, so they can make things really, really difficult for us. And we're gonna have to be at our best to earn the victory, and looking forward to improving from last week to this weekend. So what questions do you guys have for me?
Our first question will be from Mitch Harper.
Kalani, you brought up the film. I'm curious, just were there areas that you found as maybe positives in a game that was maybe otherwise a tough setback? Were there positives in that film review? And if so, what were they?
Yeah, there's a lot of positives. I mean, I probably can. Some of us that we're a physical team, and they brought the physicality to us, and I thought we responded the right way. We just didn't make enough plays, and I think they took advantage of the opportunities that they had. We didn't, So I think in all three phases, we wanted to play complementary football. They did it, we didn't. And then even when we had an opportunity after halftime to make a comeback and then try to find ways to get back in, it's why you can't. You have to start the game faster, and you have to start right from the beginning. And they were not going to let us come back from in that game. They've seen enough of that in the film, and so we when we tried to get momentum and try to get back in it just wasn't there. But I mentioned before, the effort was there. Our guys, they work hard. We just got to play smarter, and we got to play better in situation football. And they're a really good team, but there's things that we can do to help ourselves, and I don't think you can make up the difference in one play. But we got to find ways to put positive plays together. I thought we tackled well on defense, and for the most part made plays, got some stops, and we just if you're looking at the game, the average starting position did not go in our favor. We weren't able to flip the field ever, and it's a bad time to shank a punt. And we shanked a couple of them, and so that didn't help us in our field position. The turnovers didn't help us in a lot of different ways, and when it's all said and done, we normally do that to people. They don't usually do that to us, and we're 3-0 deficit of the turnover margin, and then they got after us. I thought at the beginning we had some really good things, stuff in the run, and then to muff punt, bad timing, all that stuff played into it, but. the guys kept believing, they kept fighting, and now we'll see if that belief can carry on to this next week. I believe the guys are embarrassed by that game, and I believe that they're gonna be coming in here ready to work today, and I bank on it. That's the type of guys that they are.
Next question from John Kuhn.
Kalani, you mentioned that you need to get off to needed to get off to a faster start against Texas Tech, and looking back at a couple of previous games, it seems like the getting off to slow starts has been an issue for the offense. Do you feel like that's a matter of execution, or is there some other issue behind some of the slow starts that are recurring on offense?
Well, I mean, it's not all slow starts. I mean, there's some games that we did score first, so I think to generalize it like that on one game is not correct. I think as a team we need to start faster, and just you can put a lot of the attention on the offense, but we won games because of the offense too. We got one game because of special teams, and we won games because of defense. So we need all three phases to work well. That's my job. I think when it started, you don't have to score on every drive, but I think to start the game off, I think we punted and we shanked it. That's not a good way to start the game. And then defense got on the field and forced them in some negative yardage. And looking at it, I mean, we were in a good spot, and then we dropped the punt. And so so the fast start wasn't really anything of an issue. Not everybody scores on the first drive. You know what I mean? Sometimes that happens, but if you look at the start right from the beginning, the bad punt was an issue, and so that's not the offense's fault. Sometimes the offense, a good drive is punting the ball and flipping the field, so that didn't help us in our average starting position and field position, and then dropping the punt didn't help us either. And so that puts right then from that first series, first few minutes, we were put in a bad spot, and then I mean, I think we're down 10-0, and they still had negative yards rushing. So then it was about the big plays that we gave up, and when it's all said and done, had a good stop, went into halftime and thought we were in a good position, forced a 3-and-out, a punt in the first drive of the second half, and you could see that we were gaining some momentum, and then it just kind of went to a stop, and those things are. I mean, you tell me, can we fix catches and drop passes, and can we fix better execution? Those are things that we're going to work on, and that'll get us. You can't have those lack of opportunities and missed assignments and mistakes against great teams and expect to be in it in the end. So we're very aware of what the deficiencies are, and then we just got to get to them. And I got to do a better job making sure that we play more sound at the beginning, and every play matters, especially when you talk about putting together stacking plays at the beginning of the game.
Next question from Jay Drew.
Yeah, Kalani, what was Bear's kind of mental makeup after the game, and how do you expect him to respond moving forward?
Yeah, he's going to respond the right way. I mean, he knows that it wasn't his best outing. It wasn't the best for our entire team. But I know one thing about him. He's willing to work. He has great work ethic, and he's going to be better next time. And so we're looking forward to seeing the improvement, and he's committed to doing that.
And I just wanted to ask you about Gennaro Guilford's work with the cornerbacks. I mean, if there was the defense obviously played well enough for you guys to be in the game. What did you take away from their performance, specifically the secondary?
Well, I don't think they gave up at all. That's what I like, that they kept fighting through it, and we wanted to go to the very end and try to find ways to get it. In fact, in the end of the third quarter, we decided to punt the ball because we felt good about our defense getting out of the drive, and we wanted to pin them deep in the in the red zone. We've done it before, and we decided to punt it, pin them deep, hopefully get the field position flipped our way where we can make them punt out of their backed up and be in a position where we can have a shorter field for our offense, and then we shank another punt. And so that's not good. So it's hard when you're trying to execute things and things like that break down. And the sad thing is that Sammy hasn't done that all year. He hasn't shanked punts at all. And to have both of his shanks show up here in this game is unfortunate. But regardless, the defense kept playing, and those guys never gave up. And there's no finger pointing here. In fact, with all three phases, those guys know they got to work together. We'll circle the wagons. We understand what's being said outside. We never listened to it before, and if we did, now this is the time to not listen to it. So we'll circle the wagons, get back to work, and that's the remedy. Got to get back to work and figure this thing out. And we're still in a good position, though. I want them. These guys have worked really hard. We're in a really good spot where we can still control our destiny, and the destiny starts with this week, learning from the game over the weekend, and then getting it over with, and knowing that we got to go to work, and then seeing ourselves perform much better this weekend.
Next question from Jake Hatch.
Yeah, Kalani, how much concern do you have about special teams being a recurring issue? The muffs that Parker's had, some ill-advised returns, that type of stuff.
Yeah, there's all the things that we know we can do better. Yeah, so those are fixable though. We'll work on it and getting fixed. That just it's stuff that we can fix, guys. It's not like rocket science or anything. We just got to work more at it and be more efficient and try to find our guys to be in a more confident position to make those plays.
And it seemed in the first half you guys had more success running the football between the tackles. What changed there, in your opinion?
I don't know. I think maybe some missed assignments, and then I think it was Texas Tech's attempt to just not allow us to have any positive yards and try to take away the run game from us. And they were keen on that. Even the quarterback scrambling, they're positioned for that. And then when we had opportunities to make plays, it's like the missed catches, those were deadly. So all those plays, it's weird because in this position, you don't want to make a mountain out of a molehill, but you need to address the things that actually help turn the game against us. The mistakes. Otherwise, how are you supposed to improve? And so there's no hiding around it. Like I'm with you guys, I got to be positive about what we're doing because it's not like the guys went out there and made mistakes on purpose, but. They have to own up to it, and everybody's got to be held accountable for all the mistakes that were made, and that's for myself, the coaches, and the players.
Next question from Mitch Harper.
Kalani, 2 years ago, you faced Josh Hoover and TCU, and they had a pretty big day, and it was kind of like his breakout performance. Where do you think Josh Hoover's evolved since that, 2 years ago when you first faced him to now getting ready for Saturday?
Yeah, he's even more deadlier. Now he has more experience, and he's got he understands the offense. You see him making checks. He's just a veteran now. Back then, we were hoping that maybe him being new to the scene and inexperienced would be in our advantage, and it wasn't. So now he's a much better quarterback, and you see in the way he distributes the ball to all different receivers, the way that they run the ball, the way that he reads RPOs, and I mean he's a really good quarterback, coached really well, and so this isn't going to be easy, but that didn't go well for us a couple of years ago, and we remember that, so we're going to have to find ways to be better than we were against him the first time around, and we get to have him at home, which is going to be helpful for us.
Does TCU's offense, and I ask this because you guys face a lot of different looks in the Big 12, but is there anyone that you faced already that they kind of remind you of offensively that you've seen this season?
Well, the thing is they do things differently where they can run the ball if they want, and they can pass the ball every down if they want to. I think it's not like you're just going to go out there and impose your will on them. They have different ways to attack you, and they can throw the ball downfield. They can. He's an accurate thrower. He can thread the needle if he needs to. He doesn't need to make big time throws right away. He's an accurate arm. He can throw across the field, things like that. So. I think they're a complete offense where they can do a lot of different things. We have to be a complete defense and defend it all, and that's easier said than done. That's why teams that are coached by Sonny Dykes usually find ways to score a lot of points. And so, and when all the attention goes to the offense, you forget that their defense is effective too, and they can get after you too. And then, they're a well-coached team, man. The coaches, I've known them for years, and those guys have amazing reputations. And there's a reason why those guys played for a national championship a couple of years ago.
All right, there's Kalani Sitake's weekly press conference as the Cougs get ready to take on TCU. Coming up next, We have What You Got Wednesday, Ben. I know it's your favorite part of the week.
What do you mean? What
Second
do you
favorite.
hate our show?
No,
You
I
always
said it's your
say all
favorite
this
part of the
passive
week.
stuff. All this passive aggressive stuff about like, oh well, I like the power poll, or I like doing What You Got Wednesday. Yeah, I like doing this job. I like our show. We have a lot of creative say in our show.
Oh, I like What You Got Wednesday. I don't like the power poll.
Well, neither do Utah fans apparently, but that's your fault.
They've had some funny lines at least.
They've had some good responses.
I don't think they get it though. I don't think it's really landing.
Sure.
Although I do like this one that we got from Ty Tribbs not that long ago. He says, I get it. Jake is cosplaying as an AP voter.
Yeah.
It kind of.
You're kind of exactly right. Good job.
Kind of.
Yeah, you're exactly right on.
You're welcome, for you and Christian both, for getting you this kind of attention.
Appreciate it. I did already mute the conversation. So
Did you?
I'm not going to mute it. I love looking at it.
Oh, yeah. I'll bring it on. Yeah. Just know that you don't get it.
Just know that the equipment is very
It is actually
expensive.
absurdly expensive, but we can't afford it. But it's in front of us.
That was a pretty funny line.
That was a great line. That's one of the best lines I've heard on Twitter in a while.
I just love I'm being accused of engagement farming. I don't even know what that is. No, it's really just hurt feelings.
Clickbait, yeah.
That's what it is.
Yeah.
My feelings are hurt.
Anyways.
Happens easily.
Yeah.
What You Got Wednesday coming up next? I like today's topics. I think it's going to
we
be
got two good ones.
I think it's going to be competitive. We'll get to it straight ahead. Stay tuned. Jake and Ben, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
It's game week for the Utes, and the KSL Sports Zone is getting you ready for kickoff. After a much-needed week off, Kyle Whittingham and the Utes get set for the final 3 games of the season, starting with a trip to Waco for a battle against Baylor. Listen all week long for the best coverage of Utah football. Then catch college football Saturday game day at 10 a.m. with the postgame show immediately following the game on KSLSports.com.
Let's go then. Let's go, baby.
Your home for the best coverage of Utah football is live on air, online, and on the KSL Sports app. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Hi, this is Derek Overstreet, president of the New Millennium Group and co-host of Stop Working, Start Living with KSL News Radio. Can you imagine what your life would be like if you could retire 3 to 5 years earlier than you thought possible? The things you could do, the loved ones you could spend time with, the memories that you could create. That's what our team at the New Millennium Group does. We'll walk you through the entire process every step of the way. If you'd like to get a copy of the 5-step proprietary plan that will help you retire 3 to 5 years sooner than you thought possible, give us a shout right now. 888-999-6370. That's 888-999-6370 or utahsfinancialplanner.com. Listen, most of our listeners right now have a tax problem, not a money problem. There's not enough money in Social Security Medicare as it is. Let us show you how you can significantly reduce your taxes. That's 888-999-6370, 888-999-6370, or utahsfinancialplanner.com.
The holidays are coming. Is your home ready? Whether you're hosting a holiday party or reading a book, a brighter home makes your home more comfortable. Mountain Home Services can save you energy and brighten your space. Mountain Home Services can improve your home with LED lighting upgrades, smart switches, and modern lighting controls, perfect for cozy holiday nights and year-round savings. And KSL listeners can save with exclusive offers to brighten your holidays. Serving Utah since 1954, Mountain Home Services was the first to offer upfront pricing with no hidden fees and 100% satisfaction guarantee. Protect your home with an electrical inspection, surge protection, and keep your family warm this winter with a generator. And KSL listeners enjoy a discounted price on a fireplace tune-up for just $99. Visit mountainhomeutah.com or call 801-543-2222. That's mountainhomeutah.com or 801-543-2222. Mountain Home Services, keeping Utah homes safe and warm since 1954.
Hey, it's SLC Fat Loss with huge news. We're having our biggest deal of the year. Over $400 off, now through December 31st. We know how hard it is to stay on track during the holidays. Most people without a plan gain 5 to 10 holiday pounds. But this year, you could do the opposite and lose 10 to 20% in just 60 days and still enjoy those special holiday meals. This plan works because it helps reset your metabolism and hunger hormones. Claim your free consultation at slcfatloss.com.
I found the exact program that works for me. Alex here, JJ
JJ and I have been on this program for more than a year. I've dropped 65 pounds, but more importantly, I've kept it off during that full year.
JJ here. I lost 40 pounds in 60 days, and a year later, I'm keeping the weight off. Go to slcfatloss.com.
Do it before, during, or after the holidays, in person or virtually from anywhere you live. Free consultation at slcfatloss.com. That's slcfatloss.com. But hurry, limited spots available. Trust us, you'll thank yourself come the new year. Results may vary.
At Fisher Investments, we may seem like other money managers, but we're different.
Are you really that different than the rest of us?
We are. As a fiduciary, we always focus on what's best for our clients.
What services do you offer besides investing?
We have a team of specialists in financial planning, estate planning, and more.
Your clients rely on you for all that?
Yes, we ensure clients receive unparalleled service at every step of the relationship.
Okay, but you still sell commission-based products, right?
No, because we believe that's a conflict of interest. We prioritize service over sales goals.
So, then how do your fees work?
We have a simple and transparent fee that's a percentage of our clients' portfolios. So we do better when our clients do better.
Wow, we're more different than I thought.
At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different. Learn more at fisherinvestments.com.
Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
The KSL Sports Zone and Hercules Credit Union are highlighting people that impact youth sports. Nominate the youth sports volunteer you know for the Hercules Hero of the Week at KSLSports.com.
This is your Cougars at 30 update. Presented by Kenny J's Barbecue on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
BYU 30 update. Here's Aaron Roderick on things being back home, how he thinks being back home will help with the offense.
Being at home, I think, will help because crowd noise was a big factor Saturday. We did not handle it very well. We used a silent cadence Saturday that we had never used before, did not do very well with that. And at home, we can get back to just playing our style of football. But we are playing against a very good team. I'm very impressed with these guys.
BYU at 30, brought to you by Kenny J's Barbecue. Make this Thanksgiving unforgettable with Kenny J's. Skip the stress and bring home slow-smoked perfection. Pre-order your Thanksgiving meal today. Text 801-230-5396. That's 801-230-5396.
Nobody gets you ready for Utah football more than the KSL Sports Zone.
Ready?
Kyle Whittingham and the Utes hit the road to Waco for a showdown against Baylor. Your home for the best coverage of Utah football is right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. You're listening to Jake Scott and Ben Anderson on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
What you got Wednesday? What's the deal? Jake's got rules, Ben's out to steal. Bozo takes their spinning around. Flush it down, flush it down. Emo skater Ben with a devious grin. Jake rolls his eyes, lets out a sigh.
Jake and Ben, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Nominate the youth sports volunteer you know for the Hercules Hero of the Week. Submit your nomination at kslsports.com/contest and listen every Thursday to JJ and Alex for the winner. Help us celebrate the efforts of those volunteers making an impact with the Hercules Hero of the Week, sponsored by Hercules First Federal Credit Union and Beehive Meals. Time for What You Got Wednesday. If you're new to the show, Ben and I go head-to-head every Wednesday on 2 5-selection drafts. One sports-related, one not. Then we put it out to you listeners for the vote.
Where do we vote?
On the Snap Talk.
On the old Snap Talk, that's right.
The old Snap Talk. All right. Christian, what happened last week?
Last week, best Raiders of all time. Ben won even with the Baker Mayfield
What do you mean
pick.
even with the Baker Mayfield?
Worst pick ever.
Why didn't I get him number one overall?
60-40. And famous Canadians, Jake won 55-45. So a split last week.
Should have taken Gordon Lightfoot. Dang. Should have taken Jim Carrey.
Where does the love for Baker Mayfield come from?
Everyone loves Baker Mayfield. You love Baker Mayfield. What are you talking about?
I like his
You're-
redemption story. I
Yeah,
don't think
right. Everyone does. You're not alone in that.
I don't think he's all of a sudden better than every Raider quarterback of all time.
Oh, I do.
Well, the fans do.
Yeah, fans do.
Okay.
Clearly, yeah, I won. You lost.
All right, so I have the first pick in the sports draft, which is what?
Well, Quinn Snyder is coming to town, so let's go with the best Jazz players of the Quinn Snyder era.
Which is funny. This is kind of a bygone era already. I will say there's no player on this team -1. There's no holdovers, though one has come back. But there are no holdovers from Quinn Snyder's teams, which was not that long ago.
No, Jordan Clarkson was the last one.
Jordan Clarkson was the last one.
Okay. Is there an automatic number 1 pick?
I don't think there is, no.
I don't either.
And it depends. Are you taking fan favorite or are you taking best player?
Yeah.
That's totally different.
I'll take Donovan.
Okay.
I don't think the Quinn Snyder era had a rise without Donovan. I mean, I realized it rose without Donovan, but I don't think it kind of hit the
would have
level.
sunk.
Yeah.
It would have sunk.
Right.
Donovan rescued it. And Donovan right now is a top 10 player in the NBA. He's playing awesome basketball.
Yep.
And he was a member of the Jazz, and Quinn had a ton to do with him. The only person Quinn may have had a bigger impact on was the guy I'm going to take, and of course that's Rudy Gobert. He just really found a way to get a ton out of Rudy. And Rudy's a good player and has been good in Minnesota as well, has won another Defensive Player of the Year award, but he was really empowered by Quinn early. So
All right,
then it starts to get interesting here.
My next one will give me no votes, but it's the answer. It's Gordon Hayward.
Agreed.
He was the 3rd best player in the Quinn Snyder era.
Yeah, for sure. He's not going to the Hall of Fame. Rudy will. I think Donovan probably will as well, which is crazy. There were 2 Hall of Famers playing here at the same time. But yeah. This is where it gets tricky. I think those 3 were obvious. Those are the 3 All-Stars. Nobody else made an All-Star game? Oh, yes, they did. I guess I'll go with Mike Conley. I didn't even have Mike on my list until I
Wow,
laid it out
that
way.
really clicked in that last
Yes,
5
I
seconds
did.
in your brain,
Glad
didn't
that
it?
worked.
Yeah. Funny how that works.
Okay, I'll go with Mike Conley. Mike was pretty good. Was really good the year the Jazz had the best record in the league. And then they moved off of him pretty unceremoniously. The most beloved Mike was in the Will Hardy era. That's the funny thing. I think Jazz fans really fell for Mike the year he was the leftover piece.
I guess I'm going to go with a player that actually could hit a game winner, Bojan Bogdanovic.
Yeah. We're going late era. I mean, I know you already got.
Gordon Hayward wasn't late era.
Among all these players, and don't get me wrong, Donovan Mitchell created a bunch of exciting plays. Bojan might have been the most exciting player to watch. He hit some crazy shots.
He did.
And remember against Memphis, I think the Jazz lost this game, but Donovan Mitchell out that first game. I think Bojan had 30 points in the first half of a playoff.
Saved him.
Yeah, like he was a great player. Bojan was really good. Underrated player in Jazz history. Very good player. All right, I'm going to go with a guy who is not the 6th best player from this group, but I do think was really exciting and had one moment specifically that makes him stand out among the rest. And I'm going to take Joe Johnson. His performance throughout the entire playoff series against the Clippers, which was, until Donovan got there, the crown jewel of the Quinn Snyder era, he saved them because Rudy Gobert got hurt and they needed a guy who could score, including the game winner in game 1.
And Gordon Hayward was poisoned at some point.
He poisoned himself or was poisoned by somebody else.
Yeah, Joe was popular, but doesn't belong on the list. But I see why you picked him. He did win 1 game for them in a playoff series.
He was really good. He was a really good player. But
Kind
yeah,
of.
you're right. He's not the 6th best player that ever played for him.
I'm going to take Joe Ingles because I think Joe will get me votes.
Joe will get you votes. Joe was great.
And my top end, Donovan and Gordon, might not give me votes. So I gotta pick a vote getter.
Absolutely. And I will go with the other guy who these two were in tandem, and I will go with Jordan Clarkson. Joe could have won the 6th Man of the Year award that year. Jordan Clarkson did win it. Jordan last night, if you missed it, moved into top 10 all-time amongst bench scorers in NBA history. He's playing awesome right now with New York. He's shooting really efficiently. If he keeps playing like this, he's going to be in the league a lot longer than maybe I thought. I kind of wondered, is this the last 2 or 3 years? 3 is still a long time, I guess, but if he plays like this, he's going to keep getting paid.
I'm going to take the best point guard of the Quinn Snyder era. Now, it was only briefly.
Okay.
And it did not last, but George Hill, the first half of his only year here, that was the best point guard play Quinn Snyder ever got.
He was close to an all-star.
He was great.
He was really, really good.
He was 20 and 10, basically.
Exactly what the doctor ordered.
Awesome.
Gets turf toe or whatever his toe injury was.
He
doesn't
had
get a
foot problems.
contract extension. And it got bad quickly. But
Rudy was calling him out, remember?
George is one of the better what-ifs in Jazz history.
When he played and was healthy, he was awesome.
You're
and
right.
a big part of the reason they made the playoffs that year, which of course was the first playoff berth back from the rebuild. So George Hill.
All right, I've got 2 players on my list. I'm going to go with the bigger fan favorite, but they're both fan favorites, and I'm going to go with another point guard, and I'm going to go with Ricky Rubio.
Yeah, Ricky sucked. He had a triple-double in the playoffs.
He had a great moment in the playoffs. He
was nice.
Yeah, he's very enjoyable as a person. Yeah, exactly. I mean, he's the 10th pick on this for a reason. You're talking about the 10th pick in an era that had, it only lasted 6 years? How long was Quinn here? Maybe a little bit longer than that, but it wasn't eternally long. And there was a lot of these guys were here for most of the time. So when you're picking 10, you picked George Hill, who had 40 good games.
Yeah.
So I think Ricky has an argument to be a better player than George Hill over the stretch. His prime with the Jazz was not better than George Hill's. What other names could have been on this list? Because we got 9 of my 10. I didn't
Derek
have George
Favors.
Hill. Oh yeah, Favors. I had Favors much higher. We didn't pick him.
Mm-mm.
I should have taken Favors over Rubio. Sorry, I X'd him out already. I thought we had taken.
Too late.
Yeah, it's too late. I put Kyle Korver.
Maybe of the Jerry Sloan era.
He was better in the Jerry Sloan era.
Not the Quinn Snyder. He
right.
barely played.
Favors should have been on this list. Messed that up.
I thought of Favors. I took Ingles and George Hill
Would you take
over
Royce?
Favors. Royce shouldn't be on the list.
No, I don't think Royce. No, Favors should have been on the list.
I think Royce is better than Ricky.
I don't know.
It's at least a conversation.
Yeah, you're talking about this. Favors should have been on this list. That was my fault. I crossed him off my list early, and I don't know why. That was a mistake. Recap.
Jake had the number 1 pick. We'll see how this goes. He went Donovan Mitchell and Gordon Hayward. Then he went Bojan Bogdanovic, Joe Ingles, and George Hill. Ben went Rudy Gobert, Mike Conley, Joe Johnson, Jordan Clarkson, and Ricky Rubio.
I certainly think Favors should have been on there before Joe Johnson.
Yeah, that's fine. He should have been on there. I exited out on exit. That was a huge mistake on my part. That's why drafting is actually a little bit more difficult than it looks. Can I steal your eraser? Oh, thank you. If you're just listening on audio, I also do a whiteboard on the YouTube for no real reason.
All right. What is our not sports related topic?
I think it just confuses me, so I miss guys like Derek Favors.
Not sports topic today. We're going to go with best TV personalities.
So not fictional TV characters, but TV personalities, people who played themselves on TV.
Not necessarily actors either.
Yeah.
Not best TV actors.
It can be a person who was an actor who ends up with a different role, but I don't have anybody like that on my list.
We're doing this because it's Jimmy Kimmel's birthday. Maybe we're reaching a little today. I doubt either one of us takes Jimmy Kimmel.
I'm not taking
but
Jimmy.
that's the reason. I don't know, Magic Johnson was a basketball player, but he was also a television personality.
Yeah.
Right? So somebody who's on TV, not as an actor.
Yeah, and I guess I don't think I'm going to draft this person, but I guess there's a chance where there could be some weird layover, and we could decide.
Like Jimmy Fallon is also an actor, but you can take him because he's a TV personality.
Of course. Yeah.
He was in Almost Famous, for example.
Yeah. But yes, Jimmy Fallon was.
He played their manager.
Uh-huh.
Is there an automatic number 1 pick?
There is for me.
Okay.
And I'm going to take Letterman. I think Letterman's the greatest TV star of all time. But I know that there are people who don't even think he was the best late night show host of his time. And then there are a lot of people who certainly don't think he's the greatest late night host of all time. So there are probably some people who would have gone a different direction.
Yeah, like me. Alex Trebek.
Okay. I'm
number
surprised
1
that's where you went.
of all time, the GOAT, Alex Trebek.
Man, I thought I was going to get Trebek later, so I didn't take Trebek 1. But
He's the one.
He's the greatest game show host of all time.
Trebek.
I love Alex Trebek. I'm with you. That was a very, very, very sad passing. Good pick. I love Alex Trebek. All right, I'm going to take Conan. Conan has had he's the best millennial TV personality of all time.
Yeah.
Conan O'Brien.
All right. I honestly can't believe I'm getting this guy at number 2.
Okay.
I'm shocked.
Okay.
Charles Barkley.
Okay. I was just wondering how long I could wait to take him. I probably should have taken him there.
I'm surprised I got him. I told you.
But people love Conan.
I'll take Barkley over Conan 1,000 out of 1,000 times.
All right. Man, I don't want to just do all late night hosts, but I guess I've got to go Johnny Carson. I don't want to do all late night hosts. Problem is Carson is just kind of the one. He's just kind of the guy that helped break through with everything and made that format so important. And it's certainly less important now than it ever has been, but I'll take Carson. I didn't have him on my list, but I think I feel like I have to take him. I thought you would take him.
I'm going to go with not only a legend, but how many pets have been spayed or neutered in his honor?
Robert
Bob Barker.
Robert Bob
Barker. Reminds me of days producing DJ and PK when that show was on without volume in the background.
I have a fondness for it and also such a hatred.
Oh, I love it so much.
I have such a hatred for Price is Right
Oh,
because
you're
of
crazy.
what it reminded me of. Just like the doldrums of either summer or being sick at home. So I think there's a little PTSD involved with The Price is Right being on. And it's just so corny. I'm going to go with just an absolute, if you were to do this without bias meaning actually picking my favorites, I'll go with the most important people. I think there's a real argument Oprah's the most important TV person of all time.
Wish she'd open the gate during emergencies.
In
That'd
Hawaii.
be nice.
Yeah, that wasn't great.
Yeah.
But self-made billionaire, went from small Chicago TV afternoon host to a juggernaut of a personality with, she's Taylor Swift. She is all of these things. She has all this sway. It's pretty amazing.
Let's see.
Your list is more fun than mine, I think. More variety.
You know what? I'm not that into cooking shows, but people love them. I'm going to go with Bobby Flay.
Okay. How do you spell Bobby Flay? Do we know?
Bobbyflay, I'm pretty sure.
I think it's more fun when you just make it up.
Just guess F-I-L-L-E-T, Filet.
The
Bobby
Iron
Flay.
Chef, right? Bobby Flay.
I will go with the actual best TV chef of all time, which is funny because he wasn't a good chef, but he is the best personality of all time. Also, dead way too soon. Anthony Bourdain should be alive, captivating on television. His books are truly incredible. If you've not listened to Kitchen Confidential, it's worth your time. Anthony Bourdain.
I can't believe I'm getting this guy at 5. I thought this guy could be a candidate for top 2 or 3,
Okay.
honestly. I'm going to go with the great, the late Steve Irwin.
Crocodile Hunter.
The Crocodile Hunter.
His son's on Dancing with the Stars right now.
Oh, is he?
Mm-hmm. All right, review.
Sorry, music wasn't playing. Ben had the number 1 pick. He went David Letterman, Conan O'Brien, Johnny Carson, Oprah Winfrey, Anthony Bourdain. Jake went Alex Trebek, Charles Barkley, Bob Barker, Bobby Flay, and Steve Irwin.
A lot of names left off. Had we done this 20 years ago, Regis or Kathy Lee would have been obvious picks, and they were great. We talked about Dick Clark.
Pat Sajak. Had I not had Trebek already, I would have gone with Sajak or Vanna White for that matter.
I'm not a Wheel of Fortune guy.
We didn't go any news people like you go Peter Jennings or Walter Cronkite.
Yeah, I mean, obviously those would have been great names.
Steve Harvey.
Steve Harvey. I
Harvey's a big one.
considered Julia Child instead of Bobby Flay, but I
Yeah.
figured that the Christian's generation has no idea who she is.
Agreed, even with the movie. Al Roker. Al Roker always seemed like a friendly face to me, and I do still love the Thanksgiving Day Parade, and I'm going to watch it, and Al Roker's going to be on it. and I'm going to feel good about it. I can't believe you didn't go Matt Lauer number 1.
You know what a big fan I am. No, I almost took Casey Kasem. Had Steve Irwin not been available, I would have taken my guy Casey.
I considered Norm Macdonald.
Because SNL isn't really
Correct. I'm with you.
That's more
why I didn't pick
acting.
it. I also would have almost took Pee Wee Herman because I was a huge Pee Wee fan.
And that's acting,
But he's
too.
acting.
Yeah.
That's the thing. That's actually an act. So that's kind of why I
he
thought we
used
could get
his.
into it.
Well, that's not even his own name. What's his name?
Paul Rubens.
Yeah, Paul Rubens. So no, that's a character.
I would have thought that was probably too much of a character. Then again, you have to recognize all of these people are pretending to be somebody else on TV. This is not who these people really are.
No, probably not. No, probably not. All right.
I.e. Matt Lauer.
We'll put it out on the Snap Talk for a vote. Stay tuned. Wrapping it up next, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
It's game week for the Cougars, and the KSL Sports Zone is getting you ready for kickoff. Even after their first loss of the season, the Cougars' dream of a spot in the Big 12 title game is still alive and well as they welcome TCU to Provo on Saturday. Listen all week long for the best coverage of Cougar football. Then catch College Football Saturday game day at 10 a.m. with a postgame show immediately following the game on KSLSports.com. Your home for the best coverage of BYU football is live on air, online, and on the KSL Sports app. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Do you currently use a CPAP machine to treat sleep apnea? Are you looking for a smaller, more comfortable solution? Consider a custom-fitted oral appliance from Sound Sleep Medical. In many cases, these appliances can be as effective as CPAP, and oral appliances are usually covered by insurance or Medicare. To make an appointment or to learn more, call Sound Sleep Medical at 801-285-9731. That's 801-285-9731, or visit soundsleepmedical.com.
So many commercials you encounter these days include generic people engaged in generic activities, frolicking in generic locations, accompanied by generic music and a generic voiceover. Pharmaceutical commercials are on the cutting edge of this phenomenon. In fact, I find myself less worried about the risk of lockjaw, intermittent loss of smell, or explosive diarrhea, and more concerned that the drug might turn me into a mannequin at Kmart. So what does this have to do with Shamrock Plumbing? Nothing, really. But if you find our commercials over the top, just remember it could be worse. They could be generic.
Hans Olsen, Scott Gerard. Hans, you feel it outside. It's football weather, but that also means it's colder outside, and that means your furnace, if you haven't fired it up already, you will be soon. So you want to keep that warm air in your house? Well, it's all about having the right windows, and Advanced Windows can make sure you have the best windows in the state of Utah.
Remember, they've got the lifetime warranty. It's transferable to the next owner. It covers all labor, glass, and parts. And these are original windows built right here in the state of Utah. They eliminate the middleman, so they make it more affordable for you. And they've got great financing plans, including 60 months, no interest, no payment, or no interest for 24 months. They'll set it up so it's affordable for you.
Go to advancedwindows.com. That's advancedwindows.com and find out how they can save you money. In fact, $2,500 off when you swap out 10 windows or more. That's Advanced Windows. Call them now, 801-850-9100.
It's Advanced Windows at advancedwindows.com, 801-850-9100.
This message comes from Viking, committed to exploring the world in comfort. Journey through the heart of Europe on an elegant Viking longship with thoughtful service, destination-focused dining, and cultural enrichment on board and on shore. With small ships that bring travelers closer to the destination, there's more time to explore. And every Viking voyage is all-inclusive, with no children and no casinos. Discover more at Viking.com.
Ryan Reynolds here from Mint Mobile. I don't know if you knew this, but anyone can get the same premium wireless for $15 a month plan that I've been enjoying. It's not just for celebrities. So do like I did and have one of your assistants switch you to Mint Mobile today.
Visit mintmobile.com/radio. Upfront payment of $45 for 3-month plan, equivalent to $15 per month required. Intro rate first 3 months only, then full price plan options available. Taxes and fees extra. See full terms at mintmobile.com.
Is your financial advisor offering you up to a 30% upfront bonus? Or are they promising you up to 10% growth per year, all for your retirement income? If not, then you need to come to Trajan Wealth. I'm Jeff Jr., founder of Trajan Wealth. If you have a plan to retire within the next 10 years, don't wait only to find out it's too late. I've seen hardworking folks like you retire only to be required to go back to work, all because their advisor told them guarantees like these were too good to be true. They're not. That's up to $30,000 upfront or up to $10,000 per year on $100,000, all guaranteed for retirement income. Don't keep working when you're supposed to be retired, and don't let any financial advisor tell you it's too good to be true. Call Trajan today, 801-210-6800. That's 801-210-6800.
Annuities, non-advisory products. DBA Trajan Wealth Insurance Solutions. Additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com.
At Western Nut, nuts are in the name, but there's a whole lot more. Delicious confections, unique wrap, and home and gift decor. Western Nut is your store for client and company gifting. Call or visit westernut.com.
3, 2, 1. This is your Utes at 50 update. 58! Presented by Kenny J's Barbecue on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
So Utes at 50 update. Here's Wayshawn Parker on how the running back room is working together.
I know the coaches had it planned. Not still doing his thing. The one thing that I would say is that both of us are still challenging each other. No matter what, no matter who gets the carries that game, we're still gonna be like, okay, let's go out there, let's get 100. Like, let's both go do it. Not one of us gonna do it for sure.
Make this Thanksgiving unforgettable with Kenny J's Barbecue. Skip the stress and bring home slow smoked perfection. Pre-order your Thanksgiving meal today. Text 801-230-5396. That's 801-230-5396.
It's another battle for the Aggies, and the KSL Sports Zone has it covered. The Aggies head south to Las Vegas for a Saturday afternoon showdown against UNLV. Your home for all the play-by-play coverage of Aggie football is right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. You're listening to Jake Scott and Ben Anderson. Let's lock in on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Two niggas on the airways, talking sports. They got him made Jackson on soul. Loves his tie guy, Ben's got style with his scarves. Oh my. From the islands to the basketball courts.
Jake and Ben, this segment's brought to you by Peach Doors and Windows. Amazing home transformations begin with Peach, where 5-star reviews are the norm. Call them today for your free in-home estimate, 801-566-1255 at Peach Doors and Windows.
I'm confident in saying the Utah Jazz are not the worst team in the NBA.
No, Indiana is.
Yeah, Indiana is, certainly. It is interesting, the Jazz, again, it's early. It's 11 games into the season. Jazz have had the easiest schedule in the NBA so far by every metric. But, the Jazz are right on that line now. If they were to get jumped, they would lose their draft pick. So I don't think that will be the case by the end of the year.
Isn't it crazy that Quinn Snyder has been in Atlanta how long now? 3 years, 4 years?
Mm-hmm.
They're 6-5.
Yeah, that's always what they've been.
There's
been
no worse, no worse, no better.
Yeah.
I mean, I never knew why he took that job to begin with. That never made any sort of sense to me. I think it makes a little more sense now, but that's not the point. Like, I at least thought he'd make them better.
I think his ability to design really good offensive sets would have allowed them to at least have like an identity of what they are. And they've had some turnover, certainly, but I'm with you. I think he's probably doing a replacement level job in Atlanta.
Well, because the guy before him, who was it? It was McMillan, right?
Mm-hmm.
Kind of a bozo.
Yeah.
Thought, okay, well, having an adult as the coach will probably help.
Yeah.
It's not like they've rebuilt anything. I mean, they got the number 1 pick, I guess, but that wasn't because they tanked or rebuilt or anything. I mean, they've still got the basic same team they had when he took over, and they're no better.
Yeah, seemingly
just
no
the
better
same.
off. Yep.
That surprises me.
Agreed. And they've had some good players break out, which maybe that's been Quinn's best thing always, is he's good at maximizing individual players. He got a lot out of Rudy. He got a lot out of Donovan. He got a lot out of Bojan Bogdanovic. Does it get you to the point as a winning team? You know, he's good at building up your stats. Jalen Johnson's a really good player, builds up a lot of stats. Is it helping your team win games? And again, he won a lot in Utah, but was that just because they had good players? Or was that a Quinn Snyder thing?
Yeah, I'm just surprised he hasn't been better. But I think, and this is speculation here, I think part of the reason he took that job is because nobody cares and he can just do whatever.
It might be a lot of...
And he's not going to get fired.
Not a lot of eyeballs, yeah. Certainly possible.
But I am surprised he hasn't had more success. That said, he's probably going to win tomorrow.
Yeah, again,
Do they play tonight?
Tomorrow. Atlanta does. Atlanta's in Sacramento tonight. Now, should be a bit of a cakewalk. And Atlanta, I think, just won on the road at the Lakers, beating them by 20. So
yeah, but back-to-back, you know.
Yeah, it is, absolutely. It's not going to be an easy game tomorrow. And the Jazz should be good at home. That's the other thing. The Jazz should always be a pretty competitive team at home. They should win 50% of their games there.
They were certainly competitive last night.
Yeah, they were. But don't read too much into anyone beating Indiana. The same reason last year you shouldn't have read into anyone beating the Jazz.
Yep. All right, Hanson, Scotty G are coming up next. Stay tuned. We will talk to you tomorrow on the Jake and Ben Show, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Stay up to date with everything Utah Jazz related with the new Jazz Notes newsletter. Get draft updates, analysis, and be the first to know about every off-season move. Visit KSLSports.com to sign up for the Jazz Notes newsletter. Hockey fans, let your voice be heard with the Utah Mammoth Fan Forum. Visit the Utah Mammoth page on KSLSports.com to connect with the team, other fans, and our KSL Sports insiders. Start chatting today in the Utah Mammoth Fan Forum on KSLSports.com.
If you're 55 or older and into that whole saving money thing, T-Mobile has an exclusive phone and internet bundle just for you. Right now, get 2 unlimited phone lines plus 5G home internet for just $30 each per month with autopay, plus taxes and fees. And with 5G home internet, setup is easy with just 1 cord and no technician needed, which is great if you're also into that whole keeping it simple thing. Switch now and experience the best mobile network in the U.S. Visit your local store to start saving. T-Mobile, it's better over here.
Based on analysis by Ookla Speed Test Intelligence data Q4 2024 to Q1 2025. Ookla trademarks used under license. Unlimited on our network. Customers on voice plan may notice speeds lower than other customers and further reduction if using more than 50 gigs a month due to data prioritization. Video streams and SD on this plan. Home internet pricing after $20 in monthly bill credit plus $5 per line without autopay. Debit or bank account required. See 5G device coverage and access details at T-Mobile.com.
This message comes from Viking, committed to exploring the world in comfort. Journey through the heart of Europe on an elegant Viking longship with thoughtful service, destination-focused dining, and cultural enrichment on board and on shore. With small ships that bring travelers closer to the destination, there's more time to explore. And every Viking voyage is all-inclusive, with no children and no casinos. Discover more at Viking.com.
Here's the tale of the daily Medfield. Same old pharmacy, same old bill, but those prices kept rising higher still.
Till the savings wrangler rode in, cool as can be. Tap Good RX, saving massively.
No plan? Don't matter none. Up to 80% off. The deals are done.
Discounts hitting harder than Ma's chili. Dang. That one little app does all the rest.
Save time and money on prescriptions.
Check Good RX. Good RX is not insurance.
A 15-year-old girl who chewed through a rope to escape a serial killer.
I used my front teeth to saw on the rope in my mouth.
The killer prowled the Pacific Northwest in the early 70s. He's been convicted of murdering 2 young women, but suspected of many more.
Maybe there's another one in that area.
Follow and binge all episodes of Stolen Voices of Dole Valley, available now wherever you listen.
This holiday season, give your home the gift of smart upgrades with Mountain Home Services. Electric vehicle? Meet your new best friend. A professional EV charger installed from Mountain Home Services. Fast, reliable, and done right the first time. Want to save energy to brighten your space? Ask about LED lighting upgrades, smart switches, and modern lighting controls.
perfect for cozy nights and year-round savings. Serving Utah since 1954, Mountain Home Services was the first to offer upfront pricing with no hidden fees, and every job comes with a 100% satisfaction guarantee. Protect your home and power up your lifestyle with expert electrical services you can trust. Plus, KSL listeners enjoy a discounted price on a fireplace tune-up for just $99. Visit mountainhomeutah.com or call 801-543-2222 to schedule your upgrade today. That's mountainhomeutah.com or 801-543-2222. Mountain Home Services, powering Utah homes since 1954.
Show some love to youth sports volunteers with the Hercules Hero of the Week. Let's praise your favorite youth coach, ref, or maybe the parent that pulls the team together. Your nomination could score them a $100 Visa gift card from Hercules First Federal Credit Union and a $200 gift card from Beehive Meals. Listen to see if they win Thursday afternoons with JJ and Alex. The Hercules Hero of the Week with Hercules First Federal Credit Union and Beehive Meals, helping you take the busy work at a family dinner. Get rules, info, and nominate your hero at kslsports.com/contests.
Broadcasting from the Mountain Home Services Studio, this is 97.5 KZNS FM Colville, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and 102.7 KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. The noon hour is here. Check it out. And you're locked on to Utah's highest rated, most listened to sports radio station.
It's my station. It's my station.
This is Hans Olsen and Scotty G on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Hey, let's get it, folks. Hans and Scotty, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. What a beautiful day, Hans. How are you?
Beautiful day and a beautiful facility. This is gorgeous. You know, Scotty and I get out on remotes quite a bit, and we don't get into Utah County often. Scotty tends to block that, anything past the point of the mountain, because it takes a little extra time in his day.
It's completely untrue.
But we're finally in Orem. This feels like home for me because this is where Amanda and I met.
Oh, yeah.
She was working at SOS Staffing. Did you know that?
I did not know that.
Oh, yeah. She worked at SOS Staffing here in Orem. And so I've got a lot of memories and a lot of history here in this city. And this new location for Back 9 is beautiful. It's simple to get to. It's easy access. And you know what I like about this one, Scotty? Feel how open this is.
Oh, I know. You don't feel cramped. Nothing.
You know, a lot of these facilities, these golf simulators, they put you in a small room and you're just kind of crammed up a little bit, but they've got all the extra bays. They got open areas. They got massage chairs at each bay, so while somebody's hitting, the other person could be in a massage chair. And you can play pretty much any course here at the Back 9. This is their grand opening.
Yeah.
This is their grand opening, and it's fun. It's just fun to see all the owners and the guys that went into business on this and the excitement. This is a franchise, and so this isn't like, oh, well, let's try something new. No, this is a proven simulator that they know how to manage the subscriptions. They know how to manage the bays. They know how to manage the software, and so you get the perfect experience.
There's some membership opportunities where you can come by. Let's say it's 2 a.m. and you can't sleep, and you're like, you know what? I got this little hitch I got to work out. Guess what? You can come on down here 24/7 and come in here and work on your game anytime you want. We're going to be down here for the next 3 hours, 895 South, 700 East. It's called the Back 9. Again, several locations, but we need you down here in the Orem location. Again, 895 South, 700 East, and let's get it, folks. This is going to be a lot of fun today, as it's also hey, Lloyd, today's Wednesday, right? Cougar preview show today?
Yes, it is.
Okay. All right.
Go ahead and tease it again, man.
Let's go, baby.
It's a Cougar preview show.
The show's so nice, we tried to do it twice.
I do want people to know, it's just, if you know where the Costco gas station is, we're literally in that same parking lot, that same parking area as the Costco gas station. And you'll see it, the grand opening. We got a Chick-fil-A booth out here.
Oh, yeah.
We've got the Zone van that's out here. And you know what's awesome? Man, we've got so many great people coming out. Jason Spearden, former BYU offensive lineman, he's out here. Ray Fang is supposed to come in. But tonight, from, is it 7 to 9? 7 to 9, they're going to have Parker Kingston, Carson Ryan, Chase Roberts is supposed to show up, Isaiah Glasker. So you got some of the big guns that are coming out for BYU football. Come out and just see the new business, the back nine. Come and rent the bay. Come enjoy some golf where you don't even have to get your feet wet.
Nope. And by the way, how'd you hit him this morning?
Not well. Not well.
Yeah.
But your boy Kevin's a stick.
Oh, he is a stick.
You know who's a stick?
Who?
Jeremy.
Is he really?
Yeah, of course. Jeremy with Bar W Beef.
Yeah.
So I was out with a couple of sponsors, Jeremy and Bar W Beef. I was out with Kevin White, who is Scotty's favorite on-air partner.
It would have been nice if I had gotten an invite, but
you're not going to do that, are you? Okay, am I going to have to pull up the text that you ignored and that I responded to? Don't you ever do that, Scotty.
No, that's a fun group right there.
We had a blast, and then one of the all-time greats, Jeff, was out there.
Jeff Hunsaker, yeah.
He is an absolute beast.
He's a pretty good stick, too.
He is. They all golfed a
Yeah.
lot better than me. So
I know Kevin's a scratch, so he always tries to get me out there
He's a beast.
at Alpine. I'm like, I got to work on my game.
we did cook up some steaks on the 6th. We had a little, pop. No, I wish.
That would have been okay.
I almost brought my, little pop-up unit.
Oh.
Just to throw some steaks on with some
Just for
charcoal.
fun. Oh, that would have been funny.
Because, Jeremy and Bart always got beef on them.
Oh, yeah. No, they don't leave home without a ribeye or two.
No. BarWbeef.com. Go order $150. They'll send it to your house for free.
That's BarWbeef.com. Let's get it, folks. Starting lineup as we get you ready for another weekend of college football right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
This is Hans and Scotty G.
Let's go!
The lineup is set, and it's time to kick off the show with the biggest topic of the day. This is the starting lineup on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Hans and Scotty, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Hans, we look at the University of Utah coming off a bye week after two big blowout victories. They were smarting from that BYU loss, and what do? They go out and they just put the hammer on two teams back-to-back, including a nice win against Cincinnati. And so now you're looking at a Utah team coming off that bye, and I'm a little concerned about this. I don't think it's going to hold them back too much, but going on the road after back-to-back blowout victories against Cincinnati and against now my computer's all frozen up on me, in Colorado, I worry about the loss of momentum going into this Baylor game. Now they're going to be healthier. And again, I'm not saying it's going to happen. It's just a concern of mine that it could happen in this game against Baylor. Because Baylor is not a bad team. Now, is Baylor a great team? No. But Baylor certainly has the tools and the wherewithal to give Utah all kinds of fits if Utah slips a little bit coming out of this bye.
I kind of like this matchup for Utah.
Oh, I do too. Like on paper, I love it.
Yeah, I kind of like it. Couple of things. Baylor did get off a 2-game losing streak. They beat UCF and beat them pretty soundly. But they had lost to Cincinnati, a team that...
And lost badly, by the way.
A team that Utah cleaned up.
Yeah.
So I like the matchup. They got a great passing game. They do some really good things through special teams. They've definitely got a good team. And I did call a game at that stadium 2 years ago. It's a great environment. It's not a hostile environment. It's just a great environment. I do think that Utah should travel pretty well. I think they're going to get a nice contingent of Utah fans out there. I understand what you're saying about a potential letdown, coming off a bye week. And by the way, does it not feel like it was like a month ago that we saw this Utah team play last? Why does it feel like this bye week was
like
so
forever.
long?
Yeah. That's a great question because it certainly does.
Does it feel that long for Utah fans, or is it just me? Just wanting to see this Utah team. I really didn't want a bye week because I loved how they were playing, and I wanted to see them roll right into a game. But it feels like it's been a long time. And I do think it's helpful. And I'm going to go back to one thing specifically.
Mm-hmm.
when you look at the Texas Tech loss and you look at the BYU loss, the one common denominator was Devin Dampier not being healthy. Now, against Cincinnati, he looked pretty darn healthy. He looked like he was close to himself. Give him the extra week, maybe Devin Dampier gets back to that 95, 98% health level where he can move and he feels comfortable taking off from the pocket, where he feels comfortable running the whole offense. But he looked really good against Cincinnati. They looked unstoppable at times against Cincinnati.
Mm-hmm.
So I love giving Dampier a little bit more time to get himself healthy and ready. Outside of that, I think this Utah team is ready to crank out these final 3 games. And I've been talking to a couple of members on the staff. I'm keeping up to date with how they're feeling, how they feel about their team. And, Scotty, they're ready to rock and roll. Their confidence level is sky high. They feel really good about the team they've got. They feel really good about the momentum they've got. They feel good about the bye week, getting their guys healthy and ready. And, you know, when I talk to these guys, this is a staff that it just feels like they're cranked up and ready to go finish these 3 games.
This is a team that certainly feels like they play into the strengths of Utah in terms of, I know they're averaging on the season 140 yards a game on the ground. That means when you're playing Utah right now, especially if Utah's playing the way they have over the last couple of weeks, you take that and you take about 40 yards off that.
Yeah.
And you got Bryson Washington, who looked so good at the start of the season, strung together 3 big 100-yard games. His last 3 games, 23, 23, and 21. I know we've dealt with some injuries, but yeah, their running games are really slowing down, and their ability to stop the run has been remarkably bad for a Dave Aranda team.
Yeah, very bad, and I think that fits into what Utah does offensively. So going into that Cincinnati game, you know, I tracked 19 of the top statistical categories. Going into that Cincinnati game, Utah was top 25 in 13 of the 19. And when I'm talking about the top statistical categories, total offense, total defense, passing offense, passing defense, rushing defense, just all of the major ones, turnover margin, scoring offense, scoring defense. They were top 25 in 13 of the 19. This is a very complete team. And when we were looking at it, it is interesting that they're not one of the top 25 in rushing defense. But here's the difference. I think they're capable of being a top 25 team in rushing defense if that's what they're wanting to do. I actually think that.
Mm-hmm.
If they decide, hey, we got a rushing offense that we've got to shut down, we're going to do that. The thing is, I think they can look at Baylor and they can say, okay, good passing offense, good quarterback. I think we know how we're going to do this. We're going to shut them down on the outsides. We're going to run a lot of press man. We can get the pressure on Sawyer, and I think that's what they're going to attempt to do. Baylor does have a really good passing offense. Sawyer Robertson, 2,780 yards on 366 attempts this year, 26 touchdowns to 7 interceptions. Sawyer Robertson has had a really good season, but that hasn't helped Baylor through some of their lack of defense and some of their lack in the other areas.
A guy he's not a mobile quarterback. He certainly isn't going to beat you with his feet.
No, he's a lot like Mortensen, who I just watched BYU face, who it just wants to sit and deal.
Yeah, and which I think also plays into Utah as well. Because mobile quarterbacks tend to give Utah some fits. You're not going to get that out of this guy.
No, Sawyer Robertson has 39 carries for 13 yards on the year.
Yeah, those are center blocks for feet.
Yeah, he's not going to try to get out and move on you. That's why I really feel like this is the type of offense that matches up really well with this Utah defense. Okay, so this was my thought. Coming back from the bye week, this is why I think it's a really good fit for Utah. It's going to put the group on the road. So you go on the road, you got to figure out your road situation. But you come off a bye week, you feel healthy, you feel confident that you can beat this Baylor team, and it's not a hostile environment. So I think it's a perfect road opportunity. It's a, 2.5-hour flight?
Yeah, not bad.
2.5-hour flight?
Yeah.
It's not a terrible flight.
Not at all.
We're not talking West Virginia where you got to fly into Pittsburgh and then drive 2 hours, or East Carolina where you fly into Raleigh and then you got to drive another 2 hours. Like it's a simple flight, easy drive. It's not terrible. And it's a team that you feel confident that you can beat. It's a game plan. It's a very simple game plan. It's not that you're not going extreme. You're not trying to rebuild yourself because you're taking on Texas Tech again. You're taking on a mid to lower mid-level Big 12 team that you feel like you could confidently beat. You're doing it on the road. You're doing it against a non-mobile quarterback. I just think it's a perfect comeback game to keep the momentum and go get a 25, 30-point victory and say, and flex your muscles a little bit. Show the CFP, hey, look what we're ready to do. Because the CFP, they put you on notice a little bit. Like, we see you're on bye week. We know you're a good team. We're going to leave you at number 13.
Yep.
And what did they do? They did exactly what we thought they were going to do with BYU.
But BYU at 12.
They dropped BYU to 12th. They put them just in front of Utah. And they essentially, the CFP is doing it right. They play the game. They know the fan bases. They play the game. What I do like is all 3 Big 12 teams are still above the top-rated ACC team.
Mm-hmm.
Miami comes in at 14, just below number 13 Utah. And I like that because that still tells you, that's an indicator of you could have a 2-bid league. Now, what we need to see, what would be great for the conference, is if all 3 of those teams win out from this point on.
Yes.
If Texas Tech, BYU, and Utah, because they can all win out from this point because they don't play each other again, so they can all win out from this point on. You could have a 1-loss Texas Tech team, a 1-loss BYU team, and a 2-loss Utah team. You're going to make that Big 12 matchup, BYU-Texas Tech rematch. Utah's sitting on the outside, probably ranked about 9th at that point if they win these next 3 games. And now, depending on how that Big 12 championship game goes, you might, maybe you get 3.
So
maybe.
This is I think how, if they win out, how Utah would get in is if Texas Tech embarrassed BYU.
That's it. If BYU were to beat Texas Tech by a point in overtime,
they're still Texas Tech's in.
Texas Tech's still in.
Yeah.
As a 2-loss team.
Mm-hmm.
Now the committee's got to go back and take a deep look at Utah and say, oh, man, they came off that bye week. They beat Baylor by 22. Man, they came back home. They beat Kansas State by 18 at home. And then they went on the road to Kansas. Oh, my gosh, they put it on Kansas, beat them by 32.
Demolish those guys.
I mean,
so 5 games to end the year, all in blowout fashion.
And what's tough for Utah is, and what's tough for the committee is, as BYU wins, they have to move them up incrementally together.
Mm-hmm. Oh, yeah.
So it would be from 13-12 to 12-11, or to 11-10, and then to 10-8.
All right, so because you nailed what this one looked like, let's say this week BYU at home needs some last-minute heroics to beat TCU. And Utah goes on the road and beats Baylor by 24.
They keep BYU in front of
You think BYU stays in front by 1?
Yep, I do.
Now, both of them would move up, but you think it would go as a combo that way?
I think it would go somewhere in 10-11, depending on what happens above. And just so everybody knows, don't worry about who's above.
No.
Everybody's upset about the Oklahomas and the Notre Dames and all this, the 2-loss teams. Don't worry about those teams. Because as you take care of business, they're not. Because they play each other.
Yeah.
So they're going to continue to drop and fall. So don't worry about that crap. Just worry about what's in front of you. If you take care of the business in front of you, the CFP will continue to move them up together as long as they continue to win together. They'll move them up together. They'll keep BYU just in front because they're a 1-loss team and they've got the head-to-head matchup. So I don't think margin can switch that at this point. Because, if I'm looking at it as a committee, I'm still saying 1 loss, head-to-head matchup.
Yep.
Until it's a 2-loss team, I can't start to put Utah in front of them. If they're a 2-loss team and Utah's blowing out teams, now I can move them in front. Am I off on that?
No.
I mean, you're the one that's worked on these committees.
I think you hit it on the head, and this is why I think you nailed it last week too. I think if you're now not saying that the committee has tiebreakers, but I think we've seen them have these kind of unwritten tiebreakers. Number 1 is win-loss. Okay? BYU's got them in win-loss. Number 2 is head-to-head. Number 3 is how they're playing right now. And so I think that they're looking at number 1, okay, Utah over or BYU over Utah because they've got 1 loss, Utah's got 2. Number 2, BYU's got the head-to-head. And then number 3, BYU or Utah might be playing better than BYU right now, but those first two are going to trump that. And I'm not even saying they're playing better. I'm just saying that their margin of victories are more than what BYU has had. And so if BYU barely beats TCU and Utah curb stomps Baylor, I don't think it impacts it. Now, both will move up, but I don't think it'll impact the Utah versus BYU situation.
So I get what you're saying. I don't like to have that bye week while they're just on a heater.
I don't either.
But you do have a veteran team. You got a lot of great leaders. If everybody can keep their focus, they truly should beat Baylor by 18 plus. They should.
Mm-hmm. On paper, yes. That's why I don't know, man. I have a weird feeling about this game. And maybe it's just because we've seen Utah have some momentum in years past, and then they run into, a weird Arizona team that puts it on them in Tucson, and you're like, wait, where did that come from? That shouldn't have happened. Or the Oregon State loss a few years ago. Like, you're like, wait, what? It's like, and so maybe I think you just get trained that there's always some weird, funky game in there. And I just hope that it isn't this week on the road against Baylor coming out of a bye week, because this team was playing so well. But you're right, leadership, coaching, these guys have been there, they've done it. They should be fine, and you certainly hope that's the case.
As a Utah fan, I think that you're still rooting for BYU to beat Cincinnati, because I think BYU is the only team that can beat Cincinnati. Somebody's got to give Cincinnati their second loss, and somebody has to give Utah their second loss. Now, you can make it Cincinnati. If you're a Utah fan, you can make it Cincinnati, but now you're talking about Cincinnati being a one-win team. So Utah definitely needs some help. But all the models you and I have run, if you've got a 1-1-loss team and you got a group of 2-loss teams, Utah's got the advantage in the 2-loss.
Yep.
Right?
Yep, 100%.
So that's the difference. Utah is just begging that you get a group of 2-loss teams. But if BYU wins out, the stars are written.
Yeah. And it's kind of funny, though, because – and maybe I'm off base on this because I'm just doing this on the fly. If BYU beats Cincinnati, that drops Cincinnati to 2 losses but keeps BYU at just 1 loss. Whereas if Utah beats – or if Cincinnati beats BYU, then BYU comes to that 2-loss plateau, and then you're hoping that Cincinnati picks up another loss along the way to drop them down to 2 losses. So you could spin pretty much either one of them, I think. But ultimately, at the end of the day, you need BYU to win. You want BYU to win. I think that better situates your situation for sure.
Gives you a better shot.
Yeah, yep.
Scotty, we get to catch up with Austin Ainge right at 12:30. So
yes, we got to go break.
Excited to catch up with him, but love being down here at the back 9. I love these new businesses. Great grand opening. Gorgeous bays. Have you stepped into the bay yet, Scotty?
I've not stepped in yet.
Man, the bays are set up so well. The screens are a high def, so you feel like you're really shooting into the greens. And it's just exciting. And we got Jeremy hanging out here with us at the back 9. And, Jeremy, let's just talk about this, man. What the dream, it's all come together. You're here. You got the people filled in. What's this all like?
I mean, this is all of our dream come true, essentially. We really wanted to create a space that made golf accessible to everybody. A lot of these simulators are just kind of a place for, dad to go disappear for a few hours, and that's great. If you want to swing by before work and, get some work in on your game or on the way home or late night or whatever, that's great. But we specifically designed the space and set it up so that it would be conducive to bringing in the family. If you want to bring in the family, get the kids going on the Xbox over here. We got a little Xbox lounge, so the kids are happy. They can hit golf balls too with Dad. Mom can hit some balls, and then when she's ready for a break, she can hop in the massage chair. And
which is sweet in every bay.
Every bay has one.
Every single day, since we opened, kind of soft open last week, my kids have been begging me, Dad, can we go to back 9? Dad, can we go to back 9? And it's just an absolute blast. We come in here, we're playing golf. The kids are, having a good time on the Xbox. My wife loves sitting in the massage chairs, obviously. The location's perfect. We're right next to Costco. So, if you need to pop over, do some grocery shopping, come hit some golf balls.
Send your wife to Costco while you knock out a round.
There you go.
Yeah.
There you go. Or leave your wife here and you can run and do the groceries too.
Hey,
Either
look,
way, whatever
we
works for you.
We don't judge wherever.
I got to tell you, man, I've been in a lot of different simulators. I love how open this is.
Yeah.
I love how open it is. I love the bays. I think the screens, like the screens and the course identification on the screen, it's better than it's ever been.
Yeah. And what a great place to, as we get colder weather, what a great place to keep your game in line so that when spring picks up, you can just pick up right where you left off.
Absolutely, absolutely. We worked really, really hard to make sure it was ready for this time of year because now is the absolute perfect time to sign up for a membership. Not sure what to get the golfer in your life because they've already got their clubs, they've already got all their little gizmos and gadgets that they like to take out, the rangefinder. And you're like, well, shoot, what am I going to get, my husband or my dad or my wife or whatever golfer there is in your life? The membership to the back nine here is the absolute perfect holiday gift.
And it's 24/7.
And it's 24/7. They can literally come in. Every member is able to bring up to 3 guests every time they come. So it's the absolute perfect date night if you want to get some friends out here. The University Place Mall is right here. The Cinemark right here. It's just a great location, a perfect opportunity to come out or to escape for a couple hours, like I said, when you need to blow off some steam after work.
So here's the deal. Come down 7 to 9. We got BYU football players that are going to be down here. Glasker, Parker Kingston, Chase Roberts. It's a group of BYU football players. Not a better time. Scotty, this place is gorgeous.
995 South 700 East, as Jeremy mentioned, just right next to Costco here in Orem. Come on down, 995 South 700 East in Orem. It is the back nine right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
It's game week for the Aggies, and the KSL Sports Zone is getting you ready for kickoff. Bronco Mendenhall and the Aggies are just one win away from bowl eligibility as they travel south for a battle against UNLV. Listen all week long for the best coverage of Aggie football. Then catch all the play-by-play action beginning with the Aggie pregame show this Saturday at 4 on 1280 The Zone. Your exclusive home for Aggie football is live on air, online, and on the KSL Sports app. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
This is Ethan Millard with Teton Wealth Group. In retirement, you need a plan for these unavoidable problem areas: income, investments, taxes, healthcare, and a legacy plan. These are unavoidable. You will have to deal with this whether you're ready or not, so be ready. Call Teton Wealth Group today at 844-838-6600. Because you're a Zone listener, we'll do a full ascent plan for you at no cost and talk you through all 5 of these unavoidable retirement problem areas. Call Teton Wealth Group at 844-838-6600 or visit us at retireteton.com.
Ugh, that hard water life, right, Utah? Scale buildup ruining your appliances, skin feeling rough, water tasting, less than amazing? There's a better way. Hi, this is the water boy Colson Firmage, and this is Culligan Water, your local water expert, making your water worries a thing of the past. We're talking top-rated water softeners and filters that protect your home, leave your skin feeling silky smooth, and make your water taste fantastic. For over 80 years, Culligan has been right here in Salt Lake City, a family tradition of cleaner water you can trust. Think of us as your friendly neighborhood water scientists. Is your current system even pulling its weight? Don't guess. Call us today for a free water test, no matter what make or model. Just dial 801-509-9602 or visit CulliganSLC.com. And for a limited time, get $1,000 off a new Culligan water filtration system, plus free salt delivery for a whole year. Experience the Culligan difference. Call 801-509-9602 or visit CulliganSLC.com. Culligan, water you'll love.
SLC Fat Loss is having a huge holiday sale. Over $400 off, making it our lowest prices of the entire year now through December 31st. With a doctor-developed plan designed for busy adults, imagine starting now and finishing the holidays lighter, healthier, and more confident, while others are gaining those dreaded extra 5 to 10 holiday pounds. With our proven plan, you could lose 10 to 20% of your body weight and still enjoy those holiday meals with friends and family. Go to slcfatloss.com KSL.com now and save big now through December 31st only.
Alex here. JJ and I have been on this program for more than a year. I've dropped 65 pounds, but more importantly, I've kept it off.
JJ here. I lost 40 pounds in 60 days. Go to slcfatloss.com.
Take advantage of the lowest prices of the entire year. But hurry, limited spots available. You can even start the plan in January, but you must call now to lock in your $400 off holiday savings. Schedule your free consultation now at slcfatloss.com. That's slcfatloss.com. Results may vary.
Taqueria 27, where every taco tells a story. And sometimes it's a hilarious one. Check out taqueria27.com. You'll thank us later. On the go? Don't worry. Locations in downtown SLC, Holiday, Fashion Place Mall, Lehigh, and Eagle Mountain. So if you miss one, there's another waiting to serve you tacos, sizzling fajitas, enchiladas, margaritas, like a ninja. Taqueria 27's got Mexican cuisine, including gluten-free, that's so tasty, your mouth will thank you.
Hey, this is Chris with JCW's. Craving something sweet? We do ice cream right. Come in and try one of our shakes, freezes, or an ice cream cone, and you'll see why we say JCW's, quality, and a lot of it.
Nobody gets you ready for Utah football more than the KSL Sports Zone.
Ready?
Kyle Whittingham and the Utes hit the road to Waco for a showdown against Baylor. Your home for the best coverage of Utah football is right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. This is Hans Olsen and Scotty G, presented by Mountain Land Supply on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Hans Olsen, Scott Gerard, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Normally you hear from Danny Ainge every Wednesday at this time. Well, today we hope to be able to hear from Austin Ainge and get his thoughts on this team and where they're at, coming off a blowout victory last night.
It's like every once in a while, huh?
Yeah.
Every once in a while, Lowry Markkinen remembers, oh, wait a second. I'm all-star level. Let's go.
Let's remind everybody.
Let's go play.
Yeah.
You know, Ace Bailey comes in. He's just like, oh, wait. So this is a round ball. It's a court, same type of rim. Let's go play some basketball. And Ace Bailey goes off and has a game. And you're reminded, wait a second, these dudes are still the highest level basketball players in the world.
Yes.
And they go out and do work. I like what Yusuf Nurkic has been able to do. You know, I always feel like Yusuf Nurkic can get in there and can elbow with any big in the NBA. I love his physicality. So a lot of great things.
Let's do it. Time to catch up with Utah Jazz and talk a little Utah Jazz basketball with Austin Ainge.
It's time to talk Utah Jazz basketball with the president of basketball operations, Austin Ainge, with Hans and Scotty G on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
He is the president of basketball operations, Austin Ainge, kind enough to join us. Austin, how you doing?
I'm great, guys. How are you?
Very
good. You get a blowout victory, and you tell the old man, like, hey, you know what? I got the radio shot tomorrow. Let me take over.
Happy to join you guys. I'll let him take the tough losses.
There you go. It's exciting. What is that like, Austin? You sit back and you watch your product put up 152 points, just a couple points away from franchise history. Just talk about watching your guys do that last night.
Yeah, I mean, all the successes are so fun to watch because you're around these young guys and these players, and they really give themselves to the game and they dedicate themselves, and it means everything to them. And so you just get excited for them and feel for them, happy with it. It's just a treat to be around when things are going well like that, and see them have success.
So 152, 128, obviously offensive, just a juggernaut last night for this team. When do you feel like you'll have a good sense of the identity of this team? Everybody always says in Major League Baseball it's around Memorial Day. Is there a moment where you kind of feel like, okay, I know who these guys are?
Yeah, I would say 25. You start to have a better idea in the NBA. But, you know, when you have a team as young as ours, we will continue to evolve the whole season as these guys kind of figure it out and find their place.
Austin, it was so fun because Scotty Lloyd and I all showed up at the Ace Bailey presser, and we watched you up on the podium with a big grin on your face, you could see that you felt like you hit. Like you wore it. Like, hey, we hit. I know we fell from the lottery, but we hit. And now watching Ace Bailey continue to develop, work into now the starting rotation and into 26 minutes, putting up 20 points, how rewarding is that to see the decision and all the work that went into finding that fifth pick and now watching Ace do what he's doing?
It's super rewarding, and it's more than just the scouting aspect. You know, since the day we drafted Ace, in his family, we've been working on plans and developing him and helping him find just how to live life. You know, Coach Hardy's done an amazing job with him and his staff, and we're just really trying to, you know, develop him right, raise him to be. To reach his potential, whatever that ends up being. But, you know, it's things like, how do you eat? How do you get to the weight room? What's your daily schedule like? How do you handle travel? How do you handle your apartment? These types of things. It's a lot of work that goes into this. And so, yeah, like I said, these successes are so fun to be a part of after all that work.
I was doing a show with David Locke a long time ago, and we came up with the Oreo cookie theory that, you know, sometimes when you're dunking it in milk and you leave it in a little too long, it all falls apart. But, you know, you need to have that right kind of exposure. And we talked about that in terms of rookies. Is there too much that you can give a rookie too soon? And do you feel like you kind of have to pace them a little bit?
Absolutely. I mean, really what we're trying to do is, like I said, it's just like raising kids. Coaching, Coach Hardy, and he and I talk about this all the time. It really is like raising kids. What do you reward? What do you hold accountable? When do you give praise? When do you sit them down a little bit, right? And so we're trying to pick the things that are most important. You know, right now it's defensive game plan and defensive rotation. If you make a turnover, if you take a bad shot, maybe not, you know, stressing on that as bad as if we spend, you know, 20 minutes on the game plan saying, force this guy right, their best player, and you check in the game and he goes right by you left, you got to come out, right? And so just picking some things and then working on them one at a time with these young guys and just adding every day to their repertoire and their knowledge base.
So, Austin, going back last Tuesday, I was asking Danny about Isaiah Collier and his potential return, and he kind of led on to, yeah, it's coming. You know, he gave us some indicators of where he'd been and what he's been doing to get ready. He jumps back on the court against Minnesota, has some good minutes. But I just want to go to the minutes he had last night, 27 minutes, and he goes to 11 assists. He puts up 14 points, a nice double-double in his third game back. And the reason I asked Danny about it is because Isaiah was one of my favorites from last year, because I'm a football guy, so I love tough guys. And Isaiah's a tough guy. He reminds me of a running back or a linebacker. He's an absolute tough guy beast. But I love his return. What does this guy do to have such a high level of assists? Because he was a record for rookies for the Utah Jazz. What is he doing to see the court to have these assists?
Well, I mean, like you said, he's a running back, downhill runner, and he lives in the paint. And so you've got to bring help, and then he can spray it around and find guys. He really turns up the pace on our offense, and he just gets easy shots for guys. He's so strong and fast. Guys can't keep him in front, and that just opens up opportunities for everybody else. Couldn't be happier about his return, especially he missed all of training camp and the first part of the season. That's hard to do for a young guy, and he hit the ground running.
I was talking to a coach a couple of years ago, and he mentioned that sometimes when guys suffer season-ending injuries, it's hard to keep them involved because they have commitments with their rehab, and you've got to move on as a coach and as a team and try to win games. How hard is it to make sure that Walker Kessler still remains an integral part of this team, even though he's going through a season-ending injury?
Yeah, it's going to be an interesting challenge, and every guy is a little different, and reality is a little different through this. It is hard, and it can be lonely. So we're going to do as good a job as we can to keep them involved in the group. We might have to give them coaching or scouting assignments or something to keep them engaged.
So, Austin, just coming back to the state and taking over as president of operations, and now you're 11 games in and things are rocking and rolling. How is it? How have you enjoyed it? How much anxiety comes with it? Is it what you thought? I know you got a lot of years in this business, but is this what you thought it'd be here in Utah?
Yeah, everything is the business side is kind of what you thought, but life and moving your family across the country, 17 years in Boston was a long time. It was a big adjustment for us, and the state's changed a lot since I went to college at BYU. I didn't really live besides that, and so I don't know the Salt Lake very well, and so it's been getting to know that, but it's been great. And I tell you what, like, being in the Delta Center with our fans, it's just such an awesome place, man. The support they give, it's been a rebuild, and just to see the people show up to support our young guys and see the progress they're making, it sure makes it fun.
You've got a really good brain trust of, not just you and not just Danny, but Jay-Z and leaning on Ryan as well. And I've known a lot of people in that organization, Jim Olson, Chris Barney. I mean, there's a lot of really smart people in that building. When it comes to making a big decision, a personnel decision, and ultimately it's your call, but what is the conversations like in determining, okay, is this something we want to proceed with or not, whether it be free agency or trade or anything along those lines?
Got a bunch of smart people, even more than the ones you named, and we get together and we spend so much time talking through these. I do a lot of individual discussions with those people, and then get together in groups and do it again, and then we just try to come to the best decision and bring it to Ryan and say, this is what we feel, and he gives us the thumbs up or the thumbs down. But it really is a group effort. Coach Hardy's a huge part of that too. I try to keep him involved in every single part of these decisions, because it really matters how he feels about things and how they fit in his system. So he's a huge part.
How much do you lean on guys like George Niang and Kevin Love, Austin, to teach these young guys? Because this has been my biggest talking point for the last few years with Scotty, is if you're going to have these young draft picks and you're going to have all these rookies that are coming in, you got to have the right leadership, the right guys, the right veterans to bring them up. How much do you lean on those guys to help them through the professionalism of this?
A lot. There's voices from the old guys and the coaching staff in the front office, and then there's the voices in the locker room, and you need them all pulling in the same direction. And when we acquired those guys, and Nurkic as well, and Kyle Anderson as well, those guys have all been around and played in a lot of big-time games, and they know what it takes. And so we've asked every one of them when we acquired them. That was one of the first things I talked to them about. Like, we really need you to help us in this way, and this is a big part of your role in this team. And every one of them have embraced it and just been great from the day they showed up, and we're very, very grateful.
Where's the ceiling on Svi? What are your thoughts on him and his potential future in this league?
I mean, Svi has been awesome all year for us, and I see some fans out there going, "Why are we playing Svi instead of the 20-year-olds?" And we go, "Because Svi is good, and we've got him under a good contract, and he's a great example, and he makes the game easier for everyone, and he's playing hard on ends and shots. Like, he just opened guys like Keontae and Isaiah Collier. I mean, I hate to put ceilings on anyone, but we're thrilled with what he's done and the example he's given of being patient and staying professional and then capitalizing when he's gotten the opportunity."
Okay, Austin, I want you to correct me if I'm totally wrong here. Just watching the young guys, watching the growth and development, there's been a lot of improvement. And I thought Walker Kessler's start was probably the most dramatic. But with Walker Kessler sidelined right now, would I be accurate in saying that Keontae George has taken the biggest step from last year to this year?
Yeah, I mean, so far, certainly through however many games we've played, he's had a great start to the season, and you just can't, be more excited for him and his development because he worked so hard this summer. The best thing that ever happened to him was his girlfriend, Yaya, had to do summer school at the University of Utah, so he stayed and did this all summer within our weight room. Just transformed himself and his game, and it's all paid off.
So you've got kids, and you know what it's like when they run into, they get some money for their birthday or something like that. at least my kids, that money couldn't burn a hole in their pocket fast enough. They wanted to spend that as quickly as they possibly could. You've got a ton of assets, and you've got draft picks, and you've got a lot of things that you can play with. How tempting is it not to go all in and to be patient and wait for the right opportunity?
Yeah, it's something we talk about all the time, patience versus aggressiveness, and it really is dependent on how some of these players develop, right? We've got a ton of young guys. They don't all need to hit. They don't all need to make the leap, but once a couple of them do, the corner, right? And we're seeing it with Keontae. We're seeing it with Walker. We're, and a few others I think are coming along with opportunity. Ace is making good strides. You said Isaiah in a few games. So as those guys get more ready, then we can start, we can hit the gas pedal.
You got a nice finish coming into December 1st, Austin. 7 games at home, 2 on the road. You got nice Eastern Conference challenges before you hit L.A. with Atlanta and Chicago, both of them just right there on the borderline of playoff teams in the East. So good tests. Just talk about the schedule going through December 1st, an opportunity to keep your team at home a little bit and get that home court advantage.
Yeah, I mean, look, these are you have some teams that are really hard for us and some teams that are good matchups, and we're trying not to focus too much on that and just go, it's boring coach speak, but day-to-day, possession by possession, keep growing and see where we're at the end of it.
All right, so we're at an indoor golf facility down here in Orem doing a remote. So it's you, Danny, and crew on the course. How do you guys usually finish? 1, 2, 3.
It's all pretty close. I think I'm probably last right now. I'm trying to work more than I golf. So
good.
I want to lose for the next few years till we get this Jazz thing rocking and rolling.
I like it. Hey, Austin, we appreciate your time. Thanks for hanging out with us. A lot of fun, and keep it rolling. We look forward to catching up with you again sometime down the line.
Tons of fun, guys. See
Thanks,
you.
Austin.
There he is, Austin Ainge, right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
It's got to be tempting.
I know.
Because you're right. They've got a pocket full of goods.
Yeah.
And here's the good news. So, you take your shot on Keontae, George. You take your shot on some of these draft picks. They're starting to pan out. I'd like to see Taylor Hendricks really come around. Like some of the beginning stuff, summer league, and some of those things. You're starting to see some development. I want to see him really come around. But you have to hit on these draft picks. Ace Bailey is shown early. He starts with 15, 16 minutes, and coming in on bench support. He gets into the starting lineup by game 10.
Yep.
Game 9.
It was 2 games ago. Yeah.
Yeah. So game 9, game 10, jumps into the starting lineup and starts giving you really good minutes and looked really good. He's explosive. He is a really explosive athlete at 6'9". So you're seeing good things from him. The more that these guys can hit and become assets for the Utah Jazz, the better. Mm-hmm. And I don't like to talk about players as assets because I was a player at one point, but I'm very well aware of what I was. I was a pawn. I was a piece in a push to a championship. And if you got to get rid of the piece, well, they got rid of me. Look, it's just the hard facts. When you're a professional athlete, you know what it is.
Yeah. You're well compensated.
Yes, you're compensated to keep your mouth shut and go play the sport.
Yeah, wherever they tell you to play.
Wherever they tell you and whenever they tell you.
Yeah.
And depending on your level of ability, it's going to dictate how much say you've got in the room. But right now, you got a bunch of young guys going back to 3 draft classes ago. You've got a stack of draftees that are starting to develop and look better, and you need to get a couple of these wins. You need to see Isaiah Collier go for 11 assists and 11 points, put up a double-double on his 3rd game back. You need to see Ace Bailey go for a high percentage, put up 20 points in a 152-point blowout of the Pacers. You got to see these guys start to come along, and that's why the timing for Walker Kessler. Man.
Oh, just the worst.
Just the worst.
Where he's at with his contract and all that just makes you sick to your stomach.
The worst possible time for him and for the Jazz.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I mean, look, the guy's going to enter restricted free agency next summer. And what's the market going to be for him? His agent is going to have to look at these first 4 games. Look what he did.
Because you got to go back to the rookie year, which was a good rookie year.
Oh,
then
yeah.
you had the sophomore slump.
Yep.
This is kind of a rough slump. But you know about the slump. And then you had the build up coming through summer. The start was incredible. And you're like, wow, what do we do?
Yeah. And if somebody comes in and offers him a pretty good number, then you as a Jazz have to be like, do we match this?
Now what?
Yeah. And then you and I are doing a remote next to a fireworks stand saying honk if you like the extension or not.
Yeah. And there was a lot of honks.
There was a lot of honks.
There were a lot of honks.
I think it was
back
if
in
you
the
were
day.
mad at the extension.
I think that was our first year together.
Yeah, it was.
Second
Gordon
year together,
Hayward.
maybe.
All right, Hans and Scotty, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. We are live here hanging out at, I tell you what, such a beautiful facility here at the Back Nine, 865 South, 700 East. It's really easy to find. It's just right next to the Costco. If you know where that's at in Orem, just come on by and check out this facility. We'll talk more about that coming up next right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
It's game week for the Utes, and the KSL Sports Zone is getting you ready for kickoff. After a much-needed week off, Kyle Whittingham and the Utes get set for the final 3 games of the season, starting with a trip to Waco for a battle against Baylor. Listen all week long for the best coverage of Utah football. Then catch college football Saturday game day at 10 a.m. with the postgame show immediately following the game on KSLSports.com.
Let's go then. Let's go, baby.
Your home for the best coverage of Utah football is live on air, online, and on the KSL Sports app. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
I sure love my partnership with America First Credit Union. I know that the KSL Sports Zone loves their partnership with America First Credit Union. Anytime you can team up with somebody with that level of reputation, it's just great for all parties. This is a company that started right here in the great state of Utah back in 1939. Started with some community members that got together that wanted to protect money, extend loans, extend financial opportunity, and they did that in 1939. This thing is now growing into 116 locations. So I like to look at the root of why. How does a business grow like that, going back that many years ago here in Utah? It grows when you respect and you play for your community. That's what America First does. They team up with all the sporting organizations because they know sports is community. They team up with those sporting organizations, and then they go to food drives or shoe drives or backpack drives. For instance, I was at the RSL event. They teamed up with RSL. John Kimball, great president, fantastic member of RSL, one of my best friends, love him. And I got to be a part of a shoe drive that provided thousands of shoes for underprivileged kids. So there's America First Credit Union, there's RSL, there's the group. We all come together. We put these shoes on kids. They're all walking out with the new Adidas. They all have a big smile on their face. That's what this is about. That's why you thrive and survive. America First Credit Union loves this community. Tons and tons of food that they just raised for the food drive with the upcoming holidays. America First Credit Union. You'll always find me standing strong with America First at americafirst.com.
Tom, I'm on the sideline here with Doug Smith Chevy. Doug, the NCAA has changed its rules regarding NIL money. What do I have to do to land an amazing new 2025 Chevy Silverado?
Just come on down to Doug Smith Chevy in Spanish Fork.
Doug, I'm more than happy for you to use my name, image, and likeness. All I want to know is how do I get one?
You have to buy it, Scott.
Together, let's drive. Get 2.9% APR financing for 72 months for well-qualified buyers when you finance with GM Financial on all new 2026 Chevy Silverado 1500s. No one knows Chevy like Doug.
Alpine Home Medical, we bring wellness home.
Hi, I'm Jay Broadbent from Alpine Home Medical, and I'm humbled to win Utah's Best of State for 2025 for the 15th year in a row. After 28 years, we're all about you. Over 1,700 5-star Google reviews and a 4.8 customer satisfaction score to prove it. We'll keep working hard for you. I've spent this year advocating with lawmakers for better Medicare reimbursement, ensuring you always have the best access to medical supplies you need. From Idaho Falls to St. George, our 11 stores are your home for comfort. When you hear Alpine Home Medical, think of that best of state experience every single time. Visit us online at alpinehomemedical.com. That's alpinehomemedical.com.
Alpine Home Medical, we bring wellness home.
You gave years, maybe decades to your job. You showed up, worked hard, and planned for retirement. But now, the company's changed. Or maybe you've taken a buyout or been forced into early retirement. So, what happens next? I'm Jeff Jr., founder of Trajan Wealth. And if you've built up a 401k or thrift savings plan, now is the time to ask, is that money really working for you? Many workplace retirement plans offer limited options and even less guidance. At Trajan Wealth, we help people just like you roll over their accounts into IRAs with more flexibility and personalized investment strategies built around your goals. For households with $500,000 or more, let us build you a personalized plan. We operate on veteran values, service, trust, and doing what's right. Your next chapter starts now. Call Trajan today, 801-210-6800. That's 801-210-6800.
Advisory services offered through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor. See website for details.
The Utah Mammoth and Smiths are teaming up to get you to the game with qualifying Smiths purchases. You can score single goal view tickets, hot dog and a bottle of water included for just $15. The catch? These tickets go fast. Download the Utah Mammoth app, enable push notifications, and be the first to know when new tickets are released. Shop at Smith's, then snag your seat for $15. Simple. Grab the Utah Mammoth app today and watch for the next release. Tusks up.
In today's digital world, outdated technology can slow you down. Les Olson IT is your business partner with top-tier office technology. From copiers, advanced IT, hardware, and security services. More than products, they're your partner.
Les Olson IT.
Listen every Monday morning to DJ and PK and Monday afternoon with JJ and Alex for your Chevy Strong Play of the Game. Win great prizes from Rocky Mountain Chevy.
Let's go! Complete game coverage of the Cougars is right here on the KSL Sports Zone. The Cougars return home for a battle against TCU. Your home for the best coverage of Cougar football is right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. This is Hans Olsen and Scotty G, presented by Mountain Land Supply on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Woo!
Elvira. Hans and Scotty, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
I get so tired of this.
Step.
Stop. That's not why I'm playing this, so don't go there.
All right. You can't be all like play this song and then be like, hey guys, don't get crazy with it.
Yeah, that's all that's saying is, this is for Hans's clogging day.
No, it's not.
And then I'm going to say something, and then Lloyd's
Can't
like,
I
how
like
dare
Elvira?
you?
Can't
No,
I
nobody
like Elvira?
likes this song.
Really? Hans,
You know what's
don't
funny?
like it?
I haven't failed at many things in my life, but I failed in clogging, and that's what Lloyd gloms onto.
Oh yeah. You'll
That
find
is
that
not
one
true.
thing.
And you
that
did
one
not
thing.
fail at
What's
clogging.
Hans's failure? Let's shove that in
That's
his face.
right there. Yep. Hey, make this Thanksgiving unforgettable. Kenny J's Barbecue. Skip the stress and bring home slow smoked turkey perfection. Order that turkey today, 801-230-5396. That's 801-230-5396.
Okay, so a couple things. Everybody was upset about 7-2 Notre Dame, 7-2 Texas, 7-2 Oklahoma being ranked above BYU and Utah. And I mentioned this, but this is all going to play out.
Yeah.
Oklahoma's going to lose to Alabama this weekend.
Yep.
Notre Dame should lose to Pitt.
Mm-hmm.
I actually think Pitt's going to get them.
I wouldn't. I don't disagree with
Because
that at all.
I kind of feel like Notre Dame's a false front as an independent. So you need Notre Dame to lose another one to finally get them out of there. They lost at the beginning of the season to Miami, and they lost at the beginning of the season to Texas A&M. So outside of their win against USC, which was a nail-biter, they haven't really shown a great team. I'm just hoping Pitt knocks them out, because if they get past Pitt, they've only got Syracuse and Stanford left. So
yeah, they'll win those.
if they go 3-0, Notre Dame's going to stay ranked ahead of BYU and Utah as a 2-loss independent team. That bugs me. But I do think things are going to take care of themselves. Again, I think Oklahoma loses to Alabama. I don't think that's I don't think that they're going to find a way past them. And then you need Texas to either lose to Georgia or Texas A&M.
And
so
that'll happen.
So your three
One of those.
your 3-2-loss teams, at least two of them are going to lose and become 3-loss teams, at which point a 2-loss Utah team and a 1-loss BYU team will jump them. So don't get caught up in this whole, wait, these two lost teams, blah, blah, blah. There's a lot of football left to be played. If BYU and Utah don't take care of their business, they don't deserve to be in front of those guys anyways.
That's well said. And you hit it on, like these committees, especially early on, they're just having some fun. It's clickbait.
They're creating storylines. Yeah. They're trying to create matchups. For instance, they're keeping Oklahoma ranked number 11 as a 7-2 team because they know that the game is going to take care of it. They know that the game will take care of it. Either Alabama beats them and then we're like, 3-loss Oklahoma team, go sit down at number 17, Or they beat Alabama and they're like, see, we told you. That's why we kept them up here in front of one-loss teams because we knew Oklahoma had the goods. So they know that the game is going to take care of the rankings. I actually think they play it the right way.
Oh, they do. They do. And nobody's taking it too seriously at this point, so don't lose any sleep over it. Could not stress that enough. All right, Hans and Scotty, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. We are in Orem. It is the back nine. Daniel's hanging out with us. How are you, sir?
Hey, Dan.
I'm doing great. A little distracted right now because my buddy Creed Richardson, who played fullback at BYU, is over hitting with my golf clubs.
Oh.
He had my driver out just a second ago. I got my buddy Jared right here. He broke the head off my golf club the last time I played. So
off the
I'm
driver?
a little distracted. Yes, he snapped it. So
out of anger?
He's good at hitting things.
Yeah.
Just he hit the ground really hard one time, and it went flying at a different hitting location, not to be named, and it flew all the way out there quite a ways. So,
it didn't go through one of the screens.
No, it was good. It's not here. I'm kind of hesitant to invite him because of the amount of force he brings.
If you're inviting Ray Fenga and Jason Spearden, then you're inviting all the monsters.
Yeah, we got the monsters. I don't know why I'd gravitate to them. Jason used to eat all my cereal in college, and now he's eating all the Chick-fil-A out here and putting it on my tab, so it kind of sucks.
Dan used to play football at BYU, and now he's started up the back nine here in Orem.
Yeah.
It's coming full circle. It's fun to see the BYU family surrounded, a bunch of your old teammates coming in, and then you got BYU players coming in from 7 to 9 tonight.
Absolutely. We got Carson Ryan, and he's been helping us out and doing a lot of stuff for us, and Parker Kingston, Isaiah Glasgow, and a bunch of other guys, the whole
all
tight end
ballers,
room. The guy that's probably an unsung hero is
Kean Need.
He snaps. He's our long snapper. What his dad's coach at Baylor.
Jeez, I should know, but
offensive
I don't.
coordinator, old BYU offensive coordinator.
The stash.
Tujay.
You
Anai?
guys help me out. Never mind. I can't. We'll leave it at that.
I don't know.
I'm losing it. He was the one prior to this one, to Aaron. Gosh, he's at.
Yeah, I know.
He's at Baylor.
Grimes?
He's not. He's not
Grimes.
Baylor anymore. He's
Yeah,
somewhere else.
yeah,
Sorry,
Grimes is-
Sorry,
yeah.
Grimes is somewhere else. But Grimes, he's our long snapper, and I told him you're always doing a good job if we don't have to hear your name too often. So I'm like, you're famous if you're not famous.
There's a lot of really cool things going on right now in terms of what you guys are doing to really introduce yourself into the community, and the fact that you've got an opportunity to help out local high schools here too.
Yeah, I was a football coach and turned golf. I realized how much time and effort and energy went into football and switched over to golf, got into it during COVID, and my AD had a girls golf coaching position, so I took over that, and it's been just a blast. And then helping out with the boys at Timpanogos High School as well right now. But we're going to do like some free fundraisers, like helps us, helps them, like give all the proceeds to those high school teams in our area. We've been inviting those guys out to try to use the facilities and stuff to help their game and give back to them. But, and they're obviously our golf community, so we want to support them and help them and to be successful.
So, as Scotty mentioned, a lot of giveaways, great charity stuff. But we got to mention this because we haven't mentioned it. You've got 2 BYU TCU tickets you're giving away.
Yeah,
Is that today you're giving them away?
Yeah, well, we have our raffle going on. I think it'll probably be Friday that we'll give out or announce the winner there. But we also got month free memberships or 2 month free memberships for winners in our closest to pin competition, our longest drive competition, and our putting competitions and stuff. So those are going all day. We also, when the BYU guys come back, you're welcome to come and try those competitions as well. We'll kind of run them all day. Kind of the one every half an hour that's doing well, we'll throw some gear out. We got lots of stuff to give away. We got Chick-fil-A outside, so come on by and see us. It's pretty sweet.
There's really no reason you shouldn't come here. You got membership opportunities. You've got giveaways. You're giving away the farm here. There's so many. And you could just come in here and just buy a quick session and just check it out for yourself. You take it for a test drive.
Yeah, absolutely. We kind of designed this with ourselves in mind. we got small kids going to golf. It's like if I take my boys with me, I'm good to go. So my boys are into golf. We also got an Xbox lounge around the corner here. We got massage chairs, so date night. So it's not only for like your avid golfers and guys getting work in, but it's for everybody, date nights, whatever. We do have tea times as well if you're not looking for memberships and stuff like that. But the memberships are obviously the best value for opportunity to come in.
It's right next to Costco in Orem, 865 South, 700 East in Orem. It's called the Back Nine. Just stop on by, grab yourself some lunch. We got some Chick-fil-A for you. Enter to win all these great prizes as well, and just take a quick tour of the facility. You're going to fall in love with it. 865 South, 700 East. It's the Back Nine here in Orem, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Whether you're stuck in the office,
I believe you have my stapler,
in your car, or at your in-laws.
You want a piece of me? You bet I do.
The Zone is with you every step of the way. Download the KSL Sports app to get live streaming of your favorite shows and access to all the latest updates on your favorite teams. Your home for the best coverage of the Utes, Cougars, Jazz, and Mammoth is on air, online, and on the KSL Sports app. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Folks, the November menu, you've got to check it out at beehivemills.com. The diversity of the meals at Beehive Mills is just incredible because every month you're going to get 10 new meals that you can check out. And whether you want, a little heat with some barbecue, whether you want a little Italian, whatever you're looking for, you're going to find it.
So we just threw in the campfire burger.
You
You remember the campfire meal?
I had that. That's really good.
I think it was part of September's
I think it
menu.
was September.
So hanging out in the freezer, I open up the freezer looking for a Beehive Mill. This was 2 days ago. I see the campfire dinner. I'm like, wait, campfire dinner? Fresh hamburger, uncooked hamburger, big chunks of potatoes, big chunks of carrots, peas, some green beans, and it's just this great campfire dinner. I actually just made that and just ate it like that.
Yeah, essentially think of what you used to go on a camping trip and put in that tinfoil dinner and throw it in the fire.
Yeah.
It's essentially that.
And it's all uncooked carrots, uncooked beef. Everything cooks for the first time in your slow cooker. So you take it right out of the freezer, cut off the top, put it in your slow cooker. Some take an hour, some take 3, some take 4 hours. And it slow cooks together, and it simmers in that amazing sauce. All of their sauces are originals, just great flavors. Their meals are so easy, so affordable, and so delicious. I 100% back and guarantee that you're going to love these dinners.
And there's so much great technology with slow cookers now. You could leave for your work at 8:30, put it in the slow cooker, and then time it out so that thing kicks on. And when you walk in the door at 5:30, 6 o'clock, boom, you've got a meal ready to go.
Yep.
It's really simple. BeehiveMills.com. They're going to give you $20 off your first order when you use the code word THEZONE. Plus, you got subscription models that are going to save you 10% as well. It's BeehiveMills.com.
Hi, this is Derek Overstreet, president of the New Millennium Group and co-host of Stop Working, Start Living with KSL News Radio. Can you imagine what your life would be like if you could retire 3 to 5 years earlier than you thought possible? The things you could do, the loved ones you could spend time with, the memories that you could create. That's what our team at the New Millennium Group does. We'll walk you through the entire process every step of the way. If you'd like to get a copy of the 5-step proprietary plan that will help you retire 3 to 5 years sooner than you thought possible, give us a shout right now. 888-999-6370. That's 888-999-6370 or utahsfinancialplanner.com. Listen, most of our listeners right now have a tax problem, not a money problem. There's not enough money in Social Security Medicare as it is. Let us show you how you can significantly reduce your taxes. That's 888-999-6370, 888-999-6370 or utahsfinancialplanner.com.
Thursday on KSL. 2 men, 2 women, all single. And they know a lot about dating.
Feeling that pressure, that's a lot of pressure to feel.
A college professor who teaches courses on marriage and dating.
I call that a marriage paradox.
And 2 women who run a matchmaking service.
We're actually the first line of defense.
All of them say dating in Utah has changed. And so have expectations. Waiting to Wed, Utah's dating trends. Thursday at 10 on KSL and the KSL Plus app.
Ready for unbeatable deals?
Tim Daly Nissan Southtown. Drive home a new Sentra starting at just $19,900. Need more space? Get up to $9,000 off new Pathfinders. Or grab a rugged Frontier for as low as $399 a month. With 99% approval, 0 down, and 90 days until your first payment. There's never been a better time to buy. Plus, every vehicle comes with a Tim Daly Forever warranty. Only at Tim Daly Nissan Southtown.
Throughout life, we have plenty of special occasions and events, whether it's a prom, a graduation, a mission call, a new job, or how about a wedding? Mr. Mac has always been there to help serve you for all of your monumental moments. Mr. Mac has been family owned for more than 50 years, and that's important. And they'll make sure that you look and feel great, with affordability always in mind. The Mr. Mac family creates long-lasting relationships with their customers, and they've been doing it for generations. 9 locations across the Wasatch Front or online at MrMac.com.
Broadcasting from the Mountain Home Services Studio, this is 97.5 KZNS FM Colbert, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and 102.7 KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Nobody gets you ready for Utah football more than the KSL Sports Zone.
Ready?
Kyle Whittingham and the Utes hit the road to Waco for a showdown against Baylor. Your home for the best coverage of Utah football is right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. This is Hans Olsen and Scotty G, presented by Mountain Land Supply on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Final 30 seconds of the quarter. Second down throw to the end zone. Douglas. Touchdown, Texas Tech. What a drive. Morton, quick drop, scanning, pressured again, dropped again. BYU's pass rush gets home. That is your guy, Jack Kelly. Refs deliver a knockout from the pocket. Incomplete. It was broken up. Terrence Carter was the intended receiver. Look how fired up Satake is. 6 offensive linemen. Power! And walking in is Cameron Dickey. Texas Tech making a statement in front of the nation today.
It is the Cougar Preview Show. We do it every Wednesday at 1 o'clock. Tomorrow will be your Ute Preview Show. Then Friday, a little Football Friday with Alema Harrington and Ron McBride. But we talk BYU football for the next 2 hours, coming off BYU's loss to Texas Tech. First loss of the season. And now the question is, how does BYU respond as they welcome in TCU into the friendly confines of LaVell Edwards Stadium?
Well, just looking back really quick at the Texas Tech game, I've had a lot of people ask me, if they rematch, can BYU get a win? Yeah, they can. What's the likelihood? Well, it's not going to be high. I think all the lines are going to show Texas Tech is probably a 15-point favorite.
Yeah.
10, 15-point favorite.
That's about right.
But, yeah, you can beat Texas Tech, and where it starts is not giving them 3 extra possessions. First and foremost, can't even give them 1. In fact, you probably got to come out of that game with a +1. Your defense is going to have to play lights out. You can't drop 2 interceptions. You can't drop a punt. You can't throw an interception. You can't fire back a lateral that gets scooped up by Texas Tech.
Even a bad catch starting at the 5-yard line. You know, like stuff like that.
Exactly. You can't have a pre-snap penalty. That you can't extend it to 1st and 15 or going from 2nd and 5 now to 2nd and 10. You can't have any of those. Your pre-snap lineups, all those things have to be ready. And then defensively, I actually was watching a part of the game two evenings ago, not last night, but 2 evenings ago. And one thing that Texas Tech did that caught BYU off guard a little bit was their high-pace offense. And there was a 3rd and 1 where Texas Tech was on the line and snapping the ball before BYU's defensive front was in their gap and in their position. It was an easy first down. So BYU just needs to get ready for the high pace and make sure that they're lined up and in the personnel groups that they need to be in.
How concerned are you about special teams?
I'm just not.
Was it just a bad day at the office?
It was a bad day at the office.
Okay.
I'm not. Because it was an outlier performance. I think BYU special teams coming into that game, maybe with the exception of 1 or 2 points. I think that they've been really good.
Mm-hmm. That's what I thought, too.
They've been a big part of the 8-game win streak that they were on. So I think it's just a bump in the road. I think it's a hiccup. And I think special teams will get back and going. But I also feel like the moment really caught BYU off. I think it was a big moment. And I think you get a bunch of high-paid defensive front guys and a bunch of high-paid defensive players that are at home in front of their crowd in that moment. I think they were comfortable.
Yeah. And why are they high-paid? Because they've been around the game a while. They got a ton of experience.
A lot of experience. So if they go back to Arlington, you put them on a neutral field, BYU fans are going to travel well.
Yeah.
Texas Tech fans will too.
Oh, yeah.
I think it'll be a 50-50 stadium, but I'd like to see BYU have an opportunity again at this Texas Tech team because I do think they can beat them. Now, people want to know the percentages. Well, I think that they would play their game. I think if you played this game 10 times, I think BYU could sneak out 2 wins, maybe 3.
I would say 3.
Yeah, their personnel is better. Their personnel is better. They're higher paid. They're more veteran. They're a little more deep. They're more solid. But you asked in the Sunday morning podcast, did they get pushed around? No, BYU didn't get pushed around. I don't think they got pushed around.
Because Utah got bullied in that game.
Utah got bullied. BYU, I don't feel like the word bullied is there. Now, they did some things to make sure that their offensive line didn't get bullied. They chipped and doubled pretty much every play, every passing down. They did some things to try to beef up and make sure. You're going to have to go some one-on-ones. You're going to have to run some one-on-ones and put your tackles man on with those DNs. If you want to beat them in that championship game, you're going to have to do some of those things. So I don't think that they win 10 out of 10. I don't think BYU doesn't have a chance. I would like to see the coaches have another crack at it because I think Roderick would probably be more aggressive and roll the dice a little bit more. And I think Jay Hill had a pretty darn good defensive game plan. I think if things worked the way this defense was supposed to work, I think you keep the offense keeps an extra drive, an extra position, burns some clock. You're probably keeping them around 24 points instead of giving up 29.
Yeah. And, this goes why Kyle Whittingham's always had really good defenses at Utah. This is why Kyle Whittingham emphasizes run the ball, don't turn it over, play good special teams. Because the one thing that will damage a really good defense is a short field or an extra possession. And that's exactly what happened. Utah, I thought BYU, going back and watching the game again, actually watching it for the first time, I thought BYU defensively was stout for the most part. Now, there were some hiccups for sure, but I went in thinking their defense was going to be worse than what it was.
No, their defense was good, man.
I thought the defense played well. And if you don't, as you mentioned, don't give short fields, don't give extra possessions, I think you're right. I think Texas Tech is that 21 to 24 range.
Now, what worries me, if Texas Tech figures out how to score touchdowns in the red zone, that's what worries me. Going into that game, Texas Tech's red zone offense had scored 27 touchdowns on 47 attempts. They were 100th in the country.
Wow.
Only 57% of the time scoring touchdowns on attempts. And it played out for BYU.
Oh, yeah.
Texas Tech got in the red zone multiple times with turnovers and other things, got in the red zone multiple times and ended up with field goals. 5 field goals in that game. If they figure out how to score touchdowns in the red zone, it's a different story. But I feel like BYU's defense matched up well with them and kept them out of kept them out of the end zone. So, yeah, it was a beating, and it was not the result that you would hope for. You wanted to have BYU keep it a little closer. Might have fell less in the polls. Might have fell into number 10 if this was a 2-point game and it came down to a 4-quarter drive. But BYU currently stands to have another opportunity at Texas Tech.
I think Bear Bachmeier is going to be better for this game too. Like, I think long term, there's a lot of things that you take away from this because the moment, for the first time this year, the moment looked a little big for him.
It did.
And I think that's a moment where you're like, okay, you know what? Life has been really, really good, and we just got knocked on our backside.
You remember when we had the exit interview with Joe Ingles, and I think it was Dallas was figuring out how to push him off the right.
Yeah.
Forced him to his left. in our exit interview, he was like, yeah, they figured it out. So now Joe has to adapt. He's got to figure out his game.
Yep.
Well, Bear Bachmeier just got a taste of good game planning with good personnel. That's what it is. It's good game planning with good personnel. And so now Bear has to understand, against TCU, if it's 3rd and 12 and my number is called, let me go see, maybe. If I get back to that championship game and it's 3rd and 12 and my number is called, I got to be a little more intelligent because they were standing right there. They had a spy. They had a defender that was extended the arms, shucking an offensive lineman, and he was trying to shift to get any yardage on a 3rd and 12 or 3rd and 11 off a QB draw that had got him 12 and 13 yards
pretty
in games
consistently.
past.
Yeah.
He's got to know. And also, Aaron Roderick's got to look at it and say, all right, good defensive coordinator, good personnel. We got to be a little bit more prepared for 3rd and 12 because the film is out. 3rd and 12 is a really good possibility for a QB draw. Well, Bear, so far in his true freshman career, has been like a computer. He's been a computer. And he's storing data. And it's like, oh, wait a second. X shows I go to Y. Y shows X closes, I go to Z. It's like his brain works pretty good. I'll give you, for instance, he read a perfect corner blitz. Threw it into the blitz, but the problem is you've got one of the best safeties in the country in Cole Wisniewski, who's standing over the top of the route. Corner blitz comes. Cole understands corner blitz, understands, different route threats. Bear reads the corner blitz, flicks it out to Chase Roberts. Chase catches it, but instead of a 12 to 14-yard gain on a mediocre safety, you got one of the best safeties in the country and ends up with a 5 or 6 yard gain. Yeah. Those are the little unique things. He's reading blitzes. He understands where to throw in blitzes. He'll better understand the Texas Tech personnel. I think he can diagnose it, and I think it's going to be a much closer game if they can get back to it. Which leads me to my second point with BYU, and I was thinking about this the other night. BYU is a better team than the next three teams they play.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
They're a better team, and outside of the Cincinnati game, they got their location. They got their home. That means they have to beat themselves. If you watch Utah dismantle Cincinnati, and you can't go out and put together a game plan and beat Cincinnati, you don't deserve to be back against Texas Tech.
Nope.
Because Utah just embarrassed Cincinnati. So if you can't somewhat replicate it, keep a check on Sorsby, which you can, because Jack Kelly looked really good, and Jack's looking healthy, and Glasker's looking healthier. He looked really good in that game against Texas Tech. So your dogs are, and Ciale Serra looked good. Mm-hmm. Your dogs are getting healthy. Now they get another week. They got out of that Texas Tech game healthy. So they're coming along. I think you can put together the defensive game plan to keep Cincinnati in check.
I want to, since we're talking about guys that were beat up a little bit going into that game last week, when you watched LJ, and I want to get your opinion of watching him live, because you can see the body language before and after a play. You can see if he's wincing or not, or what he looks like walking into a huddle that we don't see on TV. I asked you this in the Sunday morning podcast, and I want to see if you're still in the same range. Where did you feel like he was at just with your eyes watching him in terms of percentage, and are you concerned about him and the long-term health down the line?
75% from my perspective. 16 total touches, 10 carries, 6 catches. I need him at 30 touches.
Yeah, oh yeah.
25 to 30 catches, or touches. That's where LJ Martin needs to be. So his usage in that game, because in the first quarter, it was bang, bang, bang. That dude was getting first downs. That dude was getting yardage, and it was really nice usage. Well, all of a sudden, you rotate in Preston Rex, you rotate in Enoch Nawahine. When you're rotating those guys in against the level of Texas Tech, that tells me he's below 80%. I mean, that's my perspective.
I would agree with that.
So I'm giving him 75%. Now, what I'm hoping, and I was listening to Aaron Roderick at practice yesterday, and somebody asked LJ, or how did LJ get out of the game? And Roderick said he got out of it well. So if he gets out of that well, doesn't re-aggravate, goes back into treatment, gets another 6 days of, bracing it up, shooting it up, zapping it up, all those different things, maybe I can get him back in 80, 85%, and maybe I can get him 20 to 25 touches against TCU at home. Mm-hmm. Plus, you don't got to travel. You don't got to put him on the plane. He's going to have extra time and attention going into the weekend, extra time and attention to get him ready. So I think he was 75%. I'm expecting him to be 80, 82% as it comes back into this TCU game. Ramp up his usage and really start to push him because you need him. But the great aspect of this, you're better than the 3 teams in front of you. You've got good leaders defensively, and you've got some good leaders offensively with Chase Roberts and Parker Kingston. You've got some good leaders offensively. Carson Ryan has become a real nice leader for this offense. Calm it down and understand you've got better personnel, you're better coached, you're a better team. The only way you lose one of these 3 is if you shoot yourself in the foot.
Mm-hmm. Yep, self-inflicted damage.
Come out with ball security, intelligent defense, good, strong offensive run game, and you win these 3 games. Okay, so I'll give you, for instance, Utah's defense held Cincinnati to 14 points. Let's add 7 points because you're going on the road to Cincinnati. Let's add 7 points. You hold Cincinnati to 21 points. Let's say you hold Cincinnati to 24 points. You beat Cincinnati. Cincinnati's going to have to score 32 to 35 to beat BYU, in my opinion, because I think BYU can put up 28 plus on Cincinnati.
Yep.
Okay? And then you come home and you got UCF. You finish out strong against UCF, and you're back against Texas Tech. At this point for me with BYU in this season, now I can look past it because I'm just an analyst. I'm just a washed-up has-been that sits behind a mic, and I get to yap about who's doing what. I can look forward. I'm looking forward and saying, I want that Texas Tech rematch because I think I can show better. I think I can do better. I think the coaches want another shot at it. If these players have any heart, they want another shot at it. And if this offensive line has any heart, they'll go back and they'll say, hey, Coach, love and respect for what you do, and I don't mind the chips. The chips don't need to stay as long. Chips were getting hung up on the chips. And you know what I mean by that?
Oh, yeah.
I think our listeners do too.
Yeah.
A chip can be just a hand touch to the shoulder pad and off and rock and rolling.
Yeah.
Unless I'm getting beat as an offensive tackle. Now it becomes from a hand chip, it becomes L.J. Martin having to put his helmet on that inside shoulder or the middle of the chest to the outside shoulder to try to help square up that defensive end. My chips need to be a hand touch because I trust my offensive tackle. A hand touch to the flat, all of a sudden instead of getting 2 yards, I'm getting 6 to 7 yards because I'm able to turn up the field. Mm-hmm. It's all those stupid little details of this dumb game that drive me crazy. But these are the things that if Lapuaho, if Jada, if Gentry, if they've got heart, they'll go to that rematch and they'll say, Coach, I love what you did. Let me show you what I can do.
Yeah.
Let me show you the scouts what I can do.
Well, if you look, BYU right now is looking at not just the Big 12 title game. They're looking at the college football playoff. You want a seat at the table. And so how do you do that? You got to run the table, which you should. And then win or lose against Texas Tech, you got to play one hell of a game. Because if you go toe-to-toe with Texas Tech, even if you lose and it's a close game, goes right down to the wire, you may have just punched your ticket into the playoff. And to me, if BYU's able to do that, let's go. But you've got to finish strong, and you've got to play well against Texas Tech, which I firmly believe this whole team, to your point, they've got to be chomping at the bit. Now, you can't look ahead to Texas Tech. You got to make sure you stay focused on your individual teams, but there's no reason why this team couldn't go toe-to-toe with Tech in round 2.
Knowing this team, they got guts, man.
Oh, yeah. Yep.
They got real guts. Parker Kingston has guts. I mean, the kid is a stone-cold killer. He's got guts.
You don't think he doesn't want to go up against them again?
He wants the redemption tour, man.
Yeah.
But TCU, and we'll get into some of the TCU. We got Brian Estridge, our good friend. He is the play-by-play voice for the TCU Horned Frogs. He's going to join us at 2 o'clock. We'll get into some of the TCU. TCU they are bipolar, flat out. One thing at 1 minute, complete other thing at the next minute. They just got beat by an Iowa State team that BYU beat up pretty soundly.
Yeah.
So I just think that this is a Jekyll and Hyde team, depending on what type of team you get. And plus, they just had their third loss. So they're out of the running.
They're out of it, yeah.
They're out of the running. So how do they respond to their third loss? How do they respond to being out of it? I actually think you're going to get a team that's pretty broken.
Mm-hmm. Or a team that you can break pretty quick.
Yeah, a team you put 10 quick points on in the first quarter, and they want to pack up and get themselves back.
We're done. It's cold here.
Yep.
Nobody wants to be here. All right, Hans and Scotty, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. You may not want to be there, but you do want to be right here at the back nine. And, there's a lot of people out there that just want to work on their game. And they're thinking, okay, if I'm going to go to a place like this, I have to have my game at this level. No, this is a great place to just come in and even if you're just a beginner, get that membership, and that gives you opportunity to get those reps in to get your game where you want it to be.
You guys must have had the scouting report on me. So I'm Sam Lentz. I'm one of the partners here, and by far I am the worst golfer out of any of the three
that's
of
not
us.
true.
I'm not buying that.
Is that true, Jeremy?
It's true.
Okay.
They're all nodding their head.
Everybody's agreeing.
So, I mean, for somebody in my position who loves the game of golf, enjoys playing it, but I'm just not that great because I haven't had the time to practice, what a great environment to be able to do that, where I don't have to worry about shanking one and hitting somebody on the other fairway, or having a big crowd of people watching me as I'm nervously trying to get my drive off at the driving range. So it's, no matter what skill level you're at, this is the best place to be working on your game 24/7, round the clock, all year long. So we love it.
It was funny, Sam, when we walked in and we're sitting here with Dan and Jeremy and we're all talking and like, oh, what are memberships? They're looking at you like, Sam's our numbers guy. So you're obviously maybe not the best golfer, but you're a numbers guy.
Well, the fun thing about doing a business like this with your best friends is you complement each other, and things that I'm good at, they need help with, and vice versa. So it's been a great team, and when things get heated, when you're arguing about, hey, this fridge doesn't fit, how do we resolve this? Like, you got your buddies back, and you're all trying to work toward solving those things.
These are the little things.
Yeah.
Because you're the numbers guy, tell me why a membership makes sense for anybody in this Orem area or anybody in the surrounding area to come out to the back nine. Why does a membership make sense right now?
Yep. For one thing, you can bring your whole crew with you. So you can bring your friends, your coworkers, your family. Kids can be playing on the Xbox while you guys are getting your swings in. Thinking about you're working on a business deal, or maybe you're in real estate and you're talking with your clients. What a great environment to be able to talk with those people in a semi-private setting, to be able to do something fun, to relax, comfortable seating, and what's better than closing a deal in the massage chair, right? So
yeah.
You got some early bird pricing too that people can take advantage of.
Yes, exactly. So right now, if you sign up, not only do you get the best discount that we offer, even our friends and family don't get a better discount than this, but also that $25 deposit goes to your first month, and then we're going to triple it by giving $50 to one of the local high school golf teams of your choice. So we're really excited to build partnerships with these, even the high school teams. We've got programs where they can sign up and train year-round as a team here. So really excited about those partnerships.
I want to talk about, the programs that you got on the big screens, and these are awesome big screens that you hit the balls into, these simulators. How many courses do you got that I can go play? I mean, can I go play some of the great courses here in the country?
You call me the numbers guy, and I don't know the exact number. It's several dozen. Is it 50 or 60, something like that? And I know that they're adding,
okay,
the TGL courses that you see Tiger Woods and some of those big names playing on. They're going to be bringing those right here so that you can play those in our facility here on the Full Swing simulators.
It's really incredible too. And by the way, if you're a coach in the local area too, you can team up and do fundraising opportunities here.
Yep. And what a fun way to do a fundraiser. So you're not having to go to door to door selling candy bars and things like that. But you could do something that's fun, people enjoy, and a great way to build some camaraderie with your team and your parents and your community.
It's the Back Nine here in Orem. And again, the address, it's right next to the Costco in Orem, 865 South, 700 East in Orem. Stop by. We've got some free Chick-fil-A. We've got some free giveaways, a chance for you to win tickets to the BYU TCU game. Go put your name in the hopper to win those. And so much on the line here for you to walk away from and win some tickets, win some prizes, eat some free lunch, and check out one of the beautiful new facilities here in the state of Utah in Orem, 865 South, 700 East. It's the Back Nine right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
It's game week for the Cougars, and the KSL Sports Zone is getting you ready for kickoff. Even after their first loss of the season, the Cougars' dream of a spot in the Big 12 title game is still alive and well as they welcome TCU to Provo on Saturday. Listen all week long for the best coverage of Cougar football. Then catch College Football Saturday game day at 10 a.m. with a postgame show immediately following the game on KSLSports.com. Your home for the best coverage of BYU football is live on air, online, and on the KSL Sports app. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
This is Ethan Millard with Teton Wealth Group. In retirement, you need a plan for these unavoidable problem areas: income, investments, taxes, healthcare, and a legacy plan. These are unavoidable. You will have to deal with this whether you're ready or not. So be ready. Call Teton Wealth Group today at 844-838-6600. Because you're a Zone listener, we'll do a full ascent plan for you at no cost and talk you through all 5 of these unavoidable retirement problem areas. Call Teton Wealth Group at 844-838-6600 or visit us at retireteton.com.
At Fisher Investments, we may seem like other money managers, but we're different.
Are you really that different than the rest of us?
We are. As a fiduciary, we always focus on what's best for our clients.
What services do you offer besides investing?
We have a team of specialists in financial planning, estate planning, and more.
Your clients rely on you for all that?
Yes, we ensure clients receive unparalleled service at every step of the relationship.
Okay, but you still sell commission-based products, right?
No, because we believe that's a conflict of interest. We prioritize service over sales goals.
So, then how do your fees work?
We have a simple and transparent fee that's a percentage of our clients' portfolios. So we do better when our clients do better.
Wow, we're more different than I thought.
At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different. Learn more at fisherinvestments.com.
Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
These days, many companies have turned to influencers to tout their products or services. But here at John Watson Chevrolet, the only endorsement we need is from our customers. Because of their feedback, we're proud to be Utah's best reviewed Chevy dealer. Visit us today to see why we get reviews like,
"Buying a car should be a fun experience, like a kid getting a new toy. And at John Watson Chevrolet, it was."
John Watson Chevrolet, your 5-star Chevy dealer. 3535 Wall Avenue, Ogden. Chevrolet. Together, let's drive.
For nearly 70 years, Les Olson IT has been the trusted name for businesses. From state-of-the-art printers and copiers to managed IT services, we have the solutions you need to stay ahead in today's world. And now Les Olson IT is trusted and licensed in Utah for security systems, for technology that helps you work smarter. Les Olson IT, providing solutions that empower your business.
Les Olson IT.
It's that time again. The Reams Boots and Jeans semi-annual work boot and outdoor clothing sale. Right now is the perfect time to save money and get the boots and clothing you need for cooler weather ahead. With the change of seasons, it's time to gear up. And Reams has the absolute best prices on the brands you know and trust. Save big on Ariat, Justin, Tony Lama, Georgia, and Timberland Pro Boots. Built tough for the work you do every day. And that's not all. Stock up and save on Carhartt brand jackets, hoodies, bibs, pants, and vests. Whether you're working hard or heading outdoors, Reams has you covered from head to toe. Reams Boots and Jeans, Utah's largest boot dealer. Come in today for the best selection and the best prices on the boots and clothing you need. Look great, feel great, and save money. Reams Boots and Jeans, Utah family owned and operated for over 80 years. Reams Boots and Jeans.
This is your Cougars at 30 update. Presented by Kenny J's Barbecue on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
It's your Cougars at 30 update right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone, as BYU trying to rebound after a tough loss to Texas Tech. Aaron Roderick talking about how his quarterback, his freshman, is handling that loss.
He was really hard on himself. He felt like it was his fault, and I'm not surprised. He's a freshman. He finally had a bad game. It is what it is. He's played so well all year, and each week he's exceeded our expectations. And then this game, he had a tough game, just like all of us did, and me included. And he felt really bad. And I've just been trying to let him know that it's a team game. We need all 11 guys to play their best, and our coaches, we all have to coach better. And I expect him to bounce back and play well this week.
Hey, make this Thanksgiving unforgettable with Kenny J's Barbecue. They'll take care of your Thanksgiving meal for you. That's right. Pre-order your Thanksgiving meal today, 801-230-5396. That's 801-230-5396.
It's another battle for the Aggies, and the KSL Sports Zone has it covered. The Aggies head south to Las Vegas for a Saturday afternoon showdown against UNLV. Your home for all the play-by-play coverage of Aggie football is right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. This is Hans Olsen and Scotty G, presented by Mountain Land Supply on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
It is your Cougar preview show here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Hey, by the way, I love those comments from Aaron Roderick.
Yeah.
Who just said, yeah, he had a bad game.
Yeah.
You know what? It happens. We all had a bad game.
He's taking it hard.
Yeah, and we all had a bad game. But I think it's okay for a coach to say, yeah, our guy, he struggled. And he knows he struggled. We all saw that he struggled. I struggled. The whole team struggled. Guess what? We laid an egg. Now, how do you respond from that? And we're going to learn a lot about Bear Bachmeier, not just the player, but the person, in how you handle a little adversity. And I think that I would be surprised if he does not play well coming up this week against TCU. You know, you and I were looking at their schedule during the break, and TCU has got BYU obviously this week. Next week they'll take on Houston. Houston is 8-2, and then you got a Cincinnati team that they'll wrap up with, who's right now 7-2. So they'll probably be underdogs in all three of those games that they play the remainder of the year, especially with BYU and Houston on the road and then home against Cincinnati. They're going to beat one or two of those teams.
They will. I'm excited to catch up with Brian Estrich here in a few minutes, play-by-play voice at TCU, and get his thoughts of where this team's mentality is, because Iowa State was on a nosedive of a season. They couldn't find a win to save their lives. Iowa State had pretty much given up the ghost. They had lost to Cincinnati. They lost to Colorado. Remember what they went on the bye week?
Yep.
They lose to BYU 41-27. They lose to Arizona State. They put 4 losses together. And then they go on the road. That's a home game for TCU.
Yep.
And they beat TCU 20-17.
Makes no
sense.
It's
an inexplicable loss for TCU. TCU was still a 2-loss team.
Yep.
So they were still in that 2-loss team compartment, stuck with 5 or 6 other Big 12 teams, and they lose to an Iowa State team that had nothing to play for.
At home. Yeah.
So it's just inexplicable. And so I'm excited to talk to Brian Estrich just to see what this TCU team is all about. When you go through TCU statistically, just in comparison to the Big 12, they're the middle of the pack of pretty much every statistical category. Now, they got a quarterback that can throw it around, and they do a couple of things well defensively. They stop a run decently.
Yeah.
But for the most part, out of 16 teams in a conference, they sit about 8th in everything. You're right close to number 8 in scoring offense, right close to number 8 in scoring defense, right close to number 8 in yards per game, both offensively and defensively. You're the middle of the pack team. That's why I say in those 3 final games, one of those teams that's going to be favored is going to lose.
Yes.
TCU, I don't think, is going to finish 0-3.
No, they're not going to end the season on a 4-game losing skid.
We had Ian Fitzsimmons on yesterday, and Ian was talking about Sonny Dykes and just said it's not typical Sonny Dykes just fall apart, lose the rest of his games, and then be put on the hot seat. Because I got to imagine, you've got a big-time quarterback. You got a lot of expectations if you're TCU.
You go back to that 2023 season when, what was it? Was it the 22 season? They had they were 13-2 that year, and really before losing to number 1 ranked Georgia in the national championship game. And then you go the year after, they're 5-7. The year after that, last year, 9-4, and then this year, kind of going. Now they're 6-3. I mean, he's had good years. He's had good moments. This is not typical for what happens there at TCU. Outside of that 5-7 season, they're better than this, and it would surprise me if they pack it up and mail it in on the season. But also a team that's right there on the precipice. That if BYU comes out and they're up 14-0 early on, and had 2 long time-consuming drives and force a couple 3-and-outs, you might break them.
I think you break them pretty quick. In the opening segment, I was talking about how Utah matches up well against Baylor, a non-rushing quarterback. Look, Baron Morton was a non-rushing quarterback, and he got the job done. I'm not saying he blew things up. He didn't blow things up against BYU. I thought BYU got their licks in.
Mm.
Was it 4 sacks in that game?
I think it was 4.
4 sacks, I think 10 TFLs.
I don't know about the TFLs, but, yeah, I think it was 4 sacks.
4 sacks, a bunch of TFLs. It was just a really good statistical game against a non-rushing quarterback. That's what Josh Hoover is. Josh does not want to get out of the pocket. Again, going back to Sonny Dykes and going back to being on the hot seat, you got a junior quarterback that's really in his 3rd year of starting. Some of Josh Hoover's first starts were against BYU a couple years ago, getting the win in Dallas at TCU. That was a tough game.
Mm-hmm.
That was a tough loss for BYU. And they roughed him up. And Josh Hoover looked good. That's why I thought coming into this season, I thought TCU might be kind of the underdog, a little bit of the dark horse that surprises people. And so far they've just been too hot and too cold.
Yeah, look, they're going to suffer probably. I would anticipate they'll go 1-2 in this stretch. They'll beat one of these 3 teams. They'll lose to the other 2 because the other 2 are better. And frankly, they're not as good as the 3 teams that they're playing to finish the season. I think Houston's better. I think Cincinnati's better. I certainly think BYU is better. So they, on paper, should lose all 3 of these games. They won't. They'll get somebody because they fight their butts off and they'll find a way. But, again, that's the kind of team, though, mentally, and you played the game. You know better than anybody. You probably felt you probably could feel a team break in a second quarter or a third quarter. When
you
they're
knew
like,
when you had it.
Yeah, like, okay, they're done.
You knew
they don't want to be here anymore.
But you knew you had to keep the pedal down.
Yeah.
You know what was interesting? Texas Tech kept the pedal down. They were running no huddle when they were up by 3 scores, and there was like 5 minutes left. Texas Tech was like all gas. And I was watching that like, man, that's what I want to see from BYU.
Yeah.
Utah's doing that.
Oh, yeah.
Utah's going all gas. They're not letting off the throttle because they know they've got to impress some people. 2-loss team. They want to get to the CFP. They want to fight their way back into this. They're blowing teams out. They're keeping the pedal down. BYU needs to keep the pedal down against TCU. Even when they break them, if you start this game 10-0, first quarter ends, come out of the second quarter, first drive in the second quarter, score a touchdown, 17-0. You don't go coast, man. You keep the pedal down, and you're looking for a 42-7, a 42-3. You're looking for that signature win that's not the West Virginia game, a signature win against a TCU team that I do feel is dangerous, that has a coach that doesn't want to be anywhere close to a hot seat with a junior quarterback that's in his 2.5 year starting. You don't want that.
I'm looking at road games for BYU. They beat Colorado. They put 33 on the board against Arizona, and then 41 at Iowa State. And then, of course, the tough one against Texas Tech. But so far, this offense has proven that it can go on the road. And if you have a chance to push a 21-point lead to 28.
You talking about TCU or BYU?
BYU.
TCU is coming to the Valley.
Oh, yeah. Sorry. You got. I meant TCU coming here. But yeah, you lost a tough one at Texas Tech. You got TCU coming to Provo. You've got an opportunity here to not just win this game, but win this game in a big, big way. And I think that's what's going to be uber important for BYU.
Well, as far as TCU is concerned, they're not a good road team.
No, not at all.
No, they lost to Arizona State on the road. They lost to Kansas State on the road, and Kansas State is not.
Yeah, much as it bums me out to say that.
It is not particularly a good team. But they lost to Kansas State. I think Kansas State put 40-plus on them.
Mm-hmm.
So it's not a good road team.
No. Hans and Scotty, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Coming up next, we continue to get you ready for BYU and a big one against TCU this weekend. Hey, if you want tickets, we're giving away tickets right here at the back nine. All you have to do is come on by, grab the, put your name in the hopper here at the back nine for your chance to win tickets. We got free Chick-fil-A as well. We'll talk more about what they can offer you here at the back nine, getting your game in order. 865 South, 700 East, right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
You've been listening to The Zone for decades. Yes! But now you can watch the guys break down your favorite teams.
Some viewers may find the following video disturbing. Viewer discretion is advised.
Catch the video stream of DJ and PK, Jake and Ben, Hanson, Scotty, and JJ and Alex right now at KSLSports.com or by searching KSL Sports on YouTube. Utah's best sports radio is on air, online, and on the KSL Sports app. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Hans and Scotty, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Look, if you're beat up, or you got a family member that's beat up, and it's keeping you off the field or keeping you off the golf course or the things that you want to do, you want to go to the pros, the people that work on the Utah Mammoth, the Utah Jazz, the University of Utah sports teams, the Salt Lake Bees. You want to go to University of Utah Health. They're going to treat you with the same kind of care, the same kind of attention to detail as the professional athletes. And in doing so, making sure you get back to the things you want to do faster. It's all about having good health. You want to live that quality of life. Well, you can do so by going directly to the University of Utah Hospital. They've got telehealth options, and they've got all kinds of clinics up and down the Wasatch Front as well. Go to uofuhealth.org. Find the location near you. That's uofuhealth.org.
Tom, I'm on the sideline here with Doug Smith Chevy. Doug, the NCAA has changed its rules regarding NIL money. What do I have to do to land an amazing new 2025 Chevy Silverado?
Just come on down to Doug Smith Chevy in Spanish Fork.
Doug, I'm more than happy for you to use my name, image, and likeness. All I want to know is how do I get one?
You have to buy it, Scott.
Together, let's drive. Get 2.9% APR financing for 72 months for well-qualified buyers when you finance with GM Financial on all new 2026 Chevy Silverado 1500s. No one knows Chevy like Doug.
Constipation with belly pain that keeps coming back and back and back. If your symptoms keep coming back, talk to your doctor. It could be irritable bowel syndrome with constipation or IBS-C. Linzess could help you get ahead of it. Linzess linaclotide is a prescription medicine that treats IBS-C in adults. It's not a laxative. It's a once-daily pill that helps you get ahead of your symptoms. It's proven to help you have more frequent and complete bowel movements and helps relieve overall abdominal symptoms, belly pain, discomfort, and bloating. These symptoms were studied in combination, not individually. Do not give Linzess to children less than 2. It may harm them. Do not take Linzess if you have a bowel blockage. Get immediate help if you develop unusual or severe stomach pain, especially with bloody or black stools. The most common side effect is diarrhea, sometimes severe. If it's severe, stop taking Linzess and call your doctor right away. Other side effects include gas, stomach area pain, and swelling. Talk to your doctor and say yes to Linzess. Learn more at linzess.com or call 1-800-LINZESS.
While most jewelry stores outsource their custom work to international manufacturers, Belliston Jewelry is your custom, in-house, full-service jeweler.
Besides the obvious tariff issue, what's wrong with outsourcing?
You know, like a game of telephone, all of the important details, the essence of your dream ring, are quite literally lost in translation as it's designed in other countries like India and China. Belliston's in-store designers can customize and modify your design right in front of you, cutting any confusion to bring your true design to life.
Yeah, absolutely. I plan to wear my ring every day for the rest of my life. I want it right.
Let me ask you this. If you choose one of those other guys, but you hate the finished ring, do you think they would remake it to get it just right?
Not a chance.
At Belliston Jewelry, we work with you in-house every step of the way to ensure it's right the first time. BellistonJewelry.com, across from Weber State in Ogden.
Locally made, just for you.
And cherished for generations.
Is your financial advisor offering you up to a 30% upfront bonus? Or are they promising you up to 10% growth per year, all for your retirement income? If not, then you need to come to Trajan Wealth. I'm Jeff Jr., founder of Trajan Wealth. If you have a plan to retire within the next 10 years, don't wait only to find out it's too late. I've seen hardworking folks like you retire only to be required to go back to work, all because their advisor told them guarantees like these were too good to be true. They're not. That's up to $30,000 upfront or up to $10,000 per year on $100,000, all guaranteed for retirement income. Don't keep working when you're supposed to be retired, and don't let any financial advisor tell you it's too good to be true. Call Trajan today, 801-210-6800. That's 801-210-6800.
Annuities, non-advisory products. DBA Trajan Wealth Insurance Solutions. Additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com.
Listen every Monday morning to DJ and PK and Monday afternoon with JJ and Alex for your Chevy Strong Play of the Game. Win great prizes from Rocky Mountain Chevy.
3, 2, 1. This is your Utes at 50 update. 158! Presented by Kenny J's Barbecue on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
It is your Utes at 50 update right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Utah gets set for a road trip to take on Baylor. Devin Dampier likes where his team sits at number 13 in the college football playoff.
Very, very fortunate. I'm very happy that, we got the ranking we did. Just to be able to get in through the championship or just through, the rankings. It gives us a great chance to get in there. That's our goal. So very happy that that's doable for us.
Hey, make this Thanksgiving unforgettable. Kenny J's Barbecue. Skip that stress and bring home slow-cooked turkey perfection. Pre-order that Thanksgiving meal today. 801-230-5396. That's 801-230-5396.
Let's go! Complete game coverage of the Cougars is right here on the KSL Sports Zone. The Cougars return home for a battle against TCU. Your home for the best coverage of Cougar football is right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. This is Hans Olsen and Scotty G, presented by Mountain Land Supply on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Woo!
Brian Estridge is going to join us coming up in about 10 minutes from right now. One of our favorite dudes on the planet, play-by-play voice of the Horned Frogs. But Hans, BYU, TCU coming up, and it's got to be good for BYU. Just get back home after a tough trip to Lubbock. Nobody wants to go to Lubbock. Everybody loves leaving Lubbock, and to just get back home in front of your fans after that kind of, buzzsaw you ran into down there. Yeah. Get back in the friendly confines of the Ed.
It's going to be really nice for them to get back home and get their fans back behind them. Really quick, and there's just this final segment before we get out to Brian Estridge. I did want to mention, because it is the Cougar Preview Show, BYU got a nice win over Delaware last night.
Yes.
85-68.
Down at halftime in that game.
This basketball team is going to be brutal. Yeah. Not a real good look. Well, down by 2 or 3 and a half.
Yeah.
But Rob Wright, nearly a triple-double. 1 rebound, 1 assist away from a triple-double, going 26 points, 9 rebounds, 9 assists. Really just a career-type game for Rob Wright. And I get it. It's Delaware. When you get into Big 12 play, it's going to be more difficult. But Richie Saunders with 26 and 10. Fantastic game from him. A.J. DeBonsa didn't have to do the heavy lifting. Still had 18 points in the game. Kebe Keita continues to be just a matchup nightmare. And this is just going to be a fun team to watch. See how this game plays out. Limited minutes across the bench. As you mentioned, first half didn't go the way they wanted it, but the result and outcome is what you wanted. I don't know how much you go into a game like that and you're like, because it's just not a good team.
No.
You know, they were 0-2 coming into that game.
BYU came in as 34-point favorites in that game.
Yeah, and didn't even come close to covering.
Yeah.
But still got a lot out of that game. Who finishes higher, BYU basketball in the Big 12 or BYU football in the Big 12?
I think BYU football finishes second.
Because I think that they're going to finish second. I don't think
BYU basketball will win the regular season conference, but I do think that they are poised for, Elite Eight, Final Four run.
Only because it's just
it's just a dog season.
Blue blood.
Yeah.
And everybody's put money in.
Yeah.
Well, I'm just hoping A.J. DeBonce's learning curve is sharp.
I'm going to say, I don't know. This sounds like a really fence-sitting way to say. I think both finished second, honestly. I think BYU football finishes second. I think BYU basketball finished second regular season in the Big 12.
Well, if they finish second in the Big 12, that probably puts them as a 2-3 seed?
Easy. Yeah. I think 2 seed or bust right now for BYU.
If you can get yourself into a 2-3 seed, you're sitting.
Oh, yeah, you're sitting pretty.
Just right where you need to be.
Jeremy's hanging out with us as we are live here at the Back Nine. So many great things going on down here. And, Jeremy, what's really cool about this place is that you look at across the board, you've got so many great opportunities to get involved at a really ridiculous low price right now with a membership. Your early bird specials, hey, you got to take advantage of it right now.
Yes, absolutely. We are running a special that we're never going to do again because it's called our founding memberships. Since it's our grand opening, the first 30 or so people that sign up are going to lock in a rate for life that we're never going to offer again. So just for context, we've got a couple different membership options here. Most of them run in the $250 to $300 range. Now, that's actually a pretty great value when you think about it because you're getting 24/7 access, 365, daily golf. If you think about how much money...
Up to 3 guests?
Up to 3 guests that can come with you every single time you play. Amazing space, massage chairs, free drinks, Wi-Fi, comfortable seating.
Free drinks?
Free drinks. We're offering free drinks to members and their guests.
Right, so that fridge back there is open season.
The fridge back there is open season.
That's awesome.
I know, right?
Yeah,
that's a great touch.
Thank you. Yeah, we're hoping that that'll draw the Utah County crowd. We know that people like our soda here.
And they like free.
Yes. Now, with our founding memberships, though, I'll take, for example, our Birdie option, our Birdie membership. That will typically run you anywhere from $269 to $299, whether you're paying month to month or whether you're signing up for the full year. Now, everyone needs to take advantage of the founding membership option because we are giving that away at only $209 a month.
Wow.
$209 a month for essentially unlimited golf, and you lock in that price for life. That will never change. Eventually, prices will go up. Times will become limited. We got 4 bays, so it's plenty of space, but it's going to fill up fast. And so jump on this right now, $209 a month, locked in for life.
How long do they have to sign up with that?
It's first come, first serve.
Okay. Oh, so once it's full, it's full.
Once it's full, it's full. And we're only giving it to the first 30 or so members, and we're already up to about 10 now on our first day open.
That's great.
Yeah.
Wow. Mm-hmm. And the great thing is, all right, so let's say I've got a few buddies coming into town. I want to take them down here. How do you go about, if you're a member, do you just show up or do you get online and set a time? Or?
Yeah, it's so easy. It's all self-serve. So what you're going to do is you're going to go on our website, and we'll have an app pretty soon, and you book the time you want, and then within a 15-minute window of your tee time, all you got to do is hold your phone up to the lock on the door, and it will automatically open up for you.
Wow.
You come on inside, you get set up on the simulator, you're playing golf for 2-3 hours maybe, as long as you want, and then you're out of there, and it's a great time, and you can come day or night. Like we said, open 24/7. If you want to come hang out in the middle of the night with all your buddies, that's an option. If you want to come get
This
a round
is incredible.
in.
I know.
You want to come get a round in before work in the morning? We actually have showers in the bathroom.
I saw that.
Saw the showers.
Yeah.
Nice bathrooms.
Thank you. Yeah, that was a nice touch we thought we'd add for our members. And there's just something for everyone here that we're really excited about.
Okay, if you wanted to bring food in too, sorry, Hans.
Yeah, bring your own food in. I mean, there's the Costco food court right across the parking lot here. There's the University Mall right here with all the different dining options. We actually have Wing Nuts that's giving away free gift cards as part of our competition here. Chick-fil-A is here right now doing lunch, giving away free cookies to anyone who makes a purchase. So, we're open. It's our grand opening today through this Saturday. We're finishing everything off Saturday night with a BYU TCU watch party. And anyone who comes in now to Friday can enter to win our contest, giving away 2 free tickets to BYU TCU.
So much. Look, there's so much here. If you're in Orem, you're always looking for great, fun activities for the family, for you and your wife, for you and some friends. This is it, man. This is the answer. Back 9 in Orem. It's the same parking lot as the Costco gas station. You know where that's at. Just come down, sign up. 20 memberships left at $209 for life if you want to hold on to that.
801, or excuse me, come on by. It's real simple to find, as Hans mentioned, right next to Costco, 865 South, 700 East in Orem. It is Back 9 Golf. Let's go. 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Want to get the latest info on Utah's newest sports franchise? Sign up for the Utah Mammoth newsletter. Get exclusive analysis, plus the latest news and notes on the Utah Mammoth. Sign up today at KSLSports.com for the Utah Mammoth newsletter. Stay up to date with everything Utah Jazz related with the new Jazz Notes newsletter. Get draft updates, analysis, and be the first to know about every off-season move. Visit KSLSports.com to sign up for the Jazz Notes newsletter.
Hi, this is Derek Overstreet, president of the New Millennium Group and co-host of Stop Working, Start Living with KSL News Radio. Can you imagine what your life would be like if you could retire 3 to 5 years earlier than you thought possible? The things you could do, the loved ones you could spend time with, the memories that you could create. That's what our team at the New Millennium Group does. We'll walk you through the entire process every step of the way. If you'd like to get a copy of the 5-step proprietary plan that will help you retire 3 to 5 years sooner than you thought possible, give us a shout right now. 888-999-6370. That's 888-999-6370 or utahsfinancialplanner.com. Listen, most of our listeners right now have a tax problem, not a money problem. There's not enough money in Social Security Medicare as it is. Let us show you how you can significantly reduce your taxes. That's 888-999-6370, 888-999-6370, or utahsfinancialplanner.com.
If you're getting new gutters, make absolutely sure that you don't get screwed. I mean literally, don't get screwed. Tim Jr. here from RGS Exteriors. And every single gutter company out there uses screws to hold their gutters together at the corners and downspouts. They use screws because they're fast and cheap and easy, but man, they're terrible for your gutters, aside from possibly cutting your hand. They also loosen and corrode over time because they're not made from the same metal as the gutters. At RGS Exteriors, we've been installing gutters for 70 years now, and we don't use screws. We only use permanent, strong, and unobtrusive rivets. They're made from the same material as the gutters, so they won't oxidize and they won't corrode. They'll also never loosen. Your hand is safe too. Did I mention they look amazing? So don't get screwed. Call RGS and get riveted gutters. Our number is 801-280-3110 or visit us at rgsutah.com. That's 801-280-3110 or rgsutah.com.
Taqueria 27, where every taco tells a story, and sometimes it's a hilarious one. Check out taqueria27.com. You'll thank us later. On the go? Don't worry. Locations in downtown SLC, Holiday, Fashion Place Mall, Lehigh, and Eagle Mountain. So if you miss one, there's another waiting to serve you tacos, sizzling fajitas, enchiladas, margaritas, like a ninja. Taqueria 27's got Mexican cuisine, including gluten-free, that's so tasty, your mouth will thank you. Cougar fans, game day isn't just for the players, it's for you. Power every tailgate, every high five, and every play with Bucked Up Energy. Clean energy, bold flavors, zero crash. Whether you're charging the stadium steps or locking in for the post-game show, Bucked Up keeps you laser focused and ready to roar. Find it at 7-Eleven, Maverick, Harmon's, and Dick's Sporting Goods. Visit your local Bucked Up retail store today or go to buckedup.com and use code ZONE to claim 20%. Now go out and get bucked up.
Broadcasting from the Mountain Home Services Studio, this is 97.5 KZNS FM Colbert, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and 102.7 KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Nobody gets you ready for Utah football more than the KSL Sports Zone.
Ready?
Kyle Whittingham and the Utes hit the road to Waco for a showdown against Baylor. Your home for the best coverage of Utah football is right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. This is Hans Olsen and Scotty G, presented by Mountain Land Supply on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Yeah, he's even more deadlier. Now he has more experience. He understands the offense. You see him making checks. He's just a veteran now. You see in the way he distributes the ball to all different receivers, the way that they run the ball, the way that he reads RPOs. And I mean, he's a really good quarterback, coached really well. This isn't going to be easy, but we're going to have to find ways to be better than we were against him the first time around, and we get to have him at home, which is going to be helpful for us.
TCU is just a great program. They have been for years. I had a bunch of good battles with those guys when I coached up the road, and I know BYU's had a bunch of good battles with them over the years. 2 years ago, we had a pretty humbling loss down there. We know what we're in for Saturday. We know this is a good football team, a well-coached team, and they're tough and they're super athletic, and we're expecting it to be a really tough game.
Hans and Scotty, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Kalani Satake, Aaron Roderick. It's your Cougar preview show. Tomorrow we'll have your Ute preview show, and then Friday, Ron McBride and Emma Harrington stop by for a Football Friday. But joining us now, not only is the voice of the TCU Horned Frogs, he's one hell of a dude, too. Brian Estridge, kind enough to join us. Brian, how are you?
Hello, Mr. Estridge.
I feel like it's my 5-year anniversary that you guys call me once every 5 years. It's sort of, and now I've figured out that it's based strictly on Scotty's colonoscopy schedule. So every 5 years, Scotty goes in, they check the driveway, for any potholes, and then I get the phone call to come on the show. So
that is a good reminder.
So just whatever. Hey, Scotty, by the way, if you don't mind, save a polyp for my necklace. If you don't
Okay, for sure.
Yeah, thank you.
You got it.
Yeah, appreciate you, buddy.
Yeah, when they're digging those things loose, we'll make sure to. I'll make sure to. It's like your kid's macaroni necklace they make. I'll get something for
what
you.
I'm looking for. Yeah, save one for me, my man.
What's crazy is they found 3 pearls, which is it's unique.
Oh, nice. Exactly. My man's an oyster. He's asexual. Nice job.
Well, I tell you what, you dig deep enough, and it sure felt like it. They'll go find all kinds of stuff.
Exactly.
Hey, we're all about men's health here. All about men's health.
Exactly.
It's all awareness.
That's what we're all about. You got to go. I'm glad you went, Scotty. Mine is actually scheduled. I'll be honest with you. Mine is scheduled for January. I think it's the 4th, something like that. So, in fact, if you guys want to go ahead and book me, I'll do the show that day.
There you go.
Yeah, and maybe I can do the play-by-play of it.
Well, I'll tell you what, Brian, we're doing well out here. Kind of licking wounds. Texas Tech wasn't real friendly, so I think the Cougars are licking wounds, trying to get ready for the Horned Frogs.
I think that's the same for TCU. I mean, you guys ran into a buzzsaw. I mean, that's the best team money could buy in Lubbock right now. They're playing well. It's a great atmosphere when they've got it going out there. I totally get that. I know that TCU knows they're about to walk into a buzzsaw there in Provo. The atmosphere is going to be phenomenal. Night game. Weather's going to be, in favor of BYU. So I think but this is what this time of year is all about. And I mean, we're down to 3 or 4 games in the regular season, and folks want to see these kind of atmospheres. We want games that matter. And I really believe that this game matters. It matters. I know it matters for TCU for several different reasons, not the least of which is the psyche of this group and momentum for this program. But listen, there's still a lot of football for BYU to be played. You guys just on the outside looking in as far as the playoff is concerned. every one of these games from here on out is essentially a playoff game for BYU.
You look at TCU, and there's been a couple of head-scratchers, losing to Kansas State. But that Iowa State game, Brian, that's the one I have a hard time wrapping my brain around.
Yeah, but then all you got to do is look at the 3 losses, and you look at all 3 of them had 3 turnovers in it. And Sonny Dykes preaches that every week. You can't turn the ball over in the Big 12. I mean, you just look at the numbers over the years. If you take care of the football, you got a really good chance to win the game. And TCU didn't do it in their losses, and so because of that, that's where what they're staring down. Josh Hoover had a couple of picks last week against Iowa State, and you had the fumble late. I mean, this was after you were up 17-6 and seemingly in control, but there was a 100-second stretch there. Where TCU gives up a score, goes 3 and out, punts, and then they run it back for a score. And all of a sudden the game just totally flipped. Now, you got the ball back, you're driving downfield, and you hate to fault a young kid who's giving you extra effort on a carry and has the ball punched out from behind. But, that's a mistake that you can't make, and especially at that time of the game. And so, yeah, those are kind of head scratchers, as you said, hard to explain. But both those teams, let's don't lose sight of this. Both those teams are still quality physical football teams. Kansas State, you think is maybe riding the ship a little bit. Iowa State was picked by many to win the league. There's still talent on that team. So, there's a reason why we play them, right? Because they're not all gimmies, or none of them are gimmies in this league for sure, and you don't know until you play them. And Frogs come up on short end a couple of times.
So, what kind of character is this team? I guess it's one of the angles that you'd look at to see how they respond going to 3 losses in conference and feeling like you got to have at least 2 losses to be in the conversation. So maybe they feel like they're dropping out of the conversation for a Big 12 championship and the gut wrencher against Iowa State. What kind of team are they, Brian? What kind of resolve do you think they'll come in with?
I'm anxious to see, Hans. I really am. I think that I think we're all going to learn a lot about this group on Saturday. Now, I know at practice this week they've been spirited. We talked to Nambi Izor yesterday, the linebacker, who said, "Listen, we're not down on ourselves. We're not sitting here pouting about anything. We know that there are problems that we got to correct and we've got to get better at, and that's what we're trying to do." And so, I think also the fact that this is a ranked team that TCU plays, first ranked team they played this year, I think that means a little something to them, that they still want to be able to prove that, hey, TCU is one of the elite teams in the Big 12, and so you've got that to cope with. But I'm anxious to see. I don't know that I can answer that for you right now. I'll be honest with you. I don't know that we know how this team is going to respond, because they haven't been in a situation like this. Because you do think after the second loss, okay, you still got a chance to get in there. You just got to win out. Now, this probably eliminates any opportunity, as you said, for a Big 12 championship. But listen, there's still a lot of football to be played, and I know it's playoff or bust now. This will be a first. I've never agreed with Eli Drinkwitz on anything, but I do think he's right in his quote that if we make it all about the playoff and only 12 teams get to experience, what do you do with the 120 that don't? I mean, does that just mean y'all suck? No, I don't think so. We got to kind of change the mentality a little bit on that front as well. And hey, the 3 of us know the importance of bowl games and the experience that they are. And I think we have to continue to highlight, the bowl experience and what it means to teams and the programs.
Mm-hmm.
How do you feel about the ability of this team to continue to get pressure from the front line? Because I'm looking at the sack totals, linebacker, safety. There's an edge, linebacker, but not a lot from the D line for your sack totals.
Yeah, but this is that's not where they try to get them from. I mean, it's not really an edge guy that you go. Devin Deal would be the one guy who can pressure the quarterback, but the rest of them are more stabilizers, run game guys, things of that nature. They want their linebackers and safeties and Devin Deal to be the guys who are getting pressure on the quarterback. And when Andy Avalos dials that up, they've been successful. I mean, he has some really nice exotic blitzes that he brings on occasion that have worked for this team. I think for the most part, Scotty, that this defense has played good enough. I think that has not been the issue for the Horned Frogs. It's not as if they've gotten blown out of football games. To me, the issue has been the turnovers, and when you put your defense out there multiple times with short fields and things of that nature, I mean, you got to trace it back to that. So I think defensively this team is okay. And they've been solid against the run, too. You look at what they did to West Virginia when they hold them to 41 yards or whatever.
Yeah.
Then West Virginia the next week goes out and throws a big number on Houston. So I think there's, I think the defense is okay. Now, have they seen anything like they're going to see from BYU's rushing attack? No. I mean, and we know the quality of the offensive line for the Cougars. So I think it'll be a nice test to see what these guys are made out of.
I got to know Andy a little bit when he was at Boise State, and I've always been kind of a big fan of his. Has that been a pretty good transition with him slipping in there?
Yeah, and I tell you, year two has been a big difference, too. I mean, the fact that these guys kind of know the system now. They're playing a lot faster, not having to think about things as much. It's freed up guys like Bud Clark, who, had 2 interceptions last week. He's got, 15 picks in his career now. I mean, the linebackers are playing really well. Caleb Elarm-Zor has been in double-digit tackles the last 3 weeks. He had back-to-back 16 tackle weeks, prior to last week. So, I mean, I think those guys are playing fast. Again, I think the defense hasn't been the problem. The problem has been at times, third down, just getting teams off the field. But I think that, again, I'll go back that at the end of the year we do the postmortem. I think the defense will be a very short conversation.
Has anybody been able to slow down Eric McAllister that you've seen?
That's a good question. I mean, the thing about him is that he is a more physical wide receiver than people think. You look at him and he's a speedster and he's tall and he's kind of lanky. But, I mean, look at his yards after catch. And I know you dive deep into those PFFs because you don't have a life. Now, you look at those PFF numbers, and I mean, look at his yards after catch. He's up at like 400 yards now after catch. I mean, he just does not go down on first contact. So he's a lot stronger than you think. He's a gutsy wide receiver. He'll go over the middle and make the grab. Everybody uses the same lingo now. You talk about the 50-50 ball. I don't think it's a 50-50 ball with Eric McAllister when you throw the fade to him. I think it's more like 65-35. I think you've got a real advantage with him out there. So, yeah, he's a good player. They got to get some more guys involved, though. And they've been kind of thin at wide receiver. You're going to see a couple of new faces, I think, this week that are getting some time, some young guys. But, really it's just been he and Jordan Dwyer have kind of been the steady guys to transfer from Idaho. Those have been the two guys that you think of back there at wide receiver. And I think it's time to get some more guys involved in the offense.
When BYU started throwing some money around, it obviously prompted Utah to try to find as much as they could to try to keep pace. Is that going on with what is going on with Texas Tech and Texas A&M, where everybody else is like, "Ooh boy, we got to find a way to tap into some reserves if we want to keep pace with these guys"? Yeah,
I mean, I don't think there's keeping pace to those guys. I mean, I don't know if there's a room for 12 drunken sailors in Texas. 2 might be enough. And, I just think it's really, really hard right now. And I'm anxious to see what kind of guardrails are put up on this because, this can't continue the way it is. I mean, it is literally the best team money could buy. And, it's disheartening as a college football fan for me. And I know I got times you guys are going to say I'm an old fogey or whatever, but it's not what I signed up for. And I just think that, in the long run, we're doing a lot more bad than we are good for the sport and for these players.
It's just going to be interesting to see also Sonny Dykes and just his progression, his movement. They love him there, right? I mean, let's say things don't finish strong.
But you know how fans are, Hans. I mean, they love you till they hate you, and fans have short memories. I mean, 2022, and Sonny Dykes had this team in the national championship game. I mean, come on, and you know how hard that is to do. I mean, that was the thing, is that I don't think people realize how difficult that is to do. And for him to be able to do that in his first year, I may have told you guys this. I think we were 7 or 8-0 that year, and Mac Brown called Sonny Dykes, and Sonny answered the phone. He said, "Hey, Coach, Mac Brown said, "Hey, son, you might want to mix in a loss, my man." Because, the expectation that you're creating is unrealistic. And I thought that, you looking back on it, it's actually really good advice from Mac, because now if you go, and it goes back to the conversation we were having earlier with Jan Drinkowicz's comment. I mean, if you're not 11-1 and in the college football playoff, it's as if it's a bad year. And everyone can't be winners. I mean, this is not Little League football where Hans got a trophy as a 7-year-old weighing 212 pounds. It's not going to. It's not like that, It's everybody doesn't get a trophy in college football, and so again, I'm anxious to see how this team responds. I'm anxious to see how these fans react, and I'm anxious to see what the investment looks like in the future, and what college football looks like in the future, and where we all stand,
Hey, by the way, I got a rebuke from Brian last night. He was asking for some restaurants, and I put a sushi restaurant on there. That did not go over well with Brian.
Oh, man.
Well, listen, I'm just going to tell you that here's the problem. So, Scotty, I'm going to be honest with you, buddy. You are my go-to guy, but Hans is. I mean, look at Hans. Hans is always my first guy when it comes to food. And so
as he should be.
I hit Hans up with a place, and he sends me a chain Mexican place from Texas, and I'm like,
it's our fajita place.
That, Hans. Yeah,
I knew it was a chain. I knew it was out of Houston.
Utah. Yeah,
but it's different.
Going to Utah to eat
better.
at a Houston restaurant, if I come to Utah, I want some good Utah food. I want a good local hangout, And so I said, I'm going to hit up my man Scotty, and he hits me with a sushi place. And I'm like, what the heck?
We're not the hotbed for food here, Brian.
Obviously, what do you guys just eat wheat? I mean, come on. Is it just cream of wheat every night?
Are you willing to drive an hour? Because we'll send you to Bar Dubs in Nephi. It's a
now,
unique.
Bar Dubs, I've heard about it. I've seen you guys talk about it. That's beef, right?
Oh, that's good. That's good quality stuff there. 2 out of the 3 I would highly recommend. The sushi you can take off the list. The other 2 will be good. I promise.
Okay, good. Well, good, because the second one, when I push back on Hands on the Texas-based Mexican spot, he goes, "Oh, well, then you got to go to Ruby River and get the jacketed potato." I'm like, "You got to be kidding me!"
Oh, man,
is this where we're headed now?
Well, there's this really good mom and pop Italian place called Olive Garden that I think you'll really like.
Try the breadsticks. Yeah,
honestly,
try the breadsticks.
I was going to send you to our local, our hot spot barbecue joint is Kenny J's. But Kenny J's is classic Texas. So it's like.
Yeah, exactly.
I don't know, man.
What is Utah food? If I said, okay, I want to eat Utah food.
Like
other
a roast.
Than fry sauce, what is it?
Probably just a good old roast and potatoes and maybe and some funeral potatoes.
Yeah.
Yep.
Okay. Well, maybe I'll just try to find those.
Hey, and to be able to get my side here, Brian did say keep the meals under $10. So I was like,
you know what's funny? He did say don't break the bank with me too.
Yeah, so I'm like, trying to find a $10 meal.
Because the last time I took Hands to dinner in Vegas, the bill was like $700.
Oh, that got wild.
Yes, it did.
But Landry didn't help the cause. But it did get wild.
That is for sure. But I'm like, what am I supposed to do with this receipt? How am I hiding this one listed as headphones purchased or something?
We've all gotten a little loosey-goosey with the expense report. We know what that's like.
Yeah, exactly. But anyway, the last time I was at Ruby River, I couldn't park the car because there were so many strollers out front. So I'm trying to figure out what to do this time.
Oh, that's funny.
That's the case, man. Minivans and strollers, brother.
Brian, you're the best, man.
Fellas, always good. Glad you got the colonoscopy out of the way, Scotty.
Yep.
We'll see you on game day.
Exactly. Let me know what the OBGYN says.
Oh, and there you go. Astrid's not leaving without a parting shot.
Hopping up in those stirrups, and I'll let you know how that works out. Oh, man.
Oh, he said save a polyp for my necklace. Wow. You know you're going to get some entertaining stuff when you get Brian Estridge on.
Yeah. We're not quite the Ticket in Dallas simulcast, but
we learned our lesson there.
No, well, not even the first time when we went round 2.
Round 2 really got us. Luckily, we weren't under the umbrella that we currently are.
I know. After this morning, that definitely wouldn't have flown.
Oh boy.
All right, Hans and Scotty, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. We're here at the back nine. Dan's hanging out with us, man. There's so many cool things you guys are doing. I mean, when we talk about the list of giveaways, from the Chick-fil-A to the free BYU tickets that people have a chance to win, I mean, you guys aren't messing around. You know how to do a grand opening the right way.
Yeah, it's been fun, and we appreciate all our local community businesses around the area that have donated and helped us out, and we got some of their advertisements up on the wall here. We're just super appreciative to those that have done that, and come by and see us. We're going to be here around all day, even after this show's over, so come see us. We'll give you something, and you can try our closest to the pin, your longest drive competition, putting competition that is going on right now. So, yeah, come see us.
I love it, man. I love new businesses. I love when good business minds come together to open up something that boosts up the community. This is such a great opportunity to come in and get in at basement prices.
Yeah.
And last we checked, about 20 memberships left at that.
Yeah, we're doing founding memberships for I think it's the first 10 pars, 25 birdies, and 10 Eagle memberships, and you get that discount for life if you sign up now and you keep your membership. So it's a phenomenal deal. I go to the range, bucket of balls, 10 to 50, 20 bucks. You play a couple rounds. If you really want to get better at golf, this is what you need. I mean, we go play basketball or do other things. We shoot hoops, and then would we ever think to stop during the whole winter season and expect to be any good and coming back? No, it just doesn't work that way.
These simulators are so nice.
Well,
too.
and that's the other thing, too. You're a golf coach, so, if you're coming in here and you're trying to hone in your game and really figure out your distances, what's the accuracy on these things?
Really, really well. The biggest thing is, like, when you get on here, you got to set the elevation because it just changes I get on here.
Wow, that's how exact these things can be,
Yes,
huh?
very exact. It's pretty amazing how precise it is with my own swing shots. Obviously, mine vary, shanks and this and that and the other. But when I hit a ball good, it's my numbers. So it's fantastic. The technology is fantastic.
I stepped into one of the bays and took the typical 150 club, and it went 150. And it really is money. So do most people bring their own clubs? Do you supply clubs?
We do have clubs supplied here. We have a couple sets of loaner ones, but it is one that we're planning on people bringing their own clubs. But we have those for you. We had a lefty that was here today. I said I promise I'm going to get you a lefty set in there. So we're trying to make it ideal as far as like training your game. We got all these little things that we put in the bays, like these camera mounts so you can hold your phone up and film your swing and dial in some of those things. We're going to have some coaches here at the facility that are going to work with us and giving good deals to our members to come in and coach and stuff. So it's just a fantastic place to hone your game and to come have a date night and a lot of other things. Like, it's for the serious golfer, but it's for everybody. The Xbox zone for your kids and stuff like that. And there's also locations all across the state too, and we do what's called crossplay, where they can bounce from membership to membership too. So the opportunity where it's spreading around the country too. Like, you go on a trip, you're in Texas, they do crossplay. You can get a couple rounds in Texas at the Lubbock. We met some friends at the Back Nine Conference that are doing it there. So, there's even in Utah right here, we got American Fork that's got one, Spanish Fork that has one, Lehigh that has one, down in St. George, Cedar City has one, St. George where it all came from, Pleasant View, Murray, and there's so many more locations coming in and all around the state. So
just so everybody understands, like sometimes you get a new business that'll open and it's an original idea. This has been around. It's been established. Yeah. So the software is good. The courses are great. 61 courses that you have the opportunity to take advantage of. Like, everything is so tightly dialed in. As Scotty mentioned, it's 24/7. You're gonna have it on your app, so you use your phone that opens up the door.
Yeah.
You can bring in 3 friends or 3 family members, come in and play around. Like, this thing is dialed in so tight. Perfect opportunity here in Orem to have access to golf year-round.
Yeah, and if you're not sold yet, like come by. We'll give you a free demo. Come see the facility. Get in here, and we'll give you some time on the facilities. Bring your friends, bring your family. We'll show you around. We'll give you a tour. We'll get you. I mean, the place kind of sells itself. I think it's pretty fantastic, and I think we've thought of every detail. I'm pretty proud of it.
Well, you got massive TVs in every bay too, so if you want to watch a game while you're hitting golf, you can do that too.
Yeah, we were actually doing that every time we were working on stuff in here. We had games going on and stuff like that. We had, basketball in here the other day with BYU basketball. We're going to do a watch party on Saturday for the TCU BYU game. Actually, we're going to turn on for the UConn BYU game as well on here. So come in, do a demo during that. Hit some golf balls, watch some sports. We'll have some refreshments and stuff. That'll be going on Saturday as well. So
And don't forget, 7 to 9 tonight, BYU football players. You know, you got Carson Ryan and Chase Roberts and Parker Kingston. They're all going to be down here. So bring your kids down, bring yourself down, come out. Check out the membership. Check out the new digs.
Yeah.
How beautiful this place is.
One more little thing I want to shout out. I was making fun of my buddies, the Richardsons.
Yeah.
They're the ones that did this build out. They have they're the Roots builders. They're awesome. They did a fantastic job. I was teasing them about breaking my driver.
Yeah.
But they build pretty awesome stuff.
It was worth the driver.
It was worth the driver.
Yeah.
They gave me a driver discount. So
beautiful.
Just kidding.
That's
one driver discount.
One driver discount.
Well, get on down here. I tell you what, this is beautiful. It's been so cool being down here at the Back Nine. Check them out. The address, real easy to find in Orem, right next to Costco, 865 South, 700 East. Incredible savings on these memberships that, frankly, once they go, it's still a great deal, but it's not going to be remotely close to what you're going to get right now. 865 South, 700 East. It's the Back Nine right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
It's game week for the Utes, and the KSL Sports Zone is getting you ready for kickoff. After a much-needed week off, Kyle Whittingham and the Utes get set for the final 3 games of the season, starting with a trip to Waco for a battle against Baylor. Listen all week long for the best coverage of Utah football. Then catch college football Saturday game day at 10 a.m. with the postgame show immediately following the game on KSLSports.com.
Let's go then. Let's go, baby.
Your home for the best coverage of Utah football is live on air, online, and on the KSL Sports app. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Bar Dub Grill is where roadside classics meet ranch-raised flavor. Sink your teeth into juicy, handcrafted burgers made with premium Bar W beef straight from the local Utah farm. From the bold cowboy barbecue burger to the sweet and savory Aloha burger, paired with crispy cowboy fries, hand-spun shakes, or signature spud nuts. Soft, airy, and unforgettable. Bar Dub Grill delivers honest eats with cowboy swagger. Bar Dub Grill in Nephi with easy access right off exit 222 in Nephi.
Hi, this is Doug Wright. The other day I was reading an article, and it talked about the finest restaurants around the United States. And right at the very top of the list, it was Ruth's Chris Steakhouse. And I'm quoting now. They say, high-quality food in an atmosphere that is sure to impress. Isn't that the perfect description of Ruth's Chris Steakhouse? And here in the state of Utah, we have 2 locations. Hotel Park City, that's where Dee and I celebrated our anniversary the other night, and downtown Salt Lake City at 275 Southwest Temple. And at this time of year, it's not too early to call and make your reservations for a special holiday event or a corporate party, whatever it might be. And remember, too, everybody loves a gift card from Ruth's Chris Steakhouse. It is the best meal you will ever have. You're going to love your dining experience at Ruth's Chris Steakhouse.
At Peach Windows and Doors, they help homeowners stay in the homes they love while upgrading to the elegance, efficiency, and natural light of today. With hundreds of 5-star Google reviews, their clients know Peach Windows and Doors deliver what they promise.
I wanted to replace standard-size French doors with a large custom sliding door. The update required checking a weight-bearing wall. Plus, I wanted a couple of different styles of windows. The new sliding door created a much brighter and open look. Peach was so helpful along the way with recommendations and ideas, and the installers were efficient and respectful of my space. I was thrilled with Peach Windows and Doors.
Give your $1 million home the $1 million feel it deserves. Don't wait on that someday project. Visit Peach Windows and Doors Salt Lake Showroom. Schedule a free in-home visit. You can also explore at peachwindowsanddoors.com or just call them at 801-566-1255. Peach Windows and Doors, where amazing home transformations begin.
Ready for unbeatable deals? Tim Daly Nissan Southtown. Drive home a new Sentra starting at just $19,900. Need more space? Get up to $9,000 off new Pathfinders. Or grab a rugged Frontier for as low as $399 a month. With 99% approval, 0 down, and 90 days until your first payment. There's never been a better time to buy. Plus, every vehicle comes with a Tim Daly Forever warranty. Only at Tim Daly Nissan Southtown. Utah Mammoth Hockey is back at Delta Center. Don't miss your chance to be part of the excitement as the Mammoth hit the ice all season long. Grab your friends, rally the family, and lock in your seats for the fast-paced, hard-hitting action. Great seats are available for most games, but they're selling fast. Head to UtahMammoth.com to get your tickets today. That's UtahMammoth.com. Your home for all things Mammoth hockey.
This is Jake Scott and Ben Anderson.
Will Hardy had his annual Play Hard and Pass rant after the game.
Ben, why do you ask your kids to clean the house? It's not because they're going to do a good job.
They're not going to do a spectacular job. I'm going to do a better job.
That's not why you're asking them to clean the house.
Right.
No, you're setting the tone in your house, and I'm trying to do this with my girls too. We're going to be responsible for doing the hard things. You're not going to be able to get away with doing a half-hearted effort, even though I know that you're still going to not be great at cleaning the house. What I'm doing is setting a tone. And I think when he says that, I think that's what he's doing, is setting the tone, especially now. Like, I'm going to take my team back, and you're going to do what I'm going to say, and I'm going to tell you to do some things that you don't want to do, and there's some hard things, but if you don't do them, you're not going to play.
Catch Jake and Ben weekdays from 10 to noon on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
UCCU, proud sponsor of GNL. Get cash and save on loans this Black Friday season. Check out UCCU Black Friday money deals now at UCCU.com. UCCU, love where you bank.
This is your Cougars at 30 update. Presented by Kenny J's Barbecue on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
BYU coming off their first loss of the season, losing at Texas Tech. Bear Bachmeier, the freshman, suffering his first loss, but he's got some help. Hank Bachmeier, longtime college quarterback, his brother giving him some advice on how to handle some adversity.
The true test of a man and a football team is, how you bounce back from adversity, and so he's kind of just been telling me that, and he's got some great experience with that, and we just got to bounce back and obviously learn from it and grow.
That's your Cougars at 30 update, brought to you by Kenny J's Barbecue. Skip the stress and bring home the slow-smoked turkey perfection for your Thanksgiving dinner. You can pre-order that turkey right now. Text our guy Kenny, 801-230-5396. That's 801-230-5396.
Let's go! Complete game coverage of the Cougars is right here on the KSL Sports Zone. The Cougars return home for a battle against TCU. Your home for the best coverage of Cougar football is right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. This is Hans Olsen and Scotty G, presented by Mountain Land Supply on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Woo!
Welcome on back, your Cougar preview show right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone, hanging out here at the Back Nine in right next to Costco in Orem. Just a beautiful facility, and it is totally worth your while. Come on down here and take advantage of some of the savings that are going on right now and check out this beautiful facility.
Oh, it's awesome.
So
and
cool.
It's fun because, these are all a bunch of BYU guys that former players that have come together. Like Ray Finga came down, Jason Spearden, names that you remember.
Hey, was there like a shoe swap? What happened there?
Yeah. So you saw I had a nice pair of shoes on.
Yeah.
And Jason Spearden, former BYU offensive lineman, put his big old paw across my neck and said, I think I'll have those shoes.
Wow.
So I said, okay.
And by the way, middle of the segment, Lloyd, Hans and Jason swap shoes, so now you're rocking these high tops.
I've got the Reebok high tops with the old classic pump. So
no way! I was going to say, wait, what?
If it was a classic pump, that would have been a quick trade. but I've got a high top Reebok, and he liked the shoe I had on, so I gave him.
You mean like that old school 80s Reebok high top?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's got an old school feel to it. I love the shoes. I think you won in that trade.
It's got the white, black, and purple laces, Lloyd, that are really cool. So I've got. He goes. Well, first he said, "What
they got
size
kind of
are
a
those?"
British Knights look to him.
And I said, "Yeah, British Knights." He said, "What size are those?" I said, "They're 15." He goes, "I think I'll have those."
Yeah.
I was like, "Okay."
I don't see. Look, there's not a lot of times where Hands actually like somebody tells him something and Hands hops to it, and that happened.
Jason's a beast.
Yeah.
No, he's a beast. That was such a good offensive line. That was a Bronco Mendenhall offensive line. Ray Fanga, remember they had Matt Reynolds.
Oh, yeah.
That was the beast of all beasto lines at BYU. So it's fun to see those guys. And then remember tonight, 7 to 9, you're going to have a bunch of current BYU football players down here. So come down to the grand opening. Just see what this new place is all about. Beautiful high-def screens. 61 different courses you can play, great memberships, membership where you have 24/7 access. You could come at 2 o'clock in the morning with 5 or 6 buddies, come on in and just have an amazing round of golf. And, through the winter too, because we're just on the edge of winter. Winter's going to hit. Courses are shut down. You want to keep golfing? Well, you've got it right here. And it's in the parking lot of Costco, right by the Costco gas station area here in Orem. Come down and check things out.
All right, so real quickly, I know that there's a lot of people that are concerned about injuries. L.J. Martin played, but what was really interesting is seeing your linebackers look pretty good in that game.
Yeah, they did.
Jack Kelly in particular looked phenomenal.
All 3 of them looked a lot better, and so I expect Glasker, Isera, and Kelly to all be cranking 90, 95% against TCU. Because I think all of them got out unscathed. So I'm expecting a lot from those linebackers. I'm also expecting L.J. Martin to be back. Aaron Roderick was asked post-practice yesterday, and Roderick said, yeah, L.J. got out of the game unscathed. So we should see him with another week of healing. You know what I'm excited to see? You had a couple of guys come back for the first game against Texas Tech that now they get a couple of weeks under their belt. They've got some confidence going. Raider DeMooney with the big pass breakup at the safety position, currently listed behind Falatal Satawala, but now he's got that game of experience after coming back from his injury. So I expect Raider DeMooney to be a big help and continue to fight to get his starting position back. And then JoJo Phillips, it was his first game back, and he had that first game back feel and vibe with that drop.
Yeah.
That drop, man, comes at a critical point in the game where you needed to put a drive together. It would have been caught at a 15-yard gain and probably turned into a 20 to 25-yard gain as he was able to turn up the sideline. Hit him right in the hands, perfect strike, great pass by Bear Bachmeier, and it hits the floor. And you put your palm on your forehead and you're like, oh, no, it was a heartbreaker. I don't think JoJo's going to do that again. So having JoJo with some experience and back, that's going to add to the depth of the receiving room. And I'll wait for the report tonight, the initial report coming out tonight.
Yeah. Yep.
But you couldn't ask for much more for BYU right now.
No.
The bye week helped get guys back. They made it. Yeah, Texas Tech beat them up, but they made it through the Texas Tech game, and things look good. So I am anticipating a very nice victory over TCU. They're a better team. They're playing better football right now. And I expect them to get a nice dominant win at home on an 8:15 kick on ESPN in LaVell Edwards Stadium.
Final thoughts on this game coming up next. Hans and Scotty, this is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
It's game week for the Cougars, and the KSL Sports Zone is getting you ready for kickoff. Even after their first loss of the season, the Cougars' dream of a spot in the Big 12 title game is still alive and well as they welcome TCU to Provo on Saturday. Listen all week long for the best coverage of Cougar football. Then catch College Football Saturday game day at 10 a.m. with a postgame show immediately following the game on KSLSports.com. Your home for the best coverage of BYU football is live on air, online, and on the KSL Sports app. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Have you tried the amazing flavors of Bucked Up? Have you tried their energy drinks? Have you tried their creatine? Have you tried their pre-workout? BuckedUp.com brings you all the greatest and latest in all of your workouts and energy. Everything from their proteins to their creatines to their pre-workouts, all of it's delicious, all of it's highly effective. I'm using everything Bucked Up right now. I'm absolutely addicted to it. I love their pre-workout. So if I need the extra punch, I go to the Woke AF pre-workout. If I need something that just kind of gets me amped and up, then I just go to the original Bucked Up. But right now you can go to buckedup.com and you can find some of their great products. They also have the Rut, which is their testosterone booster. They've got their creatine candy, which is a new blend. You've got so many different options at buckedup.com. And remember to use promo code THEZONE to get 20% off. That's buckedup.com, promo code ZONE, 20% off. And that's off your proteins, your creatines, your energy drinks, your protein drinks. If you haven't seen this lightly carbonated protein drink, you've got great flavors like banana pineapple. You've got an incredible, like an original of the gummy bear. All their delicious Bucked Up protein drinks, so good, 20% off. Use promo code THEZONE at buckedup.com.
High school football is back for another exciting season, and Trucordia, the group name for a nationwide insurance brokerage based here in Utah, is proud to be a Game Night Live sponsor. The Trucordia companies deliver insurance solutions to help you protect what matters most. Home plus auto, employee benefits, construction, cyber. Trucordia blocks risks to help ensure your goals. Learn more at Trucordia, spelled TRUCORDIA.com.
Upgrades, repairs? Hercules has the rate for you. Open a home equity line of credit with Hercules First Federal Credit Union now through November 30th and get an introductory 4.99% APR for the first 6 months. Use your home's equity for that kitchen refresh, roof repair, or new deck you've been dreaming about. But don't wait. This limited time offer ends November 30th. Visit HerculesCU.com to get started. Hercules First Federal Credit Union, growing stronger together. It's that time again, the Reams Boots and Jeans semi-annual work boot and outdoor clothing sale. Right now is the perfect time to save money and get the boots and clothing you need for cooler weather ahead. With the change of seasons, it's time to gear up. And Reams has the absolute best prices on the brands you know and trust. Save big on Ariat, Justin, Tony Lama, Georgia, and Timberland Pro Boots, built tough for the work you do every day. And that's not all. Stock up and save on Carhartt brand jackets, hoodies, bibs, pants, and vests. Whether you're working hard or heading outdoors, Reams has you covered from head to toe. Reams Boots and Jeans, Utah's largest boot dealer. Come in today for the best selection and the best prices on the boots and clothing you need. Look great, feel great, and save money. Reams Boots and Jeans, Utah family owned and operated for over 80 years. Reams Boots and Jeans.
This is DJ and PK.
Here we go again. Joined now by Bronco Mendenhall, head coach of the Utah State Aggies.
This is the time of season where you're looking at roster retention and also recruiting. What are your thoughts on having to do all that at a time when the most important thing is charged to win the next game?
It's a really unique landscape. There's tampering, no question. It's against the rules, but the rules aren't enforced. We've got 3 more games left, but players have been reached out to. There's some phantom hotline that you're supposed to be able to call where something happens, which that's just nonsense.
Phantom hotline?
Telling it like it is, as usual.
Phantom hotline.
The reality is programs with as much money as they have will take who they want in the manner that's supposed to be illegal, but not. Most are smart enough to stay one step away from a true family member. But yeah, it happens.
Catch DJ and PK mornings from 6 to 10 on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Tom, I'm on the sideline here with Doug Smith Chevy. Doug, the NCAA has changed its rules regarding NIL money. What do I have to do to land an amazing new 2025 Chevy Silverado?
Just come on down to Doug Smith Chevy in Spanish Fork.
Doug, I'm more than happy for you to use my name, image, and likeness. All I want to know is how do I get one?
You have to buy it, Scott.
Together, let's drive. Get 2.9% APR financing for 72 months for well-qualified buyers when you finance with GM Financial on all new 2026 Chevy Silverado 1500s. No one knows Chevy like Doug.
Hey, Utah. Are you ready for the Utah Mammoth to hit the ice? From game-winning goals to behind-the-scenes moments, Mammoth Plus brings the action to you all season long. Whether you're at home, on the go, or in the stands, don't miss a single shift. Visit UtahMammothPlus.com and start streaming today. That's UtahMammothPlus.com. Every game, every goal, live on Mammoth Plus. Listen every Monday morning to DJ and PK and Monday afternoon with JJ and Alex for your Chevy Strong Play of the Game. Win great prizes from Rocky Mountain Chevy.
3, 2, 1. This is your Utes at 50 update. 58! Presented by Kenny J's Barbecue on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
It is your Utes at 50 update right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Micah Simon for the Utes is the young receiver starting to get into a groove.
There was a stretch there where I was only playing a handful of guys, and they took all the snaps. They stuck with it in practice and continued to work, continued to gain my trust, Coach Beck's trust, Coach Witt's trust, and we're ready when their number was called. 2 plays, 2 targets, and one of them caught it and made 4 guys miss and scored a touchdown. So it's huge for him, and I think a confidence boost for him as well. And love the way he's been practicing, so looking forward to the next few weeks.
That is your Utes at 50 update, all brought to you by Kenny J's Barbecue. Best barbecue there at the District in South Jordan. We'll also cater your events as well. 10% off your first catering order at kennyjbbq.com.
Nobody gets you ready for Utah football more than the KSL Sports Zone.
Ready?
Kyle Whittingham and the Utes hit the road to Waco for a showdown against Baylor. Your home for the best coverage of Utah football is right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. This is Hans Olsen and Scotty G, presented by Mountain Land Supply on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
All right, welcome on back. Hans and Scotty, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Hans and I are coming to you live from the massage chairs. And look, the golf is awesome, Hans. I would get a membership just to have access to this chair.
Yeah.
24/7.
Pure luxury. These are the Maserati of the massage chair. It hits every muscle. In fact, I believe it just massaged the knuckle on my pinky.
Yeah.
I don't know how it did that, but it actually focused on my pinky. It's currently rubbing the tip of my big toe. So these things are incredible.
Oh,
Scotty,
there's the back.
They do a stretch.
So yeah, I'm on the stretch right now.
It grips your leg and it stretches. It's so nice. So these massage chairs come with the membership to these amazing bays. And if you haven't golfed on a simulator lately, the software and the updates make it so accurate. It is such a sweet deal. And you can golf all through the winter. You golf in perfect conditions. You never lose a ball. You never have to stomp through mud. You don't have to hit it out of actual grass or sand. Like, this is as nice of a simulator bay as I've ever seen. Plus, you bring your wife down or you come down, you sit in this chair, enjoy a nice, relaxing back and leg massage while your significant other plays a round of golf. It's perfect. Memberships, you can bring 3 others down with your memberships. You got 24/7 access. And this is here in Orem. So please come down, support these amazing men that started up this great business. Sam, Jeremy, and Dan, lifelong friends that had a vision to start up the back 9. Perfect location right here in the Costco parking lot. Come down and see what it's all about.
Sam, you put a lot of sweat equity, a lot of blood, sweat, and tears into this thing. What's it feel like to see it come to fruition?
Well, right now you're experiencing one of the best fruits of those labors, to experience that intense relaxation and relief. So right now I'm doing physical therapy. I've got some back issues I've been battling, and sitting in that stretch setting on that massage chair, that's almost identical to what I get sometimes when I'm on the traction machine at my physical therapist.
So nice.
So it's really, really nice.
Well, I can tell everything is first class here. Everything from putting showers in the restrooms for your members to these amazing chairs to the great lounge chairs that you have in each bay so a family can kick back on a lounge chair, to the free sodas with every membership. You can come in here, you golf around, come over, grab a Diet Coke, enjoy the sodas. Everything is thought of here, Sam.
You know, they didn't pay us to say this, or they're not sponsoring us, but being right across from Costco is so nice because we can just wheel one of those flatbed carts with all of those sodas over here. And, it's very easy access.
And you can go grab a couple pizzas, bring your buddies by here, and enjoy some golf and
exactly.
And one of these chairs, which you're going to have to pry me out of this thing because there's no way I'm leaving anytime soon.
Well, I got to tell you, too, there is a reason to hurry over and become a member because the early memberships right now are on an incredible deal. We're talking about $209 a month for a membership that you can hold on to for as long as you want it. And you think about just a single round of golf right now in the state, it's $68 minimum. But we're talking about getting into $85, $90 just for a round of golf. You can use this every day. You can use it as much as you want. And you're talking about a great membership.
Yep, and think about taking 45 minutes on your way to work, on your lunch break, on your way home from work. You can get a full 18 holes of golf in 45 minutes.
45 minutes.
Because you're not having to deal with the cart and chasing your ball down and, like me, losing your ball in the woods. And do I bother going after that or do I start? I mean, it's just an incredible experience to be able to do this year-round, all day, all night.
And you want to get out and play some of those Florida courses. You want to go play Georgia courses, and you just can't. But you can here on the simulator, 61 different courses that you can play.
And even just being able to set the altitude to Utah altitude. So if you want to play Pebble Beach at Orem, Utah altitude.
Let that ball really fly.
That way the simulator can adjust so that you can lock your distances down to know, hey, if I want to know how far is this 7-iron going to go, I can just take that swing over and over again to get that distance locked in.
We're at the back nine in Orem in the Costco parking lot, the grand opening. It is absolutely incredible. Congratulations, man. Sam, you guys have really knocked out of the park.
Yeah,
here.
You killed it, man. You guys are going to do so well here.
We appreciate you guys coming. It's been fun having you here.
Hans and Scotty, make sure to stop by. It's the back nine in Orem, right next to the Costco, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Whether you're stuck in the office,
I believe you have my stapler,
in your car, or at your in-laws.
You want a piece of me? You bet I do.
The Zone is with you every step of the way. Download the KSL Sports app to get live streaming of your favorite shows and access to all the latest updates on your favorite teams. Your home for the best coverage of the Utes, Cougars, Jazz, and Mammoth is on air, online, and on the KSL Sports app. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Hey, Benjamin, we've got a surprise for you.
What?
You have a brother. A $100 bill just like you.
Hey, I'm Ben.
What?
We just got him for joining America First Credit Union and opening a new checking account.
And you're going to live together at America First.
What? This is nice.
For a limited time, new members get a $100 cash bonus when they open a checking account or $50 when they open a youth checking account. So head to AmericaFirst.com and get your money working today. Membership eligibility, terms, and conditions apply. Federally insured by NCUA.
Tim Jr. here from RGS Exteriors. Did you know that we offer 3 distinct styles of gutter protection? Each one meant to handle a specific leaf problem. You might not even know there are different styles of gutter protection, but there are. And if you pick the wrong one, it could be a huge waste of money. Now, the big gutter guard companies won't tell you this. They try to sell you a one-size-fits-all gutter guard. And it could be completely wrong for the amount and types of trees and leaves you have. Not RGS Exteriors. We understand which kind of leaf problem needs which kind of gutter guard. We'll do an in-depth evaluation to assess the types, locations, and numbers of trees in your yard. Based on that data, we match your home to the right gutter guard. So don't risk wasting money on the wrong gutter protection. For a free evaluation and estimate, call RGS Exteriors at 801-280-3110 or visit rgsexteriors.com. That's 801-280-3110 or rgsexteriors.com. KSLSportsZone.com.
You gave years, maybe decades to your job. You showed up, worked hard, and planned for retirement. But now, the company's changed. Or maybe you've taken a buyout or been forced into early retirement. So, what happens next? I'm Jeff Jr., founder of Trajan Wealth. And if you've built up a 401k or thrift savings plan, now is the time to ask, is that money really working for you? Many workplace retirement plans offer limited options and even less guidance. At Trajan Wealth, we help people just like you roll over their accounts into IRAs with more flexibility and personalized investment strategies built around your goals. For households with $500,000 or more, let us build you a personalized plan. We operate on veteran values, service, trust, and doing what's right. Your next chapter starts now. Call Trajan today, 801-210-6800. That's 801-210-6800.
Advisory services offered through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor. See website for details.
Ready for unbeatable deals? At Tim Daly Nissan Southtown. Drive home a new Sentra starting at just $19,900. Need more space? Get up to $9,000 off new Pathfinders. Or grab a rugged Frontier for as low as $399 a month. With 99% approval, 0 down, and 90 days until your first payment. There's never been a better time to buy. Plus, every vehicle comes with a Tim Daly Forever warranty. Only at Tim Daly Nissan Southtown.
Broadcasting from the Mountain Home Services Studio, this is 97.5 KZNS FM Colbert, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and 102.7 KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Hey!
This is JJ and Alex.
I made a name for myself, I told you I won't be denied.
As you wrap up your day, it's time to get your fix of the teams you live for and the sports you love. This is JJ and Alex on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Welcome on in, everybody. Happy Wednesday to you. Thanks for being with us on the program. Jeremiah, Jensen, Alex, Curie. It is JJ and Alex right here, 97.5. The KSL Sports Zone. Thanks for being with us on the show. We are at RGS Exteriors here in, which Jordan is it?
The West one.
It's the West Jordan. Wejo, we like to call it out here.
Wejo, huh?
Wejo. Yeah.
There's Sojo and there's
Sojo,
Wejo,
there's
and then
Wejo.
there's JoJo.
Is there a Jordan?
I don't know. There's Jordan High School.
There you go. Shout out to all the beat diggers out there.
That's right.
Thanks for being a part of the show, everybody. Yes, we are at RGS Exteriors. We're going to chat with Aaron coming up here in just a little while. Of course, RGS does a phenomenal job making the outside of your home look beautiful, but also they do it without breaking the bank, and they also do it better than the national guys who will rip you off.
Old school craftsmanship.
Yeah, look, they have a whole motto. We're at their building, and so it's kind of an interesting peek into the behind the curtain because they have, like, this is where they have their company meetings, and the company meetings are like, here's what we do. You know what I mean? And so it's nice to see their mission as a company and all those things. So it's exciting to be able to do. We've got lots to get into today. Quite an eventful day, quite an eventful week. And look, I took a lot over the last 24 hours. I've taken a lot of questions from people who are like, so what does that college football playoff stuff actually mean? And the answer is we have no freaking idea. By the way, the biggest reason that is because we have so much dang football left to be played. But it still gives you a little bit of an insight as to where things are when it comes to where the committee is thinking. The more I went back and I re-looked, I was like, you know the meme with Wolverine where he's looking at the picture of the and longing? And I was me in bed last night looking at all the rankings going, gosh, it could have been so different. Yeah. And I'm looking at it and I'm going, hold on a minute. Why is Miami the highest-ranked ACC team? What is going on here? And it's all part of this conspiracy to make sure that Notre Dame finds its way into the college football playoff, I think. But it's hard not to be J to JJ. We've seen way too many versions. Yeah. Look, and if you want to deal with all this, the way you take it out of humans' hands is you just play as good a football as you can, and you create your own destiny. And having to rely on a group of fuddy-duddies in a room to decide your fate for you is no way to do it. And so I'm for the model now of make sure that you take out of the hands the decision-making that one or two teams are going to be left out and that other teams get let in. But let's kick off the program officially here We'll dive more into what the complications and implications are of this college football playoff. As now we've had a few hours to digest this thing. Let's get into it right now. Top of the hour, top of the show with the cut.
It's time for the biggest story of the day. This is what made the cut with JJ and Alex on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Trajan Wealth brings you this portion of the program, TRAJANwealth.com. That's Trajan Wealth for all your trusted local needs in retirement, TrajanWealth.com. Okay, so now that we've been able to look at it a little bit longer, JJ.
Yes.
Now that we've been able to kind of digest what the rest of the College Football Playoff Committee is trying to figure out, what we do know is this. They value at least 3 two-loss teams ahead of a one-loss BYU team in the College Football Playoff. And the 2 losses that Utah currently has sitting in the spot that they are at 13, which are decidedly, in my mind, way better losses than even Notre Dame has, losing to a not very good Miami team. Now that we have figured out they're a not very good Miami team.
Right.
How about Texas losing to a 3-win Florida team? We love talking about the win that they had over Ohio State. But what are the things that put these teams right there? And it's unfortunate, but the reality of why these –
Or the loss they had on Ohio State. Who have they beat?
Okay. So they've beaten San Jose State, UTEP, and Sam Houston.
They beat Vanderbilt by a field goal.
So
Oklahoma.
When they went – so they lost –
those are good wins.
Think about how weird of a start this is. They lose to Ohio State. Fine. It was a 14-7 game. Everybody's looking at Arch Manning going, that guy kind of looked like not very good, but we'll see.
Yeah.
They beat San Jose State. They beat UTEP. They beat Sam Houston. Those were the 3 wins in a row they rattled off before losing to Florida. And then everyone went, oh, man. Oh, but now they've won 3 other games. And so what has that done for them? It's put out of their minds the idea that anybody wants to – like Texas, the reason they're in, it's not the SEC. They'll say it's a tough SEC schedule. It's not the SEC, JJ, because it's a brand.
Yeah.
Their brand
It's powerful. I get
is significant.
And you make the same case with Notre Dame.
Notre Dame, their brand is too big. You can make that. You can make the argument with Oklahoma too. Oklahoma, the brand is a blue blood, multiple Heisman Trophy winning. It means more here, not just because of the SEC.
The problem, though, isn't the committee supposed to be strictly making these decisions based on resume and not brands?
No.
Because I believe, like you believe, I think the committee would rather have Notre Dame and Texas in the playoff than BYU and Utah.
Of course, and here's why, JJ.
Even though you could make similar cases for all 4.
Look, you're in the television business, and you've helped me become cynical and jaded enough.
I'm glad I've had that effect on you. I have that effect on everybody.
To realize.
Let me tell you how it really is. Let me tell you how the sausage is made.
JJ, I'm telling you, it's hard not to look at this and say, oh, this college football playoff committee is just trying to cast the best reality TV programming that they can.
Correct.
And they are casting a TV show. And it's much better to have big names and recognizable faces on your college football playoff reality TV show you're putting together so that people will tune in. And that's not to say that people wouldn't tune in still to a very popular show, so to speak. But I'll go back to this. I haven't done all the research on this, and I'm going to pretend like I don't know as much as I do about the topic. However, my wife is a big Dancing with the Stars person, okay? Right now they're going through this weird thing because you're getting people that are getting votes and staying on the show that have no business being there. They can't dance worth 2 freaking beans, all right? And I'm not saying that Texas is the Andy Richter of the college football playoff, but the people are up in arms about how many weeks in a row Andy just keeps finding himself on the program, and it has nothing to do with his ability, has nothing to do. It's because he's got this little fan group that he gets voted in, and they have to keep him on. Now, I know that it's a lot more complicated than it's basically a version of Dancing with the Stars, but is it that far off?
No, because what's the engine driving all this? It's television.
Making money off of the ratings.
ESPN or Fox or whoever has the rights. Right now it's ESPN, ABC/Disney has the rights to the college football playoff, right? So what do they want? What conference is ESPN in bed with?
The SEC.
Correct.
Yes.
So guess who has the most opportunities for bids in the college football playoff?
They definitely have the most, according to this list.
Based on what we're saying, Texas getting in adds another team to the mix. I believe it's 5. Could you see 5 SEC teams this year when the SEC hasn't been dominant, hasn't been as good as it's been in the past, yet they're going to get more bids this year than ever? And it just so happens to coincide with ESPN having this contract with the SEC. Are you shocked by this?
So I'm not. But what I'm saying is that I'm not tinfoil hat guy, right? Like
No,
I'm not crazy.
You don't need a tinfoil hat.
That's
for
what I'm
this.
saying. Is that
This is just the
people will
reality
go,
of
I
it.
didn't like your conspiracy theory you were talking about the other day about how everybody just wants to poo-poo on BYU. I said, no, it's not just that. They can't wait for Texas Tech to be fake. They can't wait.
It's not about BYU.
No,
it's
I know.
about making sure that the teams behind them that they want in get in.
It's not just that.
And they use this opportunity to do it.
As
And
soon
you saw it.
As soon as Baylor last year, or not Baylor, Boise State. As soon as Boise State gets put into, were they the 3rd or 4th in the college football playoff?
They were
definitely a bye team.
They were 3rd.
They got the bye.
They got in one spot ahead of Arizona State.
Right. So they get the bye, and what happened immediately after they get their butts absolutely handed to them by a way better Penn State team? Everyone looked and went,
"Told you so."
We can't let these little guys do this anymore.
And
can
they
we?
changed the whole format
Hey,
with
Mike,
the conference champions
who
getting
do
the
we
bye.
who do we call so that I don't have to see a boy? Did you say it was Boise State on my television screen last night? Who do I have to call to be able to make sure I don't have Boise State on my television screen anymore? It was hard to look at, Mike. You know, like that is the guy in my head who calls and says, we got to get this thing changed. It's the same guy, fictional or not, who calls up and goes, now, I'm a fan of good football, but whose idea was it that the Mormons won the national championship this year, Craig? Because last time I checked, my Sooners were playing down in Miami in the Orange Bowl. Am I wrong? Am I not seeing straight? Same guy.
Yeah.
Same thing.
Yep.
Change the rules because you don't have the same people. It is just hard to watch a slow motion train wreck of how they want this thing to go. Here's the great news, though. Big 12, BYU fans, Utah fans, Texas Tech, I think they're going to be fine. Here's the good news, is when you're just winning, that's all you can do and say, we put it out there. Now, in Utah's case, the 2 losses that they took, is it going to be too much for them to be able to get into the college football playoff? It may be. But if you have a 3-loss Oklahoma team and a 3-loss Texas team, and you're out there and you go, because I was watching today, and one of these national pundit shows, and they go, I had 11-1 BYU going to the Big 12 championship game and even losing a second time, but me putting them in the college football playoff. But not after last week. Not after the way they played that team. I can't. That's not a playoff team. And I went, how on earth is Texas a playoff team? How has Texas looked like a playoff team? When have they looked like a playoff team?
BYU has 1 loss to a top 6 team right now. Texas has a loss to a team that's 3-6.
10 minutes ago, they had to force a very improbable overtime in Starkville, Mississippi against a team who's won 1 game in the SEC. All right? So don't tell me that this team's resume is so unflappable.
They beat Kentucky by 3 points.
Okay? Kentucky beat Florida, by the way, by 100.
Uh-huh.
What was it, 38-7 at their place?
Right.
And Texas had a hard time against Kentucky.
Yep.
I'm telling you, these are not games that we're looking at and you're going, man, what's the best win they have all season long? Them beating Oklahoma, which is perfect because all the people who make the argument that Oklahoma should be in are using Texas as the mirror to be able to reflect that off of. Do yourself a favor and go and look at these games that they played against San Jose State 38-7. UTEP 27-10. No, that was not played at the Sun Bowl.
Utah State played UTEP as well as Texas did.
Okay. Sam Houston. Oh, they beat him 55-0. That's the best game on paper that Arch Manning has had his entire college career. And you know what? Sam Houston is the worst team at the FBS football level. The worst team. Ranked 136 on most of the metrics. Them and UMass. Okay.
Yeah.
So what I'm saying is not only are they not playing people that are that big of a deal, don't act like their entire schedule. We convince ourselves that their entire schedule is just one Ohio State or Oklahoma or Georgia every other week, and that's just not the case. They've played really weak competition in their out-of-conference schedules, which they set up on purpose to be able to get to the spot that they're at, okay? And then they make sure that the rest of the way that they can just get the job done enough, just eking by Mississippi State and eking by Vanderbilt and eking by a Florida or losing to Florida, a team that has 3 wins this year. One of their 3 wins is you.
Yeah.
If BYU or Utah had one of their losses against, what would the equivalent be? What would the equivalent be?
Well, let's look at the Big 12 and who was a 3-6 team in the Big 12. Colorado?
It'd be like UCF probably.
Colorado.
It'd be Colorado. So let's say you lose to Colorado.
Yeah.
Everyone would look at you and go, what is
You
your
wouldn't even
deal?
be considered.
Yeah. So do you see what I'm saying, though? Okay?
I mean, there's not even –
there's one. Colorado's 3-7.
You got to go all the way down to West Virginia to find a team in the Big 12 with 6 losses.
Yeah. Yeah. So, and if you lost to West Virginia, you would be disqualified as a Big 12 team.
Oh, 100%.
They would just go, there's no way you can get this back.
I think that's what's happened to Houston. Why is Houston not in the top 25?
Okay.
They're 8-2 and 5-2 in conference play. Why is Houston not getting any consideration? Because they lost to West Virginia. Right? What's the difference in losses? Are you more frustrated by the Texas case or by the Notre Dame case? I think the Texas case has got me more frustrated because you have a national pundit.
It has over the past 24 hours.
A third loss for Texas isn't going to mean anything,
Yeah.
because that means they beat either Georgia or Texas A&M, and therefore by winning one of those games, even though they have lost 3 games, they should be in.
Okay,
just ignore the rest of the ugly stuff.
What's the worst power conference by far?
ACC.
What's half of Notre Dame's schedule?
ACC. And not even the good ACC.
And not even the good
Outside
ACC.
of Miami, which they lost to.
Okay.
And Miami's flawed.
Not even the good ACC. And then on top of it,
Miami's not even good enough to get into the ACC championship game this year.
But Miami has to be put ahead of
Do you know who's going to be in the ACC championship?
It's going to be No, don't tell me. It's going to be Virginia versus Duke.
It's going to be Georgia Tech and Duke, yeah.
So Duke is on this weird path.
Right.
Because if Duke wins that game, they could be a 4-loss ACC champion.
Correct.
And that would set off a weird chain of events where
if they beat Virginia, the rest of their schedule is North Carolina, Wake Forest. And by virtue of that, they would be in the Big 12. They would be in the ACC championship
and they
game.
get there, and then you know what happened? If they won it, okay? If they beat an 11-1 Georgia Tech team, which by the way, nobody is convinced that Georgia Tech's just going to wipe the floor with everybody, right?
But I mean, they got to beat Pitt and Georgia to get to 11-1.
Georgia Tech
point
does.
is valid.
Georgia Tech does. Yeah. Because
so you're probably looking at a 9-3. Let's say they lose those 2 games, and maybe Pitt sneaks up in there. But let's say they lose those games. So I'm getting off track here. You get my point. Like, you have an ACC championship game that could be really ugly.
No, this is not off track. This is part of the Beautiful Mind college football playoff conspiracy board that we have up.
There you go.
With all the strings connecting everywhere. Okay, it's part of the deal. Duke is in 5th place right now in the ACC.
Well,
and we're talking about
5 teams with 1 loss in conference.
Yeah, and we're talking about a team that right now is 5-4.
Miami's not one of them.
I know.
They have 2.
And they're 5. Duke is 5-4
Yeah.
on the season. All right, you're talking about the real reality that a Duke Blue Devils team could win out, go to the ACC championship game, and be a 4-loss ACC champion.
By the way, Duke could be the ACC champion. They lost to Tulane by a touchdown. They lost to UConn. And they could be the ACC champion.
Is Jim Moore Jr. still there at UConn?
I think so.
That's crazy.
Big win for the Huskies.
But you see what I'm saying? Like, what I'm saying out loud is the thing that everybody here in this market, and everybody, frankly, who follows the Big 12 close enough, is having to watch.
Yeah.
Because in the end, by the way, a team like Cincinnati, who should deserve some discussion other than just because what's Cincinnati? They're a
7-2, 5-1 in conference.
They're 1 loss in conference play. All right. Guess who else is 5-1 in conference play? BYU. Guess who else is 6-1 in conference play? Texas Tech. You have 3 1-loss teams in there, but no one wants to give Cincinnati any respect because Cincinnati. However, suddenly when you're having this conversation, and if Notre Dame beats a 3rd-tier ACC team, they go, yeah, but I like what they're doing out there in the field. I love what Jeremiah Love is doing. He looks very strong. And you go, what are we doing? Okay, so you guys value good running backs? Oh, yeah. And then you bring them another team, and you're like, yeah, but not them, though. That doesn't fit my narrative. You see, I'm watching this thing happen, and it's sad because the only thing that you should be worried about right now is a conference championship race, but no one cares because all they're looking at is, get to the college football play or get to the conference championship game if you're BYU, and then what happens? You're not going to get rewarded.
No, you're going to get punished.
You lose to number
That's why
8 Texas
Utah's
Tech.
in a better position right now Because if they avoid the Big 12 championship game, they're sitting at 10-2 with their last loss being at BYU in October. But they'll have all this momentum, assuming they do what we think they're going to do. If they do what they have to do to get consideration, that means blowing out Baylor, Kansas State, and Kansas in the next 3 games, which is what they would have to do to get that kind of attention. But if they did, they would be in a better position than BYU, who's going to play in a Big 12 championship game with 1 loss. And you can tell right now that BYU 12 and Utah 13, if Utah doesn't lose another game but BYU loses another game, even though BYU won the head-to-head, don't they have to drop BYU below Utah? Utah's playing better football right now. Utah has not lost a game, and Utah's doing this. And BYU fans are going to go absolutely insane by that. You're right, though. Ultimately, BYU controls their own destiny. But we know how good Texas Tech is, and so it feels really uneasy right now if you're a BYU fan, feeling like you're getting jobbed a little bit, because why in the world did you drop 5 spots after losing to one of the best teams in the country in their building?
I did,
it doesn't make sense. No other team. If Ole Miss lost to Alabama tomorrow on Saturday, I'm just making up a hypothetical here, by a similar score in Alabama's building, would Ole Miss drop to 12 this week?
No, and that's why.
Why is BYU dropping 5 spots?
I don't know, because the same argument that they used to put Texas Tech up is, well, they're beating teams and they just beat an undefeated BYU team. But then they also used against BYU's argument, yeah, but that was a bad loss. We're really putting you down there.
Why is it a bad loss?
Which one is it?
They were supposed to lose that game. They were 10-point underdogs.
Which one is it? So in Texas,
drop them a couple. Drop them below Oregon. They're both 1-loss teams. BYU's lost. I get that. Dropping them behind 2 2-loss teams. No, 3 2-loss teams. Yep. Notre Dame, Texas and Oklahoma. Mm-hmm. That the logic doesn't make sense there with what the committee did there. If you thought BYU was the 7th-ranked team in the country last week, what they did on Saturday convinced you they were 5 spots less?
What was the tell me the number where in the college football playoff ranking that Miami ended up? Are they 15?
Yeah.
So they're 15 and Georgia Tech is 16. And everybody's like, hey, why did Miami move up? Everybody's asking the question, hey, why did Miami move up so much?
You know why. You know why.
Got to make sure that Notre Dame gets taken care of. Just keep making that, that Notre Dame law.
Why did Georgia Tech move up 1 spot and Miami move up 3? Georgia Tech has the better record.
Yes, they're a 1-loss team.
What's the logic there when it comes to the ACC?
The logic is, wow, but they did beat Notre Dame. I mean, man, what a hard-fought battle to win that one at the very beginning of the season. I just think that we give way too much. And you know what is interesting? I've never argued for the Texas A&M Aggies in my life. But why are they not higher? Why are they not higher than Indiana?
I told you yesterday.
Why can't
they
beat
ahead?
Why can't they be?
They had a better week. I thought we were supposed to reset this every week.
Here's the question: why can't they be number 1? Because Ohio State is undefeated for sure. Now put the. It's not just about being undefeated. Look at Texas A&M.
Ohio State played Purdue. Texas A&M played a ranked Missouri team.
Yeah,
the margin of victory is almost identical.
Right, and they crushed the heck out of them.
Right.
Yes. So
on the road,
if you look at Texas A&M's schedule, they have more wins against ranked teams, and they're in the lauded SEC. And by the way, like I said, Indiana and Ohio State are there. Why though? Why? Because they were ahead of Texas A&M when the season started on the rankings.
Exactly.
But we don't take those into account, JJ. You don't
know.
You don't know me.
Don't.
You know I don't take those into account. See, it's all.
We're just asking the committee to make it make sense.
Okay. So, my last statement is this: when they put this out, understand that they are only putting together the rankings that they have, so that they can put on a better reality TV program, and that they have a couple of reasons to be able to make the excuse to say, oh, no, for sure we have enough evidence to be able to do it. We can make a logical step in our heads, and it's very illogical because they treat every team different. But they're going to make a way to be able to make sure they get their teams on that reality programming. That's what have I said about the college football playoff? It's like the Golden Bachelor. It's must-watch TV.
The Golden Bachelor.
These are old teams, man. Old teams playing against one another.
Well, when you're older, it just means more.
Right. Bad divorces, There's going to be a bunch of Mucilex commercials probably on Mucinex. Is that the one? No. What's the one with the Depend, not with the S. There's going to be also, when you're watching the college football playoff and you go, oh my goodness, they got me. This is the Golden Bachelor.
Brought to you by Cialis.
Yes, you're going to get those commercials. No, I hate when we're right about all this, JJ.
I know. Makes you angry.
Aaron's joining us right now. He's one of the sales directors here at the good folks at RGS Exteriors. Aaron, what's going on, man? You walked into a Cialis joke. Sorry about that.
That was perfect timing. Getting your home exterior done is way easier than trying to figure out the college football playoff.
You're correct on that.
There's that look. These are rankings you can't manipulate. You know why? Because if you do, like, people call you out and go, no way. You can get people, and you guys talk about it all the time. Anytime Tim talks to us about what people expect from a customer service, it's like, look, you're not going to get it perfect every time. He loves being able to tell people, we aren't going to get it perfect every time. And if a company says that they are going to get it perfect, they're wrong. And number two, it means they probably won't show up to help you fix the thing afterward if there is a problem. And that's something you guys stand behind as well.
Yeah, so everything we do, we're going to put a 10-year warranty on, so we're going to stand behind all of our work. We're going to make sure, first off, we're going to do the best we can initially to make sure everything's good and correct. But if a problem does pop up or something doesn't go completely right, we're going to be there through the long haul to make sure your home's protected and you're taken care of as a homeowner.
You looking at what you guys do, and you're always on top of the latest trends. What are the latest things out there for people listening right now that maybe have an older home, maybe it's a rental they have or their own home? They want to update it a little bit. What's hot out there right now?
I say a lot of what we're doing right now is, taking off a lot of old stucco, starting to fail, starting to leak, starting to have water problems, updating that to a new James Hardy siding, getting the home sealed, wrapped, protected from that moisture so you don't have those water problems in the future, and just give it a lot more modern look and a lot bigger curb appeal.
If somebody's listening right now, what's the biggest thing that you're able to say, no, that's something that other people come in here and they don't understand this as well as we do here as a local company?
All of us can get the same products. We can all get things from the same place, but how you install it and how you make sure all those small details are taken care of is what's really going to set us apart. All those flashings that need to go on, all the seals that need to go behind, the correct method for installing trim, the right type of trim for each type of siding, all those little details are what really set us apart and are usually the corners that get cut by a lot of these other contractors that are out there.
If somebody's listening right now, all you have to do is give the folks at RGS Exteriors a call. And we had a neighbor move in recently, and they bought a previous, a house from our old neighbor. And the very first thing they did, I saw within a couple of months, the RGS truck started to show up. They did a couple of tweaks, things they wanted to have done. They put the new, the gutter guards on the house as well. And I was like, I told the guy, I didn't know him. I go, RGS, huh? It's a good place. And he's like, yeah, how do you know? I was like, and I was like, because they've done stuff on our house. We do stuff with them on the radio. It's a local company. He goes, yeah, it's the only group I've ever worked with. On our old house, we had them come out. And so that's how you get people. That's how you know. When people are repeat customers, they keep calling back. They know what the kind of quality they're going to get. Let me give you the phone number, 801-280-3110. That's 801-280-3110 to be able to get a hold of the folks at RGS Exteriors and get it done. Aaron, thanks for hanging out, man. We appreciate it.
Hey, thanks for having us.
You bet. Fewer Cialis commercials.
Sorry about that.
On the way back.
Won't happen next time.
I'm sure it'll be different. It'll be more. There should be something more disruptive. But yeah, we'll take a break. Hey, when we return, the Jazz getting a massive W last night at home. How about a rookie night, a rookie breakout night for Ace Bailey? He got his start 2 nights ago, his very first start with the team, and then he finally breaks that 20-point barrier as a rookie, has his best night as the Jazz absolutely whoop up on the Indiana Pacers last night. We'll talk about that and much more. Stay right here with us, 97.5 the KSL Sports Zone.
And now, a look at traffic from the KSL Traffic Center.
Crash on northbound I-15 in Bountiful at 4th North causing delays. The left shoulder is blocked off and delays stretch back to 26 South. Crash on southbound I-15 at 800 North in Provo. The right shoulder is blocked off with minor delays. Advanced Window Products. Get $2,500 off 10 windows or more at advancedwindows.com. Affordable windows guaranteed. With your traffic update, I'm Alex Nepoulos here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
It's game week for the Aggies, and the KSL Sports Zone is getting you ready for kickoff. Bronco Mendenhall and the Aggies are just one win away from bowl eligibility as they travel south for a battle against UNLV. Listen all week long for the best coverage of Aggie football. Then catch all the play-by-play action beginning with the Aggie pregame show this Saturday at 4 on 1280 The Zone. Your exclusive home for Aggie football is live on air, online, and on the KSL Sports app. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Hey Utah, think about the water in your home. Is it as good as it could be? Hi, this is the water boy, Colson Firmage, a third-generation Culligan man. Here at Culligan, our roots run deep. My grandfather started with Culligan over 5 decades ago, and that commitment to quality and service is stronger than ever. We understand Utah water, and we have the top-rated water filtration technology to make a real difference in your daily life. Imagine softer skin, longer-lasting appliances, and water that tastes truly refreshing. That's the Culligan promise. Maybe you're wondering about your current water system. Does it even work? We're offering free water tests for all makes and models. Just call us at 801-509-9602 or visit us online at culliganslc.com to schedule your free water test. And for a limited time, you can experience the Culligan difference and save. Receive $1,000 off a new Culligan water filtration system, plus enjoy the convenience of free salt delivery for a full year. Call 801-509-9602 or online at culliganslc.com. Culligan, water you'll love.
Hi, this is Derek Overstreet, president of the New Millennium Group and co-host of Stop Working, Start Living with KSL News Radio. Can you imagine what your life would be like if you could retire 3 to 5 years earlier than you thought possible? The things you could do, the loved ones you could spend time with, the memories that you could create. That's what our team at the New Millennium Group does. We'll walk you through the entire process every step of the way. If you'd like to get a copy of the 5-step proprietary plan that will help you retire 3 to 5 years sooner than you thought possible, give us a shout right now. 888-999-6370. That's 888-999-6370 or utahsfinancialplanner.com. Listen, most of our listeners right now have a tax problem, not a money problem. There's not enough money in Social Security Medicare as it is. Let us show you how you can significantly reduce your taxes. That's 888-999-6370, 888-999-6370, or utahsfinancialplanner.com.
Vanity Fair calls BritBox a delicious streamer. Collider says everyone should be watching. Catch Britain's next best series with BritBox. Stream acclaimed new originals like Code of Silence.
You read lips, right?
And Linley, based on the best-selling mystery series.
Say hi, Linley. Take it from here.
And don't miss the new season of Karen Piri, coming this October.
You don't look like police. I'll take that as a compliment.
See it differently when you stream the best of British TV with BritBox. Watch with a free trial today.
At Bank of America, we're proud that more than 20,000 veterans and people with military backgrounds have joined our ranks since 2015. Now we're committed to adding 10,000 more over the next 5 years. By helping veterans achieve their career goals, we're moving from appreciation to action, and together, helping expand economic opportunity across America. Visit bankofamerica.com/great place to work. What would you like the power to do? Bank of America. Proud to be an equal opportunity employer.
Save now with UCCU Black Friday money deals. $150 cash for signing up for direct deposit. A free Shark robot vacuum when closing your mortgage. Low rate credit cards with 0% interest for 6 months. Auto and RV loans, no payments for 90 days. Home equity loans with an extra 0.25% off the interest rate. Lock the deals in now with just your name, phone number, and email at uccu.com. Visit uccu.com/Black Friday and lock in your deals. Plus more deals weekly at uccu.com. UCCU. Love where you bank.
Hey, this is Chris with JCW's. Not filling a burger? We've got you covered. Try one of our hot ribeye, turkey, or BLT sandwiches, and you'll understand why we say JCW's, quality, and a lot of it.
This is your Cougars at 30 update. Presented by Kenny J's Barbecue on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Aaron Roderick gives the latest on LJ Martin's health and his performance against Texas Tech.
Yeah, he felt good in the game. I thought he played well. You know, we weren't able to give him a lot of carries because in the second half, once we got down 3 scores, we had to just go 2 minutes and try to stay in it. So, but he felt good and he's ready to play again this week.
That is your Cougars at 30 update. Make this Thanksgiving unforgettable with Kenny J's Barbecue. Skip the stress and bring home slow smoked perfection. Pre-order your Thanksgiving meal today. Text 801-230-5396. That's 801-230-5396. Jazz Daily's next on JJ and Alex, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
You know what's coming. Your daily deep dive into everything Utah Jazz. It's time! All season long and even in the off season, it's Jazz Daily with JJ and Alex on your exclusive home of Utah Jazz basketball. 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Basketball, gimme the ball because I'm gonna dunk it! Basketball, gimme the ball because I'm gonna dunk it! Basketball, gimme the ball because I'm gonna dunk it! Basketball, gimme the ball because I'm gonna dunk it! Basketball, gimme.
Welcome back, everybody. JJ and Alex, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Yes, you know what that music means. NBA on NBC going strong. Last night I got to watch with the Jazz on a small screen in my house. On the big screen, it was Philly Celtics. It was 76ers Celtics up on the screen last night. It was nice to have a big old national game.
That was a great game.
It actually ended up being pretty good, and it came down to the last shot, and it was yeah.
We're thrilled to have the the NBA back on NBC, and I'm going to be even more thrilled once this Jazz franchise gets things rolling. Because once they do, we could have up to 7, 8, even 10 games on KSL from the NBA package. So we can't wait for that time to come. So we're excited to have the NBA back.
So interestingly enough, I'm watching this thing go down. And I'm watching the Jazz game, and I was like, "Oh man, they're way better than this Pacers team." And that Pacers team is bad. Now
1-10.
Lowry with 35. Bigger breakout though, I think, was that moment. Ace Bailey needed a night like last night.
He's the story.
Everybody's been waiting for Ace to have a game where it wasn't just about. He's been increasing the minutes, right? And you get Will Hardy's blessing, and you go into the game a little bit more, and you're asked to go in and play maybe some extra minutes here and there. But the reality is that Ace Bailey became the guy last night. I say became. It's not like he arrived, but he did have the game that I think people were anticipating he was going to have maybe a week or two ago when the season officially started, because he was having such a good go during the preseason. But now we've seen a guy who is able to have that 20-point game. What does that do for a kid going forward? A guy like Ace Bailey.
It unlocks his potential. Every time he goes out there and he does something like that, the confidence will increase. And that's a kid who already has a lot of confidence and a lot of ability and a lot of talent. When you start doing it against the best of the best when it matters on an NBA floor, it unlocks everything for you. And you can play more free. You think less. You just do. And I think you saw Ace Bailey just do last night. The rebound put back before halftime, in the right position, in the right place, making a play happen. His ability to take step-back threes like that. Who's going to defend that kid with his length and athleticism on the perimeter? Not very many guys in the NBA are going to be able to do that. And then, obviously, he's got such a great ability to get to the rim. It's not just his athleticism and his length. It's how he combines the two together to get to the rim from far away so quickly. I've talked about it before. He can take one dribble and gather from the three-point line and dunk. That's the kind of player he is. And as you continue to watch him develop and get more confident, there's more reason to get excited. Jazz fans, if you've been hesitant about the Jazz or you've checked out lately, I get it, I understand it. Check back in for Ace Bailey. Check back in for Ace Bailey because this guy's going to be a superstar in this league. I believe it. It's going to take some time. It's not going to happen right now. But you saw last night what he can become. 4 of 8 from 3 while being able to do what he does around the rim. It's a lethal combination that very few players on this planet are able to have. He's got it.
Lowry comes through. You have the veteran play last night. He puts down an easy 35 for a guy who's, I'd say, quietly having a really, really good season. He's averaging over 30 points a game still, or just under 30. I guess it's like 29 and a quarter. But he's having a really, really nice year. What does that mean going forward for this team? Is it looked at more like, hey, Lowry is more valuable as the possibility of being able to be a trade asset, or is it more hey, this guy could be a huge part of what we end up seeing on the court for this Jazz team in the next 5 years?
Both. I don't know what they want to do in the front office long term. They tell us that he's part of the long term. But then again, something could come along that's pretty big, and he's a guy that can actually get that deal done. It's not like some of these other guys that they moved in the offseason whose trade value is very low. Lauri Markkanen is a borderline NBA All-Star. He's been one once before. He's playing at an All-Star level right now, and there could be a team in the future that says, we need him. He's exactly what we're missing to get to a title, and we're willing to give up this much to get him. Or you just patiently wait, and Lowry's, by all accounts, willing to patiently wait for this team to grow up and meet him where he's at. And when that happens, this team is going to be very, very good. And you see Keontae George emerge as a great player this year. You see the potential with Ace Bailey. You see some of these other pieces. Bryce Sensabaugh looks like the perfect sixth man. Isaiah Collier had a great night last night. Kyle Filipowski had 16 points and 7 rebounds and 3 assists. You saw his playmaking ability. There's talent on this roster, and you still have the ability to add more talent in a draft this year where you're going to have multiple picks, and you could be in play for some of these special players that are in this special draft coming up. So the future is bright for the Utah Jazz. The present is frustrating and difficult and murky, but it's a lot better now than it was this time last year, right? I feel like there's hope with this team right now. I feel like there's an entertainment value with this team that wasn't there at this time last year. Ace Bailey gave you excitement and hope last night. Watching a Jazz team score 152 points at home gives you excitement. You're seeing some things develop with this team. They're not there yet, obviously, but you see how the future has potential, and the ability to get that one more difference maker in an NBA draft coming up, and then you see where this thing goes is really intriguing. And all the assets that they still have to build out an impressive roster. Future's bright.
What else stood out last night? Obviously,
let me go into Isaiah Collier. You mentioned that because I think there's a thought that if you're looking at the Jazz roster, okay, they're not going to be able to keep all these guys all the time. Who ends up being the guys that end up getting moved or it doesn't work out? Cody Williams got 19 minutes last night, obviously in a blowout game. He hadn't been in the rotation for a while. He gets out there and does some things. But I'm looking at Isaiah Collier, 14 points, 11 assists, 6 rebounds. Those are some really good numbers. And he was effective. He made a 3 last night, 5 of 6 from the field. That's the kind of Isaiah Collier you want to see. That's the kind of Isaiah Collier that sticks in a rotation in the NBA and potentially becomes a starter. So for Isaiah Collier to go out there and have his first good game this year, he had the injury issue to start the season, is really promising as well because I haven't given up on him either. So you're looking at 9-10 deep on this roster of guys that have you excited and have you hopeful. Walter Clayton Jr., I've seen a lot of good things out of him. Last night wasn't his night,
do you remember how
but
good,
it was for Isaiah.
Do you remember how good of a preseason that Bryce Sensabaugh was having?
Yeah.
And he's been nice, too, because he only had 16 points last night. Only 16 minutes and 16 points.
That is efficient.
That's as good as they'll ask you to do.
4 of 9 from 3. And if that's your 6th man moving forward, that's great production. So you see the potential there.
What is Cody Williams' situation then? When we look at him and they go, what do they want?
Still raw, still young, still got to get better, but the clock's ticking. Like, teams can't wait forever, even on these guys that they draft that are young like that. He's going to have to figure it out. But you see the athleticism, obviously the pedigree's there, but you can't just lean on what your brother did. He's got to establish his own legacy in the league, his own place in the league, and he's got to show that consistently. And he's in a tough spot because obviously he's got a long way to go. And how do you get better? You need reps and you need minutes. Does he get that in the NBA level? Right now it's not happening. It did last night. Does he got to go to the G League and go figure some things out there? Probably. So we'll see how that develops. But he's got a long way to go. And I think the jury's still out on that. And I think the Jazz obviously want him to be successful. They never, ever, no organization ever wants a top 10 pick to end up not working out. So I think they're going to try to give him every opportunity to do that. But he's got to show improvement. He's got to get better, and it needs to come sooner rather than later.
Let's take a break. We'll come back. That was Jazz Daily. We will return. We are here at RGS Exteriors, and we'll chat with Aaron around the corner here too. We are going to come back with a Would You Rather, a Wednesday edition of Would You Rather right here on the program. So stay right here with us. More to go. 97.5 the KSL Sports Zone.
It's game week for the Utes, and the KSL Sports Zone is getting you ready for kickoff. After a much-needed week off, Kyle Whittingham and the Utes get set for the final 3 games of the season, starting with a trip to Waco for a battle against Baylor. Listen all week long for the best coverage of Utah football. Then catch college football Saturday game day at 10 a.m. with the postgame show immediately following the game on KSLSports.com.
Let's go then. Let's go, baby.
Your home for the best coverage of Utah football is live on air, online, and on the KSL Sports app. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Alpine Home Medical, alpinehomemedical.com. Go check it out for yourself. Alpine Home Medical started 28 years ago. They've won 17 years in a row best in state when it comes to bringing home medical supplies into your residence. And the way they do it is with a concierge service, which basically just says, hey, look, here are the things that I need. If it's a CPAP resupply program, they've got a great CPAP resupply program. You don't want to have the dirty hoses and masks. Don't deal with all that stuff. Have them take care of it. If it's mobility options, if it's a powered chair, if it's oxygen in the home, they can help you with all of it because Alpine has been bringing wellness home for 28 years, and now with brick-and-mortar locations all over Utah and southern Idaho, they can take care of you. But really, it just takes that one visit to the website and a phone call.
Yeah, Alpine Home Medical, their staff will always work hard for you and advocate with lawmakers to help their customers receive better Medicare reimbursement and giving you the very best access to medical supplies that you need. From Idaho Falls to St. George, their 11 stores are your home for comfort. So when you hear Alpine Home Medical, think of that best of state experience every single time. That's why they say, we bring wellness home. For stores, locations, and equipment, visit alpinehomemedical.com. That's alpinehomemedical.com.
Hans Olsen, Scott Gerard. Hans, you feel it outside. It's football weather, but that also means it's colder outside, and that means your furnace, if you haven't fired it up already, you will be soon. So you want to keep that warm air in your house? Well, it's all about having the right windows, and Advanced Windows can make sure you have the best windows in the state of Utah.
Remember, they've got the lifetime warranty. It's transferable to the next owner. It covers all labor, glass, and parts. And these are original windows built right here in the state of Utah. They eliminate the middleman, so they make it more affordable for you. And they've got great financing plans, including 60 months, no interest, no payment, or no interest for 24 months. They'll set it up so it's affordable for you.
Go to advancedwindows.com. That's advancedwindows.com and find out how they can save you money. In fact, $2,500 off when you swap out 10 windows or more. That's Advanced Windows. Call them now, 801-850-9100.
It's Advanced Windows at advancedwindows.com, 801-850-9100.
Tom, I'm on the sideline here with Doug Smith Chevy. Doug, the NCAA has changed its rules regarding NIL money. What do I have to do to land an amazing new 2025 Chevy Silverado?
Just come on down to Doug Smith Chevy in Spanish Fork.
Doug, I'm more than happy for you to use my name, image, and likeness. All I want to know is, how do I get one?
You have to buy it, Scott.
Together, let's drive. Get 2.9% APR financing for 72 months for well-qualified buyers when you finance with GM Financial on all new 2026 Chevy Silverado 1500s. No one knows Chevy like Doug.
Helping your money do more means making sure you get the most out of every dollar. That's why, for a limited time, when you open a new America First Visa credit card and spend $3,000 within 90 days, we'll give you $300. That's like getting a 10% discount on everything you pay for with your card. Before you spend another cent, head to AmericaFirst.com and apply for your low-rate Visa credit card today. Membership eligibility, terms, creditworthiness, change, and conditions apply. Subject to additional criteria. Federally insured by NCUA. Equal Opportunity Lender.
DJ PK and John from J. Brooks Jewelers. John, you refer to yourself as a full-service jeweler. What does that mean?
Once upon a time, before national stores and online sites flooded the market, your local family jeweler was the expert in your life that handled all your jewelry and watch needs. J. Brooks is that full-service jeweler today, where everything is handled by us, including appraisals, jewelry repair, watch repairs, as well as general service of all Swiss brands, and the most beautiful custom creations, including our new JBJ Bridal Collection. We can take your existing jewelry and freshen it up, or we can repurpose it completely with a fresh design, but using all of the sentimental parts that you already own. And of course, if she's ready for the upgrade you always promised, we can help you with a selection of a new larger diamond to say I love you more than ever. So whatever your celebration is, let J. Brooks help you any way you may need. J. Brooks Jewelers, Murray and Lehigh, and online at jbrooksjewelers.com. where women know what women want.
The Garden Restaurant in downtown Salt Lake. Dine in or order out. The Garden is open weekdays 11 to 3. Hearty, healthy, and so craveable. Fresh flavors, iconic location. The Garden Restaurant.
3, 2, 1. This is your Utes at 50 update.
158!
Presented by Kenny J's Barbecue on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Kyle Whittingham gives an assessment on his defensive performance post-bye week.
Playing well in the red zone, which keeps points off the board, so that's a big part of why we're only giving up 14.3 or 7, whatever the number is, and so that's a big deal. Coach Scally and his staff doing a great job schematically. We got a lot of good players on defense, there's no question about that. You know, all 3 levels are really solid, and so we got to keep it up for 3 more weeks.
That is your Utes at 50 update. Make this Thanksgiving unforgettable with Kenny J's Barbecue. Skip the stress and bring home slow smoke perfection. Pre-order your Thanksgiving meal today. Text 801-230-5396. That's 801-230-5396. Would You Rather's next on JJ and Alex 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Listen, everybody! Real-life hypotheticals to get your brain churning. As JJ and Alex ask, would you rather?
JJ and Alex, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Yes, welcome to the program. Thanks for being with us. We appreciate it. We're at RGS Exteriors, and we're going to chat with Aaron in just a moment here. Okay. I have a very important would you rather. Because we just got hit at our house with the kids who are my kids. They ran out of their Halloween candy.
Oh, no, that's a crisis.
So, which is good news for me. Actually, I'll be honest.
It's only been 12 days.
So, my former radio partner, Ethan Millard, and myself, we used to have he had a thing what he called, I want to say it was the toy hammer. He's like, oh, and like when he didn't want his kids to have these certain toys that were super annoying anymore, he would destroy them. And then the kids wake up in the morning and be like, oh, no, they got hit with the hammer monster. Dang. And they'd be like, I guess we're throwing it away. Just the exact opposite of Santa.
That's some trauma, man.
Oh, it's great.
Jeez.
It's a great way. So
Is it?
Ethan's a good dad. I'll stand by
Sure
that.
he is.
So here,
by what measure?
The hammer monster. It was like the hammer fairy, maybe something like that.
Is that what? Does he do the same thing to his family's pets? Where does he draw the line?
He's no longer with us,
Ethan.
So I was definitely taking, like, every once in a while when my kids would have their candy out, I said, hey, if I see the candy out and if I see wrappers out, that's 2 pieces of candy going my way. Now, what that really meant was if I saw the candy out, I would just take a handful and I'd throw it away, because all it was actually helping me out. If I throw a handful of candy away, I don't eat it later. But we hit a thing the other day where we're out of Halloween candy now. I was like, that's good for me. But my wife rolled up with the Christmas cakes from Little Debbie at home.
Oh yeah, those are a problem.
I know they are. And she's like,
there's
well,
an addictive substance to those things. I know it.
And she goes, well, part of it is that she's like, Halloween candy doesn't stand a chance against Christmas treats. And I was like, and I'm going to ask JJ about this.
Yeah.
So Christmas candy and treats that come with Christmas versus the plethora of peanut butter cups coming out of my ears.
It's the Christmas
for Halloween.
trees. Have you seen the memes lately where people at their office, they walk out and they look like they're going to go smoke a cigarette, but what they do is they actually get
they're
a
hitting
Little
that
Debbie
pack.
Christmas tree out.
Oh, dude.
And they're trying to relax while they eat the Christmas
tree. So the
tree.
trees themselves are amazing. And they have zero nutritional value. They're covered in sweet wax.
Well,
I don't care. It's amazing.
We don't actually know what's in them.
Nobody does. The human race is still trying to find out what is in those things. So you go Christmas trees, the Little Debbie Christmas trees.
Oh yeah,
over Halloween treats.
Right now, yeah.
Okay.
Maybe it's because I have had or seen plenty of Halloween candy. And
I'm over
it's
it.
Time to turn the page.
I know.
It's time for some holiday treats.
Now I said I'm over it, but I've already eaten like a pound of candy.
So I would rather Little Debbie.
Okay, good. That's good to know. Just want to see what you were made of, because there aren't really a right answer to these, but you just got that answer right. We were doing the read up on BYU, who's actually made they made an appearance in the ESPN bottom 10. Now, at 8-1, obviously, they're not really in the bottom 10.
They're joking.
But I think it does speak a little bit to how you're viewed immediately after not just a loss, but a bad loss.
It's never fun to get your butt kicked.
So when you're down 26-0, let's say BYU takes that thing to overtime. Do they fall to 12 if they would have lost in overtime to Texas Tech? Do they go down to 12 in this poll if they would have lost in overtime?
Cynical me says yes, because that's what the committee had planned all along. They were just waiting for BYU to lose so they could push those three teams.
It's part of the script.
Up into the mix.
Yeah, I have a hard time thinking that they in my mind, what they would have done is that Texas Tech would not have moved up to 6, right? Because the way that Texas Tech beat BYU, I think it was pretty straightforward enough to go, oh yeah, there's a reason they should be where they're at, right? So, to me, that's what it always looks like, is that the rest of the country sees a loss like that, and unfortunately, they did the same thing with I think a lot of people dismissed Utah after they lost. What was it? Was it 34-10?
Yeah,
against
it
Texas
was
Tech?
early in the season. People don't even remember what happened in September now.
You're not allowed because you don't remember what happened to Notre Dame back then, for sure.
That's part of the problem.
Yeah.
People forgot the 0-2 Notre Dame start.
We have a short memory when it comes to this stuff. All right. Joining us right now, he's Aaron. He's one of the sales directors here at RGS Exteriors. Aaron, Christmas trees or the plethora of the Reese's peanut butter cups across the house?
Oh, I got to go with JJ on that one. It's pretty easy. It's the Christmas trees.
Yeah.
It's always the baked goods.
Yeah, I love how you consider that.
I'll go for that instead of the candy any day.
Hey, the fact that it's prepared in the factory and wrapped in plastic,
I love the idea.
Doesn't change the fact that it's a baked good.
Yeah, I picture Chef Boyardee.
Don't insult us right now.
I picture Chef Boyardee with that hat. Is he pulling those out of the oven? Just like those trees have never seen anything over 100 degrees in their life. Oh, what is this? The Patisserie Americana. It's beautiful.
They came right out of the lab.
Yeah, yeah. Look, they were 3D printed right into my stomach. All right, perfect. All right, Aaron, I want to know about RGS and what it is that you guys do better than everybody else. I think it makes a huge difference to be able to not just be a local company here. You guys take it seriously, the fact that your customers are your neighbors. And Tim brings up all the time, like, look, you will probably get a lower bid from somebody else, and you're going to get treated like somebody who got thrown a low bid.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, we've been here a really long time. We've taken care of a lot of homeowners. Like we mentioned earlier, we have a lot of repeat customers that want to come back and do business with us again because they felt like they got the value of the project they got from us. You know, we're not going to come out there. Our goal isn't to come out and give you the cheapest price. Our goal is to come out and give you the best value to do the project right and make sure it's work that we can stand behind.
Yeah,
it's amazing. And you've known Tim for a long time.
Oh, yeah.
And we've talked to Tim a million times.
I've seen the RGS difference. I've seen it. And one of the things where you really show that is the warranty. Nobody beats your guy's warranty. Nobody. It's impressive. It's really impressive.
Yeah, I mean, everything we put up from a rain gutter to your siding to the whole home, we're going to do a 10-year warranty just to cover our workmanship. And then whatever products we're going to use are going to have warranties that go above and beyond that, so we make sure you're taken care of as the homeowner.
You don't have anything to worry about. Other companies just disappear, right?
Here's the level of obsession that I think Tim Jr. shows too. We have a 60-second spot that features him talking about screws versus rivets. And I think that's a testament to no.
But that matters.
Those are the things that I wouldn't know the difference of, right, as a customer.
Yeah,
and they make a huge difference.
Those small details and all that stuff, even down to the rain gutter, that are going to make sure that gutter's going to hold up and last. Those are the things that set us apart, is paying attention to all those little details that give you a product that's going to hold up. Our goal isn't just to get in there and slap it up as fast as we can and as cheap as we can. We want to do it right so it lasts, so you only have to do it once.
We'll take a break here. All you have to do to get a hold of the folks at RGS is give them a call right now and say, hey, we need to get this on the front of our home. We need to get those rain gutters. I would assume that, even if projects are a little bit out right now and further out, people could still get taken care of. For the rain gutters, for any here's the deal, too. I know this happens every January and partly through the year as well. Costs are going to go up. So maybe get that project going and start to lock in some of those prices from 2025.
Yeah, I'd say this is a really great time of year, and a lot of people get a little hesitant sometimes. Oh, I'll just wait till next year. When you wait till next year, those price increases come. The project gets more expensive. Let's get you in, get you on the schedule, and get those materials ordered now so you can get the most affordable project today.
801-280-3110. That's the folks here at RGS Exteriors. Aaron, we appreciate it, man. Thanks. We'll come back when we do. Zach Smith is going to jump on here with us. He covers the Baylor Bears for the Waco Tribune-Herald. He'll talk to us about what that trip down to Waco means for this Utah Utes team and what Dave Aranda and his squad have to lose with Utah coming to town. And if they don't perform, what happens with that? Is Aranda on the hot seat? Or what can Baylor do to turn a season around a little bit? They did this last year where they had a late run and people said, that's a really good football team. Can they do that against Utah? Stay here, 97.5 the KSL Sports Zone.
Whether you're stuck in the office,
I believe you have my stapler,
in your car, or at your in-laws.
You want a piece of me? You bet I do.
The Zone is with you every step of the way. Download the KSL Sports app to get live streaming of your favorite shows and access to all the latest updates on your favorite teams. Your home for the best coverage of the Utes, Cougars, Jazz, and Mammoth is on air, online, and on the KSL Sports app. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Beehive Meals and beehivemeals.com. Go check it out. Guess what they have at beehivemeals.com? You can go check out the entire menu for the month of November, but that's not all. You can get yourself also kind of the look as to what the gluten-free options look like for the month, what the macro-focused meals are for the month, the soup menus for the month as well. Go take a look. What is Beehive Meals? It's a local food prep company who do all the hard work for you, and they throw it all in a bag into the freezer, and you take it, you lop the top off, you throw it in your slow cooker, and that frozen meal becomes fresh and amazing. Hours later, you and your family are sitting down around the table, enjoying that meal without having to go eat the fast food, JJ.
Yeah, we're talking about 10 frozen meals packed with flavor, frozen and ready to go straight to into your slow cooker, delivered to your door. What does this mean? No chopping veggies, not having to rush home and try to figure out what you have to make a meal with. It's already ready to go for you. No measuring spices, no last-minute scramble at 5 o'clock, no fight about what dinner's going to be. It's already there set for you. Just set it and let dinner cook while you watch the game, run errands, or pick up the kids or whatever you need to do to get ready for the holidays. From hearty soups to game day favorites, these meals are built for busy weeks. So this November, give yourself a break. Let Beehive Meals handle dinner while you handle everything else on your plate. Order today at beehivemeals.com. Use the code THEZONE for $20 off of your first order. Again, that's beehivemeals.com. Use the code THEZONE for $20 off that first order. Beehivemeals.com, beehivemeals.com.
It's that time again. The Reams Boots and Jeans semi-annual work boot and outdoor clothing sale. Right now is the perfect time to save money and get the boots and clothing you need for cooler weather ahead. With the change of seasons, it's time to gear up. And Reams has the absolute best prices on the brands you know and trust. Save big on Ariat, Justin, Tony Lama, Georgia, and Timberland Pro Boots. Built tough for the work you do every day. And that's not all. Stock up and save on Carhartt brand jackets, hoodies, bibs, pants, and vests. Whether you're working hard or heading outdoors, Reams has you covered from head to toe. Reams Boots and Jeans, Utah's largest boot dealer. Come in today for the best selection and the best prices on the boots and clothing you need. Look great, feel great, and save money. Reams Boots and Jeans, Utah family owned and operated for over 80 years. Reams Boots and Jeans.
Calling all Jazz fans. If you can't wait another second to see stars like Ace Bailey and Lowry Markkanen tear up the court, you're in luck. Tickets are on sale now. Let's go! No matter what you're looking for, the Utah Jazz has your back. With season tickets, mini plans, and single game options available, there's something for everyone. Whatever your schedule or budget, there's a plan for every fan. Don't miss a moment of the action this season. Secure your tickets today at utahjazz.com.
Thursday on KSL. 2 men, 2 women, all single. And they know a lot about dating.
Feeling that pressure, that's a lot of pressure to feel.
A college professor who teaches courses on marriage and dating.
I call that a marriage paradox.
And 2 women who run a matchmaking service.
We're actually the first line of defense.
All of them say dating in Utah has changed. And so have expectations. Waiting to Wed, Utah's dating trends. Thursday at 10 on KSL and the KSL Plus app.
Celebrate the season of giving by giving yourself the best meal you've ever had. Experience Ruth's Chris award-winning service, sizzling steaks, signature apps, salads, sides, and dessert. Book your holiday parties today. Ruth's Chris in Salt Lake or Park City.
The KSL Sports Zone and Hercules Credit Union are highlighting people that impact youth sports. Nominate the youth sports volunteer you know for the Hercules Hero of the Week at KSLSports.com.
Broadcasting from the Mountain Home Services Studio, this is 97.5 KZNS FM Colbert, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and 102.7 KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. It's another battle for the Aggies, and the KSL Sports Zone has it covered. The Aggies head south to Las Vegas for a Saturday afternoon showdown against UNLV. Your home for all the play-by-play coverage of Aggie football is right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. You're locked on to JJ and Alex on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
All right, everybody, welcome back. JJ and Alex, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Alex Curie, Jeremiah Jensen. We are at RGS Exteriors here in West Jordan. RGS Exteriors, just give them a call if you want anything done on the outside of your home to make it look amazing. And they'll tell you what the trends are. Come on. Have them come out, take a look, lock in some prices right now.
There's nobody better.
Come
Nobody
on.
better here.
Come on, 801-280-3110. That's 801-280-3110. Let's kick off the hours we always do here. We've got the cut at the top of the program here. We're going to talk Baylor versus Utah. Let's get into it right now.
It's time for the biggest story of the day. This is what made the cut with JJ and Alex on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Doug Smith brings you this portion of the program. Doug Smith, of course, in American Fork, Spanish Fork, and in Linden. Nobody knows cars like Doug. Any of the car brands under their roof is going to be awesome because they'll take care of you. So go see the folks at the Doug Smith brand of dealerships. JJ, Baylor and Utah. This is an intriguing matchup because every game matters now just so much for the Utes. Obviously, it's not just about winning. Now everyone wants you to blow the doors off of everybody because the committee does take a look and go, how have you been doing? How have you won these games?
Yeah.
Give me some style points. And Utah, maybe this year more than we've seen, even during the Cam Rising years of winning the Pac-12 a couple of times, I think this team has more offensive flair than we've ever seen in my lifetime watching.
The numbers back it up.
Team.
They haven't been this good offensively since 2004.
That's crazy.
And that matters. That stands out. And so there is a potential with this team, and I know they look back on those two losses and are frustrated by it, but there's still a lot to accomplish here. And there's a little bit of pressure on them to do it big, to maintain their place in the college football playoff rankings. But outside of the BYU and Texas Tech game, that's exactly what they've done. So there's no reason to think they can't.
Joining us right now on the program, somebody who covers this Baylor Bears team very well, Zach Smith for the Waco Tribune-Herald, joining us on the program. Zach, thanks for being on the program, man.
Hey, happy to be here. Always happy to talk about Baylor football. And, I know it hasn't been the best season for the Bears, but we're still keeping on down here.
Dave Aranda is one of those guys that, he's been on the hot seat the last couple of seasons at different points, and people going, oh, what's he doing this year? And last year he was able to finish off the season to where people said, no, this is the guy right now to lead this team. He came in with such high expectations, and admittedly, he's one of my favorite guys to talk to at the Big 12 Media Days. He's as even-keeled and level-headed as the coaches you'll find to talk to. What is it right now surrounding this Baylor program? Because the off-the-field stuff and some of the distractions on there, I feel like get in the way of trying to make sure you plan for a really, really tough Utah team coming into town.
Yeah, I think Dave Aranda, he's felt the pressure, I think, over the last 3 years, specifically that 2023 season when they won 3 games. He was close to losing his job after that, but then, like you mentioned, turned things around last year. So I certainly think, he does a good job despite his demeanor, right? And he's not a Joey Maguire. He's not going to fire you up. He's not a lot of these rah-rah, running around on the sideline, jumping around. He's not that. He's the exact opposite of that. But I still think he has a connection with his team and with his players that just can't be denied. And that's why, it's very clear that this team, despite falling short of expectations in some regards and some of the distractions that have been plaguing this team off the field, even during their bye week, he does a good job of kind of being honest with them, with everybody on the roster, because there is a connection there, because he is a different guy, and he might not coach the way that we're used to and the way we're used to seeing, but I think his way of coaching, his way of connecting with players works for this team and this group specifically. And so all of those distractions, all of the pressure to win, they feel it, they see it, they hear it, but I do think that they do a good job of not letting it kind of affect them on a deeper level, if that makes any sense.
For fans here in Utah that aren't familiar with the situation, can you explain what's going on with Mac Rhodes, the athletic director, and that whole situation that's causing this distraction?
Certainly. It was a little under 2 months ago after the Arizona State game, which was the first game of the conference season. That was in late September. He got into a physical and verbal altercation, as it was reported by Outkick, with Michael Trigg, the star tight end, who since then has continued to see his name among the favorites for the Mackey Award as the best tight end. And and Mac also got into it verbally with an assistant coach after that game as well. And so there's just been a lot of, distraction is the best word, because it's just a weird situation. Mac Rhodes is always someone who has been on the sidelines. He watches most games from the sidelines. I know he and Dave Aranda have a very close relationship. He reviews film with him and all this, and so for this to happen and for him to get into it with a player, not just any player, a star player, a huge contributor to the team, it has caused lots of ripples here in Waco. And while it might not always pierce the Baylor bubble and make national news, it's just another kind of weird thing that's kind of going on.
What was the nature of it? What kind of what was reported as in my mind, I'm going, look, we've had outspoken ADs here in the state of Utah before, including, Mark Harlan, who was, last year was halfway on the field and got flagged for an unsportsmanlike conduct penalty during the Utah BYU game. And we've had vocal guys before, but getting involved with practices and players and kind of being that close in front of that, what was the thing that surrounded that? Was that reported at all, or was it just something that he said something in passing to him, and then Michael Trigg takes some exception to it? How does an administrator get into that kind of a thing with a player?
Well, it all stems. That game against Arizona State was a night game at McLean Stadium. Baylor was wearing black jerseys. Everybody was in black, and then Michael Trigg had a brace on his shoulder. He had injured his shoulder a couple games prior, and he was wearing a bright yellow undershirt, and which it matched the numbers perfectly. And if you weren't looking for it, he did stand out. He was the only one wearing a yellow undershirt, and as stupid as it sounds, that is reportedly what kind of set Mac off, is why are you wearing a yellow undershirt when everybody else is wearing dark? And so I would be hard pressed to say that is the reason, the reason. I'm sure there's more to the story we don't know. That can't be the one incident that caused this. There had to be, more. Michael Trigg is an interesting figure here, because every week we talk to multiple players, at least 3 different players, and Dave Aranda. We have never, in 2 years since Michael Trigg has been here, we have never once talked to him.
Interesting.
And so I don't know if that's Baylor protecting Michael Trigg, or maybe they don't want him to say so. I don't know the answer to that question.
Wow.
But, it stemmed from that incident of Michael Trigg wearing yellow when everybody else was wearing black, but it's hard for me to believe that that's the entire story, which we just don't know yet.
I was going to ask, though, too, I mean, on top of all of this, Mack Rhoades is getting a ton of attention because he's the guy who's, the figurehead for the College Football Playoff Committee, obviously, and every week he's got tough questions to answer. How much has that contributed to the fact that people are looking at this thing and going, Mack Rhoades, like, what's going on, man? Like, it feels like a very weird time to have him front and center and representing the university while he's kind of not, because he's also trying to be part of the, the spokesperson for the committee.
Right. You're spot on. I think that the timing of this coming out and the people that I think wanted it out, I think it's purposeful when it came out.
Right.
I think there are certainly people here in Waco that, we talk about Dave Aranda's job a lot, but there are people here in Waco that also want Mack Rhoades out because, the whole thing with Kim Mulkey, a women's basketball coach, was a legend here, right? She won national championships, and it kind of felt like, her and Mack did not always see eye to eye because he came in after she was here and already had established herself as a legend. I'm not saying that's the one thing, but that's the most notable thing where there's a whole bunch of people who love Kim Mulkey, what she stands for, what she did, and all of that. And Mack is kind of the antithesis to that. And so now that you're seeing football, and football is kind of falling off, and Dave Aranda is a different cat, and he's kind of Mack's guy, and all of this, like, those detractors are still there. And I'm not saying, I just think that there are a lot of people here that do not like Mack Rhoades for one reason or another, and there are people that kind of want to see him gone just as much as they want to see Dave Aranda gone.
So thank you. Now we get all that, and then you combine that with obviously some on-field frustrations. I can't imagine fans were too thrilled about the TCU and Cincinnati losses, especially that 21-point loss to Cincinnati. Did they write anything against UCF in a 30-3 win and then the bye week, or are those problems that they had in those games still looming?
I mean, that UCF game was the best that Baylor had played all season, no doubt. I think UCF came into the game averaging over 200 yards on the ground, and Baylor held them to 74. It was like, where did this rush defense come from? Baylor has had one of the worst rush defenses in the country, really, up until that game. And so it seemed like they had righted some things. Then the offense, again, got back kind of going to where they were earlier in the season there. Though that Cincinnati game, that TCU game, there were times when Sawyer Robertson just didn't look kind of in a rhythm. And so they did right things against UCF, but I still think the huge caveat there is, it was UCF. Like Utah is a completely different animal than UCF. Even Cincinnati and TCU, I think, are completely different and, in my opinion, better teams than UCF. But, I mean, it was as righting a ship as you can get against a team like UCF, in my opinion. So whether they carry that through the bye week is to be determined. Certainly the last bye week, headed into that TCU game, they did not, because they won 2 games leading into the last bye week and then lost to TCU like they did. So, yes, they kind of righted a ship against UCF, but I truly don't know if I have faith that they will carry that through into the Utah game.
Speaking of the Utah game, obviously this is a Utah team that's going in a direction that is very positive for them after their 2 losses to both BYU and Texas Tech. Those are 2 extremely good teams in this conference, and yet Utah right now looks like it's as strong as anybody in the entire country, really, if you stack them up. What do you think this Utah team brings to Waco that the Bayers should be a little bit wary about?
I mean, I look at the ability to run the ball is just incredible. I think, what is Utah? The 3rd best rush offense in the country, behind a couple military academies, right?
Right, yeah.
And like Baylor just does not have the horses in their front seven to slow down anyone. And with Utah's offensive line and, Dampier and Wayshawn Parker has looked really good the last couple games. Mm-hmm. So, I just think that there's the opportunity. Utah has the opportunity to really embarrass Baylor and just run up and down the field on them and just kind of lean on their offensive line and just run the ball. And that if I'm Baylor, I'm selling out to stop the run just about every time and, seeing what happens, because that's been their bugaboo all season, aside from the UCF game, is stopping the run. So that if I'm Baylor, I'm terrified of Utah's run game.
On the other side of the ball, Sawyer Robertson's one of the best quarterbacks in the country. He has a lot of respect here. BYU and Utah have had to face him. Kyle Whittingham talked about him this week. His numbers speak for himself. 26 touchdowns, 7 interceptions, 62% completion rate. How come the production in the pass game hasn't added up to the results and wins they've had? And what's been holding that offense back from – obviously they're getting the yardage, but they haven't been able to turn that into wins at the level that they'd prefer.
Right. I think that the offense, for the most part, has been living up to its end of the bargain. Okay. There's certainly been some low spots. I think, like I mentioned before, the offense wasn't really going against TCU or Cincinnati. Certainly in that game against Arizona State, where that earlier in the season, it did not kind of pull its weight. But I think the offense, for the most part, has been doing its job. And Sawyer Robertson is kind of the perfect quarterback for Baylor and Jake Spavital's offensive system. And he's just the leader that everybody wants to follow. But the problem is the offense needs to be perfect almost every single game. And that's not necessarily possible. I mean, you hope it's possible, but it needs to be perfect all the time because the defense has been so bad. And so when you're getting scored on every single possession, I mean, the offense, like I said, has to be perfect. You're going for it on fourth down more than any team in the nation because you're coming from behind, because you need all these points to overcome your leaky defense. And so I don't think that Baylor's problems this year stem from the offensive side of the football. It's Sawyer Robertson and all the weapons he has there, Ashton Hawkins, Josh Cameron, Michael Trigg, certainly. They've been doing their job. It's the defense that has been so just leaky that has not been doing very good.
Well, it's an interesting matchup, of course, this weekend, and teams that feel like that they're headed in a different direction at this point, and yet at the same time, Baylor is as talented. I mean, they're one of these teams that have been able to buck the trend when it comes to recruiting sometimes in the state of Texas and move a lot of guys into their direction from a long-term standpoint. Where does Baylor stand in the Big 12 when it comes to being able to compete in the state of Texas in recruiting?
They're, up there, right up there. I mean, certainly Texas Tech is above and beyond anybody here in the state in terms of, in the Big 12 in the state in terms of spending and recruiting. But TCU and Baylor, from what I've been told, are number 2 and 3 in the Big 12 in terms of NIL spending. And, maybe in Texas here. And so, they are keeping up with the Joneses there. And they have a elite recruiter in Keenan Hall, who's their running backs coach. And they have the best recruiting class that Dave Aranda has had since he's been here. And they are just bringing in the dudes. And Central Texas and Waco as a whole doesn't have a lot of big schools, but they have some really good dudes. And they've done a really, really good job this cycle keeping those guys at home. And there's a top receiver from right down the road, London Smith, who plays for University. He is just having an elite year for his high school, leading them to their first district title since, 1952, I think. And, Baylor in the recruiting realm is, just blazing new trails that Baylor hasn't seen since the Art Briles days.
It's wild. And then, it's crazy because I think that you see that type of momentum and it can all go away when you have everything, with the transfer portal and how things work out.
Mm-hmm.
And if a coaching change happens and if an athletic director change happens, all these things that kind of add up, and you go, how can you make sure that you keep all those dudes coming in on that pipeline? And so Zach Smith, he covers Baylor football for the Waco Tribune-Herald, and, of course, he'll be down there at McLean Stadium covering this game between Baylor and Utah this weekend. Zach, thanks so much for joining us, and we appreciate all the info. Awesome stuff, man. Thank you.
Yeah, no problem. Anytime.
There you go, Zach Smith. Sounds problematic down there to be.
There's some issues down there.
But here's the thing that really stinks, is that when you get a program like Baylor, and this happens with really any program across the country who has relative success, a pretty decent NIL pool, right? And has all the excuses. Even recently, Baylor, think about Baylor having a Heisman Trophy winner within the past decade, having the success that they've had to be able to win some of those recruiting battles. For a long time, Baylor was, it was like they were better than Texas A&M. They're better than TCU. They're better than most of the schools there in the state, even Texas some years. And so you look and you go, when I was growing up, Baylor was a joke.
Oh, no, yeah, for sure.
And they've
they
turned
didn't really
that thing
emerge
around.
until the last, 10, 15 years?
And they're doing something that big boy football programs do, which is you have people in powerful positions who then turn on the current coaching staff. So what happens with that? And you heard it. Like, you got guys who are like, they wanted this Mack Rhodes story to come out, which, by the way, freaking bizarre.
Very strange,
right?
Yeah.
Your athletic director getting into it physically and verbally with a player.
Over a shirt?
And just that sounds insane. That somebody who is in a position of that caliber would even be in a position to make a comment as a player is running by or something, and they feel like it's their spot to be like, let me tell you something, right? However that thing went down, it looks bad, but the reason it comes out is because people don't want them there. Yeah. So if people don't want you there, then what happens? The rest of the season they go, I hope we get our freaking butts kicked, and I'll make sure that it happens.
They want change.
It's crazy because then they're like, hey, the only way this thing's going to get turned around for us to start winning is if these guys start losing really, really badly, and then we can really put the screws to them, and then we'll get them all fired.
I'm glad you're saying that because I'm looking at the standings.
They're 5-4.
When right with the tone that Zach came in with, I get it. He's engrossing. He's in the middle of it. It feels bleak down in Waco.
It's depression right now.
They're 5-4. They're 3-3 in conference play.
I know.
Would you rather be UCF, whose butt you just kicked, who's 4-5 and 1-5 in conference?
Think about teams
Baylor's in the middle.
Think about teams like Iowa State.
That's what the problem is, Alex.
Yeah,
is the people down there want Baylor back at the top. They're in the middle.
Okay.
And that's why they want change.
Teams that they're ahead of in the standings, by the way, Kansas State, Iowa State, Kansas, those three programs right there by themselves, you look at and you go, man, in any given year, you would be
Baylor
absolutely
beat Kansas State.
They would be excited to be ahead of these teams in the standings at any given time. But it's the problem is that when certain people decide this isn't the guy anymore, and actually, you know what? If that's going to be the case, we have to make sure that that's the case. It's easier to fire a guy when they are 5-7.
Oh yeah.
Than it is to say, hey, they were 8-4, but that's just not what we do down here.
Look at what West Virginia did.
Of course.
They had to wait a season because the coach won too much.
Neil Brown was doing too well. And even last year they were like, this is going to be as bad as it gets. All right, you're fired. And it was because – but again, it was –
Rich Rod's not doing any better.
Doing worse.
Right.
I mean, the reality is that they got that who did they beat a couple weeks ago that you were like, oh, it was Houston.
Houston.
So they beat Houston. That was their first Big 12 win of the year, like 2 weeks ago. And you're right. You're exactly right. If you have a narrative in your head of how you want this thing to go, the people who wanted Rich Rod back, the people who wanted Scott Frost back, the people who want Dave Aranda gone, they'll kind of do whatever they need to do to be able to make that happen. And so we make all sorts of crazy excuses, right? Like, oh, that's good. Well, Mack Rhodes, I think he punched a guy. Like that. You start to get into it. He's not doing himself any favors. He's not doing himself any favors, by the way, standing in front of and I mean, I read the transcript to you last night while it was going. It was 58 you-knows, which, of course, means that he doesn't know. Like, he gets in front of the thing and he goes, man, we think, Notre Dame, is a really good team, and you're like, Mac, you're not doing a good job for this thing, man.
And here's the other problem is you hear that story about that guy, and then that guy's the chair of the committee?
I know. Yourself? Do you hear yourself? Nobody wants a guy up there who's just up there serving himself. And at the very least, like, he does not have the marketability right now on his side. It's not going to be good. There's no way this guy's going to last very long in Baylor.
You know what has lasted long, though?
Oh, here we go. We call that a world-class transition.
RGS Exteriors.
Look at that. Aaron, he just does all the work for you. Look at that. Aaron's with us. He's one of the sales directors here at RGS. Your job of being able to get in front of people and to say, hey, we can do this for you, and let's get this deal done, and let's make sure it happens. Like, the level of care from top to bottom, from front to back, you've got to make sure you're sitting with the customer, and you've got to make sure that they're happy, and that's what you guys put so much emphasis on here, right?
Yeah, so that's something we really want to focus on, is taking the appropriate amount of time to sit down with homeowners and make sure they understand what we're going to do. They understand what's all involved in the project, what all they're getting, what materials are going to be used. We're not just going to show up and throw you a number. We want to sit down and go through every detail of the project so you know what to expect while we're there and doing these projects. And that's what leads us to a 5-star experience, is that the homeowners know what they're going to get throughout the process.
We talked about the quality of the materials you guys use, second to none. We talked about your warranty and peace of mind, second to none. The other thing we want to ask you about is financing, because there's a lot of people out there that are, you know, obviously anytime you have to make improvements to your home, that's an expense that people put off. But you can't put it off because the longer you do, the more damage can happen to your home, et cetera. You guys have great financing options so people don't have to wait. They can get this done right now at a reasonable cost.
Yeah, we got a lot of really great options. You know, you don't have to have a college football buyout to be able to afford these projects. We can do them for zero interest, no money down. We've got a lot of great options to help spread these projects out, low monthly payments that we can set you up with. Let's get the things done now. Let's get them done at this year's price and avoid an even more expensive project down the road.
Why is now the best time to get this done, any exterior work?
Yeah, so right now is a really great time because come January, for some reason, everything just gets more expensive. We haven't figured out why yet. It never seems to go down. But get in, get it done now, and you can avoid any price increases coming with the beginning of next year.
If somebody comes in and they say, hey, I've never done this kind of stuff, how do you help that person out who, like, I'm not somebody who knows a ton about the materials and the stuff that goes into it. When you get with a homeowner, how is it that they're able to understand, like, how big of a deal it is to have the top quality stuff that you guys use? I think about, like, the Hardy board, and I think about all the stuff that you guys are so good at, and the quality components that are there. But for me, I'm just not very good at knowing all that stuff.
Yeah, that's the reality for a lot of homeowners. You know, these are usually projects that you do once, maybe twice in a lifetime, so there's just not a lot of experience with doing it. So we really try to take an educational approach when we come out to your home, walk you through, you know, here's all the options, here's the materials we can do, here's how we're going to install it. And we want to really target and make sure that project fits with your budget and your needs.
All you have to do is give them a call and get on board with the folks at RGS here, local company that's going to take care of you top to bottom. 801-280-3110. That's 801-280-3110. Aaron, thanks, man. We appreciate it.
Thanks, sir.
Thank you.
We'll take a break here. We'll come back. We got more around the corner. Don't want to miss it. Top of the hour, by the way, Cole Bagley, our Utah Mammoth insider for KSLSports.com, is going to join us, give us a thought on how this game against the Buffalo Sabres coming home tonight to Delta Center. The boys are certainly excited to be back at home considering how those last few games went on the road up in the Great White North. We'll take a break. We'll come back. We've got more to go around the corner. 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
And now, a look at traffic from the KSL Traffic Center.
Slowdowns on different sections of I-80 like westbound because of a crash approaching State Street with backups to around 9th East. Eastbound 80 also is slow in the usual spot these days, heading over the ramp to go south on I-215 the West Belt due to the new construction area. From system install to fast fixes to deliver award-winning heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical, call Whipple Services champions for the win today. With your traffic update, I'm Alex Napolis here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
It's game week for the Cougars, and the KSL Sports Zone is getting you ready for kickoff. Even after their first loss of the season, the Cougars' dream of a spot in the Big 12 title game is still alive and well as they welcome TCU to Provo on Saturday. Listen all week long for the best coverage of Cougar football. Then catch College Football Saturday game day at 10 a.m. with a postgame show immediately following the game on KSLSports.com. Your home for the best coverage of BYU football is live on air, online, and on the KSL Sports app. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Bar Dub Grill is where roadside classics meet ranch-raised flavor. Sink your teeth into juicy, handcrafted burgers made with premium Bar W beef straight from the local Utah farm. From the bold cowboy barbecue burger to the sweet and savory Aloha burger, paired with crispy cowboy fries, hand-spun shakes, or signature spud nuts. Soft, airy, and unforgettable. Bar Dub Grill delivers honest eats with cowboy swagger. Bar Dub Grill in Nephi with easy access right off exit 222 in Nephi.
Hi, this is Derek Overstreet, president of the New Millennium Group and co-host of Stop Working, Start Living with KSL News Radio. Can you imagine what your life would be like if you could retire 3 to 5 years earlier than you thought possible? The things you could do, the loved ones you could spend time with, the memories that you could create. That's what our team at the New Millennium Group does. We'll walk you through the entire process every step of the way. If you'd like to get a copy of the 5-step proprietary plan that will help you retire 3 to 5 years sooner than you thought possible, give us a shout right now. 888-999-6370. That's 888-999-6370 or utahsfinancialplanner.com. Listen, most of our listeners right now have a tax problem, not a money problem. There's not enough money in Social Security Medicare as it is. Let us show you how you can significantly reduce your taxes. That's 888-999-6370. 888-999-6370 or utahsfinancialplanner.com.
So my mother is thinking of switching from Verizon to Pure Talk, but she's worried the deal sounds too good to be true. Michael, she said, how can those Pure Talk people offer me the same basic service as Verizon for so much less money? I said, Ma, go ask Google how much Verizon spends on advertising and promotions. A few seconds later, my mother said, oh my goodness, $12 billion a year? That must be a typo. I'll tell you what I told my mom. It's not a typo. Verizon spends $12 billion a year on advertising and promotions, and their customers are paying for it. Well, Pure Talk doesn't spend that kind of money on commercials. Trust me, I would know. That's why they can offer you and my mother unlimited talk, text, and plenty of data on a crazy fast 5G network for just $25 a month. And if you're a business owner, you could really save a fortune. Dial pound 250, say the words Mike Rowe, and you'll get an additional 50% off your first month. That's pound 250 Mike Rowe. Pure Talk. Everything you need and nothing you don't.
Save now with UCCU Black Friday money deals. $150 cash for signing up for direct deposit. A free Shark robot vacuum when closing your mortgage. Low rate credit cards with 0% interest for 6 months. Auto and RV loans, no payments for 90 days. Home equity loans with an extra 0.25% off the interest rate. Lock the deals in now with just your name, phone number, and email at uccu.com. Visit uccu.com/Black Friday and lock in your deals. Plus more deals weekly at uccu.com. UCCU. Love where you bank.
Hey, this is Chris with JCW's. Are your kids picky eaters? Bring them in and try our chicken fingers or a grilled cheese sandwich. They'll be smiling big in no time. JCW's, quality and a lot of it.
This is your Cougars at 30 update. Presented by Kenny J's Barbecue on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Bear Bachmeier talks about his feelings after the loss to Texas Tech.
You know, you always want to compete and you hate losing, and so going to look back, and you shouldn't harp on it forever, but, you know, you look at the negatives early on and, you know, you kind of get emotional. But, yeah, then you just turn that into gratitude and just being grateful for the moment, but we got to bounce back.
That is your Cougars at 30 update. Make this Thanksgiving unforgettable with Kenny J's Barbecue. Skip the stress and bring home slow smoked perfection. Pre-order your Thanksgiving meal today. Text 801-230-5396. That's 801-230-5396. The NFL Blitz is next on JJ and Alex, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
All the latest news and notes from the league and the locals in the NFL. JJ and Alex bring you the NFL Blitz on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Welcome back, everybody. JJ and Alex, 97.5 KSL Sports Zone. Thanks for being with us on the program today. You know what that music means, of course, bringing you the daily NFL Blitz here. Yes, the sport that we love the most here in these beautiful United States of America. We were just having this conversation about how Dave Aranda doesn't fit in as a coach there at Baylor. And by the way, if you missed any of our conversation with Zach Smith, who covers Baylor for the Waco Tribune, awesome to listen to because it doesn't sound like people are very excited about this Baylor team. And these guys who are covering the team, like, they kind of reflect that too. They're like, yeah, I think it's just kind of Mack Rhodes sort of lived his life out and his time frame here at Baylor. And, Dave Aranda's kind of a Mack Rhodes guy. So do the math. People don't love the way that he approaches stuff. They want a Coach Prime type guy. They want a Joey McGuire type guy. They want somebody who stands up. I mean, Sonny Dykes fits right into that role. Yeah. A guy who's like a perfect interview from like a media standpoint.
Guy, but
listen, I'm gonna tell you how we're gonna approach this. It just is. They love to have that guy, and like Dave Aranda is just a guy who he is like a brilliant defensive mind in college football. We've talked about how sometimes the coordinators just don't have what it takes to be the full head coach, and it feels like people are using that narrative too to be like, yeah, he's a good guy and everything, but I just don't think he fits in here, and you're going, oh my gosh. I mean, and careful what you wish for, Baylor, because you'll have to go out there, and this is not a great year to go out and dip in to try to find Power 4 coaches that want to come in and make a name for themselves. They want to do that in the SEC programs that are available. You're not going to get that. You're not going to get the guy who comes and head coaches you over the guy who wants to go and be the head coach at Auburn, despite the fact that, maybe you would have more success at Baylor. You're in the cradle of football civilization, down there to be able to recruit out of. It's crazy. Anyway, hey, by the way, we were talking about Matt LaFleur and we were talking about him and Kyle Shanahan, right? Like two guys who you wouldn't have expected to be struggling so much. These are the kinds of stories that come out, and like there's an angle to it. So this story that came out that talks about Matt LaFleur and his current play calling situation. When people go, hey man, why don't you give up the play calling? And that's a hard thing because and then he says, no, I'm not going to give up the play calling. I'm an offensive coordinator. I'm an offensive genius. I'm not going to give it up. And when people are saying, yeah, but why are you the one calling the plays right now? Why don't you hand those duties off? That's a tough spot to be in. He says he's not giving up those duties, calling the plays. You kind of get what you get with Matt LaFleur. And right now it's been probably the biggest struggle that he's had in Green Bay. It's a weird spot to be in because then everybody starts to ask you to give up your play calling duties and just be a head coach, and then after that you wonder what the vibe is on how long they want you to stay there as a head coach. It's a weird place right now the Packers fans are in, JJ.
Yeah, so Jordan Love hasn't thrown a touchdown pass since October 26th.
That is a weird stat.
That's 2 straight weeks without a touchdown pass. So that's part of the problem is that offense is just not productive enough.
Yeah, it's one thing to lose to Philly. It's another to only score 7 points. It's another thing to lose to Carolina.
Yes.
2 weeks ago, right?
And to lose 16-13 against the team that just lost to who? The Saints. Okay?
Ooh.
The Packers are struggling, and that's not the team that we saw blow out Detroit in Week 1, blow out the Commanders in Week 2, that looked like a powerhouse. They had that run with the win over Cincinnati, Arizona, to Pittsburgh, where they scored 27, 27, and 35 points. Yeah. This is back-to-back weeks where they're struggling to get in the end zone. And that's where the frustration is. Now, do you abandon a guy that's had top offenses for the last 5 years under his watch in LaFleur? That seems like a bit of an overreaction, and everyone's overreacting to what's happened to the Packers here in the month of November. But it is not good, and Jordan Love has not been good the last 2 weeks, and he's got to own that. LaFleur's got to own his play calling. They'll have to figure that out. But the Packers, this might be a little bit of an overreaction, I think, with LaFleur and everything. I can't imagine. It's just not the Packers' way to overreact. I think it's coming from outside the organization, not from within. I don't think LaFleur's in trouble, and I think Jordan Love's fine. They just got to get it figured out.
Speaking of drama inside the franchise, how about the Giants?
Oh.
Jameis Winston getting the nod for the start. That's what we all wanted, right?
I don't understand why Russell Wilson was the guy in the first place. And as soon as Dable leaves, what happens? Does that make sense? Feels like everybody in the building knew that Jameis probably would have been the better option all along. Now, Jameis is more prone to throwing interceptions, but it's like a high risk, high reward because Jameis can also make some incredible plays with his arm. And I know that Russell Wilson has had his moments and can do that too, but those days of him doing it consistently are long gone. If Jackson Dart can't play, it makes sense that Jameis gets to start over Russell Wilson because Russell Wilson, when he's bad, he's really, really, really bad. And he cost him that game when he had to come in. You got to be ready to go. And Russell Wilson did not get it done in a game where the Giants had a nice lead and they blew it. And that's why Dable is no longer employed. It's not because of anything else other than the fact that the Giants have blown big leads this year. Multiple. I think 4 games they lost when they led by led by double digits. They have to get better play out of the quarterback position. Russell Wilson wasn't getting it done. And just as selfishly, Jameis is just fun.
Yeah, I was going to say.
He's just always doing something that's going to be fun.
He's become the most lovable.
I want post-game Jameis Winston interviews.
I know.
That's what I want.
He's become this lovable non-starter, like the lovable backup.
Yeah.
And that's, by the way, if you just want like a long career of being like a guy that people like, go be a backup.
It's quite a turnaround for a guy who, by all accounts, had character issues early on in his career.
For sure.
And now guys talk about how incredible he is.
Right.
Which is a tribute to him for figuring some things out and changing his life and changing the way he handles his business.
Think about how he approaches it. He's like, I want to be here, and I want to teach Jackson Dart how to be a good pro. That's what people want to hear, you know? Not the guy who goes, well, I should be the starter.
Is that what Jameis would have said? His second or third year in the league? Probably not, right?
No. He'd be, I'm the guy. Think about the disaster they have right now in Cleveland.
Yeah.
Right? And you've got massive egos that are massively insecure. Jameis Winston, I don't feel like he's insecure. He goes, but at the same time, he goes, I could be a starter in this league. I'm one of the best 32 quarterbacks on the planet. Put me in there. But he's like accepted the idea that he's like, I'm this guy right now. And you know what's going to happen?
It's a major step in your life. Just not even just an NFL player, but all of us. To be so self-aware, to say this is what I am right now at this point period of my life.
Think about right now. What
I'm no longer the man.
He's going to throw for 331 yards.
Yeah.
And 3 touchdowns and 2 interceptions, and they're going to lose to the Packers.
Yeah.
And people are going to go, and they're going to go, hey man, you threw those 2 interceptions. One of them obviously gave the game away. You know, just that stuff I got to work on. I'm really dedicated to working on that this week, and I want to get better. And you're like, oh, I love this guy.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? But I'm telling you, he's going to have big numbers. He's going to be way better than Russ for sure, because Russell Wilson gets in there and goes, I'll roll out real quick.
Let's ride.
I'll roll out.
He's just so aloof.
And then everybody's like, hey man, you don't have that rolling out ability anymore.
Yeah.
You know, you don't have the footwork that used to be the thing. And I'm sad for Russ because he had to put a statement out that says, I'm not going to get released. I've not asked for a release. I want to be here. But I'll tell you what he doesn't want to be is the third-string quarterback.
Right.
Even Russell Wilson goes.
It's a future Hall of Famer that now has to accept his fate currently, and it's not easy for him to do.
Does it end up ruining that Hall of Fame status going forward?
How does that happen? How bad would you have to perform after you've – there was a period of time where Russell Wilson was a top 5 quarterback in the league, won a Super Bowl. Didn't he win an MVP?
No, that was Cam that was Cam Newton, for sure. Oh no,
he's never won.
He's never won.
And he's never received a single vote. So I take that back. I guess he felt like he was overlooked. He led the NFL in touchdown passes in 2017. There was a period of time where the Seahawks.
How do you not get a vote when you lead the league in touchdown passes?
I have no idea.
That's weird.
That's crazy, right?
Yeah.
But he had a period of time where you would consider him one of the 5 best quarterbacks in the league over multiple years.
1,000%. All right, we'll take a break. We'll come back. We got our top 10 next. Before we get out, though, want to remind you that the Hercules Hero of the Week program is an awesome program that all year long we honor the people who do an amazing job covering the youth sports are helping volunteer for the youth sports in your community. And even if they're not volunteering, even if they're like an assistant coach at the high school or at the middle school, whatever it might be, we want to honor those people who do a great job with our youth in teaching them great sportsmanship and doing an awesome job and dedicating extra time. If they're a coach, if they're an official, if they're a team mom, somebody who goes above and beyond with the youth sports in their community, all you have to do is go to KSLSports.com/contest and nominate a youth sports volunteer for the Hercules Hero of the Week program. And they win a prize from Hercules First Federal Credit Union and from Beehive Meals. So nominate that person today, KSLSports.com/contest. I've got a top 10 for you here next. Stay with us, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
And now, a look at traffic from the KSL Traffic Center.
The HOV and far left lane are both closed northbound I-15 right next to the turnoff in South Salt Lake to go to the 201 highway, with the crash causing heavy delays back to 45th South and Murray. On the other side, the usual southbound I-15 delays reduce speeds from Murray all the way down to Draper and Bluffdale. Whether you park it, stripe it, or pave it, GoPave Utah has your blacktop covered at GoPaveUtah.com. That's GoPaveUtah.com. Call or visit GoPaveUtah.com. With your traffic update, I'm Alex Napolis here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
It's game week for the Utes, and the KSL Sports Zone is getting you ready for kickoff. After a much-needed week off, Kyle Whittingham and the Utes get set for the final 3 games of the season, starting with a trip to Waco for a battle against Baylor. Listen all week long for the best coverage of Utah football. Then catch college football Saturday game day at 10 a.m. with the postgame show immediately following the game on KSLSports.com.
Let's go then. Let's go, baby.
Your home for the best coverage of Utah football is live on air, online, and on the KSL Sports app. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
SLC Fat Loss and SLCFatLoss.com. Go check out the folks at Salt Lake City Fat Loss. This is a program that has worked for both JJ and myself. It's also worked for hundreds of people who have taken advantage of not just the program itself, but being able to kind of reset their entire life as their approach and their relationship with food has changed. And that's what's happened with me, JJ. I've been able to shift my thinking. I've been able to get the good coaching. I've been able to follow a program that is doctor authored. It's a program that if you follow it, you're going to drop the weight. And off of the top, JJ, I'm telling you, people are not just dropping a pound of fat a day, but they're also keeping it off, which is after 18 months now for me, I've kept it all off, and I feel great because SLC Fat Loss is a real program that works for real people.
Yeah, all of you listening out there, you've heard our stories. You've heard us talk about Salt Lake City Fat Loss. I've explained how the program works over and over and over again. Now's a good time if you've been wondering when to do this or when you want to try it or if you need a little bit of nudge. There's a financial thing to push you forward here. We're going to give $400 off to you. If you tell them JJ and Alex sent you, they're going to give you $400 off right now, a huge holiday sale. This is their lowest price ever. It's good for the entire year now through December 31st. So go take advantage of this right now. If you've been thinking about losing weight and you just need a little bit extra motivation, this might be exactly what you need. Go to their website, slcfatloss.com. Get a free consultation. Learn everything you need to learn about the program before you make that commitment. And when you are ready to do it, pull the trigger on that $400 off. Tell them JJ and Alex sent you. And give it a shot. You're going to reach your weight loss goals. This program works. It worked for me. It worked for Alex. It'll work for you. slcfatloss.com. It's slcfatloss.com.
Hey, Utah County golfers, the Back Nine Indoor Golf Lounge in Orem is now open right across from Costco. It's your new go-to for golf, games, and good times. Become a founding member today for just $25 down and lock in their biggest discounts for life. And Back Nine will donate $50 to a high school golf team of your choice. Experience 4 full-swing simulator bays with comfy seating, 75-inch TVs, and 4D massage chairs. Perfect for date nights, parties, and corporate events. Plus 2 putting greens, an Xbox gaming lounge, free drinks, and Wi-Fi. Trained like the pros with secure 24/7 access so you can play in leagues and tournaments on your schedule. With locations in Pleasant View, Murray, Lehigh, American Fork, Spanish Fork, Cedar City, and St. George, there's a Back Nine near you. A Back Nine membership makes the perfect gift for the golfer in your life. They'll thank you all year long, whether you're golfing with them or relaxing in a massage chair. Sign up for a free demo at theback9golf.com.
Show some love to youth sports volunteers with the Hercules Hero of the Week. Let's praise your favorite youth coach, ref, or maybe the parent that pulls the team together. Your nomination could score them a $100 Visa gift card from Hercules First Federal Credit Union and a $200 gift card from Beehive Meals. Listen to see if they win Thursday afternoons with JJ and Alex. The Hercules Hero of the Week with Hercules First Federal Credit Union and Beehive Meals, helping you take the busy work at a family dinner. Get rules, info, and nominate your hero at KSLSports.com/contests.
Attention Jazz Nation. The long wait is finally over. Mountain basketball is back and better than ever. Let's go! All tickets are on sale now, and you won't want to miss the action. Jump on the opportunity to watch your favorite players live and in person. Whether you're after season tickets, mini plans, or single game matchups, the Utah Jazz has got your back. There's a plan for every fan. Don't miss out. Secure your seats today and be part of the excitement all season long. Let's go! Visit UtahJazz.com today.
Tom, I'm on the sideline here with Doug Smith Chevy. Doug, the NCAA has changed its rules regarding NIL money. What do I have to do to land an amazing new 2025 Chevy Silverado?
Just come on down to Doug Smith Chevy in Spanish Fork.
Doug, I'm more than happy for you to use my name, image, and likeness. All I want to know is how do I get one?
You have to buy it, Scott.
Together, let's drive. Get 2.9% APR financing for 72 months for well-qualified buyers when you finance with GM Financial on all new 2026 Chevy Silverado 1500s. No one knows Chevy like Doug.
Is your financial advisor offering you up to a 30% upfront bonus? Or are they promising you up to 10% growth per year, all for your retirement income? If not, then you need to come to Trajan Wealth. I'm Jeff Jr., founder of Trajan Wealth. If you have a plan to retire within the next 10 years, don't wait only to find out it's too late. I've seen hardworking folks like you retire only to be required to go back to work, all because their advisor told them guarantees like these were too good to be true. They're not. That's up to $30,000 upfront or up to $10,000 per year on $100,000, all guaranteed for retirement income. Don't keep working when you're supposed to be retired, and don't let any financial advisor tell you it's too good to be true. Call Trajan today, 801-210-6800. That's 801-210-6800.
Annuities, non-advisory products. DBA Trajan Wealth Insurance Solutions. Additional disclosures at trajanwealth.com.
3, 2, 1. This is your Utes at 50 update. 158! Presented by Kenny J's Barbecue on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Utah wide receiver coach Micah Simon talks about the young receivers on the roster and them stepping up in recent games.
There was a stretch there where I was only playing a handful of guys, and they took all the snaps. They stuck with it in practice and continued to work, continued to gain my trust, Coach Beck's trust, Coach Witt's trust, and were ready when their number was called. 2 plays, 2 targets, and one of them caught it and made 4 guys miss and scored a touchdown. So it's huge for him, and I think a confidence boost for him as well. And love the way he's been practicing, so looking forward to the next few weeks.
That is your Utes of 50 update. Make this Thanksgiving unforgettable with Kenny J's Barbecue. Skip the stress and bring home slow smoke perfection. Pre-order your Thanksgiving meal today. Text 801-230-5396. That's 801-230-5396. Let's play the top 10 game next on JJ and Alex 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Let's go! Complete game coverage of the Cougars is right here on the KSL Sports Zone. The Cougars return home for a battle against TCU. Your home for the best coverage of Cougar football is right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. You're locked on to JJ and Alex on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
All right, welcome back, everybody. JJ and Alex, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. We've got a short top 10 here for you, and it's really not going to be asking for a full top 10 as much as I'm going to ask you. JJ, you ready for a bit of
yes.
top 10 trivia here? The Utah Jazz last night scoring 152. Where does that land in franchise history of points scored in a regular season game?
In Jazz history?
In Jazz history.
Third.
I'm sorry, but it's fourth.
Oh.
And you know why?
Why?
Because you didn't incorporate the New Orleans Jazz.
Oh.
My bad. Got him.
My bad.
Got him. Yes, but you are correct. It's third in Utah Jazz history.
Okay.
They had 2 154-point games. One of them came last year.
Makes sense.
Does it?
Well, because the NBA is scoring more points now than ever.
It does. Yeah. And this team, put it on the list, man. They scored 152 last night. If you had on your bucket or on your bingo card, this Jazz team would be one of the struggle bus teams in the history of the team in the team's history, but be able to score over the past season. So they won 18 games last year, right? Or was it 17? 17 games last
17.
year. And then we go, okay, you win 17 games, but you're also going to have one of the highest scores in the history of your franchise. You're the number one scoring game of your. Now, here's something about that the New Orleans Jazz game that they scored 153 in to be the third most in history, because they did 154 twice, 1 in 21, 1 in 24, and then 1978 they scored 153 points against the against the San Antonio Spurs. George Gervin had 65 points in that game.
Wow.
And they lost to the Jazz by 20. There were 8 Jazzmen in double figures. And I'm going to be honest, I didn't recognize hardly any of them.
I bet.
There was no, Pistol Pete. There wasn't
It wasn't exactly a golden age of NBA basketball.
Right. There's a reason
in
the
New
franchise
Orleans in the late 70s.
There's a reason the franchise had to shift around. So there you go. All right, Aaron is joining us here. By the way, of course you would know that. I feel like if
we had to know the stat last night.
I was going to say you probably had to report it last night. Yes. Hey, 152 points in a regular season game, not in overtime.
Right.
That's a big deal. Joining us right now, Aaron is with us from RGS. We're at RGS Exteriors today, and Aaron, you and your guys do a phenomenal job making sure that you do the company mission, which is to have that old school craftsmanship on top of having the modern touch on it. You guys have all the materials that everyone that is top of the line, but at the same time you have this old school mentality of let's get it done right the first time, and that's a big deal for you guys as a company.
Yeah, we want to come out. We want to make sure it's done right. We want to make sure it's a project we can do once. That's kind of the goal. Doesn't always go that way. We've had some mistakes just like anyone else, but it's always important to the Brown family here that homeowners know that we're going to stand behind anything we do. So even if something like that does come up, we're going to be out there. We're going to take care of it and make sure everything gets fixed and gets done right.
So if somebody's listening right now and they think they want to do something but they're not sure, they don't know exactly what they want to do, how can you help them before they start the whole process?
Yeah, that's one of our guys' favorite things to do is go out and help homeowners see what their home can be. We've got some digital software that we can use, take pictures of your home. We can put all the different products, the different colors, materials up onto the home so homeowners can see what is possible before we even get to getting you a price. We want to make sure it's something you like, and then we can go through there and get you an estimate and let you know what you're looking at.
What can somebody do right now? Like if they got with you guys, what's something that can be done in this kind of time frame where, hey, it's the winter, and so I think people think to themselves, well, you can't get anything done right now.
Well, yeah, is this the time of year that kind of pops into everyone's mind? Like, oh no, winter's coming.
Right. I can't get anything done. Right.
I played all summer, but we can still get out. We can get your rain gutters taken care of. We can get some leaf protection on, make sure those leaves aren't clogging up those gutters. We still got time to get heat cable up on the roof to make sure you're not icing over and having any problems that way. But yeah, that's really huge this time of year is we still have a little time to be able to get that stuff done.
And on top of giving people the highest quality craftsmanship you're going to find in the industry, you have a couple of gifts you give people when they
yeah, we got a couple of promotions running right now. We're offering a free Minky blanket for any estimate. So if you have us out just to give you guys an estimate and let you know what you're looking at, we're going to bring a free Minky blanket.
Come on.
And then also on any qualifying purchase, looking at like siding jobs and things, we've got a free Blackstone grill. So next summer you can get outside and grill it up.
Get your exterior done, and then
JJ's over here going, you got one of those
let's make some flapjacks and bacon.
Give me that Blackstone out here. Give me that. Let's go. Aaron, we appreciate it. All people have to do is just give you guys a call, 801-280-3110. That's 801-280-3110. Thanks for having us today, man. We appreciate it.
Thank you.
We'll take a break. We'll come back. We'll chat with Cole Bagley, our Utah Mammoth insider for KSLSports.com. I have a list of questions for him, for Coach Tourney, things that have been popping up on my mind, and also one of my close friends is like, hey, man, if you're asking Cole questions today, ask him this. So no easy answers this week.
The Utah Mammoth. What is the deal?
Get out of here. We'll take a break. We'll come back. We'll chastise ourselves for saying that at the same time, and we'll come back. More to go right here at 97.5 the KSL Sports Zone.
Whether you're stuck in the office,
I believe you have my stapler,
in your car, or at your in-laws.
You want a piece of me? You bet I do.
The Zone is with you every step of the way. Download the KSL Sports app to get live streaming of your favorite shows and access to all the latest updates on your favorite teams. Your home for the best coverage of the Utes, Cougars, Jazz, and Mammoth is on air, online, and on the KSL Sports app. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Advanced Window Products, advancedwindowproducts.com. Hey, here's the deal with Jake and Nate and the guys over at Advanced Window Products. This is a family-run company for the past 40 years. They have been helping people not just have top-quality windows, but here's the deal. When they come out and they do a free energy audit on your home, they're going to be able to tell you the places that you're losing the most money. Because you're losing that. It's not just that. Your house is in a very comfortable place. If you're losing money on your utility bills because you're letting that precious warm air escape during the winter and then that cool air escape during the summer. Save money on your monthly utility bills. Get the most back on the government rebates, but also get a top-quality window from a company that is built here. The factory is here. They're going to help you, and they're going to have a lifetime warranty on top of it.
Yeah, if you need new windows or you think you need new windows, there's one place to call, and that's Advanced Windows. 801-850-9100, the highest quality custom windows in the state of Utah. And to give you even more incentive right now, if you need windows done or you think you need them done, have them come out and give you a bid. If you need 10 windows or more, they're going to give you $2,500 off of those windows. It's a great deal. Lock that price in right now. You don't have to get it done now. You can wait until the winter or the spring or whenever it's time when you can get on their books down the road. It doesn't have to be today, but get on their books and get that price locked in right now. If you know you need windows, this is a great time to do it right now. 801-850-9100. That's 801-850-9100. Or go to their website, advancedwindows.com, to learn more about their products that they offer. That's advancedwindows.com.
Turnpike Troubadours are coming to Utah.
Picking up barges on a long hot summer day. Good Lord.
Wild America Tour. Friday, March 27th at Maverick Center. Special guests, Charles Wesley Godwin and Buffalo Traffic Jam. Turnpike Troubadours. On sale this Friday, 10 a.m. through Ticketmaster. Produced by Mammoth.
Ready for unbeatable deals? At Tim Daly Nissan Southtown, drive home a new Sentra starting at just $19,900. Need more space? Get up to $9,000 off new Pathfinders. Or grab a rugged Frontier for as low as $399 a month. With 99% approval, 0 down, and 90 days until your first payment. There's never been a better time to buy. Plus, every vehicle comes with a Tim Daly Forever Warranty. Only at Tim Daly Nissan Southtown.
Five guys walk into a JCW's and order burgers. A pastrami, a mushroom Swiss, guacamole bacon, a hickory barbecue, a ribeye steak, 2 onion rings, 3 french fries, a strawberry, mint, peanut butter, chocolate, and marshmallow shake, and not one left to tip. Because at JCW's, we don't ask for it. We think the price you see should be the price you pay. And all that, would you like to leave a tip stuff, is for the birds. JCW's. Quality and a lot of it. Open in American Fork, Lehigh, Provo, South Jordan, and Harriman.
This is Ethan Millard with Teton Wealth Group. In retirement, you need a plan for these unavoidable problem areas: income, investments, taxes, healthcare, and a legacy plan. These are unavoidable. You will have to deal with this whether you're ready or not, so be ready. Call Teton Wealth Group today at 844-838-6600. Because you're a Zone listener, we'll do a full ascent plan for you at no cost and talk you through all 5 of these unavoidable retirement problem areas. Call Teton Wealth Group at 844-838-6600 or visit us at retireteton.com.
The Salt Lake Family Christmas Gift Show, November 13th through 15th at the Mountain America Expo Center.
3 days only to shop more than 400 booths.
Tickets available at familychristmasgiftshow.com.
Broadcasting from the Mountain Home Services Studio, this is 97.5 KZNS FM Colbert, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and 102.7 KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. The exclusive home of the Utah Mammoth is on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Clayton Keller flies in, shoots on a sharp angle, and scores! Clayton Keller says, I'll do it myself. Below the goal line, otherwise Cousins would have had a breakaway. Wraparound attempt, and they score! Ottawa gets a leaky one, and it's 3-1. Right now it's Nick Schmaltz gliding in. Schmaltz to the front, scores! A highlight reel goal for Nick Schmaltz. Puck tipped on goal, and they score. Make it 8 of their last 9 for this line. And Michael Amadio has goals in 4 straight.
You're locked into JJ and Alex on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Welcome back, everybody. JJ and Alex, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Thanks for being with us today. Thanks for being a part of the program. As a small token of appreciation, we want to give away some tickets here for you. It's a Win Ticket Wednesday. You know what that means? All you have to be is caller number 12 right now, 801-575-ZONE. 801-575-ZONE. Get yourself a family 4-pack of tickets to the Holiday Lights at the ballpark at America First Square, a brand new immersive holiday tradition. Check it out. It starts up tomorrow. And we want to be able to, or no, tomorrow? The next day. Yeah. Friday, yes. Friday. Fire it up. It's going to start up the ballpark at America First Square. All you have to do is just go to theballpark@afs.com. Reserve those tickets. We've got a family 4-pack of tickets that you can win right now, though. 801-575-ZONE. 801-575-ZONE. Go check it out for yourself. Let's kick off the hour here. As we always do with the cut, top of the program, we've got our guy, Cole Bagley, going to join us, Utah Mammoth insider for KSL Sports. He's got some tough questions for us to answer, or for him to answer from us. We've got some tough ones for him. So we'll see what this Utah Mammoth team can do now they come home tonight versus the Buffalo Sabres. Let's kick it off right here with Cole.
It's time for the biggest story of the day. This is what made the cut with JJ and Alex on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Trajan Wealth brings you this portion of the program. TRAJAN Wealth for all your trusted local needs in retirement. It's TrajanWealth.com. This Utah Mammoth team, of course, started off the season with a 7-game win streak after a couple of losses, and then they suddenly were leading the tables in the West. And now at 9-7, everybody's wondering what's going on with this team who had a really rough go, JJ, up in Canada as they hit the road. They're not scoring not just as many goals as the other team. They're giving up a ton of goals, and they're doing it late. And I don't know if it's a function of, obviously Veggie's one of the best goaltenders in the league, or at least he started off the season that way. They signed him up to a big, contract last season, and they've had a hard time. And not only that, the top 6 have disappeared from this team, who have been – you talk about the guys who you're anticipating to be massive goal scorers for this team, and right now they're not getting a lot of production out of their top 2 lines, and that's a tough thing to have because you've got a bunch of young guys that everybody's expecting a lot out of, and you're paying them a lot of money, and you're signing them up long term. And right now this team is kind of reeling, wondering what they're doing after a really quick start. They are suddenly right there in the middle of the tables and really underperforming compared to some of the teams in the West.
Is it time to panic?
Nah.
I don't think so.
Nah.
It's a rough patch. There's ebbs and flows in a hockey season. We've seen it already one season following this team in the NHL. I think they'll be fine, but there are obviously some issues, and Cole will give us some more insight and answer the question whether or not fans should panic.
Yeah, Cole Bagley, Utah Mammoth insider for KSLSports.com. Good to be home with this team coming back to Delta Center, I would assume, after a couple of rough ones up there in the great land to the north of us, Canada. The road trip, what did we learn about this team? They didn't just lose some of these games. They lost big after they started off quickly and scored usually first in these games. Cole, what are you diagnosing this team with right now?
Yeah, I think it's a couple things. First of all, I think it's a demonstration that this team is still developing, right? Not that I think that they can use the excuse that they're still super young, because I think they're like the 20th youngest team in the NHL after this offseason, where they added, some more veteran players. But they're at their core, they are still very young, especially with guys like Logan Cooley and Dylan Guenther. But I think what they learned about themselves is, hey, like, we're a good team. We can play with anybody, but we have not been able to master how to beat the top level talent in the NHL, right? They go to Edmonton, it doesn't go well. They go to Toronto, it doesn't go well. So I think that's normal. But dissecting it a little bit further, the key issue, I think there's two key issues that have been going on over the last 6 games. First of all, goaltending. They were at 91% in terms of their save percentage during that 7-game win streak, which wasn't like incredible, but it was good enough to help them put them in a position to win games every single night, which they did. Whereas during these last 6, that save percentage has dropped to 80%. You're not going to win almost any hockey games if your goaltenders are only stopping 8 out of 10 shots, because if they're putting 30 on you, that's going to end up being 6 goals, and that's what they've given up several times. So the goaltending has been an issue, and it's kind of ironic because they're actually one of the best teams in the NHL in terms of limiting not only shots but grade A scoring chances. They're 6th in the NHL in shots allowed per game, and so it feels just a little bit like puck luck. And on the other end, they've outshot their opponents over the last 6 games by about 25 shots collectively, and about an average of 4 or 5 a night. Again, they're just not really getting good bounces. The top 6 forwards have gone kind of gone quiet. That kid line, which has been changed around a little bit over the last couple of games. Cooley hasn't scored since he signed his big extension. Gunther's had 1 goal, but it was in garbage time, and Peterka's gone pretty quiet. So it's the next phase of growth, right? Like, they're not an overly young team. This isn't year 1, year 2, year 3 of a real rebuild. This is year 5, where they're really trying to still learn what it takes to be consistently good and give your A game every single night. So I don't think we're at a panic level yet, but if they lose 3 or 4 of their next 5, we may be approaching a little bit of a panic.
Well, yeah, and I'm glad you bring that up, because this current spell they've been on, a little bit of a rough patch, has dropped them from 2nd or 3rd in the West all the way down to out of the wild card mix that quickly. It doesn't take long, and we're learning that as we follow the NHL more closely. You can't have long rough patches because there's so much parity in this league. Very few teams are having those long patches. How important is it that they avoid another long losing streak, and what kind of damage could that do to their playoff chances? And on the other side of it, you're seeing some really good teams that are on the outside looking in as well. Yeah.
I'd say the NHL probably has the most parity of any of the big 4 sports, and it's arguably the most unforgiving. You can have teams that go on hot streaks that win 7, 8, 9 games, but then, maybe they go through a month or 2 where they're only winning 30 or 40% of their games, and it just sets them back. And, when they were in Buffalo, I reported that was a must-win situation, and some guy on X called me a clown for it. But those are like
it was JJ, by the way. JJ,
yeah, that was JJ.
That was my other account. I got a lot of burners.
But it's true. Like, no, these are not must-wins to make the playoffs tomorrow. But you cannot lose 3 or 4 games in a row. You cannot have those streaks because at the end of the day, if you do that, 10 times, right? Like, you're going to be in a lot of trouble. So that's why, you have to limit your losses. You really can't go more than 2 or 3 in a row because then it's hard to kind of right the ship, because then, your confidence starts to dip, which starts from the top down. If your confidence in net is bad, then your confidence in front of you is bad. And then so on and so forth up through the forwards and everything. So yeah, every game is important. Every period is important, every shift. And, I talked with a couple of the guys yesterday. I talked with Mikhail Sergachev. I talked with Clayton Keller. And, of course, they're going to say all the right things. But, what Sergachev pointed out was, look, like, what's promising is that we are still limiting teams, in terms of their shots. We are also out shooting our opponents. And so, if we can get a little bit more puck luck and if we can just stay the course, like these are fixable things, which, to quote him says, look, that's why it's promising is we know we're a good team. Yeah, we're having a rough stretch, but these aren't like major issues. The effort's there, the production is there in terms of getting chances on net. They just need a few more to go in, on their end and a couple less to go in against them.
So they've lost 3 in a row. They've lost 5 of their last 6 games. And the team they're playing tonight is the Buffalo Sabres. Is this game against the Sabres also a must-win?
Yeah, and that guy can call me a clown again. I don't remember what his name was, but I guess if that's you, I guess we'll see if your burner ends up with the clown emoji.
You'll be hearing from me later.
Yeah, it was Baramiah Benson, very different guy.
Yeah, there we go. I would say it's a must-win. You got to right the ship here. You cannot drop 4 in a row. You cannot lose 6 of 7. And the schedule lightens up, right? They've been on the road for, I think they played 15 games. They've been on the road for like 11 of those. So now they're at home for the next 6 of the next 8. And as well, their strength of schedule softens up too. I think they've had one of the top 6 or 7 toughest schedules, and now it softens up to like the 27th toughest schedule moving forward. So it eases up. You have a chance to get back to winning ways and to do it at home, right? And I think that's an opportunity to help the goaltenders. The goaltenders, especially if Vamelka, seems to just feed off the energy at Delta Center, and he loves to hear his name chanted. Like this is a chance to get right, to improve that save percentage, to see some goals go in, to feed off the crowd, and to get back to winning ways. Because the positive thing here, they're still 9-7. I pegged this team to be fighting for a wild card spot down the stretch. I don't think that they're a team that's going to be top 3 in division from Thanksgiving forward. And I also don't think that they're a team that should be out of the playoff race at any point. But it's going to be tough, so you got to figure it out now and get back to winning. Because, like I said earlier, you're playing with fire here. If you lose 2 or 3 more, here of the next 4 or 5, we're approaching dangerous territory.
Especially when you're playing the Islanders and the Sharks and the Sabres, right? I agree with you.
Yep. Cole, how do you get these young lines fired back up again and get them? I think everybody looks at those top 6 and goes, "What's going on with these first 2 lines? Hot shot, young goal scorers. How do in the NHL? How do you kind of fire back up again some of that chemistry and get these guys going? And in some cases, they haven't really had the full chemistry going yet this year.
It's interesting. I'd have to disagree a little bit with switching up the lines because, 2 weeks ago, the first and second line were both top 6 lines in the NHL in terms of, statistically. The kid line had 34 points in 11 games. They were averaging, 3.5 points a night. And then the top line, of course, Nick Schmaltz was not going to be a guy that's leading the league in points for an entire year. But that line was, I believe, number 6 statistically across the board. And then the kid line for a while was number 2 in a lot of key areas. And so it's been interesting to see them abandon that so quickly. If you ask me, I think it was a little bit of a mistake. I think that kid line is going to be, one of your premier lines for the next 7 or 8 years. Those are guys that should be playing together. When you watch them 2 weeks ago, they were just completely dissecting opposing defenses with their speed and with their finesse. And then, they go through a little bit of a cold streak. Again, they're Cooley's 21, Gunther's 21, almost 22, JJ Peterka's 23. There's going to be notable cold stretches. And so in terms of getting them fired up, they just need to see the puck go in the net. They need their confidence back. They need to start winning. I don't know what that looks like on the other end. I don't know how, as a coach, you really get them fired up, but I think it just comes back to confidence and seeing it go in. And I think it comes back to your leadership group. I talked to Keller yesterday, and he said that he likes to play with fire. He with the fire in his belly. He likes to play a little bit pissed off, and he kind of laughed it off. But no, these guys need to play with a chip on their shoulder. If they're serious about making the playoffs, they need to prove it now.
Cole, one of the things that we've also seen with this team, they start off tonight. They're at home, and I know that they kind of say, hey, look, in the NHL, going on the road for a long stint is great for the team, but coming back home for a few games is going to be key for this team. So how do these home games match up for the teams that are coming to Delta Center over the next few games?
Yeah, I mean, like we were talking about a little bit earlier, this is a good stretch to kind of get yourself right. Playing as much as they have on the road. I mean, they were good at the start, but then they go to some of these bigger markets. Montreal is the most unwelcoming market probably in the NHL in terms of the in-game experience. I mean, that is just a temple of hockey with the craziest fans in the NHL, right, where it all began. Same thing with Toronto. They're very similar, and Edmonton. But, now you're home for a bit, and you can figure things out against teams like Buffalo and New York and San Jose, the Rangers. These are games that you circle as we need to make sure that we're winning these. Now, there are going to be some challenges. You play Vegas, a couple of times here coming up, and you got to deal with Montreal again. But it is an opportunity to get right, and hopefully they can take advantage of it. If they could win, I mean, from here on out, after the way that they started the season, if they can just go 50 or 60% of the remainder of their schedule, they'll make the playoffs. It's that simple. So we'll see how it goes. But yeah, it's a big opportunity, and I think the guys are ready for it.
Cole Bagley. You can catch his hat trick column that he does right after these games. And tonight, no different. Obviously, the breakdown as soon as the Mammoth, of course, get done with this matchup with the Buffalo Sabres tonight. You're going to get the pregame at 6 o'clock, and the puck drops at 7. And so, Cole, we appreciate it, man. We'll look forward to that, and we'll chat with you again. Thanks for hanging out with us.
All right, thanks.
There you go. Cole Bagley, everybody.
What a clown.
I knew it was you. Oh, I knew it was you. Who? No. You were like waiting. Sometimes when JJ comes in with his face painted in salt white and mountain blue,
Big Vegas Golden Knights guy here.
How dare you?
Yeah. No, Cole's the best.
I know.
Cole's doing a tremendous job covering this team.
Yeah.
Grateful that he's on our team.
Well, we got Bear coming on our weekly conversation likely tomorrow, and those are some of the same questions. Obviously, it'd be nice to have a little bit of a get-right game, get to that 10th win, but tonight against the Sabres, but we'll see. Got to get right. I'm going to ask him about his trip to the Jazz game, his courtside seats to the Jazz game, see how he liked it.
I'd love to hear.
Joining us right now, we're at RGS Exteriors, by the way. Been here all day, and Aaron has been nice enough to host us, and he's one of the sales managers here. You talked about how, and Tim Brown Jr. comes on. Tim Jr. comes on and says, "Hey, man, this is a fifth generation thing for us now. Like, we got the kids involved, he's involved. This is something that's been in the family for a long time." And you talked about how the Browns really have hey, we have to make sure that we don't just maintain. It's one thing to grow a business, but the business won't grow if you don't have a customer base that trusts you, and that's what you guys have built.
Yeah, that's a really big thing, is that we want to make sure homeowners can trust us, know who they're working with, know how long we've been here, know how long we plan on being here, that their home's in good hands and it's going to be taken care of for the long run.
James Hardy, that's what you guys do. What is the James Hardy difference?
Yeah, so we specialize in hanging James Hardy siding. Being a fiber cement product makes it incredibly durable. The other huge benefit is it's one of the only sidings out there that they have different formulas for different environments and different climates. So the formula here is designed specifically for the snow, the ice, the really cold temperatures, also the extreme heat in the summertime. So the siding itself is designed to handle this harsh environment, so it's going to hold up and last a lot better than other products out there.
As somebody who's trying to make sure that their house isn't just like the curb appeal is a big thing, but you're not trying to sell a house. What you're trying to do now is people are buckling down and going, I'm living here, man. This is where this is what we decided to. Like, we have an interest rate. There's no freaking way we're walking away from this house in the next couple decades. And so to be able to do that and say, hey, you know what? I'm going to make this house our home, and this is another great way to do it and to stay up with the trends.
Yeah, I mean, we can make it feel like a new home. You can stay in that same house. You can keep that awesome interest rate, invest a little money into it, and we can make it your dream home. The huge thing, we try to talk with homeowners about is you're putting this money into something that is appreciating. You're not just putting money and throwing it away. It's money that's going to come back to you. It's value that goes into your home. So let's continue to increase that and make it a bigger asset for you.
Most people try to do their construction projects in the spring and the summer just because I think it has to be warm outside to do it. But you're telling us this is a great time right now to get this process started.
Yeah, I mean, this is a great time of year. We can get you in. We can get you on the schedule. The big thing is we can get materials ordered, lock in this year's pricing, avoid any price increases going into next year. Great example of that. We're going to start a project here for my parents. We're going to come and do some James Hardy on their home, take off their stucco, get it updated, get it up to speed so that they're taken care of for the next 30 years.
Aaron, we appreciate it, man. If people want to get a hold of the folks at RGS and get their home put together the way that they want and to do it with a company that stands by their work, RGS Exteriors have been doing it for a long time right here in the state of Utah. All you have to do is give them a call, 801-280-3110. That's 801-280-3110. Thanks, Aaron. Appreciate it, man.
Aaron.
We'll take a break. We'll come back. We've got more around the corner. Stay right here with us. We've got tons more to go. So stay here at 97.5 KSL Sports Zone.
And now, a look at traffic from the KSL Traffic Center.
I-15 northbound is moving slowly between 53rd South up to a crash at the exits at the 201 Highway, 21st South, and 13 South and West Temple. The crash is actually over to the left and blocking off the HOV lane. In Utah County, it's the usual trouble for westbound traffic trying to get over to Redwood Road on both the 201 North and Pioneer Crossing. From system install to fast fixes to deliver award-winning heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical, call Whipple Services champions for the win today. With your traffic update, I'm Alex Napolis here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
It's game week for the Cougars, and the KSL Sports Zone is getting you ready for kickoff. Even after their first loss of the season, the Cougars' dream of a spot in the Big 12 title game is still alive and well as they welcome TCU to Provo on Saturday. Listen all week long for the best coverage of Cougar football. Then catch College Football Saturday game day at 10 a.m. with a postgame show immediately following the game on KSLSports.com. Your home for the best coverage of BYU football is live on air, online, and on the KSL Sports app. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Hey, Benjamin, we've got a surprise for you.
What?
You have a brother. $100 bill just like you.
Hey, I'm Ben. What?
We just got him for joining America First Credit Union and opening a new checking account.
And you're going to live together at America First.
What?
This is nice.
For a limited time, new members get a $100 cash bonus when they open a checking account or $50 when they open a youth checking account. So head to AmericaFirst.com and get your money working today. Membership eligibility, terms, and conditions apply. Federally insured by NCUA.
Bar Dub Grill is where roadside classics meet ranch-raised flavor. Sink your teeth into juicy, handcrafted burgers made with premium Bar W beef straight from the local Utah farm. From the bold cowboy barbecue burger to the sweet and savory Aloha burger, paired with crispy cowboy fries, hand-spun shakes, or signature spud nuts. Soft, airy, and unforgettable. Bar Dub Grill delivers honest eats with cowboy swagger. Bar Dub Grill in Nephi with easy access right off exit 222 in Nephi.
Every time I turn around, my friends at Pure Talk give me one more reason to feel good about switching. This month, for instance, they're supporting Canines for Warriors, a terrific organization that trains rescue dogs and then pairs them up with combat veterans struggling with PTSD. The result? They're saving lives on both ends of the leash. This is why I switched to Pure Talk. I like being in business with an American wireless company who shares my values. Yeah, I appreciate unlimited talk, text, and plenty of 5G data for just $25 a month, and I bet you will too. But I think you'll really appreciate doing business with a company who gives back to the men and women who volunteered to defend our country. Just dial pound 250, say micro. With Pure Talk's U.S. customer service team, you can switch in as little as 10 minutes. Again, dial pound 250, say micro, to switch to an American wireless company who actually stands for something. Pure Talk.
It's that time again. The Reams Boots and Jeans semi-annual work boot and outdoor clothing sale. Right now is the perfect time to save money and get the boots and clothing you need for cooler weather ahead. With the change of seasons, it's time to gear up. And Reams has the absolute best prices on the brands you know and trust. Save big on Ariat, Justin, Tony Lama, Georgia, and Timberland Pro Boots. Built tough for the work you do every day. And that's not all. Stock up and save on Carhartt brand jackets, hoodies, bibs, pants, and vests. Whether you're working hard or heading outdoors, Reams has you covered from head to toe. Reams Boots and Jeans, Utah's largest boot dealer. Come in today for the best selection and the best prices on the boots and clothing you need. Look great, feel great, and save money. Reams Boots and Jeans, Utah family owned and operated for over 80 years. Reams Boots and Jeans.
Chevy trucks have you covered when the road takes you from smooth sailing to Chevy Colorado will eat up some of the toughest terrains with 5 available drive modes. And Silverado and Silverado HD have the muscle to take you out for some serious with multiple engine options and impressive towing. While Silverado EV is the perfect combo of performance and capability. Nice. Making it a snap to hitch up this electric truck and hit the road. Wherever the road leads, Chevy trucks are right there with you. See your Rocky Mountain Chevy dealers.
This is your Cougars at 30 update. Presented by Kenny J's Barbecue on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Aaron Roderick talks about TCU's defense and how his offense matches up.
TCU is very good in their own right. Very impressed with them, and Coach Avalos is a very good defensive coordinator, so we have our hands full. But we do have a good offense, we have a good identity, and we just want to get back to it. We just need to execute better.
That is your Cougars at 30 update. Make this Thanksgiving unforgettable with Kenny J's Barbecue. Skip the stress and bring home slow-smoked perfection. Pre-order your Thanksgiving meal today. Text 801-230-5396. That's 801-230-5396. Bear Bachmeyer next on JJ and Alex, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Nobody gets you ready for Utah football more than the KSL Sports Zone.
Ready?
Kyle Whittingham and the Utes hit the road to Waco for a showdown against Baylor. Your home for the best coverage of Utah football is right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. You're locked on to JJ and Alex on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
All right, everybody, welcome back. JJ and Alex in 97.5 KSL Sports Zone. Just listen to A-Rod in that Cougar update we just did there. And you know what's interesting? It's just how quickly it was weird because it happened last year with BYU too. They go 9-0 last year.
Almost
they lose,
the same thing.
They lose to Kansas. People go, season's over. Everything sucks. You do that. Like, isn't that funny how fandom works too?
Yeah.
Like, people just go, nah. I mean, people who I am all year long, you couldn't stop them from sending text messages to me about what I tell you. You know, these are the same guys also that if something goes wrong one time, then they go, "You should fire A-Rod." I've said it, right? It's the same guy, and I don't blame them because these are sports fans. You know
they
what
love
I mean?
it. It's an emotional roller coaster.
Yes.
You love it. That's fine. Do your thing. Do your thing.
Well, we have the same thing on the Utah side. Like last year, I get people who be like, "Everybody knows Kyle Whittingham's washed up," and you're like, "Excuse you?" Like,
they lose a game, we're like, "Okay, when's Kyle going to resign?"
And when they were mid that losing streak, they weren't dipping in and going, "Man, it's hard to watch this team." It was like they just didn't engage anymore after a couple of losses.
Yeah.
They go, "Anyway, call me when it's 2025. I'll be hibernating." And
what's their record in the last 2 years? What, 19-3?
BYU's?
Yeah.
Yeah, the Cougs now are 21
Help me with my
3.
math.
21-3 in their past 24 games.
Wow.
So, yeah, I mean it's a team that's they've done well. They've done really well. But you lose the one, then people lose interest really quickly. The thing is that the Cougs have a lot in front of them still. You heard A-Rod talking about Andy Avalos and that TCU defense, but the reality is but we like what our offense can do. It was a very different experience for this BYU offense last Saturday to be shut down as well as they were. And if you think that TCU is not going to just try to go by the blueprint of what Texas Tech has done, BYU has on film the stuff that they do.
Yeah.
And A-Rod's a great play caller. They are extremely forward thinking when it comes to like new ideas, things like that. But they have stuff that works, and they've been using it. And last week it didn't work. Bear Bachmeier, the freshman quarterback for the Cougs, media availability this week down in Provo, talked about getting ready for this game, also just trying to move past the loss to Texas Tech, but looking forward to everything still in front of them. Everything is still on the table. Here's what Bear said about going forward after that Texas Tech game.
Yeah, we just, when you play great teams, for example, Texas Tech, and we get ourselves in a hole, and sometimes you can't dig yourself out of that hole against great teams, and so we just got to start faster.
Aaron said you were hard on yourself and kind of, I'm not sure if he used the term blamed yourself, but you were hard on yourself. Why was that? Did you just feel like you didn't play well, or what?
I mean, you always want to compete, and you hate losing, and so you're always gonna look back, and you shouldn't harp on it forever, but you kind of you look at the negatives early on, and you kind of get emotional, and then you turn that into gratitude and just being grateful for the moment. But we got to bounce back.
Your older brother Hank had a similar start to his college career, really hot start, and then suffer a loss. Did he have any advice for you after the game of how to rebound from a loss after an initial hot start like you had? Yeah, I mean, he's the true test of a man and a football team is how you bounce back from adversity, and so he's kind of just been telling me that, and I mean, he's got some great experience with that, and I mean, we just got to bounce back and obviously learn from it and grow.
Doesn't sound like the loss nicked your confidence or any of your offensive teammates.
No, you learn and grow, and I mean we've earned the right to play with confidence and swagger, and so when we step in between lines, we carry that confidence.
The next game is always the most important game, right? But is that mantra tested, especially coming off of a loss like last week, to kind of come out and prove that's not who you guys normally are?
Of course, yeah. You never, you always just want to bounce back and again play with confidence and swagger, and so it's what we got to do on Saturday.
How important, Bear, is it coming out with urgency? It seems like that's been kind of a theme for Kalani this week, just the urgency of this team and starting strong.
Yeah, I mean, there's always a big emphasis, and you always want to start the game off fast, the game off strong, so it's been harped on.
Aaron said the noise was a factor there, that you guys, your communication was a little bit spotty. Why was that, or as opposed to another game on the road, say like at Arizona or East Carolina?
Yeah, it was just a lot of environment and a lot of noise and hindered some actions.
When you won this starting quarterback job back in fall camp, A-Rod noted that you knew the playbook pretty much when you got the job. Has he added more to that throughout the season, to that playbook, to where you're throwing in more stuff each and every week? Yeah, I mean, you always add in more naturally as the season goes on, and then obviously scheming up for certain defenses, you're obviously going to implement some new plays, and so I mean, it's been a great process, and we just got to keep going.
You've mentioned bouncing back a couple times. Execution-wise, what does that look like for this team, whether it's on the field or mentality-wise?
Yeah, I mean, it was kind of, again, was kind of an anomaly of what we are. I mean, I felt like we've done a great job of executing and just being who we are, and for whatever reason, kind of just, I don't know. I don't want to say we shied away. We just weren't playing our game, and so be back home at less, and just got to play BYU football.
As far as looking at what TCU's defense brings, are they similar to any defense that you guys have faced so far?
Yeah, I mean, a little bit of Iowa State in there, but I mean, it's a very intricate defense, and Coach Avalos does a great job of scheming up, and so we got to come ready to play.
How much are you looking forward to just being back at home and being in a crowd where they're on your side instead of being on the road? You guys have been on the road for a lot.
Yeah, it's going to be great to be in front of Les and the Rock and Cougar Nation.
Because of your ties with Boise State, do you know Andy Avalos?
Yeah, I got a cool story. He was at Merida Valley one time, and he was the DC at Boise, and I was eating the hamburger, and he said that hamburger looks good, and so that was funny to me, but yeah. But yeah, and he coached Hank as well. So yeah.
Any other questions
with
for
JoJo
Bear?
being out with injury for almost 2 months? How hard is it to rebuild the chemistry that you guys developed throughout fall camp and game week, and just trying to prepare for an opponent at the same time?
I mean, you have that natural chemistry with the guys, and especially JoJo, who's just a great athlete and knows his job. It hasn't been hard, and he's been in just right.
We'll see what Bear can do this weekend. See what the newest version of him being able to respond, whatever that chapter is of his freshman season, how he can respond to adversity. Going to be the first game to be able to find out this weekend. Hey, by the way, this Friday, we're going to be at Kenny J's, 3 to 6 p.m., of course. Awesome barbecue. You do not want to miss it. Come out with us on a Football Friday. Get ready to jam on the weekend of a full weekend of college football. And we're going to be full weekend the rest of the season, by the way, here locally. So join us there at Kenny J's Barbecue at the District in South Jordan. Do not miss it. We'll take a break. We'll come back. We'll get you ready for hockey coming up right around the corner, 97.5 KSL Sports Zone.
And now, a look at traffic from the KSL Traffic Center.
A crash is still blocking the HOV lane northbound I-15 at the exit of the 201 highway in South Salt Lake, and that means delays are in full force back to 53rd South. Getting onto southbound I-15 in American Fork, there's a crash off to the right on the entrance ramp from Pioneer Crossing. Take UTA instead of driving and actually enjoy your ride. Try UTA to see the difference. Plan your trip at rideuta.com or on the Transit app. With your traffic update, I'm Alex Nepoulos here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
You've been listening to The Zone for decades. Yes! But now you can watch the guys break down your favorite teams.
Some viewers may find the following video disturbing. Viewer discretion is advised.
Catch the video stream of DJ and PK, Jake and Ben, Hanson, Scotty, and JJ and Alex right now at KSLSports.com or by searching KSL Sports on YouTube. Utah's best sports radio is on air, online, and on the KSL Sports app. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
SLC Fat Loss, Salt Lake City Fat Loss. Let me give you the website here. It's just saltlakeCityFatLoss.com. Easy enough to find. You can go on there and see the testimonials of real people. JJ and myself are a couple of those testimonials on there. You can see our before and after pictures. Happy to have you go check them out. Normally, that's a weird thing. Hey, go check out to see how fat I was 18 months ago.
Hey, look at me.
I know. But guess what? I'm happy to report, look, I'm not perfect at all still. But I'll tell you, it's easy to be on a program that has worked, that I've seen the success on, and that for me, the hard part has been just being able to keep that weight off. And this is the only program I've been able to do it on my entire life. As much as I've been able to do it, it's really great with Salt Lake City Fat Loss.
You've heard us talk about this program. You know what it's about now. Let us give you more incentive to make that decision to do it right now. They have a $400 off sale right now through December 31st. $400 off the program. You're not going to see a better deal than that. Now is the time to lose weight. And here's the thing. You can do it now, and while everyone's packing on pounds during the holidays, you're dropping them like crazy, and everyone's asking you at the Thanksgiving and Christmas parties.
Yeah, rub it in their face.
Whoa, what are you
Come
doing?
on.
You look great.
Yeah.
Or lock in that price right now. Start the program on January 1st and make it a New Year's resolution. Either way, get that $400 off deal right now. Change your life. Drop that weight. Do what we did. Make that change and make it permanent. SLCFatLoss.com. That's SLCFatLoss.com.
Only one type of burger. For every pallet. Fries are extra. Large in size. We've got the shakes. Going over the brim.
Hey, this is Chris from JCW's. Put a positive, delicious spin on your day at any one of our 5 locations. In Lehigh, American Fork, Provo, South Jordan, or Harriman. JCW's, quality and a lot of it.
Hey, Utah County golfers, the Back 9 Indoor Golf Lounge in Orem is now open right across from Costco. It's your new go-to for golf, games, and good times. Become a founding member today for just $25 down and lock in their biggest discounts for life. And Back 9 will donate $50 to a high school golf team of your choice. Experience 4 full swing simulator bays with comfy seating, 75-inch TVs, and 4D massage chairs. Perfect for date nights, parties, and corporate events. Plus 2 putting greens and and Xbox gaming lounge, free drinks, and Wi-Fi. Train like the pros with secure 24/7 access so you can play in leagues and tournaments on your schedule. With locations in Pleasant View, Murray, Lehigh, American Fork, Spanish Fork, Cedar City, and St. George, there's a Back Nine near you. A Back Nine membership makes the perfect gift for the golfer in your life. They'll thank you all year long, whether you're golfing with them or relaxing in a massage chair. Sign up for a free demo at theback9golf.com.
At Peach Windows and Doors, they help homeowners stay in the homes they love while upgrading to the elegance, efficiency, and natural light of today. With hundreds of 5-star Google reviews, their clients know Peach Windows and Doors deliver what they promise.
I wanted to replace standard-size French doors with a large custom sliding door. The update required checking a weight-bearing wall. Plus, I wanted a couple of different styles of windows. The new sliding door created a much brighter and open look. Peach was so helpful along the way with recommendations and ideas, and the installers were efficient and respectful of my space. I was thrilled with Peach Windows and Doors.
Give your $1 million home the $1 million feel it deserves. Don't wait on that someday project. Visit Peach Windows and Doors Salt Lake Showroom. Schedule a free in-home visit. You can also explore at peachwindowsanddoors.com or just call them at 801-566-1255. Peach Windows and Doors, where amazing home transformations begin.
Make game day yours with the Utah Mammoth app. Get your tickets, order food and drinks without leaving your seat, track live stats, and stream every game with Mammoth Plus, all in one place. It's the ultimate game day essential, designed for Mammoth fans. Stay connected to your hometown team and never miss a moment. Download the Utah Mammoth app today on iPhone and Android. Turn on push notifications and make every day game day. Tusks up.
Alpine Home Medical. We bring wellness home.
We carry all of your home medical equipment and supplies, and we're always here when you need us.
Alpine Home Medical. We bring wellness home.
The KSL Sports Zone and Hercules Credit Union are highlighting people that impact youth sports. Nominate the youth sports volunteer you know for the Hercules Hero of the Week at KSLSports.com.
3, 2, 1. This is your Utes at 50 update. 158! Presented by Kenny J's Barbecue on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Kyle Whittingham talks about Baylor quarterback Sawyer Robertson.
He does not run as much as the quarterbacks that we faced this year, but he likes to beat you from the pocket with his arm, and so we've got to find a way to not let him get comfortable back there and just go through his progression. We've got to speed things up.
That is your Utes at 50 update. Make this Thanksgiving unforgettable with Kenny J's Barbecue. Skip the stress and bring home slow smoke perfection. Pre-order your Thanksgiving meal today. Text 801-230-5396. That's 801-230-5396. Best and worst is next. JJ and Alex, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Wrapping up the hour with our picks for the best and worst moments on today's show. As JJ and Alex want to hear your best and worst of the day.
Best and worst on the program brought to you by the good folks at Doug Smith. An incredible selection of Kia, Subaru, Chevy, Jeep, Dodge, or Ram, and now Mitsubishi in the Doug Smith family of dealerships in American Fork, Spanish Fork, and in Linden. We were just having a discussion about which fork was better. They both have a Doug Smith. That's all that matters to you, all right? So they're both good.
And Doug Smith's the best.
All right, JJ, hockey tonight. I'm admittedly very nervous for this hockey club because if you're the Sabres, like no team in the NHL is just some slouch of a team.
No, they have good players.
The Sabres were as close to that by the end of last season as you could have probably gotten in the NHL, and there's just so much parity in the league. That's why it's a fun league to watch. And look, if there are some things that are misfiring for this team, the Sabres could come in and they could take advantage. I just hope they can make things a little bit right starting tonight against the Sabres at home. I think being back at home is going to be huge for this team.
There's no doubt about that. We saw what happened last time when these two teams played. Went to overtime. So you're right. Just because the Sabres are a little down doesn't, this is a big game. And like Cole said, they got to win this game. You can't lose games like this at home.
Very quickly here, our last time with Aaron from RGS Exteriors. Aaron, you guys do a phenomenal job helping people in the outside of their home look phenomenal, but also functional. last thing you could tell people here who are listening right now today with us?
Give us a call. We can come out, get you guys taken care of, get your home looking beautiful. We've got great promotion right now. We can come out, give you a free estimate. We can deliver a free Minky blanket just for having us out to come and take a look at your home. And we can come out and get everything ready for winter.
Aaron, we appreciate you having us today, man. It's been
Thanks,
awesome.
Aaron.
Thanks
Love
for
you
being
guys.
a part of it today. Thanks for inviting us into your home here.
No, thanks for being here.
Absolutely. 801-280-3110. That's 801-280-3110. Aaron, we appreciate it. All right, we're going to wrap things up here and get you ready for the Utah Mammoth broadcast. Of course, it's your radio home of the Utah Mammoth. Coming at you here in the next couple minutes, you're going to fire it up here from Delta Center. It's the Sabres, and it's the Utah Mammoth, and we're hoping to be able to report tomorrow back with Bear Tourney on how this game goes, and we'll see if that one can happen. So for JJ, for Connor, who's doing a phenomenal job hitting the buttons here on location, and then, of course, our great producer, Alex Napoli, is back in Salt Lake City. Connor's like, just tell him what I do. He stands on his principles, okay? That's what he does. He's from Hawthorne, man. He represents.
That's right.
All right.
Hardcore.
We'll take the break here. We'll be back again tomorrow, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Get the latest Utah sports headlines delivered to your inbox with the KSL Sports Newsletter. From the Jazz, Utah Hockey Club, BYU, Utah, Real Salt Lake, and more. Be in the know of all things sports in the state of Utah. Visit KSLSports.com to sign up for the KSL Sports Newsletter. Hockey fans, let your voice be heard with the Utah Mammoth Fan Forum. Visit the Utah Mammoth page on KSLSports.com to connect with the team, other fans, and our KSL Sports insiders. Start chatting today in the Utah Mammoth Fan Forum on KSLSports.com. Taqueria 27, where every taco tells a story, and sometimes it's a hilarious one. Check out Taco